Chapter 1, Douluo Continent, Otherworldly Tang San Part 1. In the southwestern region of the Heaven Do Empire lies the province of Fasnuo. Within this province is the humble village known as Holy Soul Village. If one were to merely hear its name, it might evoke a sense of wonder. Yet in reality, it is merely a quaint settlement of over 300 households situated to the south of Notting City. The village earned its illustrious name from the legend that a soul sage level soul master once emerged from this very place a century ago, a source of enduring pride for Holy Soul Village. Surrounding the village are vast expanses of farmland, the produce of which is primarily destined for Notting City. While Notting City cannot be classified as a large metropolis within the province of Fasnuo, its proximity to the border of another empire positions it as a significant hub for trade between the two great empires. Consequently, Notting City thrives, and the standard of living for the common folk in the surrounding villages is notably superior to that of many other regions. As dawn breaks, a delicate hue of pale white rises in the eastern sky, and atop a modest hillock, barely 100 meters high and adjacent to Holy Soul Village, a slight silhouette emerges. It is a child of merely 5 or 6 years, whose skin, kissed by the sun, bears a healthy wheat-like hue. His short black hair is neatly trimmed, and although his attire is simple, it is impeccably clean. For a child of his age, scaling this 100-meter hill is no trivial feat. Yet, curiously, upon reaching the summit, he appears unflustered and breathless, exuding an air of serene contentment. Seated atop the hill, the boy's gaze is fixated upon the brightening pale white in the east. He inhales slowly through his nose and exhales gently from his mouth, creating a harmonious cycle of breath. At that moment, his eyes widen in surprise as a faint glimmer of purple light flickers in the brightening horizon. Such a subtle sight would certainly evade the notice of anyone lacking keen eyesight and unwavering focus. The appearance of the purple light captivates the boy's full attention. He ceases to exhale, focusing solely on a gentle inhalation, his eyes locked on the elusive purple hue that dances in and out of view. The purple light's presence is fleeting as the pale white in the east is gradually engulfed by the rising sun. The purple hue vanishes completely. Only then does the boy slowly close his eyes, releasing a long, deep breath that expels the impurities from his body. A stream of white vapor escapes his lips like a fine silk ribbon, dissipating into the air. After a moment of stillness, the boy opens his eyes once more, perhaps influenced by the earlier glimpse of purple. A faint shimmer of violet lingers in his gaze, though it soon fades away, leaving behind a clear impression. He lets out a resigned sigh, his expression betraying a weariness that belies his tender age. Shaking his head, he murmurs to himself, "Still not enough. My Xiantian skill remains unable to break through the first barrier. It's been 3 months. Why is that?" Even the purple extreme demon eye, which relies on the purple energy of dawn for cultivation, continues to progress. If I cannot surpass this bottleneck in Xiantian skill, my Xian Jade hand cannot improve either. When I was training before, I did not encounter such a dilemma between the first and second levels. The Xiantian skill comprises 9 levels. Why is the first level so troublesome? Could it be that this world is fundamentally different from my original one? Having resided in this world for over 5 years, the child before us is none other than Tang San, who had once leapt from a cliff to affirm his resolve in the Tang sect. Upon awakening from his unconscious state, he discovered that he was unable to do anything other than feel warmth. Contrary to his expectations of death, he soon found himself in a new world through a process of compression. It was only after a considerable period that Tang San began to comprehend the nature of his situation. He had not perished, but he was no longer the same Tang San he once was. After his birth, it took nearly a year for Tang San to master the language of this world. He recalls that even during his birth, when he could not yet open his eyes, he heard a deep male voice crying out in anguish. When he finally learned to speak, aided by his exceptional memory, he could only remember that the man seemed to be pleading, "San Mei, do not abandon me." That man was his father, Tang Hao, while his mother had tragically succumbed to complications during childbirth. Whether by fate or coincidence, to honor his deceased wife, Tang Hao named his son Tang San, a name that bore a remarkable resemblance to the one he had used in his previous life. Children of similar age in the village often teased him for this. Yet Tang San took great pride in it. After all, it was a name he had carried for nearly 30 years in another realm. Its familiarity endeared it to him. Having traversed the initial stages of shock and fear, followed by excitement, Tang San has ultimately embraced the reality of a situation. To him, this is a second chance bestowed upon him by the heavens. Perhaps, in this life, he might fulfill the grand aspirations he held in his previous existence. Arriving in this world devoid of possessions, Tang San possesses the greatest treasure of all, his memories as the most gifted disciple of the Tang sect's outer sect. He has engraved within his mind the intricate methods for crafting various mechanisms and concealed weapons after stealthily acquiring the inner sect's secret texts. He devoted years to study, and he has memorized the highest Xintian treasure record of the inner sect. Tang San hopes to resurrect the glory of the Tang sect in this realm. It is time to return, Tang San remarks as he glances at the sky, springing to his feet. He races down the hill. Should anyone observe him at that moment, they would undoubtedly be astonished with each stride. He covers nearly 10 feet. The uneven terrain poses no hindrance to him, as he effortlessly navigates the obstacles, moving with a swiftness that surpasses that of many adults. What is the essence of the Tang sect? It lies in hidden weapons, poison, and lightness of foot. The primary distinction between the outer and inner sects is in the application of hidden weapons. The outer sect primarily focuses on mechanisms, while the inner sect emphasizes true technique. Poisons are typically the domain of the outer sect, whereas the elite disciples of the inner sect seldom resort to toxins, for they possess no need for them. Chapter 1. Douluo Continent. Otherworldly Tang San Part 2. The Xintian Treasure Record chronicles 6 martial arts techniques. The internal cultivation method Xintian skill, the hand technique Xian Jade Hand, the eye technique Purple Extreme Demon Eye, the capture technique Controlling Crane and Catching Dragon, the lightness technique Ghost Shadow Mysterious Path, and the method for using hidden weapons, the 100 solutions to hidden weapons. The first 5 techniques serve as a foundation without a solid base. How can one hope to unleash the essence of Tang sect's hidden weapons? Having commenced his training in Xintian skill at a mere year old, Tang San is now approaching the age of 6 and remains devoted to building his foundation. Tang San resides on the western outskirts of Holy Soul Village, in a modest abode that consists of 3 mud brick rooms. Arguably the most rudimentary in the entire village. At the center of the main roof hangs a wooden sign, roughly 1 meter in diameter, adorned with a simplistic depiction of a hammer. In this world, the hammer is widely recognized as a symbol of blacksmithing. Indeed, Tang San's father, Tang Hao, is the village's sole blacksmith. In this realm, blacksmithing is considered one of the lowest professions, for, due to certain peculiar circumstances, the finest weapons are not forged by blacksmiths. However, as the only blacksmith in the village, Tang San's family should not have been so impoverished yet. Their meager earnings scarcely sufficed. Upon entering the home, Tang San is greeted by the tantalizing aroma of cooked rice, not prepared for him by Tang Hao, but rather, he has prepared it for his father. Since the age of 4, when he could barely reach the stove, cooking has become his daily responsibility, even if it requires him to stand on a stool to do so. This is not a task imposed upon him by Tang Hao, rather, it is a necessity, for without his efforts, Tang San would scarcely have enough to eat. Approaching the stove, he skillfully steps onto a wooden stool, lifting the lid of a large iron pot, releasing a fragrant wave of rice aroma. The porridge within has long been cooked to perfection. Each morning, before ascending the hill, Tang San would prepare the rice and kindle the fire, ensuring that by the time he returned, the porridge would be ready. He carefully retrieves 2 bowls, both battered and with more than 10 chips, from beside the stove, and ladles 2 portions of porridge, placing them on the table behind him. The grains of rice within the porridge are so sparse that they could be counted at a glance for a growing child like Tang San. This meager nourishment is clearly insufficient, which accounts for his slender physique. "Father, it's time to eat," Tang San calls out. After a moment, the curtain to the inner room is lifted, revealing a tall figure who stumbles forward. It is a middle-aged man, appearing to be nearly 50 years old, yet possessing a robust and towering stature, despite his appearance being far from flattering. His tattered robe, devoid of even a patch, clings to his body, exposing his sun-kissed skin. Beneath his once handsome features are now obscured by a layer of waxy yellow, his expression bleary and disheveled. With hair resembling a bird's nest and a beard that has long gone unkempt, his gaze is dull and yellowed, despite the passage of night. The lingering scent of alcohol emanating from him causes Tang San to wrinkle his nose in disapproval. This is Tang Hao, Tang San's father in this world. From childhood to adulthood, Tang San remained oblivious to the concept of paternal love. Tang Hao had always been indifferent to him. In the early days, he would occasionally prepare a meal for Tang San, but as time passed and Tang San began to take the initiative in cooking, Tang Hao became even more neglectful. The household was so impoverished that they lacked even decent furniture, and mealtime was a challenge, primarily because Tang Hao squandered his meager earnings as a blacksmith on alcohol. Most children who grew up alongside Tang San had fathers around 30 years old, with some who married young, even being under 30. In contrast, Tang Hao appeared significantly older, resembling more a grandfather than a father to Tang San. Tang San did not harbor resentment towards Tang Hao in his previous life. He was an orphan, and in this life, Despite Tang Hao's harshness, he at least had a relative for Tang San. This was more than enough. It sufficed that he had someone to whom he could call father. Tang Hao seized a bowl from the table, unperturbed by the heat, and ravenously consumed the porridge, his sunken, yellowish face gaining a hint of luster. Father, do take your time, there's more, Tang San urged, taking the bowl from his father's hands and serving him another helping of porridge before filling his own bowl. Having never ventured beyond the Tang sect, he had little exposure to the outside world, initially akin to a blank canvas. Finding himself in this new world and reverting to childhood was not something he found difficult to accept. Before long, the majority of the porridge had been devoured by Tang Hao. He exhaled deeply, placing the bowl back on the table, his drooping eyelids opened slightly as he glanced at Tang San. If work arises, you should take it on first. I shall cook again this afternoon. I'll go rest for a while. Tang Hao's daily routine was quite regular. He slept in the morning, forged farming tools in the afternoon for income, and drank in the evening. Understood, father, Tang San nodded in agreement. After standing up and finishing a considerable amount of porridge, Tang Hao's body finally steadied as he headed towards the inner room. Father, Tang San suddenly called out. Tang Hao halted, turning to face him, his expression revealing a hint of impatience. Tang San pointed to a corner where a piece of raw iron exhibited a faint sheen. May I use that iron? In his previous life, he had been the most distinguished disciple of the Tang sect, well-versed in crafting various concealed weapons, of course. Back then, all materials were supplied by the Tang sect now. Although he had practiced for several years in this world, his abilities were still far from adequate. He had never considered abandoning his expertise in weapon crafting and had begun experimenting with forging some concealed weapons. But sourcing materials had become a significant hurdle. The metal Tang Hao used to forge farming tools was all crude iron, riddled with impurities, making it exceedingly difficult to produce exquisite concealed weapons. The piece of raw iron Tang San was referring to had just arrived yesterday, and to his astonishment, it contained a certain amount of high-quality iron, making it perfect for crafting concealed weapons. Tang Hao's gaze shifted to the raw iron. Does this contain iron essence? He leaned closer to inspect it, then turned back to Tang San. Do you wish to become a blacksmith one day? Chapter 1, Douluo Continent, Another World for Tang San Part 3. Tang San nodded. The profession of a blacksmith was undoubtedly the most suitable for him to create concealed weapons. Father, you are getting older. In a few years, when I am older, please teach me how to forge kitchenware so that I may take over your work. Previously, he had only engaged in the intricate craft of concealed weaponry. He was unfamiliar with even the simplest forging. Tang Hao appeared momentarily lost in thought. Muttering, being a blacksmith doesn't seem so bad. He pulled over a worn-out chair and sat down in front of the raw iron, lazily stating, Little San, tell me, what kind of blacksmith is the best blacksmith? Tang San pondered for a moment before responding. A blacksmith capable of forging divine artifacts should be the best blacksmith, right? He had heard villagers mention the existence of divine artifacts in this world. Though he was uncertain what they truly were, the term divine suggested something exceptional. A flicker of derision sparkled in Tang Hao's eyes. Divine artifacts? Little San is aware of divine artifacts. Then tell me, what are they forged from? Without hesitation, Tang San replied, Of course, they are made from the finest materials. Tang Hao raised a finger and shook it in front of Tang San. If you wish to be a competent blacksmith, remember my words. Using superior materials to forge divine artifacts does not make one the best blacksmith at most. They are merely a synthesizer. To forge divine artifact from crude iron is the mark of a true master blacksmith. Forging divine artifacts from crude iron? Tang San looked at Tang Hao in astonishment. Typically, Tang Hao seldom engaged in conversation with him, and today was already a notable exception. Rising to his feet, Tang Hao pointed to a large piece of crude iron, roughly 50 centimeters square. On the opposite side of the room, if you wish to become a blacksmith and learn forging from me, then you must first strike it 1,000 times with a hammer. Only then will you have the qualification. That was a piece of crude iron, containing numerous impurities, far inferior to the one with iron essence. Now, you still have the option to change your mind, Tang Hao stated nonchalantly, already preparing to return to his room for more rest. Father, I am willing to give it a try. Tang San's voice was clear and calm, yet contained an undeniable resolve. Tang Hao looked at him in surprise. Very well. As he spoke, he walked over and lifted the large piece of iron, placing it beside the bellows by the furnace. Once the charcoal fire was ignited, forging could commence. After completing these tasks, Tang Hao retreated to the inner room to sleep. Tang San was a person of unwavering determination. Otherwise, he would not have been able to craft the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, the most advanced mechanism-type concealed weapon of the Tang sect, from a tattered blueprint. That endeavor had consumed him a decade of effort. With the charcoal fire ignited and the bellows in motion, he began his work. The sound of the bellows echoed as flames flickered from the charcoal furnace, scorching the large piece of iron. Although Tang San lacked forging experience, he had frequently observed Tang Hao crafting farming tools and was familiar with the process. As the iron began to glow red, he dragged over Tang Hao's heavy hammer. Placing it on the ground, the long-handled hammer was even taller than he was, making it impossible for an ordinary child of 5 or 6 years to lift, let alone wield it for forging. Nevertheless, Tang San managed to lift it. Channeling his internal energy, though he had not yet broken through to the first level, he possessed the strength of an adult. When the hammer collided with the iron, a clear sound rang out. This was Tang San's first strike, marking the beginning of his forging journey. In the inner room, Tang Hao, lying on the bed, rolled over despite having his eyes closed. A look of surprise crossed his face as he murmured, "He can actually lift the hammer. Is he born with divine strength?" The rhythmic sound of hammering began to fill the blacksmith shop as the father and son continued their mundane lives. However, from that day forth, Tang Hao had set up another furnace in Tang San's room, allowing him to forge that piece of iron independently. He offered no guidance to Tang San, but from that day on, he drank less, and the family's food supply increased. Forging is undeniably a tedious and exhausting endeavor, yet Tang San perceives it as a rigorous training for his physique. 11 days have elapsed, during which he has meticulously counted the number of strikes he has delivered. The sheer force required to wield the hammer surpasses his physical capabilities, necessitating the aid of the Xiantian skill. His total energy reserves allow him to strike approximately 100 times, once his strength is entirely depleted. He sits cross-legged upon the ground to recuperate, resuming his labor as soon as his inner power is restored. This process transcends mere physical exercise. The cyclical consumption and recovery serve as an exceptional refinement of both his Xiantian skill and his willpower. Regrettably, the first threshold of the Xiantian skill stands as an impenetrable barrier. Despite Tang San's unwavering diligence and ample talent, he remains unable to transcend into the second tier. Nonetheless, his efforts have not been in vain. Although he has not yet broken through, his inner strength has become increasingly resilient through the act of forging the iron mass, with a noticeable enhancement in recovery speed. As 11 days have passed, Tang San has executed over 8,000 strikes, reducing the iron mass to less than one-third of its original volume. With the increase in physical training and nourishment, his body has grown sturdier, as if a latent force is gradually infusing within him, leading to a diminishing consumption of inner power throughout the forging process. Furthermore, when he channels all his inner energy, his strength amplifies significantly. Upon delivering his 1,000th strike, the iron mass exhibits discernible changes. It has shrunk considerably, and although it glows red in the furnace, the impurities within appear to have diminished substantially. The phrase "refined through 100 processes" resonates in Tang San's mind, further solidifying his determination to complete the monumental task of 10,000 strikes, a goal that now lies tantalizingly within reach. Tang San's tenacity astonished Tang Hao. In his eyes, even if his son possessed innate divine strength, it would be impossible for him to endure beyond 3 days. The hammer's handle was intentionally coarse to prevent slipping, and the continuous swinging would undoubtedly inflict immense damage to his palms. Yet, to his surprise, Tang San, despite engaging in genuine forging, showed no visible signs of wear on his tender hands. Not even a single blister had formed. Chapter 1. Douluo Continent. Otherworldly Tang San Part 4. Tang San wished to retain his father and harbored a desire to conceal his past from others. Thus, he refrained from disclosing to Tang Hao that he was practicing the Tang sect's mystic jade hand. To master the art of hidden weaponry, one must harmonize vision, strength, and focus. As the saying goes, when the heart aligns, the eyes follow, and when the eyes are attuned, the hands respond. Consequently, the training methods within the inner sanctum of the Tang sect place immense emphasis on visual acuity and physical prowess. The purple extreme demon eyes, harnessed during the ephemeral moment when the sun rises and the purple aura emanates, significantly enhance one's vision. The mystic jade hand fortifies the palms, making them exceedingly resilient while neutralizing any toxins. Mastery of these two abilities is mandatory for disciples of the Tang sect's inner circle. Although Tang San's mystic jade hand was still far from perfection, he could manage to shield his palms from blisters. With a little more effort, he would accomplish his task today. He swung the iron hammer vigorously, yet his heart was far from tranquil during this monotonous endeavor. His understanding of the world was still rudimentary, considering that it was merely a small village. This world is known as the Douluo Continent, which hosts 2 grand empires. Or perhaps they could be regarded as 2 alliances. Within these empires, numerous territories are feudalized, with countless noble families wielding military might. One empire is the Tiando Empire, where Tang San resides, while the other is the Southern Star Luo Empire, The Fasnuo province lies at the intersection of the two nations, in the city of Notting. Adjacent to Holy Soul Village is a mere 200 miles from the Luo Empire. Tang San learned from the villagers' conversations that in the Douluo Continent, there exists no martial arts akin to his own world. Instead, there is a phenomenon known as the martial soul. It is said that each individual possesses a unique martial soul of their own, with only a rare minority being able to cultivate theirs, thus forming a profession known as Soul Master. Among the myriad professions across the continent, the Soul Master is regarded as the most noble. A century ago, the legendary Soul Sage who emerged from the Holy Soul Village was a Soul Master. And the title of Soul Sage is bestowed upon Soul Masters who have attained a certain level of mastery. Martial souls are categorized into two primary types, weapon martial souls and beast martial souls. As the name suggests, those whose martial souls are based on tools are referred to as weapon martial souls, while those whose martial souls are derived from animals are known as beast martial souls. Comparatively, weapon martial souls encompass a broader range, and the majority of individuals possess weapon martial souls. Moreover, the proportion of weapon martial souls that cannot be cultivated is greater than that of beast martial souls. Tang San once encountered a villager whose martial soul was a hoe, an evident manifestation of an untrainable martial spirit. Nevertheless, even with such a limitation, the villager's speed while tilling the fields surpassed that of ordinary villagers. This was the extent of Tang San's understanding, for each individual possesses their unique martial soul, and he too yearned to discover the nature of his own. Would it be a weapon-type martial soul or a beast-type one? And could he cultivate it? In the Douluo Continent, martial souls awaken at the age of 6. And in just a few days, Tang San would reach that milestone. For reasons unknown, he felt a vague connection between his inability to break through in the Xiantian skill and this martial soul. While he was not particularly interested in becoming a soul master, he aspired to be a master of hidden weapons at the inner gate level of the Tang sect, which necessitated a strong inner power. At that moment, Tang Hao was busy. As Tang San diligently worked towards his goal of forging 10,000 times, he heard an aged voice from outside. It was the afternoon, and Tang Hao was immersed in his task of crafting agricultural tools, merely responding with a grunt upon hearing the call. Tang San, filled with curiosity, stepped out of his room to find an elderly man before him. The man appeared to be in his 60s, tall and slender, yet exuding vitality. His attire was immaculate, and his hair was impeccably groomed, presenting a stark contrast to Tang Hao. This man was none other than Old Jack, the village chief of Holy Soul Village. Little San, come here and let Grandpa have a look at you. Old Jack beckoned with a wave of his hand. The village chief was a kind-hearted soul, respected by all the villagers. In the years when Tang San's family faced the greatest hardships, he had generously provided them with food. Hello, Grandpa Jack. Tang San greeted as he approached the old man, bowing in a gesture of respect. He held a deep appreciation for those who had shown him kindness, and their benevolence remained etched in his heart. Tang Hao replied coldly, "Is there something you need, village chief?" Although Old Jack was not even 10 years his senior, he insisted on addressing Tang Hao as a younger generation, which irked him. Old Jack seemed accustomed to Tang Hao's demeanor and remarked, "Tang Hao, Little San is nearly 6 years old now. He should participate in this year's awakening ceremony." Tang Hao cast a glance at Tang San and replied nonchalantly, "Then let us participate." "On which day?" Old Jack responded, "It will be in 3 days. I shall come to fetch him." His gaze towards Tang Hao clearly implied that if he were to be the one to escort him, it would likely cause delays. Tang Hao nodded and then disregarded the village chief entirely. Tang San, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Grandfather Jack, what is the awakening ceremony?" Old Jack replied with solemnity, "Each of us possesses a unique martial soul, and around the age of 6, we must undergo the awakening ceremony. The martial soul enhances certain abilities within us. Even the most ordinary martial soul can prove beneficial. Should you be fortunate enough to possess an exceptional martial soul and pursue cultivation, you may even have the potential to become a soul master. This ceremony occurs only once a year, and I cannot allow you to miss it. The esteemed steward from the martial soul branch in Notting City personally comes to assist the children in our village with their awakening." When he spoke of the title Great Soul Master, a distinct glimmer of envy shone in Jack's eyes. Tang San had only a vague understanding of the concept of soul masters. But seizing the opportunity before him, he eagerly inquired, "What does it mean to be a great soul master?" Chapter 2. The Inferior Martial Soul and Innate Full Soul Power, Part 1. Old Jack exhibited remarkable patience towards Tang San. In his eyes, the most sensible child in the village was undoubtedly the one before him. It was hard to fathom how such a dutiful son could emerge from such a father. The title of Great Soul Master is a designation within the hierarchy of soul masters. Soul Masters represent the most esteemed profession across the entirety of Douluo Continent. They may be formidable warriors or possess exceptional auxiliary capabilities. Regardless of their specific role, all Soul Masters are ranked according to the same system of titles. Each Soul Master possesses their own martial soul power, which categorizes them into 10 distinct titles based on strength. Each title is further divided into 10 levels. The novice level is termed as Soul Scholar, and every individual becomes a Soul Scholar once their martial soul awakens. Should their martial soul be capable of cultivation? Upon reaching the 11th level of soul power, they ascend to the next title, that of Soul Master. The Great Soul Master is the third title in this hierarchy, signifying a notably powerful Soul Master. The complete sequence of titles is as follows: Soul Scholar, Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Respect, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Sage, Douluo, and Title Douluo. The name of our Douluo continent derives from this very ranking. Legend has it that those who reach the 90th level and above, known as Title Douluo, can bestow upon themselves a unique title. They are virtually invincible beings, with a glimmer of pride in his eyes. Old Jack reminisced that our Holy Soul village once produced an 8th-tier Soul Sage a century ago. A rarity not only in the entirety of Notting City but even within the entire Fastner province. Beside him, Tang Hao scoffed. Old Jack, that is merely a legend. As if provoked, Old Jack erupted in anger. What do you mean by merely a legend? Legends are born from truths. Tang Hao, you have been in the village for 6 years. You should comprehend the esteem we hold for that Soul Sage. If I hear you insult the esteemed Soul Sage again, I will expel you from the village. If it weren't for Little San, do you think I would willingly come to your wretched den? Tang Hao, however, did not display any anger. He continued to strike the farming tool in his hands, seemingly oblivious to Jack's words. Jack shot him a fierce glare before turning to Tang San and said, "You must never allow yourself to fall into despair like your father." Well then, I shall take my leave for now. I will return in 3 days to fetch you. With that, the irate old Jack stormed out of the blacksmith shop. Father, Tang San called out. Tang Hao cast a cold glance at him. Upon seeing the frigid glint in his father's eyes, Tang San reluctantly swallowed back the words he had intended to say. He lowered his head and retreated to his own room to continue his arduous task of striking the iron 1,000 times. As night fell and after finishing dinner, Tang Hao wiped his mouth and habitually made his way outside, as was his routine, venturing out for a drink, indulging in the purest quality of ale. Father, wait a moment. Tang San, unable to tidy up the dishes in time, called out to Tang Hao. What is it? Tang Hao replied, his impatience evident as he shot a glance at him. Although Tang Hao had never laid a hand on Tang San for reasons unknown, Tang San harbored an innate fear of his father. Even with the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, he could not alter this sentiment. I have completed the 1,000 strikes, Tang San announced. Oh? A flicker of light seemed to brighten in Tang Hao's eyes. Bring it to me. All right. Tang San hurried back to his room and soon emerged, cradling a piece of iron. The iron was entirely black, and though its shape was rather irregular, each surface gleamed with a striking luster, shadows dancing upon its surface. The piece was approximately 1/4 the size of the original iron ingot, and thanks to his mastery of the Xiantian skill, Tang San found it effortless to hold. Tang Hao grasped the obsidian black iron block in his hand and held it before his eyes for a careful examination. Do you now comprehend the words I have spoken? Tang San nodded, acknowledging that even the most inferior metal, through relentless forging and purification, can transform into something of exceptional quality. Father, are you imparting this lesson to me? Tang Hao discovered that his son had been a source of considerable surprise in recent days. Returning the iron block to him, he remarked, continue your work. When you have forged it to the size of a fist, bring it back for me to examine. With that, he turned and stepped out of the door. Contrary to his earlier words, which suggested that after a mere 10,000 strikes he would teach Tang San the art of forging, it seemed he had reneged on his promise. However, Tang San paid little heed to this. He was preoccupied with his father's words. Fist-sized? Is it truly possible to forge such a large block of iron down to that size? Though it was only 1/4 of its original volume. Tang San understood that with each successive strike, the density of the iron increased, making the reduction in size all the more challenging. Achieving a fist-sized piece would require far more than an additional 10,000 strikes. What does it mean to refine steel through 100 processes? What then is the significance of 1,000 refinements? A glimmer of determination shone in Tang San's eyes as he deftly maneuvered into his room. Soon, the rhythmic sound of hammering echoed once again within the forge. The days swiftly passed. Each morning, Tang San continued his routine atop the mountain, and upon returning home, he devoted his time to cooking and forging, engaging in a relentless contest with the raw iron. Each day, his hammering grew increasingly vigorous. The Xiantian skill enabled him to swiftly recover his stamina, sustaining the relentless forging process. Xiao San, your grandfather has come to fetch you. Old Jack arrived punctually at the forge, perhaps out of irritation towards Tang Hao, for this time he did not enter, but called out for Tang San from outside. Tang San glanced at his father, Tang Hao, who had just finished breakfast. Tang Hao replied coldly, "Go ahead. Don't delay the lunch preparations." Chapter 2, The Useless Martial Soul and Innate Full Soul Power, Part 2. Tang San responded with a nod and stepped out of the blacksmith shop. Under the guidance of Old Jack, he followed him to the central spirit hall of the village. This so-called spirit hall was merely a larger wooden hut. Since everyone possessed a spirit, every year children underwent spirit awakening. Therefore, in any corner of the Douluo Continent, one could witness the presence of spirit halls. Albeit these were merely branch halls of varying ranks. This year, 8 children from Holy Soul Village were to undergo spirit awakening, and Tang San, led by Old Jack, was the last to arrive. The village children regarded Tang San with disdain, as the tendency to favor the affluent was not exclusive to the nobility. It was even more pronounced among commoners. Tang San, having lived 2 lives and being over 30 in actual age, naturally preferred to avoid interactions with these children. For him, the time was better spent on cultivation than on frivolous childhood companionship. In addition to village head Jack and the assembled 8 children, there was a young man present. Appearing to be in his 20s, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding an attractive demeanor, clad in a white outfit complemented by a black cloak. The center of his chest bore a sole character the size of a fist, marking him as a standard member of the spirit hall. On his left chest was an emblem engraved with 3 crossed longswords, indicating that he was a great spirit master, specifically a battle spirit master. As recognized by someone like Jack who was well-versed in spirit masters. "Greetings, esteemed battle spirit master. I appreciate your assistance today," Old Jack said respectfully. Bowing to the young man. The young man revealed a hint of pride in his expression, offering a slight bow in return. "My time is limited. Let us commence at once." "Very well," Old Jack replied. "Children, this is the battle spirit master from Notting City. He will guide you in awakening your spirits. Please cooperate fully with him, as I hope to see one of you become a spirit master." The young man, displaying impatience, interjected, "Enough with the pleasantries. Is becoming a spirit master truly so simple? I have traversed 6 villages without encountering a single child with any spirit power, let alone a suitable spirit." A shadow of sorrow crossed Jack's eyes as he sighed. Indeed, only the heirs of major sects find it relatively easy to become spirit masters. For ordinary folk like us, it is exceedingly difficult. Shaking his head, he exited the spirit hall. The young man's gaze settled on the 8 children before him. As a patrolling official of the spirit hall, assisting ordinary people in spirit awakening was a requisite duty that he had long grown accustomed to. "Children, line up," he instructed, his tone considerably gentler towards them. The 8 children stood in formation, with Tang San positioned at the far left. Compared to his peers, he appeared somewhat smaller and leaner. The young man smiled. "I am Su Yutao, a level 26 Great Spirit Master, and your guide. I will awaken your spirits one by one. Remember, do not fear. No matter what happens." As he spoke, Su Yutao opened his bag on a nearby table, retrieving 2 items, 6 dark circular stones and a shimmering blue crystal ball. He arranged the 6 black stones in a hexagonal formation and beckoned the first child on the right to step into the center. "Do not be afraid. Close your eyes and feel carefully." As he spoke, Su Yutao's eyes suddenly brightened, and, in the astonished gaze of the children, he declared, "Lone Wolf, manifest." A faint azure light emanated from his forehead, traveling upwards into his hair. His originally black hair transformed into a gray hue, growing rapidly, while the same colored fur appeared on his exposed hands, and his physique seemed to swell with muscle. The spirit hall's attire, designed with great elasticity, did not tear despite his enlarged form. Su Yuntao's eyes shifted to a haunting green, and wicked claws extended from his fingers, glimmering faintly. 2 rings of light ignited beneath his feet, swirling from his toes to the crown of his head. One ring was white, the other yellow, a sight both peculiar and striking. The boy standing within the black stones gasped in fear at Su Yuntao's transformation and instinctively attempted to flee. Su Yuntao, with his eerie green eyes, caught the child, saying, "Do not move. I told you not to be afraid. This is my spirit, the Lone Wolf. Should any of you become a spirit master in the future, you will wield similar abilities." Only Tang San remained relatively undeterred, though he immediately focused his energy as Su Yuntao transformed. More than surprise, curiosity filled Tang San. The gray fur and green eyes were indeed characteristic of a wolf. Did this mean that upon spirit manifestation, a person could transform into a wolf? No, that could not be right. it must be that they possess the abilities of a wolf. Thus, the profession of a spirit master should revolve around better utilizing the powers of their spirits. For the first time, Tang San found himself intrigued by the vocation of a spirit master, eager to discover what his own spirit would be. Su Yuntao swiftly clapped his hands, sending 6 faint green lights into the 6 black stones on the ground. Instantly, a layer of golden light radiated from the stones, forming a soft golden barrier around the previous child. Chapter 2. Incompetent Spirit and Innate Full Spirit Power for Reasons Unknown. The child who had been crying moments earlier fell silent the instant he was enveloped by the golden light, standing there in a daze. Golden specks began to drift from the black stones into the boy's body. His form trembled slightly, as if trying to call out but unable to produce a sound. "Extend your right hand," Su Yuntao commanded, his green eyes fixed on the boy with an air of authority. The boy instinctively extended his right hand, and at once, all the golden specks surged forth, materializing into a scythe within his palm. It appeared not as an illusion, but as a tangible weapon. Su Yuntao frowned slightly. A weapon spirit? Can a scythe serve as a weapon? Perhaps it could suffice. The golden light gradually receded, and the boy stared in astonishment at the small scythe in his hand, unsure of what to do next. "Your spirit is a scythe, a weapon spirit. Now, let me see if you possess spirit power." Even a weapon spirit can cultivate as a battle spirit master, given that a scythe has certain offensive capabilities. "Master, what should I do?" the boy asked timidly. Su Yuntao replied calmly, "Use your mind to retract your spirit. You will also need to call upon it with your mind in the future." The boy struggled for quite some time before finally managing to retract the scythe. Su Yuntao then presented the blue crystal ball to him, gesturing for him to place his right hand upon it. The boy's small hand contrasted starkly with Su Yuntao's clawed hand, creating a striking visual difference. Moments later, Su Yuntao's expression turned somewhat disappointed. "You possess no spirit power. You cannot become a spirit master. Please step aside." The same scene unfolded repeatedly as 5 more children awakened their martial souls. Each manifesting implements such as hoes and sickles, none bore a beast martial soul. Furthermore, their soul power was deemed non-existent by Su Yuntao. When it came time for the 7th child, the last one before Tang San, Su Yuntao appeared somewhat fatigued from his prolonged exertion of soul power. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his determination to guide all 8 children through the awakening process. Golden specks of light converged, and this time, a transformation occurred, instead of agricultural tools. A delicate, pale blue sprout emerged in the palm of the girl, gently swaying. Tang San faintly sensed that he had encountered this blue grass before. Soon, he recalled that this grass was known as blue silver grass, ubiquitous in the village, much like the verdant grass of his original world. It possessed a resilient vitality but offered no other benefits. The girl's faint golden light enveloping her had obscured his immediate recognition, although it was not a farming tool. The disappointment in Su Yuntao's eyes was unmistakable. It was a useless martial soul, lacking offensive power, defensive capabilities, or supportive abilities. Blue silvergrass epitomized the standard form of a discarded martial soul. As he spoke, he followed protocol and presented the blue crystal ball to the girl. And as he had anticipated, no soul power manifested. Finally, it was Tang San's turn. Without needing Su Yuntao's prompting, he stepped forward to stand within the circle of 6 black stones. As Su Yuntao infused his soul power, the soft golden radiance ignited once more. Warmth enveloped him, as if he were cocooned in a comforting realm, an indescribable sense of ease washing over him. No wonder the earlier children had calmed the moment they were enveloped in this golden light. The comforting energy permeated his being, and Tang San distinctly felt a subtle fluctuation in his Xian skill's internal force. Following this, he sensed something within him shattering, and in an instant, the warm energy surged toward his palms. Su Yuntao's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, for within the golden light, the number of golden specks appearing was even greater than the combined total of all the previous children. He vaguely sensed that a remarkably powerful martial soul was about to emerge, his enthusiasm palpable. For those like them, responsible for the awakening of ordinary people's martial souls at the Spirit Hall, awakening a child of extraordinary potential and bringing them into the Spirit Hall would yield considerable accolades, greatly benefiting their prospects for promotion. However, Su Yuntao's excitement was soon met with disillusionment. Tang San instinctively raised his right hand, and he beheld a hue of blue. This particular shade of blue had manifested for the 2nd time today within the village's Spirit Hall. It was the blue silvergrass, identical to that which had belonged to the girl before, a standard representation of a worthless martial spirit. Su Yuntao, with a sense of resignation, remarked, "Another worthless martial spirit. It seems that this time, Holy Soul Village has wasted its time in vain. Very well, children, You may take your leave. The earlier appearance of numerous golden light points had initially filled him with hope, but in the end, it had culminated in mere blue-silver grass, leaving him with a sense of disappointment. Uncle, you have yet to conduct my spirit power test, Tang San said, noticing that Su Yuntao was about to put away the blue crystal ball. Without turning back, Su Yuntao replied, "There is no need for a test. I have never seen anyone with spirit power possessing the blue-silver grass. Please, let me try, Uncle," Tang San insisted. The warmth brought forth by the golden light coursed through him, granting him a peculiar sensation, as if the door that had been opened signaled subtle changes in his Xiantian skill. He was also eager to discover how his internal energy differed from the martial spirits of this world. Su Yuntao paused for a moment, then turned to meet Tang San's calm yet resolute gaze. He mused internally that this child seemed somewhat exceptional. Very well. Testing the spirit power will not consume too much time. As he spoke, he extended the blue crystal ball towards Tang San. Following the method previously taught by Su Yuntao, Tang San controlled the retraction of his blue-silver grass back into his body. He found it to be quite manageable. As long as he directed his energy akin to how he controlled his Xiantian skill, he could accomplish this. Simultaneously, he discerned that the emergence of the blue-silver grass coincided with the flow of his Xiantian skill, as if the delicate blue blades were formed from his very essence. As soon as his palm made contact with the blue crystal ball, Tang San's body trembled violently. To his astonishment, the seemingly beautiful blue crystal ball possessed an immense suction force, as if his internal energy had discovered an outlet and surged forth uncontrollably. He attempted to free himself, yet the overpowering pull was inescapable. Su Yuntao, equally astonished, had anticipated this to be merely a formality for the final spirit power test in Holy Soul Village. Suddenly, the blue crystal ball began to glow, its brilliant blue light expanding from a mere point to a dazzling radiance, transforming the crystal into a sparkling gem. The faint azure halo emanated forth, indescribably captivating. According to traditional testing methods, even the slightest indication of response from the crystal ball, no matter how faint, would signify the presence of spirit power in the subject. Yet, the resplendent glow now emanating from the blue crystal ball could only imply one thing. My heavens! It is actually innate full spirit power. A surge of green light radiated once more from Su Yuntao, causing the crystal ball to eject Tang San's palm. At that moment, his gaze upon the boy transformed entirely, as if he were observing a marvel. Tang San soon realized that his situation differed from that of the other children undergoing the test, and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Uncle, what is innate full soul power?" Su Yuntao stared at him in a daze and instinctively explained, "When an individual awakens their martial soul, not only does the form of the martial soul determine its strength, but the amount of soul power is also of utmost importance. Most individuals possess no soul power at the time of their martial soul awakening. Much like the children we saw earlier, they are destined to never become soul masters. However, as long as some soul power manifests, even in the slightest, one can cultivate through meditation. During the martial soul awakening, the quantity of soul power is crucial. It determines the starting point of a soul master's cultivation. The higher the innate soul power, the faster the subsequent cultivation progress, and naturally, those who begin at a higher level will surpass others. The term innate full soul power refers to the maximum soul power one can achieve at the time of martial soul awakening. Maximum soul power? Tang San gazed at Su Yuntao, his mind racing. He was uncertain about the state of his own soul power. Yet he was certain that the blue crystal ball used for testing absorbed the inner strength of his Xiantian skill. Could it be that his inner strength had transformed into soul power in this world? Perhaps due to the impact of Tang San's innate full soul power, Su Yuntao, with persistent enthusiasm, elaborated further. Our martial soul levels are categorized such that every 10 levels corresponds to a title. Upon awakening one's martial soul, one is automatically recognized as a soul master, albeit at the first level. The classification of levels is based on the strength of the martial soul. The so-called innate full soul power signifies that after awakening, the soul power can reach the highest innate level of 10. I have never encountered someone with innate full soul power. When I awakened, I was merely at the second level of soul power. At this moment, Tang San had regained his composure. Having finally encountered a genuine soul master, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. He hurriedly inquired about his lingering doubts. Is it true that innate soul power can only reach level 10? Is it impossible to attain a higher level? Su Yuntao, his entire being enveloped in a serene azure light, retracted his martial spirit. Certainly not, he replied. The enhancement of a soul master's prowess is no trivial matter. Each transition to a new title requires not only the soul power to reach the pinnacle of the preceding title, but also the acquisition of a soul ring. Without a soul ring, No matter how diligently you train, advancing to the next title remains unattainable. For instance, in your current state, having already achieved full innate soul power, any further enhancement of your soul power cannot be accomplished merely through meditation. You must first obtain a soul ring, and only after ascending to the next tier can you continue your cultivation. Tang San suddenly realized, the soul ring, is it the halo you just had around you? You are at the 26th level, thus possessing 2 soul rings. Su Yuntao nodded and replied, precisely so. Your situation is quite exceptional. Possessing innate full soul power is a rare talent indeed. Alas, it is truly a pity. You happen to have a useless martial soul. Even if your martial soul were merely an agricultural tool, it would still surpass the useless blue-silver grass by far. He did not continue. But Tang San vaguely understood his implication. At that moment, it felt as though a veil that shrouded his heart was being lifted. Tang San has always been a contemplative individual, both in his previous life and in this one. According to Su Yutao, if soul power is indeed interconnected with one's internal energy, then the internal energy cultivated upon arriving in this world transforms into soul power. The reason his Xiantian skill cannot advance to the second realm is attributed to the so-called soul rings. In other words, in order to achieve further progress, he must acquire soul rings just like a soul master. But what exactly are soul rings? Tang San was eager to continue his inquiries. But Su Yuntao had already picked up his bundle and was heading outside. As the door swung open, old Jack greeted Su Yuntao with a tense expression. Master, how is it? Is there any possibility this year for the children in our village to become soul masters? Su Yuntao glanced at him, sighed, and replied. There is indeed one, but it is regrettable. A look of uncertainty flickered in Jack's eyes as he tentatively asked, Master, who might that be? Su Yuntao responded. Among this year's 8 children, only one possesses soul power, and he has innate full soul power. Unfortunately, his martial soul is blue-silver grass. Do you understand? Blue-silver grass. Innate full soul power. Good heavens! Jack's expression was one of disappointment, even more pronounced than Su Yuntao's. Having served as village chief for many years, he understood the significance of innate full soul power. Yet, to have such potential manifest in blue-silver grass was indeed disheartening. Master, is there truly no way for one to cultivate with blue-silver grass? Jack inquired, furrowing his brow. Su Yuntao could sense old Jack's emotions, and, rather than maintaining his earlier pride, patted Jack on the shoulder. It's not entirely impossible to cultivate. However, what do you think blue-silver grass will evolve into as one's martial soul improves? A wasted martial soul will ultimately remain just that. Even if one becomes a soul master, they would likely be a useless soul master. It truly is a pity about the innate full soul power. Well, I must be on my way. I still have to visit the next village. In the end, Su Yuntao departed before Tang San could pose further questions. Left without Su Yuntao, Tang San hurried to old Jack and asked the most pressing question on his mind. Grandpa Jack, what is a soul ring? How can one obtain a soul ring? Old Jack seemed still lost in thought about Su Yuntao's words and instinctively replied, I'm not entirely sure what a soul ring is, but to obtain one, it seems one must hunt soul beasts. That is a perilous endeavor. Only soul masters dare to undertake. Chapter 3. Twin Martial Souls, Part 1. Oh, soul ring, soul beast. These unfamiliar terms echoed in Tang San's mind. Although he could not be certain of his assumptions, the bottleneck in his Xiantian skill indicated that the soul ring was clearly a potential breakthrough. At that moment, Jack regained his focus, looking down at Tang San with astonishment. Little San, you can't possibly be the one master mentioned, the boy with innate full soul power and the martial soul of blue-silver grass, can you? Tang San nodded slightly and replied, It is I. Old Jack squatted down, gazing intently at Tang San. Little San, I did not expect your talent to be so remarkable. Alas, you have such a father who did not bestow upon you a noble martial soul heritage. Otherwise, you might have truly become the second soul sage in our village. Tell your grandfather, are you willing to attend a specialized academy to learn the methods of soul master cultivation? Only there can you acquire the most accurate knowledge regarding martial souls. At this moment, Tang San had developed a profound interest in the martial soul, particularly as it related to his own mysterious heavenly skill. However, he still refrained from providing a definitive answer. Grandpa Jack, I must consult my father on this matter. Realizing the significance of the situation, Jack acknowledged that, despite the child's maturity, he remained but a child, and it was essential to seek Tang Hao's opinion. A flicker of determination shone in his eyes. although he was exceedingly reluctant to confront that disheveled man. The prospect of nurturing another soul master for the village outweighed his reservations. "Come, little San, let me escort you home." Old Jack first sent the other children away to their parents before leading Tang San back to the blacksmith shop. In the morning, it was Tang Hao's customary time for rest, and the blacksmith shop was enveloped in silence. Tang Hao, Tang Hao. Old Jack paid no heed to whether Tang Hao was asleep. He harbored a deep aversion towards the untidy blacksmith. Were it not for the remarkably low prices of the farming tools he forged, Jack would have long desired to expel him from the village. As he called out Tang Hao's name, Jack's gaze swept around, intending to find a chair to sit upon, but upon surveying the dilapidated items scattered about, he lacked the courage to drag one over. At his age, he wished to avoid any risk of injury. Who was making such a ruckus? Tang Hao's voice, tinged with annoyance, emerged as he parted the door curtain and stepped out. His eyes first landed upon his son before shifting to Jack. "Old Jack, what brings you here?" Jack retorted, "Today marks the day of your son's martial soul awakening. Do you not realize how crucial this is? Others have both parents accompanying them, yet here you are." As usual, Tang Hao seemed to disregard Jack's sarcasm entirely, his gaze once again shifting to his son. "Xiao-san, have you awakened your martial soul?" "What is it?" Tang San said, "Father, it is blue silvergrass." Blue silvergrass? For reasons unknown, Tang Hao, who typically exhibited little interest in external matters, trembled slightly upon hearing those three words, and a flicker of a unique brilliance appeared in his eyes. Only Tang San noticed the subtle shifts in Tang Hao's expression. Old Jack, of course, paid no heed to the demeanor of a scruffy blacksmith. He stated directly, "Though it is blue silvergrass, little San possesses innate full soul power." "Tang Hao, I have made my decision. This year's quota for a student from the village shall be granted to little San, allowing him to study at the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. The travel expenses will be covered by the village." Blue silvergrass, Tang Hao murmured, deep in thought, before suddenly lifting his head, his eyes shining with a determination that Tang San had never witnessed before. He declared in a firm voice, "No." "What did you say?" "I must have misheard," Jack exclaimed, digging into his ear, astonished as he gazed at Tang Hao. "You should understand how precious this opportunity is. Even though our Holy Soul Village has produced a soul sage in the past, there is only one quota per year. Other villages often share a single quota among 2 or 3 of them. Do you comprehend? This is a remarkable chance. Perhaps, in the future, little San could become a person of great stature." Tang Hao cast a cold glance at Jack, pondering the utility of superiority. All he knew was that if Jack departed, he would be left without anyone to prepare his meals. "Blue silvergrass, what do you believe this martial soul can cultivate into?" "It is merely a useless martial soul." Old Jack retorted angrily, "Yet he possesses innate full soul power. As long as he can acquire a single soul ring, even one of the lowest quality, he could instantly become a soul master. Do you understand what a soul master is?" "Our village has not seen a soul master emerge in many years." Tang Hao replied calmly, "This is your true intention, isn't it? When I say it is impossible, it is indeed impossible. You may leave now." Jack's fury had reached its peak within him. Tang Hao appeared languid as ever, asserting that there was no need for such volume. He was not deaf. "I have already stated that you may leave." "Grandpa Jack, please do not be angry. I have decided not to pursue the abilities of a soul master any longer. Father is right. Blue silvergrass is merely a worthless martial spirit. I appreciate your kindness." Despite his profound disdain for Tang Hao, Jack held a deep affection for the considerate Tang San. His pent-up fury gradually subsided, and with a long sigh, he remarked, "Good boy, Grandpa is not angry." With that, he turned and began to walk away. Tang San hurriedly saw him off. While his father might choose to remain indifferent, Jack, being the village chief and having always treated him well, would not neglect the formalities. Jack paused at the entrance of the blacksmith shop, turned to face Tang Hao, and spoke earnestly. "Tang Hao, your life may come to a close like this, but little San is still young. Do you not think it imperative to provide him with a means of livelihood? Do not hinder him from becoming a soul master, at the very least. He shall not face the same destitution as you. Should you reconsider, feel free to seek me out." There are still 3 months until the enrollment period for this year's Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Chapter 3, Twin Martial Spirits, Part 2. Tang San bid farewell to old Jack, feeling a tinge of melancholy within. For the soul ring mentioned by Su Yintao might indeed pertain to his breakthrough in the Xiantian skill. However, he chose not to reveal his emotions, believing that opportunities would still abound. As he slowly made his way back to the blacksmith shop, he was surprised to find his father, Tang Hao, not retreating to his room for further slumber, but rather seated on a chair, eyes closed in contemplation. Father, perhaps you should return to your room for a bit more rest. I shall prepare lunch. Tang Hao, with his eyes still closed, spoke softly. Do you not also feel a sense of disappointment? Do you not yearn to become a soul master? Tang San was momentarily taken aback. It's all right, father. Becoming a blacksmith is also a fine choice. It can sustain us just the same. Did you not promise to teach me how to forge agricultural tools? Tang Hao slowly opened his eyes, and within them, Tang San beheld a surge of exhilaration. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Hao's right fist had clenched tightly. A trace of an exceedingly frigid aura manifesting upon his aged visage. A soul master? What purpose does a soul master serve? Even if it were merely a useless martial soul, what could the mightiest martial soul or the most powerful soul master accomplish? Ultimately, they remain nothing but a waste. Tang Hao was visibly agitated, his body trembling with intensity. In a fleeting moment, Tang San discerned a glimmer of something crystalline in his father's eyes. Rushing forward, Tang San grasped Tang Hao's clenched fist and implored, Father, please do not be angry. I shall refrain from becoming a soul master and will remain by your side. Cooking for you. Taking a deep breath, Tang Hao's fervor waned as swiftly as it had arisen, and he calmly replied, Release your martial soul for me to see. Very well, Tang San nodded, lifting his right hand. The mysterious energy of the Xiantian skill stirred within him, merging with a unique warmth he sensed in his consciousness. A soft blue radiance materialized in the palm of his hand, and in an instant, a delicate azure sprout emerged. Gazing intently at the blue silver grass in Tang San's hand, Tang Hao fell into a trance, only gradually regaining his composure. His eyes flickered with uncertainty, and he murmured softly, Blue silver grass. Indeed, it is blue silver grass. Just like hers. Suddenly, Tang Hao sprang to his feet and turned abruptly towards the inner chamber. His sudden movement nearly causing Tang San to stumble. The blue silver grass martial soul in Tang San's hand dissipated on its own. Father. Tang Hao waved his hand impatiently, signaling for silence. With that, he lifted the door curtain and entered the inner chamber. However, I possess another martial soul. Tang San expressed his uniqueness following today's martial soul awakening. This was a question he refrained from posing to Su Yuntao and Jack, as they were merely outsiders. The general principles of the Xiantian treasure record of the Tang sect. First article, never allow individuals whom you cannot fully trust to be aware of the extent of your true abilities. Tang San had long since mastered the Xiantian treasure record and was resolutely committed to adhering to its fundamental principles. Suddenly, the door curtain was swept aside, and Tang Hao re-emerged into the outer chamber, his face now a canvas of astonishment. It was evident that his eyes were bloodshot, as if he had recently shed tears. Tang San remained silent, gradually lifting his left hand in a manner akin to how he had previously raised his right. This time, however, it was not the azure light that emanated from him. Instead, a faint black glow surged forth from his palm, coalescing into a remarkable object resting within his grasp. It was a hammer, entirely enveloped in darkness. The handle measured approximately half a foot in length, while the cylindrical head resembled a diminutive version of a casting hammer. Yet, upon its obsidian surface, there danced a peculiar luminescence, with delicate patterns spiraling around the cylindrical head. For reasons unknown, the moment this hammer manifested in Tang San's hand, a palpable heaviness enveloped the room, as if the very air had grown oppressive. It seemed as though Tang San could scarcely bear the weight of this diminutive tool. His arm gradually succumbing to its burden, his complexion had begun to pale. Unlike the blue silver grass, which required minimal consumption of his internal energy, this black hammer absorbed nearly all of Tang San's power upon its emergence. He could barely manage to maintain his grip on the handle, although the hammer appeared small. Its actual weight far surpassed that of a casting hammer. In an instant, Tang Hao leaped to Tang San's side. Seizing the young man's hand that clutched the hammer and drawing it towards him, Tang Hao's grip was robust, alleviating the immense strain that had weighed upon Tang San's arm. As Tang Hao clasped his hand, a warm sensation coursed through Tang San, a feeling of bloodline connection that brought him immense comfort. Father, is something amiss? He inquired, gazing at the ebony hammer. The earlier spark of excitement that had vanished now rekindled in Tang Hao's eyes, for it was the manifestation of dual martial souls. My son. My son. Suddenly, Tang Hao opened his powerful arms wide, enveloping Tang San in a tight embrace. Tang Hao's chest was broad, perhaps a consequence of his long-standing profession as a blacksmith, although he appeared somewhat languid on the surface. The muscles upon his frame had not diminished with the passage of time. His embrace radiated warmth, a sense of security emanating from paternal love that was irreplaceable by anything else. Father. Tang San found himself momentarily taken aback, for in his recollection, This seemed to be the first instance of such an embrace from Tang Hao. The small hammer in his grasp felt increasingly weighty. Despite Tang San's fondness for the warmth of paternal affection, he was apprehensive about inadvertently dropping the hammer and striking his father. "Father, I cannot hold on much longer," Tang San could not help but utter. Tang Hao released his arms and withdrew. As the dark radiance dissipated, the weight vanished, leaving Tang San perplexed. The hammer, undeniably an amalgamation of his Xiantian skill intertwined with a peculiar force from within, seemed inexplicably beyond his grasp. Even more astonishing was the revelation that summoning the diminutive hammer had drained a staggering 70 to 80% of his internal energy. Chapter 3, Twin Martial Spirits, Part 3. Tang San had never seen such a vivid expression on his father's face before. A myriad of complex emotions continuously flickered across Tang Hao's features. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he slowly uttered a profound statement. "Remember, in your future, you must always safeguard your right hand's grasp with the hammer of your left hand. Forever." Tang San nodded in confusion. Tang Hao stood up and returned to the inner room without looking back. As he prepared lunch, Tang San pondered the martial soul world he had encountered that day. The existence of twin martial souls seemed to be exceedingly rare in this realm. Otherwise, his father would not have been so astonished. It appeared that his hammer martial soul had struck a deep chord within him. More importantly, however, was the connection between the martial soul and the Xiantian skill. If that soul ring were indeed the key to overcoming the limitations of his Xiantian skill, then he must find a way to acquire a soul ring to test this theory. During lunch, Tang Hao appeared unusually silent. Even his appetite seemed considerably diminished, with his gaze occasionally drifting towards Tang San, as if he were hesitating over something. After finishing the meal, Tang San instinctively began to clear the dishes, but was halted by Tang Hao. "Wait a moment," he said. "Little San, tell me, do you wish to become a soul master?" Tang San was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at Tang Hao. Reluctant to deceive his father, he hesitated for a moment before eventually nodding in agreement. Tang Hao sighed, his visage appearing somewhat more aged, as he remarked, "You ultimately must choose to embark upon this path." With that solitary utterance, he retreated to his chamber once more. Tang San noticed that in Tang Hao's expressions of reflection, there was a tinge of disappointment, yet predominantly a sense of relief. He understood that within the depths of his father's heart lay a multitude of concealed matters. After tidying up the dishes, Tang San returned to his chamber to resume his endeavors. The rhythmic clanging of the hammer against the iron echoed in the air. Although uncertain of when he would be able to forge the raw iron into the size of a fist as per Tang Hao's specifications, this method of casting substantially enhanced his mastery of the Xiantian skill, while also proving beneficial for his physical conditioning. Tang San had begun to experiment with wielding the hammer using as little internal power from the Xiantian skill as possible, allowing him to sustain each series of strikes for a more extended period. As the afternoon progressed, and he had struck the iron over 300 times, feeling as though he had eliminated some impurities from the raw material, the curtain at the door was lifted, and Tang Hao entered. It appeared that he had not been engaged in crafting farming tools that afternoon, as Tang San had not heard the familiar sounds of hammering. "Father," Tang San said, glancing at his father, his hand instinctively halting the motion of the hammer. Tang Hao made a gesture encouraging him to continue, then stepped aside and stood silently, merely observing him. Tang San continued to swing the hammer, his garments thoroughly drenched in sweat. With his current internal strength, he was still insufficiently acclimated to the temperature. And moreover, this was undeniably a labor-intensive task. The rhythmic sounds of striking echoed continuously. The disparity between Tang San's diminutive frame and the iron hammer he wielded was stark. Yet with each vigorous swing, the hammer cut through the air with formidable force. Tang Hao contemplated inwardly, recognizing that with innate divine strength coupled with a fully awakened soul power, it was no surprise that he could wield a heavy hammer at such a tender age. Perhaps old Jack was indeed correct. He should not allow his own despondency to hinder the development of this child. The path ahead shall be one that he must tread on his own. Observing Tang San, who was drenched in sweat, Tang Hao finally made up his mind. "Hold on a moment," he said. Tang San set down the iron hammer in his hand, breathing lightly, and discreetly activated the Xiantian skill within him to restore his physical strength. Tang Hao approached Tang San, took the iron hammer from his hand, and gazed at the glowing red iron block in the forge. "With strikes like yours, even a year would not suffice to transform it into the size of a fist." Tang San lifted his head to gaze at his towering father, pondering what course of action he should take. Tang Hao replied coldly, "Tell me, when you wield the forging hammer to strike it, which part of your body exerts force first?" Tang San pondered for a moment and replied, "It should be the waist. By engaging the waist to drive the back, one can then propel the arms to swing the forging hammer." Tang Hao neither affirmed nor denied Tang San's statement, but continued to inquire, aside from the brain, what is the most vital part of the human body? Without hesitation, Tang San responded, it is the heart. Both the heart and the brain are equally capable of causing instant death, yet the brain is shielded by the skull, while the heart is merely encased in skin and muscle. As a disciple of the Tang sect, he possessed a profound understanding of human anatomy. Piercing an enemy's heart with a concealed weapon is the most effective and straightforward method of delivering a fatal blow. Tang Hao paused for a moment before asking, then tell me, how many hearts does a person possess? Tang San gazed at him in astonishment, somewhat perplexed. Is it necessary to mention how many hearts a person has? Answer me, Tang Hao said, his cold stare and imposing presence leaving Tang San somewhat breathless. 1. Tang Hao shook his head and said, no, you're mistaken. Remember, a person's heart is comprised of 3, not just 1. 3? Tang San stared in astonishment at Tang Hao, unable to comprehend the meaning behind his words. Tang Hao inverted the forging hammer in his hand and gently tapped Tang San's calves with the handle. Here. The muscles in a person's calves serve as the second and third hearts. To fully unleash one's potential, it is essential that all 3 hearts operate in unison. Thus, the source of power does not originate from the waist. Instead, the 3 hearts serve as the true starting point. When the heart within your chest pulsates vigorously, initiate the force from your calves, allowing the energy to ascend through your thighs, pass through your waist and back, and finally be released through your arms. This constitutes a true display of strength. The heart generates power, with the waist acting as the axis. Observing. Chapter 3, Twin Spirits, Part 4. Tang Hao slightly lifted the forging hammer in his hand, causing Tang San to retreat a few steps. Simultaneously, the hammer was deftly repositioned as he let out a low growl, his body half-turned, his feet anchored firmly to the ground. The exposed calves outside his tattered trousers tensed instantly, resembling a fierce tiger poised to pounce. With a powerful thrust of his legs and a twist of his waist, the forging hammer was brought back with an unseen force, and with a resounding clang, it came crashing down upon the glowing block of wrought iron. Tang San could distinctly perceive that this was merely a process of physical exertion. Tang Hao possessed no internal energy, nor did he unleash any soul power. It was solely the strength of the flesh. The previously glowing red iron block had been crushed to the extent of nearly 1/3 of its original form, its deformation strikingly evident. By harnessing the force from his calves, he unified the entirety of his physical power, embodying sheer strength. The iron hammer in Tang Hao's hand was handed over to Tang San, who prepared for his turn. All right. Tang San had never contemplated that forging could encompass such nuances. This method of exertion was not merely applicable to the craft of forging. It should also find relevance within the martial arts of the Tang sect. Grasping the hammer's handle with both hands, Tang San emulated Tang Hao's earlier stance, his gaze fixed intently upon the glowing iron block. The Xiantian skill gradually circulated, penetrating into his calves, while his feet remained firmly anchored to the ground. Tang San shouted with fervor, channeling the strength of his legs in conjunction with the Xiantian skill. The power surged from his calves, rapidly spreading throughout his body, his waist twisted, propelling his back, shoulders, and ultimately his arms. He distinctly felt an unprecedented surge of might coursing through him, as if his very being were about to be lifted by this overwhelming force. When the hammer struck the iron block with precision, it resonated with a thunderous crash. Tang San's entire body was lifted off the ground due to the powerful swing of the hammer, causing him to stagger forward. As the hammer rebounded, despite the protective technique of the Xianyu hand, his arms were still jolted by the force, leaving them feeling sore and numb. Fortunately, the timely operation of the Xiantian gong gradually alleviated this discomfort. The results were evidently significant. Although Tang San's youth and the influence of the Xiantian gong rendered the impact of this strike less pronounced than that of Tang Hao, it still surpassed the efficacy of his previous blows, equivalent to withstanding dozens of earlier strikes. Observing Tang San's movements, Tang Hao refrained from offering any commentary. Yet a flicker of astonishment in his eyes indicated that Tang San had exceeded his expectations. He had not anticipated that Tang San could master such a technique of exertion in such a brief span of time. Little did he know, Tang San had been diligently practicing the Tang sect's martial arts, possessing a solid foundation in Xiantian gong, along with skills like the control of the crane and seizing the dragon, and the phantom shadow, which significantly enhanced his coordination compared to his peers. His innate understanding was commendable, allowing him to easily grasp the technique of exertion. Nevertheless, as this was his first attempt, his execution remained somewhat unrefined. Father, am I doing it right? Tang Hao nodded slowly. Do you understand the function of the heart? The most utilized muscle in the human body is the calf, which serves as the source of all strength. Mastering the power of the calves will significantly enhance your force. As he spoke, Tang Hao approached the bellows and seated himself beside it. He retrieved an object forged from wrought iron from beneath the bellows, two pedal-like platforms. Tang Hao connected them to the bellows and grasped the handles with both hands. The role of the bellows in the forging process is of paramount importance. The complete combustion of metal allows for superior forging, as it increases the material's toughness. Every piece of metal, regardless of the impurities it contains, possesses a soul. If the temperature is insufficient and excessive force causes it to shatter during forging, even if it is remelted and reforged, it will merely be deemed scrap. Therefore, when you strike the iron block with full force, it is imperative to maintain its temperature. Operating the bellows also requires the exertion of the calves, which not only conserves energy but also maximizes the effectiveness of the bellows. With both feet pressing against the pedal-like platforms, he suddenly exerted force, propelling his entire body backward in a swift motion. His arms naturally drew the handles of the bellows open, while his legs transitioned from straight to bent, returning the handles to their original position. With each rhythmic action, the bellows operated at full capacity. Although Tang Hao's movements appeared unhurried, each exertion maximized the bellows' capabilities. Under the guidance of his calf muscles, his body and the bellows formed a unique rhythm, and flames erupted from the furnace, causing the iron block to glow a fiery red. Now, you take over the bellows, following the movements I just demonstrated. Tang Hao instructed as he relinquished his position to Tang San. With prior experience wielding the hammer and keen observation, Tang San quickly mastered the technique of operating the bellows from Tang Hao's former position. Though still somewhat awkward, with careful attention, he initiated each exertion from his calves. Indeed, as Tang Hao had asserted, not only was the energy conserved significantly, but the effectiveness also improved immeasurably. Tang Hao, wielding Tang San's forging hammer, spoke with a calm demeanor. Striking with full force during the forging process allows one to fully unleash their strength. However, it is imperative to note that each strike generates a significant rebound force, which can impose considerable strain on oneself. Without a proper method to channel this energy, not only is there a risk of personal injury, but a portion of the power may dissipate, failing to exert its effect on the metal. Observe my movements closely. They will be pivotal in determining whether you can forge this piece of wrought iron into the size of a fist within a short span of time. Taking a deep breath, Tang Hao's eyes sharpened with focus. As Tang San worked the bellows, the entire iron block glowed a fiery red, the intense flames rising and rendering the room extraordinarily sweltering. Chapter 3. Twin Martial Souls. V. Tang Hao moved with a fluidity that seemed indistinguishable from his previous actions. His legs propelled his waist steered his back, and his back guided his arms. With a resounding clang, the iron hammer struck the anvil. As the hammer rebounded from the impact, Tang Hao swiftly pivoted, harnessing the power of his calves. The rebounding hammer was deftly swung aloft, cutting through the air with a fierce whoosh, followed by another thunderous crash as it descended upon the iron block once more. This strike not only exhibited remarkable speed but also appeared to possess even greater force than the initial blow. The hammer soared high, and Tang Hao's movements synchronized perfectly with the hammer's ascent, neither too early nor too late, just at the moment the hammer reached its apex. He orchestrated a rotation of his body, guiding the hammer in a circular motion before it plummeted again. Tang San's eyes sparkled with realization. This was undoubtedly a technique of leveraging force, transforming the rebound generated by the collision of the hammer and metal into the power for his subsequent strike. The movements were executed with flawless precision and harmony, maximizing the avoidance of harm from the rebound while converting that very force into a relentless barrage. From the second strike onward, each blow surpassed Tang Hao's full strength, yet remained firmly under his control. Tang Hao's movements grew increasingly swift, the forging hammer striking the iron block with remarkable precision. Under the relentless blows of the hammer, the iron block underwent a stunning transformation. Remarkably, Tang Hao's accuracy was impeccable. Whenever the iron block reached a thickness of half its original size and began to flatten, he would deftly strike the edges, causing it to flip. This technique ensured that the iron block evenly absorbed the force of his blows, rather than merely being pounded into a disc. In the blink of an eye, 36 strikes had been executed. With both hands, Tang Hao propelled the forging hammer to spin 3 times in the air before dissipating its power, standing poised and composed, as if the exertion had not been his doing at all. The iron block had visibly shrunk in size, with impurities now scarcely discernible to the naked eye. This was the true artistry of a blacksmith, a splendid display of hammering technique. Do you understand? Tang Hao gazed at Tang San, who was tirelessly working the bellows. Tang San pondered for a moment and remarked, I comprehend the principle of leveraging strength, yet it appears to be far from straightforward. Tang Hao spoke calmly, stating that to achieve his level of proficiency, one must rely on practice to hone their skills. He emphasized that when striking a piece of ordinary metal, it is most susceptible to fracture when it is at its most impure state. During this time, one should exert less force, as the impurities diminish. One may gradually increase their strength to maintain the effectiveness of the blows. The control of force is paramount, he advised. He urged Tang San to practice diligently, warning against blindly increasing power and speed, as precision is equally vital. It is essential to be aware of where each strike lands, for sheer force without accuracy is futile. As the forging hammer returned to Tang San's hands, Tang Hao turned to leave. His father had indeed kept his word, imparting the art of forging to him. From his father's teachings, it was clear that every trade possesses its own mysteries and complexities. In the subsequent weeks, Tang San devoted himself daily to mastering the forging technique that Tang Hao had taught him, which involved leveraging power through the hammer's swing. Despite having the control of the crane to catch the dragon technique and the purple extreme demon eye to pinpoint his strikes, he found the forging method to be more challenging than he had anticipated. Since it required a full-force strike, controlling the applied strength was inherently difficult. Additionally, maintaining balance while harnessing the rebound force and aiming accurately was a formidable task. With each additional strike, the required control increased. And the continuous rotation of his body not only caused dizziness, but also made it increasingly challenging to regulate the force of each blow. Fortunately, the iron ore he had been hammering for an extended period had accumulated few impurities, making it less prone to breaking. Otherwise, it would have shattered under his unsteady strikes. During this practice, Tang San's understanding of the Xiantian skill, the crane to catch the dragon technique, and the coordination of the Xian Jade hand with the purple extreme demon eye subtly improved. From only managing to swing the hammer twice on the first day and veering off target, he progressed to executing 7 consecutive strikes with precision by the end of the 2 weeks, a clear testament to his advancement. Simultaneously, the iron block diminished in size with each of his vigorous strikes, yielding tangible results daily. This was also closely tied to his method of utilizing his calves for power, significantly conserving the energy expenditure of the Xiantian skill and allowing him more time to operate the bellows and forge. While his father had effortlessly struck 36 times, Tang San could only manage 7. The thought of reaching his father's level fueled his motivation. These days, he seemed to have forgotten about his martial soul and spirit rings, even contemplating the proper hammer technique during his morning training sessions atop the mountain. 3 months swiftly passed. When Tang San could sustain 13 consecutive strikes, Tang Hao began teaching him the art of crafting tools. His teaching approach was straightforward. He would demonstrate first, and then allow Tang San to attempt it himself. As long as Tang San showed an understanding, Tang Hao would step back and let him practice, providing minimal guidance and only offering a few words at critical moments. Consequently, every time Tang Hao provided insight, Tang San remembered it with great clarity. Chapter 4. The first hidden weapon of Tang San in a different world. One morning, Tang San returned from the mountain, feeling refreshed and ready to prepare breakfast. During this period, his daily use of the purple extreme demon eye and his continuous training had significantly enhanced its efficacy. He could now discern the minute movements of mosquitoes flapping their wings from a distance of 10 meters. Had it not been for the bottleneck in his Xiantian skill, he believed his progress in other aspects would have been even greater. Transforming a square piece of raw iron measuring 50 centimeters into the size of a fist had seemed impossible just half a month ago, yet Tang San had accomplished it. With Tang Hao's technique of leveraging strength, he could now execute 24 precise strikes, each controlled in power. Although his father had never praised him, the satisfaction that occasionally flickered in Tang Hao's eyes indicated to Tang San that he had made some progress in his hammering technique. But further improvement would still require relentless practice. As he approached his home, he gently touched his wrist, a smile of contentment gracing his face. On his wrist rested his very first creation since arriving in this world, an achievement he had completed entirely by himself. It was a sleeve arrow, a straightforward yet ingenious concealed weapon in the Tang sect. The key to its creation lay in the mechanism's strength and the intricacy of its design. The sleeve arrow he crafted even included a safety mechanism, ensuring no accidental harm could occur. A typical set of sleeve arrows consists of 3 arrows and a sleeve casing, and his creation was no exception. The materials for this sleeve arrow were derived from the raw iron he had spent nearly 100 days forging. Upon completing the task assigned by Tang Hao, transforming the raw iron into a fist-sized piece, He was astonished to discover that the once impure iron had transformed into pure iron, a true marvel. In his previous life, not even the finest blacksmith of the Tang sect would have known how to convert ordinary raw iron into pure iron, yet in this world, it had become a reality. The sleeve arrow he now wore was crafted from that very pure iron, and completing its construction, including the 3 4-inch arrows, consumed the entirety of his pure iron supply. In terms of forging, Tang San was still far inferior to Tang Hao. However, when it came to crafting ingenious concealed weapons, not even Tang Hao could rival him. And perhaps no one on the entire Douluo Continent could surpass this talented disciple of the Tang sect. Ordinary sleeve arrows typically have an effective range of around 15 meters, while Tang San's creation could maintain an effective attack distance exceeding 30 meters. The term effective attack distance refers to the straight-line distance after the sleeve arrow is launched, indicating the range at which it retains its lethality. Although Tang San possesses only 3 sleeve arrows, their craftsmanship is remarkably exquisite. Each arrow is adorned with 3 blood grooves, and had it not been for their limited quantity, he might have considered equipping them with barbed tips. The diminutive 4-pronged tail fins ensure that the arrows fly with utmost stability. The conical arrowheads feature spiral markings, enhancing their penetrating power upon release. In the realm of concealed weaponry design and fabrication, Tang San relentlessly pursues perfection, even if it pertains to a mere set of ordinary sleeve arrows. Tang San understood that he was still quite young, and he had yet to break through the bottleneck of his Shantian skill. While he would not fear an ordinary person, encountering a soul master like the previous Xianyun Tao, who could wield a martial soul, would render his strength woefully inadequate. However, with the addition of this sleeve arrow, the situation was markedly different. Tang San felt a surge of confidence, armed with it. He believed he could contend with any soul master whose power did not exceed a certain threshold. In the Tangmin Xiantian treasure record, the second principle delineates the essence of concealed weapons. A concealed weapon is defined as a unique armament employed discreetly to vanquish adversaries. Once the enemy is aware of your intention to wield such a weapon, it ceases to be a concealed weapon and is relegated to the status of an overt instrument. Tang San would certainly not allow his hidden weapon to become overt, and Tang Hao had never inquired about what he had done with that piece of iron mother. Thus, this sleeve arrow remained a secret known only to him. Upon entering the house, the enticing aroma of porridge wafted through the air, a familiar ritual he had grown accustomed to over the years. "Father, it's time for dinner." Tang San called towards the inner room. Strangely, today Tang Hao, who would typically emerge at the mere mention of a meal, did not make his appearance. Tang San's heart suddenly tightened. Could it be that his father was ill? He hurriedly dashed into his father's room, taking 3 steps at a time. Tang Hao was not in the room. It seemed that for the first time in recent years, he had not indulged in a late slumber. As Tang San pondered over what Tang Hao might be occupied with, Tang Hao returned. "Little San, where did you go this morning?" Tang Hao inquired nonchalantly. Tang San remarked, "I have gone out to exercise." Each morning, he would venture outside for a run. This could hardly be deemed a falsehood. He indeed went to exercise. Tang Hao did not press further and replied nonchalantly, "You need not practice forging today. Pack your belongings. For tomorrow, old Jack will escort you to Notting City." Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Nottingham? What purpose would he have there? His last visit to Nottingham was nearly a year ago when old Jack had gone into town to purchase some goods and had taken him along to broaden his horizons. Tang Hao cast a glance at him and said, "Do you not wish to learn the abilities of a soul master? Old Jack will take you to the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy to become a working student. There, you shall acquire the knowledge you seek." Upon hearing his father's words, Tang San's heart raced with a sudden intensity, a wave of indescribable excitement washing over him. The inability to break through in the Xiantian skill had long been his greatest source of frustration, and the soul rings of a soul master clearly presented an opportunity. "Father, what has prompted this change of heart?" Tang Hao retorted, "So, will you go or not?" Tang San remarked, "However, if I go, there will be no one to prepare your meals." At that moment, he had come to understand that the reason his father had risen so early today was, in fact, to seek out the village chief, Jack. Chapter 4. The First Hidden Weapon of Tang San in Another World, Part 2. Tang Hao coldly remarked, "Do I still need to take care of you? You may go. This is the path you have chosen for yourself." Each year, the Holy Soul Village offers a single quota, and not utilizing it would be a waste. The forging techniques I have imparted to you will enable you to find an apprenticeship at any blacksmith shop in the city. The tuition and living expenses should suffice. Despite Tang Hao's detached demeanor, Tang San felt his eyes welling with emotion. Over the past few months, although Tang Hao's attitude towards him had remained unchanged, the process of learning forging from this tall, aged man had increasingly evoked a paternal sentiment within him. While he yearned to acquire knowledge about spirit masters, he found himself reluctant to part from his father. Tang Hao remarked, "I have conditions for you to go to Notting. You may proceed only if you agree to my terms." "I agree," Tang San replied without hesitation. Tang Hao furrowed his brows slightly. "Do you so readily acquiesce without even inquiring about my demands? As a man, one must fulfill the promises made. Do not be one who speaks lightly and acts carelessly." Tang San spoke effortlessly. "No matter what my father asks me to do, I will comply. Surely he has my best interests at heart." Tang Hao was momentarily taken aback. Although Tang San spoke with a casual demeanor, it was precisely that natural trust that instigated a subtle change in his emotions. "Regardless of how you cultivate your soul power in the future, I need you to promise me that you will not bestow a single soul ring upon your hammer martial spirit, nor allow anyone to witness its manifestation. Furthermore, do not let others know that you possess dual martial spirits. Can you accomplish this?" Tang San paused for a moment. "What about the blue-silver grass martial soul?" Tang Hao remarked, "You may freely utilize the blue-silver grass martial soul, cultivating and applying any soul rings without issue. The dual martial soul does not necessitate both souls to rely on soul rings for the enhancement of soul power in order to continue their cultivation. As long as one of the martial souls possesses a soul ring, the bottleneck in the increase of soul power will dissipate." Tang San inquired, "So, from now on, shall I solely wield the blue-silver grass martial spirit?" Tang Hao nodded, cautioning that unless faced with life-threatening danger, you should refrain from using that hammer. "Very well. I shall comply," Tang San solemnly affirmed. For him, the cultivation of his martial soul and the choice of soul rings were secondary concerns. His primary focus was to discover a method to break through the bottleneck of the Xiantian art. The hidden weapons of the Tang sect required no assistance from a martial soul. While others may perceive the blue-silver grass as a worthless martial soul, Tang San had never allowed it to dishearten him. The mastery of Tang sect's hidden weapons reached a level where the ability to inflict harm through the fluttering of flowers and the plucking of leaves was not mere rhetoric, but a discernible reality. The blue-silver grass was formed from soul power, or the internal energy of the Xiantian art, and as long as the internal energy was sufficient, it could yield an almost limitless supply of hidden weapons. "Let us dine," Tang Hao announced. Their home, while not entirely destitute, lacked adequate provisions, and Tang San had little to prepare, merely tidying up his patched clothing sufficed. However, that day, he did not heed Tang Hao's instruction to merely tidy up. The sound of forging continued to echo in his room. Understanding that to create various hidden weapons in the future, he must rely solely on himself, he recognized the necessity of diligently practicing the forging techniques imparted by his father, until the mastery of hidden weapon techniques reached its zenith. The quality of the weapons themselves played a decisive role, particularly for superlative hidden weapons like the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, where precision down to the minutest detail was paramount. The day dragged on unusually, marking the first time since arriving in this world that Tang San felt a sense of unease. He held a mixture of anticipation and trepidation towards the outside world. Whether in the Tang sect or in Holy Soul Village, he had never ventured out for practical experience. In this regard, he was indeed akin to a child. He pondered what marvels the outside world might hold for him. After dinner, Tang Hao casually remarked that he was heading out for a drink, seemingly unaffected by the day's events. He instructed Tang San not to disturb him in the morning as he slept. At dawn, Tang San sat upon a large stone atop the mountain, delicately holding a leaf in his hand. His eyes shimmered with a violet hue, perhaps due to his recent physical fortitude. The progress of his purple extreme magic was accelerating. He could discern even the most minute vein on the leaf with clarity. He realized that his purple extreme magic had begun to approach the realm of meticulousness. Unlike the 9 tiers of the Xiantian art, the purple extreme magic comprised only 4 levels: observation, meticulousness, seed, and vastness. The threshold for inner disciples of the Tang sect was to attain the meticulousness level, which sufficed for the use of hidden weapons. Having commenced his training at an early age and benefiting from the residual innate energy present at his birth, he had developed a sense of meticulousness by merely 6 years of age. However, he was aware that nearly all inner disciples of the Tang sect could reach the meticulousness level, yet none, including the sect leader Tang Da, had ascended to the next realm of the purple extreme magic Upon reaching meticulousness, the cultivation speed of the purple extreme magic would slow considerably, and the daily absorption of Eastern Violet Chi could not merely be attributed to sheer will. Consequently, it was rare for disciples to continue their training after attaining meticulousness. Legend had it that a former elder of the Tang sect had reached the seed realm. Yet he achieved no remarkable accomplishments beyond perceiving with greater clarity than those at the meticulousness level, having cultivated the purple extreme magic eye for over 30 years. Channeling his internal energy from the Xiantian art, Tang San infused it into the leaf. The once supple leaf straightened under the influence of his internal energy. With a flick of his right hand's index and middle fingers, the leaf spun forth, slicing through the air as it flew away. The fourth chapter. The first hidden weapon of Tang San in another world, 3, chronicles how the leaf traveled only a meter before losing its rotational momentum. Having softened and no longer possessing the strength it had while in Tang San's grasp, my power remains insufficient, he lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Rising to his feet, he realized it was time to return. Today marked his departure from the village, and he was uncertain when he would next revisit this mountaintop. With a gentle push off the ground, he employed the ghost shadow misty steps to descend the mountain. The familiar aroma of porridge wafted through the air, and as this would be the last meal he prepared for his father before leaving, Tang San was determined to be diligent. He glanced at the fire beneath the pot, adding a bit more water to the porridge so that when his father awoke, he could enjoy a warm meal. Old Jack had already arrived. Perhaps due to his impending journey to Nodding City, he had donned a new set of clothing, appearing sprightly. Xiao San, let us go. Your slothful father will not awaken. Jack beckoned to Tang San. Tang San gestured for silence towards Jack, whispering, Grandfather, please lower your voice. Father detests being disturbed during his slumber. As he spoke, he retrieved a charred piece of wood from the hearth and inscribed a few lines upon the ground. He then turned back, casting a lingering glance at his father's door before shouldering his bundle and stealthily departing with Jack. In terms of written language, Tang San possessed limited knowledge, gleaned from the occasional glimpses during the village's private school lessons. Nonetheless, having the foundation from his previous life, he had acquired a grasp of some basic characters. As the curtain lifted, a towering figure emerged from within. Tang Hao exhibited no trace of drowsiness in his eyes. As he reached the threshold, he could faintly discern the frail forms of old Jack and Tang San. Tang Hao remained motionless until the figures of Tang San and the village chief, Jack, had completely faded from view. He stood there for a while, as if lost in thought. Suddenly recalling something, Tang Hao turned and walked back to the blacksmith shop, gazing down at the words Tang San had left for him. The message was simple yet poignant. Father, I have left with Grandpa Jack. Please take care of yourself and drink less. The porridge is in the pot. Do not forget to eat. His eyes shifted from the words on the ground to the iron pot nearby. In a sudden burst of urgency, Tang Hao rushed over, swept the lid off the pot, and lifted it with both hands. Since Tang San had just added water, the porridge had yet to reach a boil. But Tang Hao disregarded this as he poured it into his mouth, swallowing it in large gulps. Unbeknownst to him, a veil of mist had formed in his eyes. As they walked, Tang San quietly followed old Jack, occasionally glancing back towards the village. Little San, are you reluctant to leave the village, or is it your drunken father that weighs on your heart? Jack asked, affectionately ruffling Tang San's hair. Perhaps a bit of both. Tang San replied softly. Jack smiled gently and remarked, compared to my inept grandsons, you are far more mature. How fortunate it would be if you were my grandson. That drunken fool, Tang Hao, is truly lucky. Do not dwell too much on it. The world beyond is vast. Once you arrive at the academy, you will meet many friends and acquire a wealth of knowledge. When you earn the title of Soul Master, the state will provide you with a monthly stipend, and your family's circumstances will surely improve. Tang San, having lived 2 lives, gradually regained his composure while listening to Jack's words, his heart brimming with an insatiable longing for the outside world. He inquired, Grandfather Jack, could you tell me about the academy? What kind of place is it? Jack smiled gently and replied, the academy, of course, is a place of learning. Although I have never attended one myself, I have a fair understanding. Each year, our village has a quota for a work-study student, but it has been many years since anyone has gone to study. The benefits for work-study students are quite generous. They are exempt from tuition and accommodation fees, only needing to cover their own meals. You can earn food by performing simple tasks at the academy, such as cleaning classrooms. Overall, the experience for a work-study student is nearly equivalent to free education. However, for those of us who are impoverished, paying for education is simply beyond our means. Tang San remarked, Father instructed me to seek employment at a blacksmith shop upon my arrival at the academy. You? Work at a blacksmith shop? What absurdity! I truly believe Tang how had lost his senses. Old Jack retorted with irritation, you are barely of age, hardly taller than a forging hammer. Which blacksmith would accept you as an apprentice? Moreover, blacksmithing is a profession often overlooked, offering meager financial rewards. Your priority should be to focus on your studies at the academy. However, if you were to achieve any accomplishments while there, perhaps your inebriated father might consider saving a bit of money for you. The Intermediate Soul Master Academy does not offer work-study positions, and attending will require a substantial financial investment. Merely relying on the Soul Master subsidy will not suffice. Given that Tang San possessed innate, full soul power, Old Jack had already begun to regard him as a Soul Master. Tang San looked at Jack with a puzzled expression and inquired, is there really a middle-level Soul Master Academy? What distinguishes it from the primary Soul Master Academy? Both are academies, and they should impart knowledge related to Soul Masters, shouldn't they? Old Jack patiently elucidated, indeed, there is a significant difference. The primary Soul Master Academy teaches only the fundamental concepts, along with some cultural courses. It admits children whose martial souls have just awakened, with a duration of 6 years. By the age of 12, if they show no promising prospects, they will merely become ordinary Soul Masters. However, if they possess considerable potential, most will opt to further their studies at the middle-level Soul Master Academy, continuing until the age of 18. The curriculum at the middle-level academy is more profound, yet the difficulty of learning increases substantially. Should one fail to meet the academy's standards, graduation will not be attainable. This aspect distinguishes it from the primary Soul Master Academy. Chapter 4, The First Hidden Weapon of Tang San in Another World, Part 4, Tang San inquired, if there are elementary and intermediate levels, then surely there must be an advanced level as well? Old Jack nodded, a glimmer of envy evident in his eyes. You needn't even dream of entering an advanced Soul Master Academy. Such institutions are not accessible to just anyone. In our Tiando Empire, there are only 2 advanced Soul Master Academies, with the total number of students admitted each year barely reaching 100. These are the cradles of future success. Graduates from advanced Soul Master Academies are highly sought after by both the nation and the Spirit Hall, often being bestowed with noble titles. Nobility? Such favorable conditions. Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Old Jack replied, being a Soul Master is the most prestigious profession, and advanced Soul Masters are even more esteemed. They are truly exceptional talents. Hence, for us commoners, aspiring to become an advanced Soul Master is undoubtedly the best shortcut. However, how many ordinary citizens possess such remarkable martial spirits? Even if they do, without the support of a prominent family, graduating from an advanced Soul Master Academy is exceedingly difficult. Graduation is an individual endeavor. Why would one require assistance from others? Tang San queried, somewhat perplexed. Old Jack sighed, saying, this illustrates the disparity, the chasm between the rich and the poor, between commoners and nobles. The requirements for graduating from an elementary Soul Master Academy are rather simple. One must possess a martial spirit of level 10 and, under the guidance of the Academy's instructors, obtain a soul ring to successfully advance to the title of Soul Master. This is not particularly challenging. Any child who awakens with martial spirit power can accomplish it. It is said that the transition from Soul Scholar to Soul Master, from level 10 to 20, is the easiest stage of enhancement. However, the situation changes drastically at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. To graduate from here, one must achieve a martial spirit level of 20 and acquire a second soul ring, thereby obtaining the title of Great Soul Master. The leap from level 10 to 20 is a milestone that many Soul Masters may never reach. Furthermore, once one surpasses level 20, acquiring a soul ring necessitates hunting soul beasts independently, which is exceedingly perilous. For those hailing from noble families, the presence of family warriors reduces the inherent dangers significantly. On the other hand, we commoner Soul Masters must rely solely on our own abilities. The criteria for graduating from an advanced Soul Master Academy are even more stringent. One must break through the level 30 threshold to acquire a third soul ring, thereby rising from the status of Great Soul Master to that of Soul Venerable. It is said that level 30 represents a pivotal barrier. Crossing it confers the title of a formidable Soul Master, a true noble. Failing to do so poses significant challenges. Moreover, there seem to be additional restrictions regarding obtaining a soul ring at level 30. Specifics of this will likely be taught in the academy. In any case, the proportion of students who actually graduate from advanced Soul Master Academies appears to be less than 1/3. After listening to Old Jack, Tang San gained a rudimentary understanding of the teachings surrounding Soul Masters in the Douluo Continent. Grandpa Jack, Didn't you mention that there are as many as 10 titles for Soul Masters? If graduates of advanced Soul Master Academies are referred to as Soul Venerables, how does one attain the subsequent titles? Old Jack smiled wryly. How would I know? Those titles beyond Soul Venerable belong to significant figures. For instance, a Soul Saint from our village was directly supported by the nation. I have heard that as one progresses in Soul Master cultivation, it becomes increasingly difficult and perilous. How many can truly reach the pinnacle existence of a titled Douluo? I even hesitate to assert whether such individuals exist in our Tiando Empire or the Xinglu Empire. Old Jack's understanding of Soul Masters was rather rudimentary, and his explanations lacked depth. Tang San recognized that he would need to explore this knowledge further within the academy, particularly concerning soul beasts and soul rings. The journey from Holy Soul Village to Notting City was not lengthy. The two traveled for half a day, pausing briefly to eat some provisions, and by afternoon, the city walls came into view. Though Notting City was not particularly large, its proximity to the Tiando Empire's border necessitated sturdy fortifications. After undergoing inspections like the other travelers, Tang San and Old Jack entered Notting City. Little San, Old Jack said, once I deliver you to the academy, I shall return. While you are there, be sure to listen to your teachers and never venture outside the academy unaccompanied. When the term concludes, I will come to collect you, just in time for the new year. Tang San was understandably anxious, being away from home for the first time. He instinctively asked, Grandpa Jack, are you leaving so soon? Old Jack forced a smile and replied, Inns are not meant for us impoverished folk. You must strive to excel. When I see you next, I hope you will have become a soul master, for then, our Holy Soul Village will take pride in you. The Notting Junior Soul Master Academy is located to the west of Notting City. After several inquiries from passers-by, Old Jack finally led Tang San to the academy. From a distance, they spotted a grand archway, measuring 20 meters in width and over 10 in height, constructed from solid rock. Beneath it were two iron gates, dark and imposing, which Tang San recognized as forged from fine steel. Through the iron bars, a winding path could be seen leading into the depths, flanked by towering trees. At the center of the arch, for large characters read, Notting Academy. Even from the entrance, one could perceive the significance of the Soul Master profession in the Douluo Continent. And this was merely a junior academy. As Old Jack and Tang San approached the gate, they were immediately intercepted by a young gatekeeper. What do you want? Is this a place for country folk like you? Old Jack's attire, which was considered decent in Holy Soul Village, appeared utterly shabby in Notting City, eliciting a disdainful look from the gatekeeper. Chapter 4. The first hidden weapon of the otherworld. Old Jack hastily smiled. Young man, we come from Holy Soul Village. This child is a work-study student sent from our village this year. Could you please inform us of the necessary procedures? The gatekeeper frowned, speaking with a hint of sarcasm. Can a thatched hut produce a golden phoenix? Does a small village even have anyone with soul power? The academy hasn't had a work-study student in years. You're not imposters, are you? A flicker of anger crossed Old Jack's eyes, yet he swallowed his frustration and presented the proof issued by the Soul Hall steward, Su Yuntao. The gatekeeper took the document, scrutinizing it. The martial spirit is blue silver grass. An innate full soul power? How ludicrous. I've been a gatekeeper here for 4 years, and I've never heard of a student with innate full soul power. This boy's martial spirit is blue silver grass. How could he possibly have full soul power? I suspect this proof is forged. Even Old Jack, known for his patience, felt his restraint slipping. You are deliberately making things difficult. Fine, wait here. I will go find the steward of the Soul Hall. Turning to Tang San, he said, let us go. The proof from the Soul Hall was undoubtedly genuine, and the gatekeeper was aware of that. However, those who come to deliver new students often need to offer some form of goodwill, especially those from humble backgrounds. The saying goes, it is easier to deal with the king than to handle the little devils, which aptly describes the situation. Old Jack, though a village chief, was not well versed in such matters. The gatekeeper felt a twinge of anxiety. If someone from the Soul Hall truly came, it would be beyond his capacity to handle. Nevertheless, he was confident that the representatives from the Soul Hall would not bother to consult the academy over 2 rustic villagers. Frustrated, he could not help but let his words turn harsh. Holy Soul Village? More like Beggar Village. What did you say? Old Jack turned sharply, the gatekeeper's words striking at his deepest pride, a pride that had once led to a falling out with Tang Hao. Now, this gatekeeper, an outsider, was intolerable. He strode back, glaring fiercely at the gatekeeper. Startled by Old Jack's fierce demeanor, the gatekeeper instinctively took a step back, but quickly chastised himself. What is there to be afraid of? Yes, just an old man. What? Not happy with that? I said you come from beggar village. Am I wrong? Look at this poor wretch, his clothes are all patched up. You'd be better off begging than trying to enter our nodding academy, which is no charity house. Get lost. As he spoke, the gatekeeper raised his left hand to push old Jack away, attempting to shoo them off. Just as old Jack's temper flared, a small figure suddenly interposed between them. It was Tang San, who raised his own left arm, his delicate hand just managing to reach the gatekeeper's hand. With a swift motion, he pushed the gatekeeper's left hand aside. Simultaneously, he stepped forward, his right foot landing precisely behind the gatekeeper's left foot, and with his right hand, he clasped the gatekeeper's wrist, pulling it downward. Though the intended strike was supposed to land on the gatekeeper's arm to disable his strength, Tang San's shorter stature rendered it slightly misaligned. Nevertheless, he quickly thrust forward, pressing against the gatekeeper's abdomen. The gatekeeper, caught off guard with a foot behind his left, stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud. Little San. Old Jack stood in stunned silence, gazing at the figure that had shielded him. It was Tang San, employing a technique that was not even part of the Tang sect's unique skills, but rather a basic move from his original world called pushing the window to gaze at the moon. Of course, in his smaller form, the execution was adapted. Though it failed to strike the intended target, the outcome was still effective. Though Tang San was not particularly large in stature, his strength was undeniably formidable. The months spent wielding the hammer had not been in vain. Even without employing the Xiantian skill, he effortlessly knocked the doorman to the ground. You little rascal. Are you seeking death? The doorman, humiliated by being toppled by a child, scrambled to his feet in a fit of rage, ready to charge at Tang San. Enough. Cease your actions, a somewhat hoarse voice interjected, halting the doorman in his tracks. The doorman was momentarily taken aback, but his expression quickly transformed from one of fury to one of obsequiousness, a shift so rapid it was astonishing. He bowed and ingratiated himself to the newcomer, saying, Master, you have returned. Tang San turned his head and noticed a man of medium build, slightly lean, who had somehow approached them. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with short black hair parted to one side, possessing an ordinary visage. His hands were clasped behind his back. Yet he exuded a unique aura, his eyes reflecting a hint of languor and despondency. The master merely cast a sidelong glance at the doorman, disregarding him, and addressed old Jack. Sir, may I kindly request to see the proof from the spirit hall? Old Jack, being a village chief, was adept at reading expressions. He could discern from the doorman's demeanor that this middle-aged man held considerable standing within the academy, especially with the title of master accompanying him. He promptly handed over the document in his possession. The master scrutinized the proof, then shifted his gaze to Tang San, appraising him with a few measured glances. For reasons unknown, despite the master's gaze lacking intensity, Tang San felt as though he were being seen through completely. The proof is indeed authentic, my good sir. I extend my apologies on behalf of the Academy for the earlier incident. This child shall be entrusted to me. Chapter 5, The Master? The Mentor? Part 1. Being apologized to by a figure of at least soul master caliber greatly gratified old Jack's vanity. He hurriedly waved his hands, saying, No need for apologies. No need at all. We also bear some responsibility. Master, I entrust this child to your care. Xiao San, you shall accompany the master inside, but remember to be obedient. Tang San nodded slightly yet refrained from voicing a response. Previously, when the master before him had prevented the doorman from rushing towards him, his left hand had already ascended, the safety catch on the concealed dart having been disengaged. Had the master's words been delayed by even a moment, it is conceivable that a short arrow would have found its mark in the doorman's throat. The general outline of the Xiantian treasure record of the Tang sect, Article 3, stipulates that one must identify their adversaries as enemies. If they possess the intent to kill, one should show no mercy, for restraint only invites further troubles upon oneself. In Tang San's view, taking action against an elder like Jack, coupled with his acrimonious nature, already constituted a path to self-destruction. Moreover, he held absolute confidence that, including old Jack, no one would ever discern that the concealed dart was launched by him. Without evidence, who could possibly accuse him of murder? The silent darts of the Tang sect travel at astonishing speeds, leaving only a fleeting shadow, far beyond the capability of someone like the doorkeeper to evade. After Jack imparted a few more words of caution to Tang San, he finally departed. The master cast a fleeting glance at the doorkeeper. This was the first and last warning. Should there be a recurrence, you need not remain. His voice, hoarse yet tranquil, bore an undeniable authority that left no room for dissent. The doorkeeper, drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly retreated to the side, nodding in compliance. The master then turned his gaze towards Tang San, managing a faint smile. Though the muscles of his face appeared somewhat rigid, rendering his smile less than flattering. He grasped Tang San's hand, saying, "Let us proceed inside." The master's hand was soft and dry, providing a comforting sense of trust to Tang San. Under his guidance, Tang San finally stepped into the academy. "Thank you, master." Tang San expressed gratefully. "Master?" The master glanced down at Tang San, responding with a hint of detachment. "I am not a teacher of the academy." "Not a teacher? Did you not just say you represent the academy?" Tang San inquired. The master shook his head, displaying a rare patience that day, and forced another one of those unappealing smiles. "Who says one must be a teacher of the academy to represent it?" Tang San suddenly realized. "I understand now. You must be the principal or a leader of the academy." The master chuckled softly. "You are quite astute for a 6-year-old. However, you are still mistaken." Tang San inquired with a hint of confusion. "Then who might you be?" The master replied, "I am merely a transient guest here, indulging in the hospitality offered. Like everyone else, you may refer to me as master. It is a title bestowed upon me by all. I have even forgotten my own name. The certificate from the Spirit Hall bears the name Tang San, does it not? Tang San, you must comprehend that the terms master and teacher are worlds apart. Henceforth, do not mistake them. Unless..." At this point, his words trailed off, yet his eyes sparkled with fervent intensity. "Unless you truly desire me to be your teacher, will you instruct me in the cultivation of my spirit?" Tang San asked. The master halted his steps, turning to face Tang San. "Are you willing then?" Tang San naturally came to a halt, gazing upward at the master before him. Observing him closely from below, he noticed the master's mouth was somewhat large, and his lips rather thick. The master remained silent, neither affirming nor denying any statements. As he looked into Tang San's bewildered eyes, that rigid smile reappeared. "Ah, you are indeed a clever child," he thought. The silence held two meanings. 1. A reluctance to refuse, lest he offend the master. 2. An action that inquired, "Why should I take you as my mentor?" The master, reminiscent of old Jack, raised his hand and ruffled Tang San's hair. "With such extraordinary talent and wisdom, it seems I must persist in my efforts. After all, you are the third person in a century to possess twin martial souls." Upon hearing the master's words, Tang San was taken aback, his gaze shifting as his left wrist subtly lifted, revealing a look of uncertainty in his eyes. The master observed him with calm assurance, smiling as he spoke. "Are you curious about how I know you possess twin martial souls?" As he spoke, he shook the proof given to him by old Jack. "It is because of this document. Perhaps others may overlook its flaws, but if I too were to fail in recognizing them, I would be unworthy of the title master. I once investigated 647 individuals with the blue-silver grass martial soul, among whom only 16 possess soul power, a probability of less than 3%. Even those 16 individuals did not exceed a soul power of level 1. Yet you are innately endowed with a full soul power at level 10. According to my research on the 10 core competencies of martial souls, the innate level of soul power is proportionate to the quality of the martial soul. Clearly, the blue-silver grass cannot suffice. Thus I am certain you possess another martial soul, one that is exceptionally powerful." Tang San's gaze gradually settled into a calm demeanor as he countered. "Every rule has its exceptions. Why can I not be one such exception?" The master nodded earnestly and replied, "Indeed, every rule has its exceptions. Yet your martial soul is blue-silver grass, which clearly indicates that you are not that exception. Over the past century, while only 2 instances of twin martial souls have emerged in the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire, there have been 19 individuals blessed with innate full soul power. I have meticulously studied the martial souls of each of them, and not one has been anything but formidable. The youngest among them has already attained the rank of Great Soul Master. Of these, 14 possess powerful martial souls inherited through family lineage, while 5 stand as exceptions. Their origins may not be noble, yet they too possess innate full soul power. This anomaly is attributed to the existence of mutated martial souls. Through my years of research on mutated martial souls, I have found that none correlate with the blue-silver grass martial soul. Given that your blue-silver grass is of the ordinary variety, I can assert with absolute certainty that my judgment is sound. What is a mutated martial soul? Tang San inquired. The master patiently elucidated. This leads us to the question of how martial souls are inherited. A person's martial soul is directly linked to the martial souls of their parents. In the most typical scenario, it is inherited from either the father or the mother, which constitutes familial martial soul inheritance. However, some exceptions exist, known as mutated martial souls. These also originate from the parents' martial souls. Yet due to a certain degree of variability between the father's and mother's martial souls, the inheritor's martial soul can manifest mutations. resulting in the emergence of a new martial soul. Mutated martial souls can possess tremendous power, potentially even innate full soul power, though the vast majority tend to be weaker. Mutated martial souls resemble the progeny of consanguineous unions. The likelihood of producing a fool is significant. Yet there exists the possibility of giving rise to an intellect far surpassing that of the average individual. Tang San nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, he stepped back, creating distance between himself and the master. He then knelt down on both knees, respectfully bowing his head 3 times. This time, it was the master who was taken aback. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Master," Tang San respectfully exclaimed, "please accept me as your disciple." The master chuckled, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he bent down to lift Tang San up. "Silly boy, why must you bow your head in reverence? Do you not know that such gestures are reserved for kings and parents? A mere bow will suffice." Evidently, the customs of the Douluo Continent differed from those of Tang San's previous life. However, Tang San did not consider his formality excessive. With solemnity, he declared, "Once a disciple, forever a father. You are deserving of my reverence." The Tang sect places great emphasis on the teachings of etiquette. Having grown up under such rigorous education, the principles are indelibly etched in Tang San's heart. The master gazed at Tang San with deep emotion, affirming, "Once a teacher, always a father." Indeed, it seems I have made the right choice. The notion of perceiving the profound through the subtle details determine success or failure. Although the duration of their acquaintance has been brief, the master has already formed a considerable understanding of this young boy before him. "Come, let us proceed to the academic affairs office for your registration." The master once again grasped Tang San's hand, his previously dry palm now slightly damp with excitement. The nodding Junior Soul Master Academy is not as expansive as it appears, primarily divided into several areas: the main teaching building, the playground, and the dormitory building located to the east of the playground. Despite being merely a junior academy, the standards for students here are quite stringent. Even those residing next to the academy are required to live on campus to receive unified management. The Academic Affairs Office is situated on the first floor of the main teaching building. A teacher, appearing to be in his 60s, is responsible for receiving new students, assisted by 2 younger teachers, both under 30. The master placed the documentation on the desk and addressed the older teacher, Director Su. "This is a work-study student sent from Holy Soul Village this year. I would appreciate your assistance in registering him." Director Su responded with a warm smile. "Master, what a pleasant surprise. It's rare to see you here. Please, have a seat." The master shook his head and said to Tang San, "You will register here on your own. These teachers will guide you through the process. I must take my leave for now, but I will come to find you later." Tang San nodded respectfully and said, "Goodbye, master." The master smiled gently, ruffled his hair, and turned to leave. Upon hearing Tang San's address to the master, Director Su appeared intrigued and remarked, "Young man, you refer to the master as your teacher? He is not one of our academy's instructors." Tang San remarked, "But he is my teacher." Director Su was taken aback. "You have taken the great master as your mentor?" His expression was somewhat peculiar, a blend of amusement that he struggled to suppress. Tang San inquired, "Is there anything amiss, teacher?" Director Su shook his head repeatedly, smiling as he replied, No. I never anticipated that a master would also take on a disciple. However, you remain a student of this academy, and you must continue to adhere to the rules and regulations of the institution. Do you understand?" Tang San nodded slightly. The 2 young teachers beside Director Su, however, lacked his composure. One of them took a glance at the Spirit Hall certification and remarked with a smile, "You must be Tang San. As an instructor at the academy, I feel compelled to remind you that a master is not to be chosen lightly. Any soul master, regardless of whether they graduated from the academy, is permitted to have only one master. Otherwise, they shall be scorned by society. Do you genuinely believe that the Grandmaster is a suitable choice for you? Oh, you possess innate full soul power, but alas, your martial spirit is merely blue silver grass." Upon seeing the words innate full soul power on the certification, the expressions of the teachers present shifted from surprise to regret at the mention of blue silver grass. Tang San gazed curiously at the 3 teachers before him. Was there something inappropriate? Director Su shot a glance at the young teacher beside him and said, "Although the master has a somewhat eccentric personality, he is, in a certain sense, an invincible presence when it comes to martial souls. Besides, your martial soul is also blue silver grass. It wouldn't hurt to take him as your mentor." "Very well, this is settled. Here are your belongings, provided by the academy at no cost. You will reside in room 7 of the dormitory building." The supervising teacher there will arrange your duties as a work-study student. Off you go. Thank you, sir. After receiving the items handed over by Director Su, Tang San bowed and turned to exit the academic affairs office. As he stepped outside, he faintly overheard the young teacher's voice from within the office. Chapter 5. The Master? The Mentor? 3. Indeed, the Master is invincible, albeit only in theory. Of course, those theories must be realized to hold any value. Director. I recall the Master mentioning something about the 10 core competencies of martial souls. It was utterly ridiculous. That's enough. The Master is a friend of the Dean. We must not make rash judgments. While no one has proven his theories to be correct, neither has anyone disproven them. In the realm of martial souls, the Master is a figure of considerable repute. Not quite, Director. He is rather a notorious jester. Everyone merely regards him as a source of amusement. Upon hearing the conversation inside, Tang San's steps paused momentarily before he continued on his way. A hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth, not directed at his newly acknowledged mentor, but rather at the 3 teachers within the office. Could one truly be deemed a joke simply because they could ascertain their dual martial souls from a mere piece of documentation and conclude that one of them was immensely powerful? Theoretical invincibility? What I currently require is precisely theory. The Master's power cannot be imparted to his disciples. Rather, it is knowledge that is shared. That these individuals fail to grasp even this simple fact is rather lamentable, considering their positions as educators. The dormitory building was singular and easily identifiable, as both students and teachers resided there. Just as old Jack had stated, the number of individuals capable of becoming soul masters is exceedingly scarce, particularly in a remote city like Notting. The Academy's population of students and teachers was modest, and a single dormitory building sufficed. The students' quarters comprised a total of 7 large dormitories, as the students at the Junior Soul Master Academy were typically quite young. For better management, students of each grade were housed together in a single large dormitory. Each grade at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy boasted no more than about 40 students. The lower 3 floors of the dormitory housed the 7 student accommodations, each overseen by a responsible teacher. Room 7 is particularly unique among these dormitories, as it is the most austere, designated specifically for work-study students. After all, the Academy is not a charity, while the tuition fees for work-study students are waived. Their conditions cannot be compared to those of regular students. Room 7 is also the only dormitory that accommodates students of mixed ages, with all work-study students residing here regardless of their grade. Tang San had just arrived at the entrance of the 7th dormitory when he was greeted by a cacophony emanating from within. The door stood ajar, and he approached to peer inside. The room was expansive, spanning nearly 300 square meters, furnished with a total of 50 beds. However, only 11 of these beds were adorned with bedding. At that moment, a group of 7 or 8 children, aged between 8 and 12, was creating a lively uproar within. Tang San rapped gently on the door, and the children's gazes immediately shifted towards him. Among them, an older boy, after appraising Tang San's patched attire, approached him. This boy stood nearly 2 heads taller than Tang San and, at his age, exhibited a robust physique. As he stood before Tang San, he regarded him with a somewhat condescending demeanor and inquired, "Are you the new student worker?" A faint smile of kindness grazed Tang San's face as he spoke, "Greetings. I am a work-study student from Holy Soul Village. My name is Wang Xing, and my martial soul is the Battle Tiger, aspiring to become a formidable soul master. I also happen to be the leader here. Young man, what is your name, and what is your martial soul?" "I am Tang San, and my martial soul is Blue Silvergrass." "Blue Silvergrass? When did it become possible to cultivate such a martial soul?" Wang Xing feigned an exaggerated look of astonishment, prompting the children in the dormitory to erupt into laughter, their gazes towards Tang San filled with the derision typically reserved for the foolish. Tang San still wore a smile on his face. "Could you please make way?" he asked. Wang Xing disregarded Tang San's words and replied, "Little San, I am the boss here. From now on, you must obey me, do you understand?" Tang San's smile gradually faded. "My name is Tang San, not Xiao Sanzi. While the elders affectionately call me Xiao San, I do not mind. Such endearing terms hold no significance. However, the individual before me, this so-called leader, clearly intends to assert his authority over me." Wang Xing raised his hand and pushed Tang San on the shoulder, causing him to stumble back a few steps. "I shall call you Xiao Sanzi, what of it? Are you dissatisfied?" Tang San chuckled softly, gently shaking his head as he placed his school uniform on a nearby bed. While Wang Xing was somewhat puzzled by his actions, he suddenly realized that Tang San had vanished before him. The other students clearly observed Tang San's remarkable speed as he took a swift step, appearing behind Wang Sheng without a glance back. With his right arm bent, he delivered an elbow strike to Wang Xing's waist, while his right foot strategically positioned itself in front of Wang Xing's right foot. Before Wang Sheng could even comprehend the situation, he was sent sprawling out of the dormitory, teetering precariously at the entrance. Fortunately, his lower body strength proved to be remarkable, preventing him from falling flat. Otherwise, he would have faced a rather humiliating predicament. "You little rascal, how dare you strike me?" Wang Xing roared in fury, turning around and charging at Tang San like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. Tang San merely wished to navigate his forthcoming academic life without encountering excessive troubles. At the very least, to avoid disruptions to his normal existence. Therefore, he firmly believed it was necessary to impart a lesson to the leader before him. This was the essence of teaching a lesson to deter others. As Wang Sheng lunged towards him, throwing a punch at his chest, Tang San did not retreat but advanced, stepping forward to meet Wang Sheng. This step landed directly in front of Wang Sheng, simultaneously drawing his left hand while guiding with his right, executing a simple yet effective maneuver. Wang Sheng felt as though his right fist was being drawn by an extraordinary force, altering its trajectory. Concurrently, a tremendous force surged from Tang San's right hand, and he was tripped, causing his body to be propelled backwards once more. This time, maintaining balance proved to be a far more challenging endeavor. The straightforward motion performed by Tang San had already employed the Tang sect's ultimate technique, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, utilizing Wang Sheng's own strength, augmented by his own. With a thud, Wang Sheng found himself crashing onto a bed. If the first incident could be attributed to mere coincidence, then repeatedly throwing Wang Sheng out was evidently no simple feat. The gazes of the other children shifted, reflecting a change in their perception of Tang San. A deep, guttural roar, clearly inappropriate for a child, erupted from Wang Sheng's throat, and faint glimmers of yellow light began to emanate from his body. His form rebounded off the bed, showcasing a speed and strength far surpassing what he had previously exhibited. Martial spirit. He had activated his martial spirit's power. This realization flashed through Tang San's mind in an instant. Yet, what significance did the martial spirit hold? As Wang Sheng's hands reached for his shoulders, Tang San similarly raised his own hands, adopting a claw-like posture to counter Wang Sheng's grasp. With his toes pointed inward and knees slightly bent, he assumed a standard horse stance. As their hands connected, if the earlier encounter had been a display of technique, this moment transformed into a contest of sheer strength. The two pairs of hands, differing in size, were now locked in a struggle. Wang Sheng, evidently enraged by Tang San's actions, wore a fierce expression. At this juncture, he had summoned the power of his martial spirit, the battle tiger. Although he understood he could not genuinely harm Tang San, he was determined to utilize his strength to subdue this audacious boy who had embarrassed him. With a surge of power from his tiger claws, Wang Sheng was fully convinced that, given his position among the top 5 in strength within the academy, overpowering this boy should be an effortless task. But was it truly that simple? Although Tang San was diminutive in stature, he possessed the remarkable ability to wield his forging hammer nearly 1,000 times each day. How could his strength be considered ordinary? At the moment Wang Sheng exerted his force, he distinctly sensed that the hands, which were evidently several sizes smaller than his own, were as unyielding as steel. In an instant, he found himself utterly overpowered. With both thumbs pressing down simultaneously, Wang Sheng felt a tingling sensation in his thumbs, realizing that his soul power was completely suppressed by Tang San. Following this, Tang San leapt backwards, pulling Wang Sheng off balance as he descended from the air. Wang Sheng could only watch in alarm as Tang San's knee loomed larger before him, a wave of dread washing over him. Tang San's knee was aimed directly at his nose, and Wang Sheng understood that even disregarding Tang San's inherent strength, the sheer weight of his own body crashing down would likely shatter his nasal bridge. In that fleeting moment, a pang of regret washed over him. Just when it seemed he was on the verge of dealing a significant blow to his opponent, Tang San unexpectedly released his grip. With dominance and strength, he effortlessly retreated, simultaneously bending his right knee and transitioning into a kick that struck Wang Sheng's chest with the surface of his foot. This was a swift, explosive kick. Though the distance traveled was short, the force unleashed was undeniably potent. Even with Tang San converting much of the kicking energy into ascending motion, its impact remained formidable. The onlookers in the dormitory watched in astonishment as Wang Sheng's body, uncontrollably, executed an impressive backflip in midair, before crashing down with a resounding thud. Sprawled out on the ground, Although the Tang sect is renowned for its expertise in hidden weapons, it is, in truth, equally formidable in the art of grappling. The brilliance of its concealed armaments tends to overshadow this prowess. The technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon is not merely a method reliant on strength. It is also an exceedingly domineering grappling technique, with its ability to dislocate and fracture being particularly ruthless. Naturally, Tang San would refrain from employing such tactics in this instance. This time, Wang Sheng suffered a considerable fall, struggling for an extended period before managing to rise from the ground. His gaze towards Tang San now a tumult of astonishment and fury. After all, he is but a 12-year-old child, and in the presence of someone more powerful. Fear dominates over impulsiveness. Tang San picked up his school uniform. "May I pass now?" he inquired. As he approached, Wang Sheng instinctively stepped aside to clear the way. Tang San found a bed not far from the doorway and placed his uniform upon it. "Wait, did you just employ a soul skill?" Wang Sheng probed cautiously. Soul skill? This term was not new to Tang San, yet he pondered its meaning. Wang Sheng scratched his head and explained, "It's a technique utilized through one's martial soul." "But is your martial soul truly the blue silver grass?" Raising his right hand, a gentle blue light emanated from his palm, silently affirming to the students in the dormitory that he spoke the truth. Hearing the term soul skill, the other students, though intimidated by Tang San's prowess, gathered around. "Is that really a soul skill? Remarkable. Even big brother Wang Sheng is no match for him." Tang San shook his head, declaring that it was not a soul skill, but merely a technique of combat. "Do we not have any betting here?" A student, only slightly older than Tang San, cast his gaze downward. "We are merely work-study students. Our tuition has already been waived. How could we possibly have betting? We all brought what we needed from home. Perhaps you could use mine for the time being." Tang San waved his hand and said, "No need. Thank you. I will find a way myself." Wang Sheng stepped in front of Tang San and asked, "Why did you hold back just now?" He had studied at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy for 5 years. If he couldn't even discern that Tang San's intention to avoid inflicting serious injury was evident, then his years of learning would have been in vain. Tang San replied calmly, "We are classmates, not adversaries." A complex glimmer flickered in Wang Sheng's eyes. "I apologize for my earlier behavior. Every work-study student who arrives here must confront these challenges. We, the work-study students, are often looked down upon by other peers. Thus, it is imperative that we unite. I merely hope that you, as a newcomer, can join us in solidarity." Tang San smiled gently and remarked, "So, you intend to give me a taste of my own medicine?" Wang Sheng's face flushed, revealing a hint of innocent amusement. "It is you who has truly given me a taste of my own medicine. However, you are indeed formidable. You must have only just turned 6, haven't you?" Tang San nodded slightly. Chapter 6. My name is Xiaowu. The Dance of Dance Part 1. Wang Sheng casually pushed aside a student seated before the bed and took a seat beside Tang San. "Tang San, you have bested me. From now on, you shall be the leader of our 7th dormitory." Tang San hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I am here to learn." Wang Sheng replied with a serious expression, "This is the rule. Whoever has the strongest fist is the leader. Do you think being a leader is an easy task? I am not being modest with you." As he spoke, he pulled back the sleeves of his school uniform. Tang San was astonished to discover that his arms bore no fewer than 7 or 8 dark purple bruises. Wang Sheng smiled wryly and said, "These are from yesterday. Shortly after we arrived at the academy. We, the work-study students, come from impoverished backgrounds, and the other dormitory members often bully those of us in dormitory 7. As the leader of the dormitory, it is my duty to stand up for my brothers. I would gladly pass this responsibility on to you." The other students nodded in agreement, casting hopeful glances at Tang San. A sense of justice is an essential trait of a hero, and protecting the weak is naturally included within that. Tang San had received countless teachings on this matter during his time in the Tang sect, so upon hearing this, he no longer hesitated. "Very well. I shall not stand idly by while my dormitory mates are bullied." At that moment, a melodious voice floated in from outside. "Is this dormitory 7? Everyone turned simultaneously towards the door, their eyes widening in surprise. Standing at the entrance was a lovely young girl, seemingly of similar age and height to Tang San. Her delicate face, flushed with a rosy hue, resembled a perfectly ripe peach, inciting an irresistible urge to take a bite. Though her attire was exceedingly simple, it was impeccably tidy. Her long black hair was styled into a single braid that cascaded down her back. Her large, sparkling eyes gleamed with curiosity. In her hands, she cradled a brand new school uniform. The boys in the dormitory, taken aback by the sudden appearance of such a beautiful girl, stared at her in astonishment. Tang San could not help but quietly inquire of Wang Sheng, Is it permissible for both genders to reside here? Wang Sheng nodded in agreement, lowering his voice as he replied, "We are all merely children. The school does not segregate dormitories by gender. It is said that distinctions will be made only upon entering the Intermediate Soul Master Academy." How peculiar. Last year, there were no work-study students, yet this year, 2 have arrived. Come on, show her who's in charge. Perhaps that isn't necessary, Tang San thought to himself, taken aback by the unexpected challenge of his newfound role as the leader of the 7th dormitory. The thought of bullying a girl was simply unfathomable to him. At the entrance, the girl blinked her large eyes, observing that no one was acknowledging her presence. She then glanced up at the sign of the 7th dormitory, a sweet smile gracing her face as she introduced herself. "Hello, I am Xiao Wu, the one who dances." Wang Sheng jabbed Tang San in the back, signaling him to adhere to the dormitory's regulations. In a state of helplessness, Tang San rose to his feet and approached the girl. "Hello, my name is Tang San." He found it somewhat difficult to utter the title of leader here, but a sudden thought crossed his mind. "I am the dormitory head here. You may simply call me by my name." He inquired, "May I ask, what is your martial soul?" With a twinkle in her large eyes, Xiao Wu smiled and replied, "My martial soul is a rabbit, a rather adorable little white one. What about you?" When she smiled, 2 charming dimples appeared on her cheeks, creating an enchanting allure that was simply irresistible. Tang San remarked, "Does that not imply that you are perfectly suited to counter me? My martial spirit is but a sustenance for yours, blue silvergrass." He had never engaged in conversation with a girl before, during his time in the Tang sect. He was perpetually engrossed in hidden weapons, and now he found himself feeling somewhat anxious. Xiao Wu chuckled lightly and said, "You are quite amusing. Are you not going to let me in?" She continued, "You see, in our dormitory, we have a rule. New work-study students are required to demonstrate the prowess of their martial spirits. Therefore, I wish to spar with you." Tang San secretly reassured himself that sparring was not an act of bullying. If he remained cautious and avoided hurting her, it would preserve the tradition of their dormitory. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San with a peculiar expression. "Are you certain?" Tang San nodded affirmatively and replied, "Certainly." Xiao Wu set aside her school uniform, her face reflecting a hint of excitement. "All right, let us do this." Before Tang San could fully react, her right leg bent at the knee, and with a swift flick of her toes, she aimed a kick directly at Tang San's chin. The force appeared modest, yet the speed was astonishing, startling Tang San momentarily. He swiftly sidestepped to the left, evading the incoming kick, while simultaneously reaching for Xiao Wu's ankle with his right hand. His right foot instinctively stepped forward, his shoulder pressing against Xiao Wu's chest in a precise Iron Mountain lean. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Wu, balancing on one leg, would surely tumble if Tang San leaned against her in such a manner. However, Tang San was judicious. He had already calculated that the moment Xiao Wu lost her balance, he would have ample time to catch her, and his lean exerted minimal force. As long as it was a fair contest, that would suffice. The other students were intently observing the exchange between Tang San and Xiao Wu, with Wang Xing watching Tang San's movements closely, his eyes sparkling with intrigue as he diligently memorized the actions. He noted that while Tang San's movements were deceptively simple, they were remarkably effective. Yet, things were not unfolding according to Tang San's anticipated script. As Tang San's right hand grasped Xiao Wu's ankle, he suddenly felt a slip, and what seemed to be an assured capture turned into a missed opportunity. In the next moment, Xiao Wu's leg, having kicked into the air, elegantly rested upon his shoulder. Confronted by Tang San's advancing right shoulder, she deftly blocked with her hands, utilizing the leverage of her right foot on his shoulder to lift her other leg, which gracefully ascended to perch upon the opposite shoulder of Tang San. Chapter 6. My name is Xiao Wu, the Dance of the Dance, Part 2. In this peculiar posture, Xiao Wu's legs entwined around Tang San's neck, leveraging the forward thrust of his shoulder. With her upper body leaning back, her palms pressed against the ground, her supple legs coiled around Tang San's neck like springs, propelling him backward. Fortuitously, Xiao Wu, being young and clad in trousers, avoided a more precarious situation that might have ensued had she been in a skirt. Tang San had never engaged in combat with a girl before. When Xiao Wu's first leg entwined around his neck, he could have reacted in some manner. However, as her leg was lifted, the hem of Xiao Wu's pants naturally slipped a few inches, exposing her delicate calf, which now pressed against Tang San's neck without any concealment. The smoothness of her fair skin evoked a unique sensation, momentarily stirring Tang San's emotions and causing his response to slow. As Xiao Wu supported herself with her hands on the ground and simultaneously exerted force with both legs, it was too late for Tang San to resist. After all, the human neck is inherently fragile, and he was still but a child. Should he attempt to endure through sheer strength, he risked injuring himself. Left with no choice, he could only allow Xiaowu to throw him off. Tang San discovered that Xiaowu's technique of exerting force through her legs while supporting herself with her hands allowed her to harness her strength with remarkable efficiency. Reminiscent of the method his father had taught him, which involved using the calves to generate power in a swinging motion. After being thrown to the ground, Tang San, protected by his Xiantian skill, was unharmed despite Xiaowu's lack of brute strength. With agility, she gracefully stood up, turning around to regard him with a playful smile. Rising to his feet, Tang San was not one to make excuses. Losing was losing, and negligence was no justification. He understood that Xiaowu had shown him mercy when she flung him aside. Otherwise, the entanglement of her legs around his neck would have been far more perilous. This technique was something Tang San had never encountered before. It seemed absent from the martial arts of his original world. Yet, he recognized the inherent danger in such a maneuver. Had his reactions been swifter, it would not have been difficult to strike her given their close proximity. I concede my defeat. May I inquire about the technique you employed? Tang San's cheeks flushed slightly, reflecting on how he might be the one who had held the title of leader in the dormitory for the shortest time. Xiaowu replied with a cheerful demeanor. I call this technique soft skill. It utilizes the flexibility and resilience of the body to execute maneuvers. Meanwhile, the onlookers from the dormitory stood in stunned silence, particularly Wang Xing, who was already bewildered by Tang San's prior victory over him. Now, witnessing Tang San being bested by this charming young girl, his eyes widened in astonishment. He pondered to himself, why are all the work-study students this formidable this year? Tang San harbored no particular aspirations for the position of the dormitory leader. He stated, according to the rules of the dormitory, if you defeat me, you shall henceforth be the dormitory leader, essentially our group's chief. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Xiaowu's eyes, though her astonishment was eclipsed by a surge of delight. The leader? That sounds rather enjoyable. Very well. I shall be your leader from now on. It seemed that the student worker was quite commendable. Xiaowu opted for a bed beside Tang San, unloading her belongings and placing them alongside her school uniform. Could someone please introduce me to the situation in our academy? She inquired, gazing at the silent assembly around her. At that moment, the other students began to gradually emerge from their astonishment for Xiaowu's earlier display of strength. When she effortlessly tossed Tang San, instilled a sense of trepidation within them. It was Wang Xing who stepped forward. We student workers are primarily responsible for the cleaning of the academy, with our specific tasks assigned by dedicated instructors. The academy comprises 6 grades, each with its own class. As new arrivals, you and Tang San should be first-year students. The rest of us are, at the very least, third-year students. I am advancing to the 6th year this year. Classes are held every morning, with self-cultivation in the afternoon. Generally, there are 2 classes in the morning, one focusing on cultural knowledge and the other on martial souls. Most of us student workers have various tasks in the afternoon, allowing us to earn a bit of income for our meals. Wang Sheng provided a brief overview of the other students. Among the student workers, he possessed the most exceptional innate martial soul, being not only a beast martial soul but also the formidable king of beasts. His soul power had reached level 9. With one more level, he could participate in soul beast hunts upon graduation, thus acquiring soul rings to enhance his title. After listening to Wang Sheng, Xiaowu glanced at Tang San and inquired, Tang San, what level is your soul power? I sensed a remarkable strength from you earlier. Tang San did not conceal his abilities, for his outwardly humble martial spirit, the blue silver grass, belied his innate full soul power. The revelation of his innate full soul power elicited gasps of astonishment from the students. Wang Sheng, finding equilibrium within himself, acknowledged that Tang San's soul power surpassed his own, making his eventual victory entirely justifiable. In the absence of soul rings, soul power played a decisive role, illuminating the rationale behind Tang San's superior strength. Filled with confidence, Wang Xing mused that his martial spirit was the battle tiger, once he too acquired soul rings and ascended to the rank of soul master. He was certain that Tang San's blue silver grass would prove no match for his formidable battle tiger. Meanwhile, Xiaowu blinked her eyes and murmured something softly. Just then, a teacher in his 30s entered the room, inquiring whether any new work-study students were present and requesting them to step forward. Tang San and Xiaowu simultaneously rose from their respective beds. The teacher, of unremarkable appearance, held a blanket in his arms. Which one is Tang San? Tang San hurriedly stepped forward. The teacher said, My name is Mo Hen. You may address me as Teacher Mo Tang San. This is the bedding that the master has prepared for you. Tang San accepted the bedding, though the cover was not extravagant. A refreshing scent wafted through the air, revealing its pristine condition. There was also a pillow included. The master had evidently considered his needs thoroughly. Chapter 6. I am Xiaowu. The Dance of Life, Part 3, Mo Hin stated. Tang San, you and Xiaowu are first-year work-study students. Henceforth, you shall be responsible for the cleaning of the garden on the southern side of the playground. You will receive 10 copper soul coins each day. Remember, it is imperative to clean daily, with particular attention to ensuring that no clutter remains. Failure to comply will result in deductions from your wages. Should there be any signs of negligence, the Academy reserves the right to expel you. Do you understand? Tang San and Xiaowu nodded in unison, indicating their understanding. Mo Hin remarked, tomorrow marks the commencement ceremony. Classes will officially begin the day after, with first-year students attending classes in Room 1 on the first floor of the teaching building. Please ensure your punctuality in attending classes from the day after tomorrow. Normal activities will resume then, and I shall conduct periodic inspections. Very well, you may take your rest for now. Wang Xing is the eldest here. Please explain the rules to them. Cradling the bedding in his arms, Tang San felt a wave of warmth surge within him, and the somewhat stiff visage of the master flashed through his mind. Bedding? This seemed to pose a dilemma. Xiaowu stared blankly at the bedding in Tang San's hands, a hint of embarrassment flickering in her eyes. The work-study students, hailing from modest backgrounds, were often more sensible than their noble counterparts. A few astute students quickly chimed in. Boss, you can use my mattress for now. I'll just manage with half a quilt. Another added, no, you should take my quilt. I can make do with the mattress. Xiaowu surveyed the bedding of these work-study students. While it could not be deemed excessively filthy, much of it appeared tattered and worn. She furrowed her brow and said, please refrain from calling me boss all the time. It makes me feel older. Wang Xing replied, that's not acceptable. It's the established rule. Xiaowu countered, since I am the leader, my word should indeed become the rule. From now on, you may refer to me as Sister Xiaowu. As she spoke, her gaze finally settled on the bedding in Tang San's possession. Tang San, shall we discuss this matter? Tang San was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Xiaowu was likely coveting the blanket in his possession. He was not a miserly individual. Yet this blanket had been recently gifted to him by his master, and he felt a twinge of reluctance to part with it. However, Xiaowu was a girl. What shall we discuss? She inquired. Your bedding appears quite ample. It shouldn't be a problem for two people to share. How about this? We simply push our beds together, and then we can both use it? Share it together? Tang San gazed at Xiaowu, his maturity far exceeding that of a mere 6-year-old child. Although both he and Xiaowu were still quite young, the notion of sleeping together felt inappropriate. Boys and girls should maintain a certain distance. Isn't that improper? Xiaowu huffed. What is wrong with that? I don't mind at all. Why are you so afraid? Are you afraid I might assault you? It is often said that girls mature faster than boys, yet this particular girl was only 6 years old. Tang San was rendered speechless, while the other students looked on. Some with envy and others with amusement, their faces adorned with smiles, yet none uttered a word. Come on, quickly bring the bed over. Aren't you quite strong? Xiaowu urged with a hint of impatience. Tang San instinctively pushed his bed closer to Xiaowu's. Xiaowu took the bedding from his hands and began to spread it over the bed. This bedding, intended for adults, was indeed quite large. Although it could not cover both beds entirely, it could certainly envelop over 70% of the surface. Xiaowu placed her bundle at the seam where the two beds met, saying, place your bundle here as well. From now on, this will be our boundary. Should you cross it, do not blame me for being impolite. Observing Xiaowu establish this boundary, Tang San felt a sense of relief and promptly nodded, moving his bundle to the designated spot. Only then did Xiaowu drape the blanket over it, thus forming a simple double bed, albeit with a clear division. Wang Xing remarked, it's time for lunch. Xiaowu, Tang San, let us go together. Upon hearing the mention of food, Xiaowu sprang to her feet, excitedly exclaiming, great. What delicious food will we have? Wang Xing and the other work-study students exchanged glances, chuckling wryly. What can we work-study students expect in terms of good food? We'll just grab some cheap meals at the cafeteria to get by. Tang San shook his head and said, you all go ahead. I shall not accompany you. My family is exceedingly impoverished, and Tang Hao has squandered all his money on wine. To stave off hunger, I have brought some provisions, coarse cakes that I made myself. They will suffice for a simple meal. Once I begin work the day after tomorrow, I shall receive a salary. Observing the patches on Tang San's attire, Wang Xing vaguely comprehended his unspoken sentiments and did not press further. Sister Xiaowu, let us be on our way. Xiaowu's excitement suddenly faltered. Does dining require expenditure? Is it that soul currency or something? If not for her considerable strength, Wang Xing might have been tempted to admonish her. Does one truly need to state that meals cost money? who offers free lunches. Nevertheless, he could discern that their newly appointed leader was likely as financially constrained as Tang San. With a flourish, Wangxing declared, "Fear not, let it be so. For these next couple of days, I shall cover your meal expenses. Tang San, from now on, we shall be comrades in the same dormitory. Let us go together. It is of little matter. When you have funds, you may treat me in return." Tang San hesitated momentarily but ultimately acquiesced. He had always been indifferent to money, and Wangxing's straightforwardness resonated with him. Xiao Wu, too, beamed with delight, casting flirtatious glances at Wangxing. Yet, upon recalling her agile prowess, Wangxing kept his distance from her. When she had previously thrown Tang San, a smile adorned her face as she struck. Who could tell when she might become exhilarated and inadvertently target him as well? Accompanied by Tang San and Xiao Wu, a total of 11 individuals exited the 7th dormitory, proceeding towards the dining hall under Wangxing's guidance. The dining hall was situated within the academic building, necessitating a traverse across the entire playground. At this moment, the playground had come alive, with numerous students clad in their academy uniforms heading towards the teaching building, evidently on their way to dine. The cafeteria of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was quite spacious, capable of accommodating over 300 individuals, including 6 classes and their instructors. At this juncture, a long queue had already formed at the cafeteria window. The establishment comprised 2 levels, with the first floor hall alone offering 300 seats. Chapter 6. My name is Xiao Wu, the Dance of the Dancer, Part 4. Isn't that the group of impoverished individuals led by Wangxing? The moment they stepped into the cafeteria, an unpleasant voice echoed through the air. Turning towards the source of Tang San's voice, they beheld a group of senior students stationed on the staircase between the 1st and 2nd floors, gazing down upon them with an air of superiority. Among them was a strikingly handsome boy of approximately 11 or 12 years, his eyes gleaming with palpable disdain as he pointed a finger at Wangxing, deriding him as a pauper destined to remain forever incapable of ascending to the 2nd floor for a meal. On their way to the cafeteria, Wangxing had already informed Xiao Wu of the unwritten rule that the leader of the 7th dormitory would stand up for the work-study students, to which she readily agreed. Now, faced with provocation, her anger surged within her. What was so exceptional about the 2nd floor? A work-study student beside her whispered softly in her ear, explaining that the 2nd floor was an exclusive dining area with exorbitant prices, indeed beyond their means. Xiao Wu, whose stature was akin to Tang San's, had previously been shielded behind Wangxing. Upon stepping forward, the students on the staircase immediately noticed her presence. The speaking boy's eyes lit up at the sight of her, exclaiming, "What a beautiful little girl! Alas, she is merely a work-study student. Wangxing, I am off to eat now. Consider yourself fortunate this time," he declared. And with that, the group began to ascend the staircase towards the 2nd floor. Xiao Wu, determined to follow, was abruptly restrained by Tang San, who urged, "Let it be. We are here merely to dine." Xiao Wu cast a scornful glance at Tang San, questioning, "Are you so afraid of confrontation?" Tang San did not offer any explanations and simply walked to the end of the line to join the queue for food. The regulations of the Tang sect state: all disciples must refrain from provoking disputes lightly. However, should one be subjected to unprovoked aggression, they are permitted to retaliate with formidable force. From the perspective of an adult, the students within this academy, regardless of their individual temperaments, are merely a collection of children. Tang San, as a mature individual who has traversed time, harbors no desire to engage in rivalry with a child barely over 10 years of age. Nevertheless, the demeanor exhibited by Xiao Wu has garnered even greater admiration from Wangxing. At that moment, Tang San spotted a familiar figure and quickly approached. "Teacher, have you come to dine as well?" he inquired. It was none other than his esteemed master. He nodded in acknowledgement and asked, "Have all the preparations been made?" Tang San respectfully nodded and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the bedding, master." The master patted his shoulder and replied, "Come with me to the 2nd floor for a meal. Afterwards, I shall show you around my place." Tang San shook his head and replied, "No, teacher. I would prefer to dine with my classmates." He had never aspired to be an unconventional individual. The master did not insist further. He merely nodded and said, "Very well. Your choice is indeed wise. Go ahead. After your meal, wait for me at the entrance of the cafeteria." With that, he ascended to the 2nd floor without hesitation. For reasons unknown, Tang San felt a semblance between the master and his father, although his father spoke infrequently while the master was more loquacious. They both exuded a unique aura. This was particularly pronounced in the master. Even when he smiled, there lingered an air of solemnity. Wangxing approached Tang San and inquired, Do you know the master? Tang San nodded slightly and said, he is my teacher. Wang Sheng, with an odd expression, replied, is that so? You took him as your master? His strength is rather unimpressive. In our academy, he is merely a guest lecturer. It is rumored that he remains in the academy solely due to his good relationship with the dean. To put it bluntly, he is simply a freeloader. I've heard that despite nearing 50 years of age, he has yet to surpass the rank of Great Soul Master, and his martial spirit is only at level 29. It seems unlikely that he will ever achieve a breakthrough in his lifetime. Tang San raised his head, gazing sternly at Wang Xing. If you do not wish to spar with me again, kindly refrain from making unwarranted comments about my master. This is the first time, and I hope it shall be the last. I appreciate your goodwill, but I believe it is unnecessary for you to treat me. With that, he turned and strode towards the exit of the dining hall. Wang Xing was taken aback by Tang San's intense reaction, momentarily rendered speechless. Beside him, Xiaowu and the other students were equally perplexed by his behavior. To Tang San, the adage once a teacher, always a father was not mere rhetoric. Having taken a master as his mentor, he felt a deep-seated respect for him. Had someone else, rather than the generally well-regarded Wang Xing, uttered such disparaging remarks about his master, Tang San might have resorted to physical confrontation. Wang Xing muttered in frustration, how baffling. Is this fellow unhinged? Xiaowu observed Tang San's retreating figure. Though he still wore his patched clothing, there was an unanticipated aura of stature that enveloped his petite frame. After consuming some dry rations with plain water, Tang San swiftly returned to the dining hall, this time standing quietly at the entrance, awaiting his master's emergence. Numerous students passing by cast curious glances his way, yet he appeared oblivious, his eyelids drooping as he averted his gaze. After waiting for a considerable half-hour, his master finally exited the dining hall, accompanied by a middle-aged man of similar age. The middle-aged gentleman donned a long robe and possessed a more handsome visage than his master, with a slightly protruding chin and a gentle smile gracing his features. Let us go, Xiao San, his master greeted him from the entrance. The middle-aged man chuckled, so this is your newly accepted disciple? His master nodded. The man then patted his master's shoulder, offering, well then, I wish you success. I shall take my leave. After casting a glance at Tang San, he departed in another direction. The master's quarters were situated in a modest room on the top floor corner of the dormitory, measuring approximately 30 square meters. The furnishings were simple, yet a bookshelf occupying 2 walls, filled with an array of books, captured Tang San's attention. Chapter 6. My name is Xiaowu. Dance of the Spirit Part 5. The master withdrew a paper package from his robes and handed it to Tang San. You should eat this. It is crucial to nourish yourself during your growth. The current provisions are inadequate. Tang San paused for a moment, unwrapping the paper package, revealing 2 chicken legs and a steamed bun, still warm to the touch. Teacher, go ahead and eat quickly. I have something to discuss with you after the meal. We must not waste the precious time of youth, the master said, his expression calm, yet serious. The coarse bun was not particularly filling, but Tang San had a good appetite and soon consumed all the food the master had provided. The master poured him a glass of water and then took a seat at the desk. You are 6 years old, possessing innate full soul power and dual martial souls. Release your other martial soul for me to observe. Tang San nodded slightly, acknowledging that master was already aware of his twin martial souls, leaving nothing left to conceal. He raised his left hand, and a surge of black light erupted forth, coalescing once again into a modest-sized hammer. Due to the rigorous training he had undergone during his time prior to entering the academy, he had made considerable strides in his physical strength, enabling him to grasp the hammer with relative ease and without feeling excessive strain. Upon witnessing the hammer in Tang San's hand, master abruptly leapt from his seat. His eyes alight with profound excitement. Fixated on the hammer, he muttered, Tang San, of the Tang lineage. Very well. You may now retract your martial soul. Do not reveal it carelessly before others. Without my permission, you are never to adorn this martial soul with any soul rings. This is a principle you must firmly remember. Tang San looked at his teacher with a hint of surprise, recalling that his father had once said the same. Why can't this martial spirit be augmented with a soul ring? The excitement in the master's eyes gradually waned. What is your father's profession? Tang San was the blacksmith of the village. A blacksmith? The master's gaze was somewhat peculiar as he sighed and shook his head. Indeed. A blacksmith and a hammer are a perfect match. It is not yet the time to disclose everything to you. All you need to remember is that the current restriction on your martial soul and the delay in bestowing a soul ring upon it are solely for the sake of your future. You must keep this in mind. Both my father and my teacher have expressed this sentiment, which only deepens Tang San's trust in the master. I will. The master continued. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony, and classes will commence the day after. However, for you, this is merely a waste of time. The pressing matter at hand is to ensure that your martial soul can continue to cultivate. After taking you as my disciple this morning, I reflected carefully, and tomorrow morning, you shall leave the academy with me. I will guide you in seeking a suitable soul ring to elevate you to the rank of soul master. Upon hearing this, Tang San was overjoyed. Only after obtaining the spirit ring could he ascertain whether his Xiantian skill was constrained by it. The master's approach aligned perfectly with his thoughts, prompting him to promptly agree. The master continued, I will take care of matters at the academy, so there is no need for you to worry. During our journey, I shall impart knowledge about spirit abilities. Tang San, what are your thoughts on your blue silver grass spirit? Tang San remarked, many deem it a worthless martial soul. However, I believe that everything possesses its own significance and unique characteristics. Even the most commonplace blue silver grass must be no exception. The master nodded in approval and replied, indeed. Each martial soul has its distinct traits. In my research, I have focused extensively on lower-tier martial souls. I have always maintained that there are no useless martial souls, only individuals who fail to harness their potential. Tomorrow, we shall embark on a quest to seek out soul rings. And now it is imperative that you determine the direction of your martial soul's development. Tang San was taken aback. What does the development direction of one's martial soul mean? Teacher? The master replied, to understand this, we must first discuss the classification of martial souls. Broadly, martial souls can be divided into two major categories, beast martial souls and weapon martial souls. Plant-type martial souls are included within the category of weapon martial souls, which means both of your martial souls fall under this classification. The primary distinction between weapon and beast martial souls lies in their manifestation. When utilizing a beast martial soul, one channels the power of the beast, effectively achieving an attachment effect. This synergy between the human body and the beast martial soul enhances one's strength, culminating in a unified attack of human and soul. Conversely, weapon martial souls function independently. Thus, their supportive role is more pronounced compared to beast martial souls. For instance, if your martial soul were the common rice found in our daily sustenance, it would serve as nourishment, and due to its formation from soul power, it would be far more effective than ordinary rice. Tang San exclaimed in astonishment, can martial souls be consumed? The master nodded affirmatively and replied, food-type martial souls can indeed be eaten. Thus, high-level food-type soul masters have always been highly sought after by the military. The provisions offered by a food-type soul master of over level 30 are sufficient to sustain 100 warriors, significantly reducing the resource consumption of the army. Tang San, in a state of confusion, remarked, I still do not understand. The master, with patience, replied, the principle is, in fact, quite simple. Food serves as a source of energy for all living beings. Similarly, soul power is a form of energy. When soul power can transform into energy that can be absorbed by individuals, it becomes indistinguishable from actual sustenance, as both are essential sources of energy for the human body. Tang San listened with a sense of partial understanding, yet he grasped the general notion that weapon spirits predominantly serve a supplementary role. The master remarked, nothing is absolute. Some wielders of weapon spirits can indeed become battle soul masters. For instance, if your weapon spirit manifests as a sword, it can be utilized as a weapon, thereby allowing you to ascend to the ranks of a battle soul master. The so-called divine artifacts mentioned outside are essentially the pinnacle of weapon spirits, achieved when a battle soul master cultivates their spirit to its zenith. Although there exists a distinction between weapon soul masters and battle soul masters, there are shared elements between the two. Every soul master has a path of development, such as food type, reconnaissance, combat, healing, control, and so forth. Now, prior to acquiring a soul ring, you must first determine the future trajectory of your weapon spirit. The cultivation of a soul master's weapon spirit must progress in a singular direction. Chapter 7, Shawu Part 1, in essence. When you obtain soul rings in the future, it is prudent to acquire rings with similar abilities. They need not be identical, but should align broadly to prevent conflicts that could hinder your own strength. At this juncture, a faint smirk appeared on the master's face, as many people consider the blue silver grass to be a worthless weapon spirit. Yet, through my years of research, I have found that the blue silver grass possesses its own unique utility. Had it not been for the exceedingly weak soul power generated during its awakening, even becoming a battle soul master would not have been an impossibility. Tang San nodded and said, Master, you are an expert in the study of martial souls. Since you possess such profound knowledge regarding blue silver grass, I humbly request your guidance. The master, recognizing that Tang San was merely a child, did not hesitate to share his insights, considering the inquiry to be somewhat symbolic. Upon the mention of martial souls, the Master's demeanor visibly brightened. He nodded slowly and spoke, "Based on my conceptual framework and comprehensive analysis of blue silver grass, I suggest that you develop your abilities towards the control system. The control system can be viewed as a hybrid between battle spirit masters and weapon spirit masters." "Control system?" Tang San inquired. "What capabilities does it entail?" The master explained. A control system soul master is one who utilizes their martial soul to restrict their opponents, thereby achieving supportive or offensive goals. For instance, take your blue silver grass. Although inherently fragile, it possesses its own merits. Does blue silver grass really have advantages? After awakening his blue silver grass martial soul, Tang San had carefully observed its natural form, yet found nothing remarkable apart from its robust vitality and prevalence. The master raised his right hand and extended a finger, stating, "Firstly, the consumption of soul power when utilizing blue silver grass is remarkably low, even less than that of food-type martial souls. This allows you to extensively employ it. Drawing upon your own soul power." Tang San nodded thoughtfully. The master was indeed correct. The consumption of soul power by blue silver grass was almost negligible when released in small amounts. Only when infused with martial spirit did the blue silver grass, growing to a length exceeding 10 meters, impose a slight burden on his soul power. The master extended his second finger, stating, "Furthermore, blue silver grass is exceedingly commonplace, which amplifies its deceptive qualities compared to other martial spirits, particularly for ordinary soul beasts with lower intelligence. Even if you summon your martial spirit in their presence, they might not perceive it." He then raised a third finger, continuing, "Thirdly, the potential development avenues for blue silver grass are plentiful. Due to its inherent simplicity, it can evolve in multiple directions, and its inherent frailty means it does not reject any attribute of soul rings." "Can a martial spirit truly reject a soul ring?" Tang San inquired, astonished. "Certainly," the master replied. "If the attributes of one's martial spirit are incompatible with those of the soul ring, there will be a rejection phenomenon when attempting to attach the soul ring to the martial spirit. For instance, beast martial spirits find it challenging to incorporate toxic soul rings. While martial spirits are energy entities, they also represent a form of life, a manifestation of the host's vitality. Forcing a toxic soul ring onto oneself would likely lead to self-poisoning. Few beast martial spirits can absorb toxins without transmitting them to their host. However, blue silver grass is different. Being a plant and inherently weak, it can readily absorb toxins." As he spoke, he raised a fourth finger, adding, "In your case, there is a fourth advantage, innate full soul power. The primary reason no powerful blue silver grass soul master has ever emerged in Douluo Continent is that the soul power accompanying the awakening of the blue silver grass martial spirit is exceedingly minimal. Innate soul power correlates directly with the speed of subsequent cultivation. A naturally weak soul power makes it difficult to attain higher levels of cultivation, complicating the hunting of soul beasts in later stages. Yet you are different. You possess innate full soul power. Whether this soul power derives from the blue silver grass or another martial spirit does not impede your ability to utilize it with the blue silver grass. Therefore, cultivating the blue silver grass will undoubtedly be advantageous for you." Tang San silently admired the master, affirming that choosing him as a mentor was indeed a wise decision. It was astounding how such an ordinary blue silver grass could reveal so many virtues through his analysis, illuminating the profound depth of his research on martial souls. Those instructors who dismiss such a profound martial soul researcher as merely a theoretical oddity were utterly ridiculous. The master's demeanor was evidently charged with enthusiasm as he continued. "After meticulous study, I have concluded that the blue silver grass martial soul is most advantageous when developed towards the domain of control. The grass is pliable, allowing for versatile manipulation into various forms, the simplest application being its use as a rope to bind adversaries." Tang San remarked, "Yet, the blue silver grass is so fragile. It breaks easily upon struggle. How could it possibly restrain anyone?" The master replied, "That is precisely the direction for your development. You should focus on the control system, centering your spirit ring selections on two aspects, resilience and toxicity. As your soul power increases, your martial spirit will grow stronger. When you infuse more soul power into the blue silver grass, it will become significantly sturdier than its natural counterpart. With the addition of spirit ring effects, ensnaring foes will not pose a challenge. Moreover, if the blue silver grass possesses a toxic attribute, it can indeed serve an offensive purpose." At this moment, Tang San comprehended fully. Restricting adversaries while incorporating toxins seemed feasible. If the blue silver grass could truly achieve this, His hidden weapons would no longer target moving objects, but rather stationary ones. However, all of this hinged on his understanding of the relationship between soul power, spirit rings, and his Xiantian skill. After all, his so-called innate full soul power stemmed from the cultivation of Xiantian skill rather than from the awakening of his martial spirit. Chapter 7, Xiaowu Part 2. Unbeknownst to Tang San, among his two martial spirits, the hammer was intended to bestow him with soul power. However, due to the blue-silver grass, a negative transformation had occurred between the two martial spirits. Furthermore, the integration process of his cultivated Xiantian skill with his martial spirit meant that during the awakening, it appeared as if no soul power was manifested. Even if it had been present, it could not have been displayed because he had already reached the state of innate full soul power, without supplementary spirit rings. His soul power could not ascend further. The master took a sip of water and decided, "For now, you may return. I shall visit your dormitory tomorrow morning." "Very well," Tang San replied. Leaving the master's chamber, he found himself in a state of reflection. The master's explanations were far clearer than any prior discourse he had encountered regarding martial spirits. Throughout the afternoon, through the master's elucidation, he had garnered a foundational understanding of the soul master profession. Soul masters are divided into two primary categories: battle soul masters and tool soul masters, which further subdivide into classifications such as food system, control system, combat system, and healing system, among others. The strength of a soul master is intricately linked to their spirit rings and soul power, representing a symbiotic growth process. This encompassed all that Tang San had comprehended thus far. He realized that to acquire further knowledge of soul masters, he must continue his studies under the master's guidance. The prospect of the master taking him to obtain a spirit ring so soon filled Tang San with elation. Once he acquired his first spirit ring, regardless of the circumstances, he would ascertain the true relationship between his Xiantian skill and the martial spirits of this world. Upon returning to his dormitory, he found it empty, with his peers absent. Having consumed 2 meals at noon, he felt no hunger despite the evening's gradual approach. Lying on his bed with closed eyes, he meticulously recalled the master's teachings to solidify his impressions. Having grown weary from the day's travels, he fell into a gentle slumber before he realized it. "Hey!" A sudden voice jolted Tang San awake after an undetermined amount of time. Though his cultivation was still modest, his alertness remained keen. As he instinctively opened his eyes, he was greeted by an adorable visage. Xiaowu gazed at Tang San and teased, "It's not even night yet, and you're already asleep. Aren't you planning to sleep tonight?" Tang San hurriedly rose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. At that moment, Xiaowu lay on the boundary line between their two beds, gazing at him with a cheerful smile. Tang San then realized that the students had all returned. He sat up and pointed to the dividing line in the middle, saying, "You have crossed the boundary." Xiaowu giggled and replied, "So what if I have? I am a girl. You should let me have my way, shouldn't you?" "Of course. You must never cross that line." Gazing at her rosy cheeks, Tang San felt an urge to pinch her cheek, yet he ultimately restrained himself. "Do as you wish," he said. "Xiaowu, I might need to step out tomorrow. I am uncertain how long I will be away, so I wanted to give you a heads up." "Step out? Where to?" Xiaowu inquired with curiosity. Tang San did not conceal the fact. His teacher had informed him that his soul power was now at its peak, and he should swiftly acquire his first soul ring to continue his cultivation. He was preparing to embark on a quest for a suitable one. Xiaowu, being the head of the 7th dormitory, warranted a brief notification from him, especially considering the earlier conflict with Wang Xing. At present, he lacked the inclination to engage with Wang Xing. Upon hearing Tang San's intention to obtain a soul ring, all the other students, save for Xiaowu, exhibited expressions of envy. For a soul master, nothing surpasses the significance of advancement. The difference between a 10th level soul master and an 11th level soul master may seem merely a single rank in soul power, yet in terms of strength and status, the disparity is vast. This contrast becomes increasingly pronounced at higher levels. Xiaowu furrowed her brow and remarked, "You intend to leave even before the school year has commenced. Is the soul ring truly that vital?" Before Tang San could utter a word, Xiaowu noticed an unusual atmosphere surrounding them. The other work-study students regarded her with expressions akin to that of beholding a monster. Is the soul ring significant? The answer is unequivocally yes. For a soul master, there exists scarcely anything more vital than the soul ring. If one must go, then so be it. However, what shall become of our work-study duties? If you depart, the responsibilities will fall solely upon my shoulders. Xiaowu glared at Tang San, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Tang San, feeling helpless, suggested, "How about this? For the next few days, I shall trouble you to bear the burden." Once I return, I will take on all the remaining tasks for this semester. And you shall receive half of the remuneration. How does that sound? Given his physical strength, tending to a garden was hardly a challenge. He was quite astonished by Xiao Wu's delicate skills and hoped to find opportunities to continue sparring with her. He was not one to take advantage of others. At this, a faint smile graced Xiao Wu's lips. All right then, it is settled. Tang San's evening meal consisted once more of coarse pancakes. As twilight descended, all the work-study students settled onto their beds to commence their cultivation of soul power. Unlike the ordinary students, the work-study students engaged in a far more arduous training regimen. Despite their potentially average aptitudes, the cultivation of their martial souls represented their singular avenue for a brighter future. Through keen observation, Tang San noted that the postures adopted by these work-study students during their soul cultivation bore a striking resemblance to his own meditative practices, with faint ripples of soul power subtly emanating from their bodies. However, he remained curious about the intricacies of their actual training methods. Only Xiao Wu was restless, eschewing any form of cultivation. The moment Tang San finished his coarse pancake, she eagerly tugged at him, insisting they venture out for a stroll. In the past, Tang San would have undoubtedly devoted that time to refining his Xiantian skill. Yet, having reached a plateau, and with the ZG demon eyes requiring morning practice, he found himself unable to resist Xiao Wu's persistent urging, and thus he accompanied her out of the dormitory. The weather during this season was particularly delightful, with the air refreshingly cool yet devoid of any chill. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, the sky remained remarkably clear, adorned with a multitude of twinkling stars. Chapter 7. Xiao Wu. 3. Xiao San. Look, there are so many stars in the sky, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her youthful exuberance evident as she bounced about. She affectionately referred to Tang San as Xiao San instead of Xiao Sanzi, and being a girl, he saw no need to correct her. With a resigned tone, he asked, "Is this the sole purpose for dragging me out here, to gaze at the stars?" By this time, few students or teachers could be seen outside the dormitory building. A fact Tang San later learned was due to the tradition of studying under the cover of night. Xiao Wu laughed. "No, of course not. I want to have another match with you. During the day, I struck first, which could be considered a sneak attack. Winning under such circumstances hardly counts as a true victory. You seem a bit disgruntled, so I'm granting you another opportunity." It was rare to encounter a girl as combative as Xiao Wu, yet her spirited nature suited Tang San perfectly. Instantly invigorated, he declared, "All right, let us do this." Xiao Wu playfully brushed her fingers across her face and teased, "Just remember, if I knock you down, don't start crying, okay? Are you ready?" Taken aback momentarily by her adorable demeanor, Tang San quickly regained his composure. "Bring it on. Here I come," she exclaimed, a mischievous grin spreading across her face as she approached Tang San. Indeed, she was coming, but her intentions were not to attack. Tang San furrowed his brow and asked, "What are you doing? Aren't we supposed to spar?" At that moment, Xiao Wu had approached to within less than a meter of him. Although they were still children with relatively short limbs, Xiao Wu continued to advance, having lost the distance necessary for a like attack. From the perspective of their martial souls, Tang San understood that since Xiao Wu's martial soul was a rabbit, her strongest asset would be her legs, which he had already observed during their earlier encounter. Now that she had forfeited the opportunity to strike with her legs, what was she planning? Xiao Wu nodded and smiled. "Indeed, I came here to spar with you." Just as Tang San was engulfed in confusion, Xiao Wu suddenly flicked her head, causing her scorpion braid to transform into a dark shadow, lunging towards Tang San's neck. Was this even possible? Using hair as a weapon was a novel approach for Tang San. However, he remained vigilant against Xiao Wu's assault. As he saw her braid swing towards him, he swiftly stepped back, raising his left hand to grasp her hair. If he could control her braid, Xiao Wu would be rendered powerless. Xiao Wu's hand moved in tandem with her braid, and as Tang San raised his hand, he suddenly realized that her hand had also ascended. Before his hand could grasp her long hair, Xiao Wu tilted her head back, allowing her braid to slip past his palm while her own hand pressed against his. Xiao Wu's hand was soft and smooth, and Tang San was astonished to discover that her arm had inexplicably twisted, not only wrapping around his hand but also extending to ensnare his arm. Simultaneously, her other hand rose, mirroring the movement to ensnare his other hand, while her scorpion braid descended as if it were a third limb, coiling around Tang San's neck. Xiao Wu's arms appeared delicate yet were remarkably resilient. Despite Tang San's strength, he found himself unable to break free from her grip. He attempted to leap backward with force, but Xiao Wu's body seemed to float alongside him like a feather. Even the most exquisite of evasive maneuvers became futile in this situation. In a desperate bid to evade Xiao Wu's braid, Tang San abruptly tilted his head back and leaned backward, employing a bridge stance to evade her grasp. At that moment, he could no longer restrain the flow of his Xiantian skill, channeling energy into his arms, but fearing harm to Xiao Wu, he utilized only 50% of his strength. Yet, just as Tang San concentrated his energy, Xiao Wu's hand suddenly released him, and he felt an immense force surge from his waist, disrupting his balance and causing him to topple backward. With a thud, Tang San fell onto his back, and Xiao Wu's small hands, utilizing the momentum of his fall, pressed precisely on the joints of his shoulders, rendering his arms numb and powerless. She looked down at him with a triumphant expression. "How about that? Are you convinced?" she asked, her face brimming with delight. If Tang San had not felt much when Xiao Wu first knocked him over, this time he was thoroughly vexed. In terms of raw power, Xiao Wu seemed considerably weaker than him, yet her unorthodox combat style proved confounding. With limited battle experience, Tang San found himself at a loss. Unconvinced? "Let us go again," he declared, gazing at Xiao Wu with a sense of defiance. Xiao Wu, brimming with pride, responded, "You still want to continue? But I want to give you the chance. If you have the ability, break free first." How could he escape with his shoulder joints controlled? The flow of his Xiantian skill was entirely obstructed. "What are you two doing? Get up immediately." An unharmonious voice cut through the air. Both Xiao Wu and Tang San turned to see a female teacher striding towards them, her expression furious. Xiao Wu's face flushed with embarrassment as she promptly leaped off Tang San. Seizing the opportunity, he rolled and sprang to his feet. The teacher approached them, her voice raised. "What is going on with you two?" Tang San felt that as a boy, he should step forward to clarify the situation. However, before he could utter a word, Xiao Wu preemptively exclaimed, "Teacher, we were merely engaging in a friendly exchange." Chapter 7, Xiao Wu Part 4, Engaging in a Friendly Exchange? On the ground, no less? What manner of upbringing have your guardians provided? You must be in your first year, I presume. At such a tender age. Already indulging in flirtations, what will become of you in the future? The teacher's reprimand echoed in their ears like a series of popping beans. Tang San stole a glance at Xiao Wu, who was also looking at him, and playfully stuck out her tongue. Upon hearing the teacher mention parents, Tang San could not restrain himself and interjected, "Teacher, we truly were practicing our soul skills." The term soul skills was something he had only recently heard from Wang Xing, and he felt it was an apt application in this context. The female teacher regarded him with a hint of disdain and remarked, "You have just entered the academy. What soul skills could you possibly possess? If you are to fabricate a tale, at least make it plausible. Come, accompany me to the administrative office." "We shall not go." Tang San and Xiao Wu replied almost in unison. Tang San earnestly said, "Teacher, we are truly engaging in a sparring of soul skills. How about we demonstrate it for you?" Xiao Wu patted her chest and declared, "Let me take the lead. If you don't believe me, I can spar with you as well." Before the female teacher could respond, Xiao Wu had already leaped into action. True to her rabbit spirit, she soared impressively high, reaching over a meter off the ground, and her hands lunged directly towards the teacher's neck. The height of her jump startled the teacher, who instinctively raised her head to block Xiao Wu's arms. Tang San chuckled inwardly, sensing that this teacher was likely to suffer a disadvantage. Although he was unaware of the full extent of Xiao Wu's abilities, he was quite confident in his own strength, despite the fact that his Xiantian skill had not advanced. His innate power combined with the pinnacle of the first level of Xiantian skill rendered him more than a match for opponents slightly stronger than him, especially when disregarding the soul abilities inherent to this world. After all, Xiao Wu had just recently bested him, and her soul skills were remarkably peculiar and enigmatic. Anyone facing her for the first time would likely find themselves at a disadvantage. As anticipated, the female teacher's hands were almost instantly ensnared by Xiao Wu's arms. Following this, her scorpion braid was flung out, wrapping itself around the teacher's neck. Here, in a primary soul master academy, the teachers generally possess strength akin to that of a great soul master, typically around level 25. In general, soul masters under level 30 rarely possess their own soul skills, and these teachers lack the combat prowess to compete with Tang San. Facing two first-year students, the female teacher had no intention of utilizing her martial soul. Being a weapon soul master primarily focused on support, she found herself at a significant disadvantage in their initial encounter. Xiao Wu's scorpion braid precisely ensnared the teacher's neck while her arms secured the teacher's hands. Her legs propelled forward, striking the teacher in the abdomen. As these actions were executed almost simultaneously, the teacher's upper body was forcefully thrown back, with the scorpion braid and arms pulling back sharply. A faint white light could be discerned surrounding Xiao Wu. The teacher gasped, losing her balance, and Xiao Wu released her grip just in time to execute a backflip. propelling the teacher's body a considerable distance away. Xiao Wu's treatment of the teacher was far from gentle. She sent the teacher sprawling over 3 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Even with her soul power shielding her, the teacher was left dazed, struggling to orient herself. Approaching the fallen teacher, Xiao Wu blinked her large eyes innocently and asked, "Teacher, are you all right?" The teacher, gathering her soul power, managed to rise, her expression revealing a mixture of surprise and skepticism as she regarded Xiao Wu. Indeed, that was a soul skill. Otherwise, how could such a young child possibly throw her aside? Moreover, when Xiao Wu ensnared her, the sudden flexibility of her hands was undoubtedly a result of her martial soul's enhancement. Who exactly was this girl? While the teacher might have believed she could subdue Xiao Wu with her martial soul, she could not dismiss the girl's origins. Typically, powerful soul masters on the continent inherited their martial souls through family lineage. The mere fact that Xiao Wu possessed a soul skill at such a young age suggested the potency of her martial soul. The teacher felt a pang of unease. She was but a great soul master, while this child might be backed by the strength of a soul master sect, something beyond the reach of a commoner like herself. You all must practice away from the playground and ensure a teacher is present for supervision, understood? The teacher issued a brief admonition before departing, resolved to investigate the girl's background the following day. Watching the teacher's figure recede, Tang San quietly inquired of Xiao Wu, "What was that technique you just used?" It seemed quite formidable. Xiao Wu, with a hint of pride, replied, "I held back. Otherwise, the consequences could have been quite severe. That move is called Rabbit Kick Eagle, and it is my most cherished skill." At this point, she suddenly regarded Tang San with suspicion. "Why are you so curious? Are you plotting a countermeasure for the future?" Tang San shook his head helplessly and said, "You are clearly judging a gentleman's heart with the mindset of a petty person." Xiao Wu retorted angrily, "How dare you call me a petty person? Then let us continue our sparring." Tang San gazed at Xiao Wu, feeling somewhat speechless. It seemed this girl had developed a penchant for teasing him. However, since they were to engage in a friendly spar, he had no reason to fear. He beckoned her with a flick of his finger, inviting her to come forth. Xiao Wu was right beside him and, without hesitation, launched a palm strike towards him. Having learned from 2 prior experiences, Tang San was determined not to allow her to ensnare him so easily again. He understood that, when faced with an opponent like Xiao Wu, who excelled in close combat, the best course of action was to create distance. In a swift motion, he evaded, retreating several meters away. Chapter 7, Xiao Wu Part 5, Xiao Wu huffed, declaring, "As for speed, do you think I would fear you?" With that, she sprang into action, leaping towards Tang San with fervor. Tang San smiled faintly. This time, he was thoroughly prepared. If he were to allow Xiao Wu to be easily thrown out again, all his years of training would have been in vain. A subtle shade of purple glimmered in his eyes as he instinctively activated the purple extreme magic eyes. Under the influence of this power, Xiao Wu's movements appeared to slow down significantly in his perception. He executed the mysterious steps, gliding 2 meters to evade her attack. Even her braids and long legs could not reach that distance. Xiao Wu was clearly taken aback. Known for her agility, she found Tang San's speed seemingly unremarkable. Yet it was precisely adequate for dodging her strike. For her, the most adept technique required direct contact with her opponent's body to be effective. This time, however, Tang San did not grant her such an opportunity. Naturally unwilling to concede, Xiao Wu performed a swift backflip, accelerating her pursuit of Tang San with fierce determination. Tang San took a deep breath, channeling the Xiantian skill down into his legs. Employing the Ghost Shadow illusory steps, he began to dance around the open field with Xiao Wu. The Ghost Shadow illusory steps were remarkably exquisite, though Tang San's movements appeared slow. Each step was laden with profound wisdom. No matter how swiftly Xiao Wu approached from any direction, he always managed to sidestep at the most opportune moment, denying her any chance to close the distance. This was, in truth, the essence of Tang sect's martial prowess. Tang sect warriors did not need to engage in direct confrontation with their foes. Their true expertise lay in the use of hidden weapons. By combining lightness techniques with concealed armaments, they wielded a lethal advantage. The two of them engaged in a captivating chase, covering half the field in mere moments. Xiao Wu began to feel slightly breathless, yet she could not catch up with Tang San. "Hey, you're being unfair." Frustrated, Xiao Wu decided to stop pursuing him. Planting her hands on her hips, with her large eyes fixed on Tang San, she exclaimed, "This is a spar, not a game of hide and seek. What kind of technique is this? If you have the skill, come and attack me." Tang San smiled faintly and said, All right, be careful then. As he spoke, he casually picked up a few stones from the edge of the playground and held them in his palm, launching one towards your left shoulder. One stone was already soaring through the air. Xiaowu let out a soft grunt and swiftly dodged to the right, evading the stone aimed at her right shoulder. While another struck her left calf and the third her right calf, 3 stones were simultaneously hurled from Tang San's hand. The first stone was indeed aimed at Xiao Wu's left shoulder, and as she watched the 3 stones seemingly heading in the same direction, she thought to herself, "This guy must be trying to deceive me." Instead of retreating, she surged forward with sudden speed, charging towards Tang San while shielding her chest with her hands, reasoning that they were merely pebbles that could be easily brushed aside. However, an astonishing scene unfolded before her eyes. Just as the stones were about to reach her within arm's reach, they unexpectedly separated, each tracing a distinct arc as they flew off in different directions. With such proximity, there was no time left to react. Ouch, ouch. The 3 stones landed precisely on Xiao Wu's right shoulder, left calf, and right calf. Although Tang San did not infuse the Xiantian skill into the stones, he still struck Xiao Wu, who felt a sharp pain. "You dare to hit me with a stone?" Unbeknownst to her, this was Tang San's first genuine encounter using hidden weapons since arriving in this world. The technique he employed was the separated swallows, a method from the Xiantian treasure record's arsenal of hidden weapon techniques. It appeared simple, yet the finesse contained within was remarkably intricate. Due to the constraints of the Xiantian skill, Tang San could only manage to utilize 2 or 3 methods from the arsenal, with separated swallows being the one he executed most proficiently. "You're allowed to throw me, but I can't use stones? This time, you've lost. That doesn't count. Let's do it again." Xiao Wu firmly believed that as long as she prepared herself, she would not be struck by Tang San again. "Xiao Wu, are you still up for it? Then let us continue." The sparring persisted for an extended period. As for the outcome, when Tang San departed from the nodding primary Soul Master Academy with his teacher the next morning, he was still murmuring, "It's much more exhilarating to hit a moving target." That evening, however, no stories unfolded between the two of them, as they were thoroughly exhausted from their practice. In the early morning, while most of the teachers and students at Nodding Academy were still lost in slumber, 2 figures, tall and short, exited the academy gates. "Teacher, where are we going to find soul beasts?" The duo stepping out was none other than the master and his disciple, Tang San. "We are heading to the soul hunting forest, located 400 miles northeast of Nodding City. It is a place where the Empire raises soul beasts, so we are sure to find one suitable for you." The master was clad in a fitted outfit today, exuding a touch of gallantry, although his rigid visage still conveyed a sense of discord. "Raised? Soul beasts can be domesticated? Teacher, please enlighten me about soul beasts." The master nodded and explained, "Naturally. High-level soul beasts cannot be domesticated, but lower-level ones can. Soul beasts are essentially wild creatures endowed with soul power. The longer they exist, the stronger they become. Therefore, we generally categorize soul beasts into 5 levels based on their age: 10-year, 100-year, 1,000-year, 10,000-year, and 100,000-year soul beasts. As the names imply, a soul beast that is cultivated for over 10 years is classified as a 10-year soul beast, and so forth. The differentiation of soul rings follows the same principle. The soul rings of different ages are easily identifiable by their colors. The soul ring of a 10-year soul beast is white, a 100-year soul beast is yellow, a 1,000-year soul beast is purple, a 10,000-year soul beast is black, and a 100,000-year soul beast is red. The soul beasts that are systematically raised and available for soul masters to hunt are predominantly 10-year and 100-year beasts, with 1,000-year beasts being quite rare. Chapter 8. Soul Guidance Devices, The Night of the Bright Moon Over 24 Bridges, Part 1. Teacher, the longer the cultivation time of a soul beast, the stronger its power and the better the effects of its soul rings. In what specific ways does this strength manifest? Tang San inquired. A trace of his signature awkward smile appeared on the master's stiff face. That is an excellent question. The distinction in soul rings produced by different levels of soul beast primarily lies in the attributes they confer upon the soul master and the capabilities of their skills. For instance, if we view it from a quantifiable perspective, if your blue-silver grass martial soul follows the route of a control-type soul master, then acquiring a 10-year soul ring that aligns with your attributes would enhance the control of your blue-silver grass by 10. Conversely, with a 100-year soul ring, your control would increase by 100. This principle continues similarly. Therefore, whenever possible, all soul masters strive to pursue more powerful martial souls. Tang San pondered. Does that not imply that those with greater power can acquire superior soul rings? The master regarded him with approving eyes, acknowledging that such a thought indicated careful contemplation, However, the reality is far more intricate. In truth, the prerequisites for acquiring a soul ring are exceedingly stringent. Firstly, the soul ring can only be obtained from a soul beast that one has personally vanquished. These rings exist for a fleeting moment. If not assimilated within the span of an hour, they lose their efficacy. Furthermore, soul beasts are inherently proud creatures, and none would allow themselves to be captured. If gravely wounded by an adversary, a soul beast would rather choose to self-destruct than be subdued. This effectively negates the scenario you described. Even if one were to enlist others to hunt a soul beast, if it is not the individual who delivers the final blow, acquiring its soul ring becomes exceedingly difficult. Of course, this is not an absolute rule. Human ingenuity often surpasses that of soul beasts. The most effective method for hunting soul beasts is to form a team and ensure that the final strike is executed by oneself, thereby securing the soul ring. Thus, while nobles and those with power indeed possess certain advantages in the pursuit of soul beasts, the ease of obtaining a soul ring does not inherently confer greater strength upon them compared to an ordinary soul master. No one can ascertain whether the attributes of the encountered soul beast are the most suitable for them. The level of the soul beast is undeniably significant, but the compatibility of attributes is equally crucial. A superior soul ring, if incompatible with one's own martial spirit, may yield detrimental effects instead of enhancing one's abilities. Moreover, it is paramount to recognize that each soul master faces limitations on the absorption of soul rings at different stages. For instance, as a mere 10th level soul apprentice, one can only absorb the soul ring of a century-old soul beast, and attempting to absorb a millennium ring would lead to catastrophic consequences, as one's body would be unable to withstand its power. During the absorption of a soul ring, no external force can assist. Success relies solely on oneself. Consider those who require assistance to hunt the soul beasts they seek. How resilient can their own strength be? It is likely that even absorbing a soul ring that is appropriately suited to them, and within their control, could result in devastating repercussions. Tang San. Remember that this world operates on principles of fairness. To attain what you desire, you must exert commensurate effort. Seeking shortcuts is the folly of the inept. The martial spirit theory I have developed is intended to facilitate this arduous journey, enabling one to grow stronger under equal circumstances. Do you comprehend? Tang San nodded earnestly. He was not one to rely on shortcuts. Rather, he believed in the steadfast pursuit of his goals through diligent effort. The master, instead of hastily departing the city, led Tang San further into its heart. Master, are we not meant to leave the city? He inquired. The master replied, before hunting soul beasts, we must prepare certain provisions, and we cannot traverse the distance on foot. Though 400 li is not excessively far, it is prudent to make the best use of our time. As the sun ascended in the east, the streets of Nodding City began to fill with pedestrians. Today marked one of the rare occasions when Tang San did not practice the purple extreme magic with the aid of the purple aura. The preparations mentioned by the master were not overly complex. He procured 2 leather pouches specifically designed for carrying water, each capable of holding 5 liters of clear liquid. Additionally, he acquired a quantity of cured meat, flatbread, and fruit, gathering 2 substantial bundles. While Tang San could comprehend these provisions, the master also purchased an item that left him bewildered, 20 pounds of white radishes, which were the most numerous of his purchases. Tang San's task was simply to carry them. 20 pounds was not a burden for him. However, walking 400 li with him would indeed pose a challenge. Fortunately, after completing their shopping, the master promptly hired a horse-drawn carriage within the city, compensating the driver with 5 silver soul coins. In the Douluo Continent, the currency exchange rate is such that 1 gold soul coin equals 10 silver soul coins, which in turn equals 100 copper soul coins. A single gold soul coin could sufficiently support an ordinary family of 3 for several months, roughly equivalent to Tang San's earnings from 3 years of labor at Douluo Academy. The profession of a soul master is deemed the most esteemed on the continent, and income is a significant factor in this regard. Even a soul master, upon advancing from a soul scholar, could receive a monthly stipend of 1 gold soul coin, adequate for a basic livelihood, though luxury would remain unattainable. Upon reaching higher levels of cultivation, particularly beyond the great soul master level and into the soul venerable realm, a soul master could register with the spirit hall and receive a direct noble title from the state, becoming a baron of the lowest rank. The higher one's strength, the more elevated the noble title, and naturally, the income would rise correspondingly. Chapter 8, Soul Guidance Devices. The Moonlit Night Over 24 Bridges, Part 2. It was Tang San's inaugural experience riding in a horse-drawn carriage. Despite the occasional jolts, the novelty of the journey ignited his enthusiasm. prompting him to frequently draw back the curtains and gaze outside. Observing the bustling throngs of people and the myriad of shops, he could not help but feel a yearning for the world beyond. In this lifetime, he was destined for a more complex existence than in his previous one. He pondered how life would unfold as he ventured into society. "Shao San, this is for you." The master's calm voice roused Tang San from his reverie. When he turned his gaze towards the master, he noticed that, unbeknownst to him, the master had acquired a beautiful belt. The belt was entirely black, adorned with subtle dark stripes that were nearly imperceptible upon casual inspection. Embedded throughout the belt were 24 pieces of lustrous, milky white jade, each no larger than an adult's thumbnail and perfectly round. The jade exuded a warm hue, unmistakably indicating its exquisite quality. "Thank you, master," Tang San replied graciously, accepting the belt without hesitation. He recalled the custom from his days in the Tang sect, where elders would bestow a gift upon their disciples as a token of initiation. The master's gift of this belt held a similar significance. The master continued, "This belt has accompanied me for many years, yet it has remained dormant for an equally long time. I hope that in your hands it will one day radiate its true brilliance." Upon grasping the belt, Tang San sensed its extraordinary nature. A multitude of faint currents seemed to swirl within it, with the belt itself serving as a conduit and the jade as a reservoir. 30 years ago, when I first acquired it, I did not know its name. However, through my years of research, I can assert that it qualifies as a top-tier soul guide device designed for storage. By infusing it with your own soul power, each piece of jade can provide 1 cubic meter of storage space, facilitating the preservation of various items. Soul guide device, a novel term for Tang San, stirred a profound intrigue within him. Although the full implications of the term eluded him, the master's explanation left him astounded. With 24 jade stones, he could amass a storage capacity of 24 cubic meters, a perfect solution for housing an array of hidden weapons. His gaze ignited with fervor, his desire to enhance his Xiantian skill reaching an insatiable peak. He longed for the internal strength to master the art of utilizing diverse concealed weapons. With this belt, concerns regarding the storage of such weaponry would no longer trouble him. Before Tang San could inquire further, the master preemptively explained, "A soul guide device, as its name implies, is an instrument that operates through the power of one's martial soul. Such devices are rare and typically lack offensive capabilities, as soul masters themselves do not require weapons. Soul guide devices may be likened to artifacts, and the methods of their creation and origin have long been lost to history. This belt was acquired during an adventure with several friends and was apportioned to me as a reward. It holds little significance for me, but you may find it invaluable. Perhaps you should give it a name." As he gazed at the 24 pieces of warm jade, a famous line from a poem in his previous life sprang to mind. "The 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Let us call it the 24 bridges on a moonlit night," he suggested. The master paused momentarily, his expression inscrutable, but he nodded in agreement. "It is a lovely name, though perhaps a tad lengthy." Tang San sighed inwardly, contemplating that perhaps this was a fragment of recollection from his previous life. The master remarked, "Utilizing it is quite simple. Infuse your soul power into that jade stone, and you will perceive the existence of its space. If you react swiftly enough, the items within will seem to materialize out of thin air. However, mastering its properties will require extensive practice. This will also serve as one of your future lessons." Without needing the master to elaborate, Tang San understood the significance of honing his skills in retrieving items from the 24 Bridges moonlit night and promptly nodded in agreement. Initially, Tang San was perplexed about how the master would manage to carry all these items into the soul hunting forest for the purpose of hunting soul beasts. Now, with the aid of the 24 Bridges moonlit night, such concerns were rendered moot. During their journey, with time to spare, he began practicing the retrieval and control of items from the 24 Bridges moonlit night under the master's guidance, utilizing the white radishes as practice materials. The 400-mile journey was neither overly long nor short, and it was not until midday the next day that they finally arrived at their destination, the soul-hunting forest. As Tang San disembarked from the carriage, he was struck by how vastly different the soul-hunting forest appeared from his expectations. In his mind, a forest should be imbued with the essence of nature, serene, quiet, and fresh, with sparse human presence. However, the soul-hunting forest, at least on its outskirts, resembled a bustling marketplace. Surrounding the forest were extensive constructions, resembling shops rather than natural scenery. Various vendors shouted their wares, creating a cacophony of sounds, while rudimentary paths crisscrossed through the area. The boisterous atmosphere caused Tang San to frown. With the hand order, We can form a team to hunt strength-type soul beasts, but we still need 2 more people. For hunting agility-type soul beasts, we require 7 people, echoed the shouts of vendors. 10 gold soul coins. Such calls resonated through the bustling shops, most of which were selling weapons, armor, and various provisions. The master led Tang San into what could be described as a small-town marketplace and asked, "Do you understand why I procured everything in Nodding City?" Tang San shook his head. The master pointed to the prices displayed in the shops. For here, prices are marked up by at least double. You may wonder why such a bustling scene exists outside a forest. The answer is quite simple. Where there are soul beasts, there are profits. This is especially true for these forests, which are specifically designated by the state for the breeding of soul beasts. Soul masters constitute a wealthy demographic, and there are countless individuals eager to profit from them. Master, what did those people shouting about forming groups mean? Chapter 8. Soul Guidance Devices. The Bright Moon Over 24 Bridges, Part 3, the Master explained, soul beasts are not so easily hunted. Some inherently powerful soul beasts possess formidable attacking abilities, even if their cultivation time is limited. The notion of hunting soul beasts in groups involves multiple individuals collaborating to hunt the soul beasts they require for their soul rings. With assistance from others, one merely needs to deliver the final blow to the soul beast. This method is the most prevalent and safest way to hunt soul beasts on the continent. However, is it truly so simple to form a group? At this point, the master gazed at the shouting soul masters with a hint of disdain in his eyes. A truly exceptional soul hunting team must consist of at least 5 components: a food system soul master responsible for supplies, a recovery system soul master tasked with restoring conditions and soul power, an agility system battle soul master designated for reconnaissance, a strength system battle soul master to serve as a shield, and an attack system battle soul master to vanquish the enemy. Only a team composed of these 5 elements can be regarded as a complete unit. Furthermore, the synergy among members cannot be forged in a day or 2. It requires a subtle and gradual process that can take years to develop. More importantly, members of the same team must possess absolute trust in one another. Without such unwavering trust, they risk instantaneous collapse in the face of danger. Tang San asked in astonishment, "Why did we suffer such a defeat? Was it due to insufficient strength?" The master shook his head and calmly replied, "In the future, you may have the opportunity to join a group such as this. When selecting a group, you need not concern yourself with the strength of your fellow members. However, one crucial point you must remember is that within the group you join, you should be able to present your back to anyone without hesitation." Tang San still found himself somewhat perplexed by the master's intentions. Yet the master chose not to elaborate further. They proceeded deeper into the bustling market. Despite the cacophony and chaos surrounding them, Tang San felt a profound sense of awe as they emerged from the market and beheld the vast expanse of the forest before them. The towering trees, a testament to their age, loomed majestically. Encircling the periphery of the forest was an imposing steel fence, adorned with numerous sharp spikes jutting outward. The fence towered over 10 meters, exuding an air of formidable strength. Beyond this formidable barrier, a contingent of 100 soldiers patrolled diligently. Clad in full iron armor and wielding long spears, these soldiers presented a picture of military precision, their presence instilling a sense of foreboding. The master spoke in hushed tones. The soul-hunting forest is not a place for just anyone to enter. Only soul masters who have been granted a command token by the Spirit Hall may venture into the forest to hunt soul beasts. While there are those who attempt to infiltrate, their fates are often dire. These soldiers serve merely as the outer defense, within the hunting grounds. Specialized enforcement squads from the Spirit Hall are on constant watch, ready to inspect the command tokens. They are known for their lack of mercy. Tang San inquired, "Master, is the soul-hunting forest under the jurisdiction of the Spirit Hall or the nation?" The master's expression shifted slightly, and he gestured for Tang San to remain silent, advising him not to pose similar questions in public. "I shall divulge the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the state at a later time." Acquiring a command token is not overly difficult. First, one must earn the recognition of the Spirit Hall, demonstrating that one has indeed reached the pinnacle of a certain stage, necessitating soul rings for advancement. Furthermore, it requires the endorsement of at least 3 nobles. As he spoke, the master produced a token, dark and enigmatic in material, adorned with an emblem composed of 3 distinct shapes. At the center stood a downward-pointing sword, flanked on either side by a hammer and a beast that Tang San had never encountered before. Noticing the curiosity in Tang San's eyes, the master handed the token to him, saying, "Remember this symbol. It is a unique mark of the Spirit Hall. Within the Spirit Hall, there exist 6 varieties of such marks. The differentiation is quite straightforward, based on the shapes depicted. The most basic token features only a single sword, symbolizing the martial spirit of a former chief executive of the hall. A higher tier token includes an additional hammer alongside the sword, representing a once powerful elder of the spirit hall. Tang San's ability to draw inferences from one instance is commendable. Esteemed teacher. These two individuals must hold significant positions within the spirit hall. However, I have previously heard that beast martial souls are superior to weapon martial souls. Thus, it stands to reason that these two soul masters possess weapon martial souls. The master gently patted Tang San's head and smiled, saying, "Those who assert that weapon martial souls surpass beast martial souls evidently lack a profound understanding of martial souls. The strength of any martial soul hinges on two critical factors: the amount of soul power conferred upon awakening and the subsequent methods and processes of cultivation. Perhaps, below the 30th level, beast martial souls, due to their capacity for self-augmentation, may indeed seem stronger than weapon soul masters. Yet, as one ascends to higher levels, the distinction between the two becomes negligible. Strength is solely determined by individual cultivation. This token I possess is a third-tier hand token from the Spirit Hall. With it, one can generally access most of the soul-hunting forest within the Heavenly Empire, provided that these forests have not been home to soul beasts of 10,000 years. Moreover, unlike the first two types of tokens, which must be returned to the Spirit Hall following the completion of soul beast hunts, this one can be retained for a lifetime. This token features the image of a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, regarded as a top-tier existence among beast martial souls. Although its owner does not belong to the Spirit Hall, the family it represents is held in high esteem by the Spirit Hall, for reasons unknown. A hint of indescribable melancholy flickered in the master's eyes as he spoke of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus. Tang San inquired, "Do these three advanced tokens signify an additional type of martial soul?" The master nodded and replied, "Indeed, they do. These 6 martial soul emblems represent 6 formidable soul masters, each corresponding to 6 powerful families. 3 of them are from our Tiando Empire, while the other 3 belong to the Xinglua Empire." Chapter 8. Soul Guidance Devices. The bright moonlit night over 24 bridges, Part 4. As they conversed, the master and Tang San arrived at the entrance of the soul-hunting forest. Upon seeing the 3 emblems on the token, the captain of the inspecting soldiers instantly displayed a look of reverence, swiftly commanding his men to clear a path for the master and Tang San to enter. He did not even inquire why such a young child was permitted within the soul-hunting forest. Upon crossing the iron gates into the depths of the forest, the cacophony of the outside world seemed to vanish, and the air finally transformed into the refreshing essence Tang San had envisioned, imparting a sense of tranquility to the mind. Once inside the forest, the master did not hasten his steps. Instead, he quietly observed his surroundings. Tang San suddenly seemed to recall something. "Master, what were the titles of those 6 esteemed individuals honored by the Spirit Hall and inscribed with tokens? Are they soul saints, Douluo, or titled Douluo?" The master gazed deeply at Tang San and replied, "They are titled Douluo, and indeed, the 6 most powerful titled Douluo." Most powerful? A flicker of excitement danced in Tang San's eyes. The master sighed softly, explaining, "Even among those of the same rank, differing soul rings and spirit types result in vastly different strengths. These 6 titled Douluo are undoubtedly the elite among elites. Even if other soul masters reach over level 90 and enter the realm of titled Douluo, their status remains unshaken. This is still far beyond your current reach. Now, we must prepare to enter the forest. From this moment on, do not stray even a step from my side." "Yes, master." The previously despondent look in the master's eyes suddenly brightened. He clasped his hands together before swiftly spreading them apart, proclaiming, "Come forth, Luo San Pao." With a soft puff, a faint purple soul power emanated from the master's palms, and Tang San felt a wave of soul energy radiate from him, revealing a creature before him. Indeed, it resembled a creature, akin to a dog yet larger, its body more comparable to that of a pig. It measured over 1.5 meters long and had a similar girth. Its fur was a soft lavender, with drooping ears and large, gentle blue eyes that blinked amiably. Its rotund body swayed as it moved, and its short, stout legs suggested a slow pace. Atop its head was a round bump, the purpose of which was unknown. Upon its emergence, it dashed toward the master, rubbing its large head against his leg. 2 rings of light encircled the master's feet, shimmering as they danced around him, both appearing yellow, clearly indicating a century-old soul ring. "Xiao San, did you wish to know what my martial spirit is?" "This is my martial spirit. You may call it Luo San Pao, or simply San Pao." Luo Sanpao seemed to comprehend the master's words, turning its large eyes toward Tang San with an expression that hinted at affection. "Master, is this your martial spirit?" Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. "But isn't the manifestation of beast martial spirits typically through possession? Why?" Without delving into the specifics of what kind of creature Luo Sanpao was, it was evident that the master's martial spirit transcended the conventional limits of beast martial spirits. Luo Sanpao appeared somewhat displeased, emitting a couple of grumbling sounds toward Tang San. The master wore a bittersweet smile. "You see, my martial spirit is a variant. Remember when I spoke of martial spirit mutations? Sanpao is one such case, albeit its mutation has taken a rather unfortunate turn. When it first awakened, my soul power was only at half a level. Otherwise, how could it be as it is now? No matter how hard I strive, I will never surpass level 30 in my lifetime, ultimately relegating me to a theoretical study of martial spirits." From the moment Tang San heard the rumors of the master, he understood that he was a man of unwavering dedication, his passion for martial spirits mirroring Tang San's own for hidden weapons. This was precisely why he had never regretted choosing the master as his mentor. Perhaps it was a case of kindred spirits. "I apologize, master, for bringing up your sorrowful past." The master shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. "It's nothing. I have long since grown accustomed to it. Now, let me introduce you to Sanpao. It is named for its distinctive call, which sounds like a grumbling noise, and it can only launch 3 attacks. Hence the name Sanpao. Sanpao, lead the way." With a bob of its head, the plump Luo Sanpao trotted ahead. Despite its bulk, its movements were surprisingly agile as it sniffed the air. The master's soul rings glimmered as he guided Tang San to follow Luo Sanpao deeper into the soul-hunting forest. Sanpao's sense of smell was acute, capable of detecting the presence and strength of soul beasts. Although it had become diminutive due to its mutation, its consumption of soul power was minimal, allowing me to keep it summoned for extended periods. "This is for you. The final blow against a soul beast must be delivered by your own hand." The master retrieved a splendid short sword from within his robes and handed it to Tang San. The sword's scabbard was a clear blue, adorned with 7 sapphires. The hilt featured a piece of milky white jade, and although it remained sheathed, one could feel a chilling aura emanating from it. Having walked a short distance, Luo Sanpao suddenly halted, its large eyes fixated on a certain direction, emitting 2 grumbling calls. A creature resembling a cat appeared within its line of sight, perched on a tree, warily observing the master and Tang San. With a calm smile, the master remarked, "It is a 10-year-old blazing cat. Sanpao, do not disturb it. Let us continue onward." The master never ceased to impart wisdom to Tang San as they advanced, saying, "The blazing cat belongs to the feline family of soul beasts. While inherently aggressive, it will not attack unless provoked. If a soul master were to choose a feline soul beast as their first soul ring, it would be a commendable choice. Do not be fooled by the small size of that blazing cat. If it were 1,000 years old, even if we had 10 times our number, we would still fall short against it." Chapter 8, Soul Guidance Device. The Moonlit Night on the 24 Bridges, Part 5. Tang San pondered a significant question. "Master, how can we discern the strength of soul beasts, or rather their age?" The master replied, "Identifying the strength of soul beasts is not particularly challenging. Observe that solitary bamboo ahead. It is a type of soul beast, a plant type. It holds utility for you. The bamboo is inherently resilient. While its offensive capabilities may be modest, its defense is commendable. This particular bamboo is 10 years old, as its height does not exceed 10 meters. Only those surpassing 10 meters can be classified as a century old. Generally, the identification of soul beasts primarily hinges upon their size and the color of the soul power they wield when attacking. The color of the soul power corresponds to their strength. For instance, a 10-year soul beast emanates white soul power, while a 100-year beast emits yellow, and so forth. However, when confronted with unknown soul beasts, it is prudent to refrain from assessing their soul power. Should it be beyond your capacity to withstand, you would face catastrophic peril. "Master, should we hunt this bamboo?" Tang San inquired. The bamboo appeared unremarkable, yet it drew attention merely because it was surrounded by towering trees rather than a grove of bamboo. Its slender body swayed gently, the bamboo shoots dancing in the breeze. The master responded, "For now, let us refrain. If no more suitable options present themselves, it may ultimately be our only choice. The selection of soul rings must be undertaken with caution. Each soul ring is irreplaceable. A soul master can absorb the soul rings of 100-year soul beasts, specifically those of beasts under 423 years of age. I have meticulously studied the growth and failures of many soul masters, and 423 years should be the upper limit for the first soul ring's capacity. Thus, I hope your first soul ring aligns closely with this threshold. The master's research into martial souls was always astoundingly precise. Tang San felt profoundly fortunate to have such an instructor, despite both being 100-year soul rings. Those derived from a 100-year soul beast differ significantly in their enhancement properties compared to those from a 900-year soul beast, even though their colors may be indistinguishable. Pursuing the utmost limits of soul rings while ensuring safety is a fundamental course for every exemplary soul master. As they continued onward, the master conducted an engaging practical lesson for Tang San. With the keen sense of smell from his martial soul, the trio could detect even the hidden soul beasts. Perhaps due to the predominance of 10-year level entities, whose aggressive tendencies were minimal, the master patiently introduced the names, characteristics, and methods of discerning the cultivation ages of these soul beasts. Raising his gaze to the sky, the master remarked, "It seems we shall need to camp within the soul-hunting forest tonight. Let us find a suitable spot." After a prolonged search, numerous eligible soul beasts appeared. Yet the master remained unhurried, continuing his diligent quest. The chosen camping site was a depression, surrounded by a labyrinth of towering trees. The master retrieved a large glass bottle from a wrist-mounted soul guide and handed it to Tang San, instructing him to distribute its contents evenly around them. "Understood," Tang San replied, taking the bottle, which contained a powdery substance with a somewhat pungent odor. A quick sniff revealed it to be akin to a substance known in his previous life, similar to realgar, renowned for their expertise in hidden weapons and poisons. The Tang sect had instilled in him a keen ability to identify toxins, despite his status as an outer disciple. During their earlier search for soul beasts, he had already identified several poisonous plants within the soul-hunting forest, which he had collected. While the master possessed unparalleled knowledge regarding martial souls, his acumen in recognizing these non-soul power plants paled in comparison to Tang San's 2 lifetimes of experience. Especially considering many of these toxic plants required specific combinations to exhibit their poisonous effects. After dispersing the powder, Tang San returned the bottle to the master. "Do you know why I had you spread this around the perimeter?" The master's demeanor turned serious, embodying the role of an instructor testing his pupil. Given his ability to identify the powder's nature, it was not difficult for Tang San to deduce the master's intent. Without hesitation, he responded, "It serves 2 purposes. One is to mask our own scent, and the other is to repel creatures such as snakes, insects, and rodents." The master nodded in satisfaction, affirming, "Precisely. This is known as snake repellent powder, and essential for any adventurer. Remember, in the forest, especially one inhabited by soul beasts, avoid using fire if possible. While most wild animals and soul beasts fear flames, there exist certain formidable soul beasts that are drawn to fire. Should you encounter them, unless your own cultivation is sufficiently powerful, your demise is all but assured." As twilight descended, the forest buzzed with life, the chorus of insects, the calls of birds, and the roars of wild beasts echoed through the darkness. Without a fire, darkness enveloped them. After a simple dinner, Tang San and the master leaned against a grand tree to rest. The master proved to be a dedicated teacher, showing great concern for Tang San's learning. Even as they prepared to rest, he revisited the soul beasts they had discussed throughout the day, ensuring that Tang San's impressions were firmly etched in his mind. Tang San's memory was quite remarkable, and coupled with his initial encounter with the soul beasts, the novelty of the experience deepened his recollection. Although he occasionally made errors in his responses, the master corrected him one by one. "Xiao San, do you understand why I say that the cultivation of soul masters is most crucial during youth?" The master's low, husky voice carried a hint of melancholy. Tang San shook his head, awaiting his teacher's elucidation. Chapter 9. The First Soul Ring of Blue-Silver Grass, Part 1. The cultivation of soul masters is an exceedingly crucial process prior to the age of 20. It can be asserted that achievements before this age largely determine future success. Reaching the 30th level is akin to crossing a threshold of dual extremes. If one surpasses this barrier before turning 20, the prospects ahead will be boundless. Conversely, failing to do so by this age means one may never leap beyond it. Youth is an advantage. It embodies potential. Therefore, at this moment, you must not squander even a minute. For your first and second soul rings, your teacher can still assist you, but when you seek your 3rd soul ring, the responsibility will rest solely upon you. The cultivation of soul power cannot be circumvented. It relies solely on meditation to channel one's innate energy. Although you possess the innate advantage of full soul power, you must not grow complacent, for otherwise, you would be unworthy of being my disciple. At this juncture, the peculiar spirit, Luo Sanpao, emitted a sudden, resonant call. The bond between a spirit and its host is inseparable. The master immediately sensed the change, springing to his feet and gazing in a specific direction. By now, the sky had completely darkened, and in the dimness, over 10 ghostly green lights were drawing near. It is the Hellhound. The master's voice was somewhat somber, yet devoid of panic. Xiao San, do not move here. Luo Sanpao continued to emit its threatening calls, seemingly warning the encroaching presences. Unbeknownst to the master, a flicker of violet glimmered in Tang San's eyes, rendering the obscured figures in the dark more discernible. There were 6 wolf-like spirit beasts, each approximately 1.6 meters in length, their entire bodies cloaked in iron gray, with ghostly green glimmers emanating from their eyes. They were cautiously advancing toward Luo Sanpao. The presence of Luo Sanpao seemed to unsettle them, and they maintained a semicircular formation as they approached. The master snorted disdainfully. A pack of level 10 pups dares to disturb me. Luo Sanpao let out a low growl, akin to the howling of a tempest, as it inhaled with astonishing rapidity. Its already plump belly expanded at an alarming rate, resembling a balloon inflating. With a swift motion, the master unleashed a yellow halo from his hand, encircling Luo Sanpao. He issued a commanding roar, released thunderous farts. Luo Sanpao. Luo Sanpao's bright blue eyes suddenly shone with intensity as the yellow halo surrounding it transformed into a radiant screen. Its rotund body leaped skyward, astonishingly ascending to a height of 5 meters, and in the air, it swiftly pivoted, unleashing a thunderous explosion. Unbeknownst to him, the master had produced 2 masks, promptly providing one to Tang San while donning the other himself. Tang San instinctively donned his mask, his eyes fixated on Luo Sanpao's movements. With a resounding roar, a yellow protective shield was suddenly unleashed, enveloping 6 10-year-old nether wolves within its formidable grasp. The bodies of the 6 nether wolves were tossed into the air as if they were mere burlap sacks, landing more than 10 meters away. 2 of the wolves struck against a tree trunk, letting out mournful cries, unable to rise again. The remaining wolves tumbled on the ground. And through the clarity bestowed by his purple extreme magic eyes, Tang San observed blood seeping from their mouths and noses, a testament to the ferocity of the previous shockwave. Accompanied by a series of whimpers, the other wolves fled swiftly, leaving behind the 2 that lay incapacitated. At this moment, the master continued to enlighten Tang San, explaining that the anatomical structure of wolves is quite akin to that of dogs, possessing a reputation for having a sturdy head and iron bones, yet a vulnerable waist. As he spoke, the master advanced purposefully, revealing a short knife in his hand, which he used to swiftly dispatch the 2 immobilized nether wolves with a swift stroke across their necks. He then scattered some realgar powder over their bodies to mask the scent of blood. As he observed, the soul rings began to materialize. Prompted by the master, Tang San noted that with the demise of the 2 10-year-old nether wolves, a faint white light gradually emanated from their bodies, shimmering ethereally in the air, poised to dissipate at any moment. These were the soul rings. They were the result of his kill. If Tang San's soul power were to meet the requisite conditions for advancement, he could absorb these soul rings to achieve his goal. The method involved channeling his soul power to draw the soul rings toward himself and then immediately meditating to absorb their energy. A soft purple glow emanated from the master's hand as he beckoned one of the soul rings produced by a nether wolf, which floated gracefully toward him, encircling his form but failing to penetrate. My current soul power is insufficient for advancement. Therefore, I cannot absorb the soul rings. Within an hour, they will disperse on their own. Xiao San, fetch me 2 white radishes. Oh. Tang San felt around his waist and produced 2 white radishes from the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, handing them to the master. The master tossed them toward Luo Sanpao, who eagerly consumed them with excited chirps. The characteristics of the variant martial soul surpass conventional understanding. Sanpao can reduce the consumption of my soul power by consuming food, yet it possesses only 3 units of attack power, necessitating immediate replenishment after each use. Does Sanpao only eat white radishes? Tang San inquired. The master cast him a bitter glance and replied, You have seen for yourself. Sanpao's means of attack is through flatulence. Without a mask, you would undoubtedly struggle against the odor. The soul beasts cannot endure it either, which is why those nether wolves fled so swiftly. Few foods rival white radishes in their ability to induce flatulence. With the 2 radishes as sustenance, after approximately half an hour, Sanpao will regain one of its used attacks. Chapter 9, The First Soul Ring of Blue Silvergrass, Part 2. Is that truly feasible? Tang San felt a chuckle bubbling within him. Yet the trace of bitterness in the master's eyes stifled his laughter. He could envision how embarrassing it must be to possess a martial soul that employs flatulence as a means of offense among soul masters. Given the master's proud disposition, He must be feeling quite unwell about it. Suddenly, a flurry of urgent calls erupted, replacing the master's bitterness with a glint of cold determination as he grasped Tang San's hand. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, with a faint rustling sound clearly reaching Tang San's ears. In the air, a subtle metallic tang seemed to linger, infused with a hint of sweetness and a trace of tea fragrance. Tang San's nose twitched as he instinctively exclaimed, "It's poisonous." The master waved his right hand, enveloping both of his oars around Luo Sanpao, his gaze alertly directed towards the source of the rustling sound. Tonight was unexpectedly tumultuous. The rustling ceased, and Tang San activated his Shintian skill, pushing the purple extreme demon eye to its utmost limit as he peered in that direction. In the dim light, he discerned the silhouette of a dark green, three-headed serpent rising amidst the underbrush, its ruby-like eyes fixated upon them, perhaps deterred by the effect of the yellow powder. It did not advance further. "Master, over there," Tang San indicated towards the raised serpent head. At that moment, the master had no time to ponder how Tang San could perceive what he could not. He swiftly retrieved a fire stick from his wrist-mounted soul tool and hurled it towards the direction of the serpent. The fire stick ignited in the wind, illuminating the area as it tumbled. This time, the master also beheld the serpent as presence. He inhaled sharply. It was a mandala snake. How could such a ferocious creature appear at the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest? Let us hope it's merely a decade old. With a hiss, as if provoked by the fire stick, the serpent's head slowly rose, emitting a series of hissing sounds directed at Luo Sanpao. Yet, the deterrent effect of the yellow powder lingered, and it ultimately refrained from approaching. The master spoke in a grave tone. "The venom of the mandala snake is exceedingly potent. It not only induces paralysis but also inflicts severe damage upon the body's nerves. It is one of the most terrifying beings among poisonous attribute soul beasts. Its body is remarkably resilient, impervious to ordinary blades. Only its mouth and eyes are vulnerable. However, the mandala snake is adept at protecting these two weak points, and its speed is astonishing. Most alarmingly, it is highly aggressive, often attacking humans on sight. The yellow powder may not restrain it for long. It is merely biding its time." Tang San did not feel fear due to the master's introduction. In his previous life at the Tang sect in Bashu, he had ample experience dealing with snakes, despite the absence of this particular mandala snake. The snake's sharp head indicated its lethal venom, while its robust neck suggested that its weakness did not lie at the 7-inch mark. The nature of this soul-powered serpent's attack, however, remained uncertain. The master pulled Tang San behind him and said, "Little San, allow me to impart a theory. When you have many soul rings and bones, you strike with great force. When you have few, you flee. Here, rings refer to soul rings, and bones refer to soul bones. I will explain soul bones to you later. In essence, when your number of soul rings and bones significantly exceeds that of your opponent, unleash your soul skills and soul power to utterly crush them. Conversely, if you possess far fewer, do not hesitate, flee at once. Preserving your life is of utmost importance. Your dignity pales in comparison to your existence. If this mandala snake is a 10-year spirit beast, we might stand a chance, but if it is a 100-year beast, we must escape immediately." With that, the master commanded Luo Sanpao to attack. A yellow halo shone brightly as Luo Sanpao inhaled deeply and leaped into action. Though he had consumed a white radish, he had not yet recovered from the previous encounter with the Hellwolf and could only muster the strength for 2 strikes. Amidst the thunderous roar, Luo Sanpao unleashed a tremendous thunderous flatulence. Despite the mandala snake's remarkable speed, Luo Sanpao's attack was area-based, leaving no opportunity for the serpent to escape. A massive serpent was hurled into the air, flung far away. "Run!" The master merely glanced at the mandala snake that had been upended, harboring no further thoughts. The snake's cultivation age correlated with its body size. Before evolving into a 1,000-year spirit beast, for each year of cultivation, its body length increased by 1 centimeter. The length of the mandala snake, which had been tossed aside, undoubtedly exceeded 3 meters, nearing 4 meters, indicating it had nearly 400 years of cultivation. The master did not believe that his strength as a 29th-level Great Soul Master could contend with such a spirit beast, especially given the relative weakness of his own martial soul. A shrill cry echoed as Tang San was pulled forward by the master. Glancing back to see that the mandala snake, unharmed by Luo Sanpao's attack, had immediately rebounded from the ground and lunged back at them. Its whip-like body sprang back with each contact with the ground, propelling it toward them at an astonishing speed. Luo Sanpao kept pace beside them, his large eyes filled with fear. Flatulence like smoke, hypnotizing Luo Sanpao to sleep. The master executed his next move. Luo Sanpao spun in midair, releasing a burst of yellow gas from his ample rear, which filled the air. The Master's 2 soul rings had thus far granted Luo Sanpao the effects of thunder and hypnosis, both fully utilized. Chapter 9. The First Soul Ring of Blue Silver Grass. Part 3. The mandala snake swiftly darted through the yellow smoke, but was not successfully hypnotized. Being a toxin of exceptional prowess, it possessed a resistance far superior to that of ordinary spirit beasts, merely experiencing a slight deceleration. Luo Sanpao had exhausted his 3 attacks and had visibly diminished in size, leaving no time to replenish him with more radishes. The 2 soul rings returned to the master, his entire being radiating with soul power as he sprinted at maximum speed, dragging Tang San along in hopes of escaping the mandala snake's pursuit. The master understood the mandala snake's habits well. This ferocious spirit beast had a notable flaw: lack of patience. If it failed to capture its prey for a period, it would easily abandon the chase. Yet, the mandala snake they encountered today was particularly relentless. Perhaps enraged by Luo Sanpao's flatulence and the yellow powder, it pursued them with remarkable swiftness, closing the distance rapidly. Sanpao obstructed, following the master's command. The plump Luo Sanpao turned to charge at the mandala snake, attempting to block its advance with his body. However, the mandala snake was not only exceptionally fast but also possessed acute reflexes. It swiftly dodged Luo Sanpao's assault and sank its fangs into him. With a pained cry, Luo Sanpao plummeted to the ground. The master waved his hands, and Luo Sanpao's body transformed into a purple light, rejoining him. The master's heart sank into despair, his life flashing through his mind. He yearned to question the heavens about his misfortunes, wondering why fate had dealt him such a cruel hand, even dragging young Tang San into his plight. Just as despair enveloped him, sensing the coldness of the mandala snake's venomous fangs, he noticed a movement from Tang San. Turning to look, he saw Tang San's left hand brushing against his waist, and without hesitation, he flung something backward. A thick white radish flew forth, striking the mandala snake and causing it to momentarily halt, pulling back slightly from its imminent attack. Tang San's ability to discern sound and position was merely a rudimentary skill learned in the Tang sect, yet the ensuing scene filled the master with astonishment. Tang San's left hand repeatedly swept across his waist, launching radish after radish. While the force was insufficient to harm the mandala snake, it consistently impeded its advance just as it was about to catch up. Such precise technique. The master observed that each time Tang San flung a radish, his left hand curled inward, palm facing down, with the other fingers extended forward. The movement was concise and effective. Although Tang San's face bore signs of anxiety, he did not seem fearful. In his previous life, any practitioner in the martial world would recognize this technique as the entry-level skill of the Tang sect's hidden weapons, flinging arrow. This method utilized the inertia of the arm to launch hidden weapons. Though straightforward and lacking in intricacy, it proved exceptionally effective in this moment. 20 pounds of white radishes were considerable, yet Tang San's speed in executing the flinging arrow was swift. In no time, the stock from the 24 bridges under the moonlight had been entirely depleted. Now at a critical juncture of life and death, Tang San understood the dire consequences of being ensnared by such a formidable spirit beast, possessing power, speed, and venom in abundance. It was no longer a time for concealment. He abruptly released the master's hand, twisting in midair. With his left hand raised, a black beam shot forth silently. The painstakingly crafted sleeve arrow was finally unleashed for the first time. At this moment, Tang San's eyes had transformed entirely into a shade of purple. With the power of the purple extreme magic eyes, he could perceive every movement of the mandala snake with remarkable clarity. The creature's reactions were even swifter than Tang San had anticipated. The hidden dart was aimed at the left eye of the mandala snake. In a swift motion, its body twisted in midair, and with a sudden dip of its head, it narrowly evaded a fatal strike. However, the dart's velocity was astonishingly rapid, and it still struck the serpent. With a sharp clang, a cascade of sparks erupted from the mandala snake's resilient scales. The excruciating pain elicited another guttural cry from it. Tang San inwardly lamented the missed opportunity. The sleeve arrows, propelled by the intricate mechanism, boasted both speed and power. Yet, they lacked finesse, advancing in a straightforward manner to confront the adversary. This is a common flaw of mechanical projectiles. However, he was taken aback by the formidable defense of the mandala serpent. It is worth noting that although he possessed only 3 sleeve arrows, each was forged from iron mother and propelled with immense force. Still, they failed to inflict any genuine harm upon the soul beast before him. The mandala serpent, thoroughly provoked, illuminated its scales. which shimmered with a faint golden hue over the dark green surface. Its speed surged dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, it lunged towards Tang San. Tang San suddenly released his grip, and the master instinctively dashed forward over 10 meters. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving no time to save Tang San. At this critical moment, Tang San's heart became remarkably calm. He circulated his Xiantian skill, a genuine and superior Taoist internal technique, which allowed him to enter a state of tranquility akin to still water. As he observed the mandala snake's gaping maw, he felt no panic. With a flick of his wrist, the short sword gifted by the master flipped into his palm. In the 9th chapter, the first soul ring of Blue Silvergrass Part 4, the mandala snake's speed and strength were beyond Tang San's current capabilities. As the snake's head lunged forward, Tang San utilized his ghost shadow perplexing track, slightly shifting his body to laterally evade 3 feet. He understood that he had but one chance. Should he fail, the mandala snake would never fall for the same trick again. In this crucial moment, he acted decisively, channeling nearly all his Xiantian power into his hands. The blue light flickering in his palm. With a pull and a push of his left hand, his body again shifted position under the influence of ghost shadow perplexing track. The mandala snake sensed a sudden force pulling from its side, causing its head to uncontrollably turn. At this moment, with its mouth wide open from the attack on Tang San, it was about to close. A brilliant blue light seemingly materialized from thin air, patiently awaiting the instant the mandala snake's head turned and before its jaws could snap shut. In a split second, the nearly 4-meter-long serpent stiffened, and the short sword had completely entered its mouth. The next moment, the mandala snake's body began to thrash violently, sending dirt and debris flying. Its sturdy frame swept through the surrounding vegetation like a tornado, leaving branches and leaves scattered in disarray. After delivering that powerful thrust, Tang San, using ghost shadow perplexing track, swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the sweeping tail of the mandala snake. As the saying goes, a centipede dies but does not fall down easily. Tang San, well aware of the nature of serpents, knew that the mandala snake would not perish instantly. Xiao San, the master's urgent call jolted Tang San from his thoughts. He realized that everything he had done was now inevitably laid bare before the master. His soul did not belong to this world, and clearly, this was knowledge no one should possess. What to do? Eliminate the master to silence him? Tang San believed that, given the silent dart's power and uniqueness, he had at least a 70% chance of succeeding, as Luo Sanpao was now unable to attack. But how could he possibly resort to such measures? The master was his teacher. Despite their brief acquaintance, he had already earned Tang San's genuine respect. With no other recourse, he had to resort to deception. Feigning a stumble, Tang San deliberately fell to the ground. The master reached out instinctively. After all, he was a level 29 soul master, and although his martial spirit was somewhat lacking, his soul power remained strong. He caught Tang San, asking Xiao San, "Are you all right?" "Teacher, you scared me to death. Why didn't the snake chase after us?" The master fixed his gaze on the mandala snake's terrifying rampage and reproached, "Why did you suddenly let go just now? Do you have any idea how dangerous that was?" In truth, the master's perception was not as acute as Tang San imagined. After all, it was the dead of night. And without the vision granted by his purple extreme demon eye, he could only vaguely see Tang San's body retreating and the flicker of blue light from the sword. He failed to notice the sound of the dart striking the mandala snake. "I don't know what happened. My hands were sweaty, and it slipped unexpectedly. Teacher, I was flailing with the short sword you gave me, and it seems I struck the snake." As he pulled Tang San's hand, he noticed it was indeed slick with cold sweat. The master could surmise that Tang San had hit the mandala snake, likely in a vital spot. Otherwise, how could such a fierce and vengeful soul suddenly cease its pursuit? "Don't go over there. Let us wait and see." Serpent-type soul beasts possess formidable vitality. They are not so easily vanquished. Tang San gasped heavily, not out of pretense, but due to fatigue, confronted by the formidable century-old mandala serpent. He had exerted all his strength in that fleeting moment. Had his technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon not succeeded in drawing the serpent's head closer, the outcome would have been drastically different. Following this harrowing experience, Tang San resolved to arm himself as thoroughly as possible upon returning, until he mastered the Xiantian skill. Various mechanisms and concealed weapons would undoubtedly be his best choice, an area in which he excelled. The master and apprentice cautiously observed from a distance as the mandala serpent's frantic struggles gradually subsided, its body writhing on the ground, crushing the surrounding flora and exposing the soil beneath. The master had provided Tang San with a sword, a little over a foot long, which was sufficient to pierce the serpent's brain, inflicting a fatal wound. As the serpent's thrashing weakened, the master began to breathe a sigh of relief, his expression transforming from panic to elation. Wonderful news, Xiao San, your soul ring is within reach. Teacher, what do you mean? You can't be referring to the snake? Tang San exclaimed in surprise. The master nodded solemnly, affirming, indeed, it is. The mandala serpent, before reaching a millennium in age, grew 1 centimeter for each year of life. This serpent, nearly 4 meters long, boasted approximately 400 years of cultivation, right at the threshold for a soul master to absorb their first soul ring. With your innate full soul power, absorbing its soul ring will be effortless. But, teacher, Tang San interjected, my martial soul is botanical. While this mandala serpent is a beast-type soul beast, can I truly convert it into a soul ring? Won't there be a conflict? He questioned, puzzled. In this moment, the master, now relaxed, radiated confidence. One of the 10 core competencies of martial souls that I have researched is the theory of soul mimicry. A plant martial soul does not necessarily need to absorb a plant soul beast ring, nor is it impossible for beast martial souls to absorb plant soul rings. Under certain conditions, these two can indeed be mutually absorbed. I previously mentioned that one of the significant advantages of blue silvergrass is its non-exclusivity. Due to its inherent frailty, it does not reject any attributes conferred by soul rings. Rather, it passively assimilates them. Thus, absorbing the mandala serpent's soul ring poses no issue. Furthermore, do you recall the specific qualities we seek in a soul ring? Tang San's eyes sparkled with excitement as he contemplated the addition of resilience effects. Ideally with a toxic quality. Indeed, both characteristics were possessed by the mandrake serpent. The master cast a profound glance at his disciple, stating, whether they be ordinary soul masters or those from the spirit hall, my theory of the 10 core competitive strengths is met with skepticism. No one believes in it. Previously, no soul master dared to absorb different types of soul rings to enhance themselves. Xiao San, would you be willing to give it a try? Although I am absolutely confident in the theory, it has never been attempted. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. And the reason my 10 core competitive strengths remain merely theoretical and not a truth is that no one has been willing to practice it. In the master's eyes, Tang San perceived an intense fervor. Due to the mutation of his martial spirit, the master would never become a powerful soul master, yet he remained steadfast, dedicating his entire life to the study of martial spirits. Such a person evoked profound respect in Tang San. He held deep admiration for both the master and his research achievements. Teacher, allow me to be the one to put your theory into practice. I believe in the validity of your research. The mandrake serpent's body gradually ceased its movements, its vital point pierced by a sharp blade. Even with its formidable vitality, it could not escape the inevitable fate of death. Faint yellow light began to coalesce above the serpent's form. Unlike the 10-year Hellwolf soul ring Tang San had previously encountered, the yellow halo produced by the mandrake serpent was remarkably distinct, its radiance far surpassing that of the Hellwolf's ring. Even without direct contact, one could keenly sense the immense energy contained within it. Upon hearing Tang San's words, the master's eyes brimmed with satisfaction. Xiao San, let us begin. Tang San nodded, raising his right hand, suppressing the overwhelming weakness that threatened to consume him. He gradually concentrated the remnants of his soul power into the palm of his hand. Accompanied by a faint azure glow, the blue silver grass sprouted forth from his palm, exuding a subtle breath of life that gently swayed with the fluctuations of his soul power. Come forth, my first soul ring. You will determine whether I can master the unparalleled arts of the Tang sect and whether I can carry forth my teacher's hopes. Under the gentle allure of the soft blue light, the century-old mandala snake soul ring slowly soared towards Tang San. The master fixed his gaze intently on the approaching soul ring and commanded in a solemn voice, sit cross-legged and focus on your martial spirit. Tang San settled into a cross-legged position, directing his focus towards the martial soul manifested in his right hand. At that moment, as the century-old mandala serpent soul ring drew near, he experienced an unprecedented and formidable pressure, causing even the bones in his body to emit faint sounds under its weight. Soon, the yellow ring hovered above his head, offering him no opportunity to react. It suddenly constricted, transforming into a gold ring of bracelet size, yet remarkably solid, which seamlessly encircled the blue-silver grass martial soul resting in the palm of his right hand. Tang San felt as though his right hand had plunged into molten lava, a surge of searing energy pouring in with reckless abandon. The intense heat surged through his body, igniting an inferno within him. In an instant, he was consumed by an overwhelming tremor. No matter how fiercely the power of the soul ring assailed his form, he reminded himself to remain vigilant. Only in this way could he harness the soul ring's strength in the future. This was the last piece of wisdom imparted by the master. In the next moment, he closed his eyes, his consciousness fully immersing itself in that scalding ocean. The internal energy of his Xiantian skill seemed to be ignited by this sudden influx of power. As the heat radiated throughout every inch of his being, Tang San felt as if he could breathe fire with merely the opening of his mouth. Such a formidable force. The rushing power of the soul ring baptized Tang San's body in an instant. Yet, curiously, this intensely heated energy did not obliterate his blue-silver grass martial spirit. A sudden illumination sparked in his mind. He seemed to find himself engulfed in a sea of flames, and at the very center of this fiery ocean, a solitary blue-silver grass swayed gently amidst the inferno, impervious to the raging flames surrounding it. Tang San felt a surge of elation, as it seemed he had entered a realm of inner vision within his internal energy. In his previous life, due to his advanced age while cultivating the Xiantian treasure record, he had never experienced such a state. To his astonishment, it manifested while absorbing his first spirit ring. Under the scorching flames, the blue-silver grass began to transform. The originally slender blades of grass elongated and widened, their pale blue hue deepening into a profound azure. The deep blue blades spread out like a vast ocean of flames, dancing gracefully, reminiscent of countless serpents weaving through the fire. The light blue blades morphed into a rich indigo, adorned with intricate black patterns identical to those on the body of the mandala snake. Suddenly, a powerful surge of heat erupted, and Tang San felt as though the intense warmth was on the verge of melting his very being. In the next moment, he perceived a crisp cracking sound, followed by the frenzied dispersal of that heat, which then coalesced into a milky white stream. The once meandering brook transformed instantly into a flowing river, its soothing waters washing away the agonizing heat, leaving only a comforting warmth in its wake. Elation washed over him once more. He was all too familiar with the sensation of breaking free, akin to shattering the first bottleneck of Xiantian Gong. The fusion of internal energy and spirit ring power amalgamated into a force far more potent. In a fleeting moment, it spiraled rapidly around his meridians, gradually flowing into his dantian. As Tang San had surmised, upon entering this world, his Xiantian Gong had formed an extraordinary synergy with the spirit power of a spirit master. Each level of Xiantian Gong corresponded to a title of a spirit master. By acquiring this first spirit ring, he had finally surpassed the initial bottleneck of Xiantian Gong. Of course, his current strength was not merely a simple progression to the second level of Xiantian Gong. He had also gained the spirit power that the Tang sect lacked, along with the skills bestowed by the first spirit ring. The sensation of euphoria following the absorption of the spirit ring was beyond description, akin to floating on clouds. Blissfully unburdened, as if he had reached the pinnacle of ecstasy. Every one of his 36,000 pores opened wide, greedily inhaling the exquisite air. And a qualitative transformation was occurring within Tang San's body. Tang San endeavored to calm the tumult of emotion swirling within him. The breakthrough of Xiantian Gong, aided by the soul ring, illuminated his future path. He understood that, regardless of the circumstances, his life in this world would inevitably be intertwined with the martial soul. Soul power is the inner strength of Xiantian Gong, and inner strength is indeed soul power. He was destined to tread the path of a soul master, and notably, he belonged to the Tang sect. As Tang San gradually opened his eyes, the sky had already brightened. The vibrant vitality brought forth by the new day seemed to beckon to his very being. Tang San lowered his gaze upon himself and noticed that his physique had seemingly undergone some changes due to the acquisition of the soul ring. His originally slender frame appeared to have elongated slightly, and his shoulders had broadened a few inches. His skin now possessed a lustrous sheen. Each movement he made exuded an invigorating sense of agility, a feeling so delightful that he felt no need to test it deliberately. He understood intuitively that not only had his inner strength broken through its limits, but his body's various functions had also been significantly enhanced under the influence of the century-old mandala snake's soul ring. The first thought that sprang to Tang San's mind upon regaining consciousness was of his master. He was eager to share the news that his master's theory on soul beast mimicry had proven successful. Throughout the fusion process, despite enduring considerable pain, he felt no sense of conflict. However, when his gaze fell upon his master, he was taken aback. His master lay motionless on the ground, seemingly stiff, completely still. Around him and Tang San, a circle of sulfur powder had been drawn, akin to the situation back at the camp. "Master, what has happened to you?" Tang San's heart raced with concern as he hurriedly rolled over to his master's side, lifting him up. Upon seeing his master's face, he blurted out, "Poison." A dark aura enveloped his master's once stiff visage, his breath shallow, as he lay rigid, entirely devoid of sensation. How could my master be poisoned? With this question lingering in his mind, Tang San suddenly sensed something amiss with his Master's body and quickly pulled back the sleeve of his right arm. To his astonishment, his Master's right arm had swollen to 3 times its normal size, the skin stretched to a vivid purple hue. Thankfully, a cloth band was tightly wrapped around the base of the bicep, evidently a hasty first aid measure taken by his master upon realizing he had been poisoned. Despite this precaution, the majority of the toxin had yet to spread, yet he remained unconscious, illustrating the ferocity of the poison. A flash of insight struck Tang San, and he suddenly comprehended the cause of his master's poisoning. Earlier, while they were being pursued by the mandala snake, his master's martial soul, the 3-headed cannon, had been bitten by the mandala snake, specifically on the right foreleg. His master had swiftly retracted the soul beast at that moment. The bond between a soul beast and its host is inseparable. Thus, even if his master's soul beast was mutated, the same principle applied. If the martial soul was poisoned, it was tantamount to the host being poisoned as well. His master, focused solely on aiding him in absorbing the soul ring, had neglected his own safety. Once Tang San entered a meditative state, his soul power could no longer contain the toxin, leading to its manifestation. In this regard, weapon martial souls held a distinct advantage, as contact with toxins would not affect the host directly. Fortunately, my master managed to contain the spread of the poison. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss. After feeling his master's pulse with his left hand, Tang San silently sighed in relief. The toxin had yet to reach his heart. There was still time to save him. Having emerged from the Tang sect, Tang San was well versed in treating poison injuries. At that moment, he set aside any concerns about whether the flames might attract soul beasts. He swiftly gathered some dry twigs and leaves from the surroundings, igniting a fire with the torch. Then he tore off the sleeve from his master's right arm and used the short sword gifted by his master to dig a small pit in the ground, subsequently fetching clean water to wash the blade. As the bonfire blazed more vigorously, Tang San repeatedly roasted the short sword over the flames before dragging his master's body beside the small pit, allowing his right hand to dangle into it. Taking a deep breath, Tang San deftly maneuvered his wrist, executing 3 precise cuts at the pulse point, the bend of the arm, and the underarm. Instantly, 3 streams of purplish-black blood, reeking of a strong odor and faintly reminiscent of tea, gushed forth, flowing like 3 small rivers into the pit he had previously dug. Chapter 10, The First Soul Ring Skill, Part 2. Tang San pressed one hand against the master's chest, channeling the recently enhanced power of the Xiantian skill. His left hand deftly tapped, sealing 4 vital meridians at the master's chest to prevent the spread of the toxic gas. Meanwhile, his right hand began to gently massage the master's chest, using his internal energy to stimulate the circulation of blood and qi within the master's body, gradually urging the poison towards a singular point. As the pinnacle of the Tang sect's internal cultivation techniques, the Xiantian skill possessed remarkable detoxifying properties. It was not a forceful energy but rather an intricate, delicate force that permeated the master's body like fine threads, striving to leave no trace of lingering harm. Carefully unbuttoning the master's garment, Tang San observed the dark aura surrounding him. Under the influence of the Xiantian skill, the black mist gradually coalesced, flowing towards the master's right arm. At this moment, Tang San had yet to remove the bandaging from the master's arm. As the toxic blood flowed out, the master's swollen arm began to shrink, and the skin regained its normal hue. However, a look of agony crossed the master's face, and he began to emit soft groans. As the purplish-black blood diminished, vibrant red blood emerged, and the master's arm appeared somewhat pallid. Only then did Tang San carefully unwrap the bandage from the master's arm, swiftly expelling the remaining poison in one motion with his internal energy, before rapidly sealing the blood vessels in the master's arm. He tore strips of cloth from his own attire to bind the wound. His initial hesitation to remove the bandage stemmed from a concern about excessive blood loss, especially since the master had been poisoned for quite some time. With the toxins eradicated, Tang San was drenched in sweat. Despite having entered the second level of the Xiantian skill, he did not yet possess overwhelming strength. The method of utilizing internal energy to assist in detoxification was exceedingly taxing, and the sense of power derived from absorbing soul rings felt somewhat diminished in this moment. Tang San gently washed the master's arm with clear water, then buried the small pit filled with toxic blood with soil. This marked the completion of their arduous task. Subsequently, the master fell into a deep slumber for 3 days, during which he was plagued by a persistent fever. Tang San could only administer small sips of clear water to him each day, in an effort to provide the master with some nourishment. He even fashioned a small pot from a piece of tree trunk and prepared a broth using the dried meat he had brought along. Given that they were in the soul-hunting forest, Tang San dared not stray far from the master. Fortunately, their luck held, although occasionally a soul beast would pass by. Most were merely 10-year-old creatures with little aggression, posing no significant threat to Tang San. What has happened to me? When the master finally regained consciousness, it was already midday on the fourth day. His frail body was devoid of strength, and he felt disoriented, as if the world around him was spinning, making it difficult to find his bearings. Even lifting his hand proved to be a challenge. "Master, you are awake," Tang San exclaimed, leaning closer to the master and channeling a surge of pure internal energy into him. With the assistance of the Xiantian skill, the master's spirits were somewhat lifted, and his gaze gradually began to focus. "Xiao San, am I still alive?" The master looked at Tang San with a hint of astonishment. Tang San nodded and said, "Master, you have lived well. However, it seems you will need to rest for a considerable duration this time." The master forced his head to tilt slightly, glancing at his right arm, and remarked, "It was you who saved me, wasn't it?" Tang San scratched his head and said, "When I was a child, my father taught me simple methods to treat poison injuries. Seeing you unconscious then, I could only give it a try. There's always a chance in trying. One might as well treat a dead horse as if it were alive." He continued, "Is it inappropriate to refer to a teacher in such a manner?" The master managed to force a faint smile, yet his already rigid face, now rendered pale, made this smile appear even more grotesque than a frown. Living is always a beautiful thing, even for a proud master who has devoted his entire life to the study of martial souls. Tang San chuckled softly and said, "Master, please take a moment to rest. I shall prepare some nourishing meat broth for you. Once you awaken, after a few hours of rest, you will be able to partake of some sustenance. It would also allow us to depart from the soul-hunting forest sooner, as the conditions here are rather harsh, and the damp air is not conducive to your wound's recovery." The master seemed to suddenly recall something and inquired, "Xiao San, have you succeeded?" For him, the theories he had researched held greater significance than life itself. Tang San smiled and said, "Master, rest assured, I have succeeded. Look." As he spoke, he raised his right hand, a faint white light emanating from his skin. Immediately, deep blue silver grass surged forth from his palm. A clear yellow halo ascended from beneath his feet, swirling around his body in a continuous dance, a hallmark of a first-ring soul master. Previously, the blue silver grass had been less than half a finger wide, but now it had expanded to 3 fingers in width, its leaves considerably thicker than before, adorned with peculiar patterns. Dozens of strands of blue-silver grass rapidly spread outwards, their tips lifted, resembling multiple mandala snakes foraging in the surroundings. The blue-silver grass bore no trace of the mandala snake's odor, only a subtle fragrance of tea, intoxicating yet fraught with danger. The master's eyes sparkled with palpable excitement, and he restrained his enthusiasm, inquiring, "How is its resilience?" Tang San, demonstrating through action, answered the master as one of the strands of blue-silver grass suddenly shot up, entwining around a sapling of considerable girth, while another strand returned to his hand. With a firm pull of his right hand, the sapling's trunk bent downwards, causing the blue-silver grass to stretch taut, yet showing no signs of breaking. "Excellent. This is truly remarkable. It seems my judgment was entirely correct. After absorbing the mandala snake's spirit ring, the blue-silver grass has indeed become more resilient. If I am not mistaken, it should also possess a degree of the mandala snake's toxicity. However, what is its current skill?" Chapter 10, The First Spirit Ring Skill. 3. Upon acquiring a spirit ring, a spirit must undergo a process of mutation before its skills manifest. Different spirits will yield entirely distinct skills from the same spirit ring, conversely. Even variations in the age of the spirit ring can result in significant differences in skills. Thus, despite the master's profound research into spirits, he could not definitively ascertain the effect of the first spirit ring acquired by Tang San. Tang San said, "Master, over the past few days, I have experimented with some feeble 10-year spirit beasts. You were right, blue-silver grass indeed inherits certain toxic properties from the mandala snake. Yet it lacks the lethality of a truly deadly venom, possessing instead the paralyzing effect of the mandala snake's toxin. However, direct contact is essential for it to take effect. Its toxicity is not excessively potent, but its restraining capability is quite evident. The skill of blue-silver grass is entanglement. By harnessing my soul power, I can ensnare the enemy's body, rendering them immobile." As he spoke, Tang San skillfully manipulated the blue-silver grass he had released. Suddenly, over a dozen deep blue leaves surged forth from the underbrush, swiftly coiling around a sturdy tree trunk. The leaves spiraled outward, covering an area of approximately 10 square meters. Within this domain, Evasion was utterly impossible. In an instant, the numerous strands of blue-silver grass had tightly ensnared the tree. A glimmer of contemplation shone in the master's eyes. Indeed, the characteristics of a control-type soul master were evident. If a powerful attacker were to collaborate with you, the efficacy of your martial soul would be even more pronounced. A control-type soul master focuses on restricting the opponent's movements as much as possible. This entanglement skill serves precisely that purpose. Moreover, with the added paralyzing effect, unless the enemy surpasses you by 2 soul rings, it is virtually impossible for them to break free from this entanglement skill. Tang San, we have succeeded. When discussing martial souls, the master appeared far from a severely injured individual. His eyes sparkled with vitality, and an ineffable excitement colored his tone. The most remarkable feature of the entanglement skill of blue-silver grass is its element of surprise. Tang San had tested it and found that within a range of 50 meters, he could command the blue-silver grass to launch an attack from any position. The element of unpredictability is particularly pronounced in the dense forests, where blue-silver grass finds excellent concealment. Tang San prepared another pot of meat soup and finally chopped the thoroughly cooked dried meat to feed the master. With sustenance in his belly, the master's recovery accelerated. However, they were compelled to prepare for their departure from the soul-hunting forest, as their provisions of food and water had been nearly exhausted over the past few days. Despite Tang San's efforts to conserve them, the master had not yet regained the ability to move. So Tang San carried him out of the martial soul forest on his back. Due to the significant disparity in their statures, the master's legs dangled along the ground. Utilizing his extraordinary strength and inner energy, Tang San, under the master's guidance, steadily made his way out of the soul-hunting forest and returned to the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy by carriage. Throughout the journey, whether while caring for the master or carrying him from the forest, the master never uttered a word of thanks. Yet, his gaze towards Tang San seemed to transcend that of a mere apprentice fulfilling his teacher's dreams, embodying the emotions that should have been present in Tang Hao's eyes. The phrase "once a teacher, always a father" profoundly engraved itself into the master's heart. After several days of recuperation and Tang San's meticulous care, upon their return to the academy, the master was able to walk, albeit with difficulty, supported by Tang San. However, according to Tang San's assessment, the master's injuries from the poison had severely compromised his vitality, and a complete recovery would require at least a month. The master held the position of a guest elder at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, enjoying a good relationship with the principal, but he had no family. Thus, during this time, Tang San naturally resolved to take responsibility for his teacher's care, having already contemplated the daily regimen of care on the journey back. At this moment, it was the morning class time for the students, and everything within the Nodding Academy appeared serene. Tang San assisted the master directly to his room, allowing him to rest on the bed. Finally back. Teacher, you can take some proper rest now. During this time, focus on your recovery and avoid overexertion. If you need anything, just instruct me. The master nodded silently and replied, I never expected to escape death this time. My physical recovery is secondary, but your training must not be interrupted. Furthermore, there is something you need to do. Tang San, please retrieve the second book from the left on the third shelf of the left bookcase for me. Of course, Tang San responded, following the master's instructions to bring over a substantial tome, which he found curious as it bore no title. The master did not take the book from Tang San's hands and said, This book contains my research on cultivating soul power. While soul power is developed through meditation and the circulation of one's own energy, there are numerous techniques involved. It details which operational routes are more conducive to enhancing strength and which martial souls are most suitable for cultivation in various environments. I cannot provide personal guidance during this time, but you must not become complacent. Understood, Tang San replied respectfully. Although he had yet to open the book, he felt an inexplicable sense of awe within. Following his recent breakthrough with the soul ring, he had gained a comprehensive understanding of martial souls. In his view, this so-called soul power was akin to inner energy. However, most practitioners approached it in a simplistic manner, lacking a systematic method of operation. Chapter 10, The First Soul Ring Skill 4. Tang San possesses the cultivation method of the Xiantian skill, which will undoubtedly allow him to progress at a pace far superior to that of the majority of soul masters in the future. According to what the master has conveyed, the research he has undertaken into the cultivation method likely mirrors the operational framework of internal energy cultivation. To reach this level of understanding, one must ponder the immense effort the master has invested. It is important to recognize that the Xiantian skill is the culmination of countless generations of painstaking experience from the Tang sect's predecessors. while the master stands alone in this endeavor. Additionally, you are to make a trip to the Spirit Hall in Notting City. Simply inquiring along the way will lead you to its location, situated in the central area of the city. There, you will undergo a Soul Master assessment, which serves two purposes. First, to evaluate your soul power, and second, to officially register with the Spirit Hall. This registration will enable you to receive a monthly stipend, thereby relieving you from the necessity of continuing as a work-study student. Tang San cautiously tucked the book given to him by his master into the 24 bridges under the moonlight. The essence of this remarkable belt, crafted from an unknown material, possessed extraordinary flexibility and elasticity. It could be reduced to a minimal size, allowing even a child of Tang San's stature to barely secure it around his waist. Yet, when fully extended, it could accommodate even a man with a waist measurement exceeding 4 feet, maintaining a consistent width regardless of size. At this moment, clad in the uniform of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, Tang San fastened the belt around his waist, and his demeanor transformed entirely compared to when he first arrived at the academy. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. While he may not be strikingly handsome, he appeared neat and exuded a refreshing aura. "Master, please rest for a while. I shall return with food at noon," he said before exiting the master's room. Just then, the bell signaling the end of class rang. The duration of classes at Notting Junior Soul Master Academy was relatively brief, with a half-hour break following the noon session before the cafeteria opened for lunch. Having just finished class, Tang San decided to return to the dormitory to greet his roommates before venturing out. However, upon entering the dormitory, he was astonished to find it completely empty. No one was in sight. His bedding remained exactly as he had left it, alongside Xiao Wu's, separated by a bundle. Is no one returning after class? Tang San pondered quietly. He turned and exited the dormitory, making his way to the playground. Outside, he observed a few students from the opposite teaching building strolling toward the dormitory. Just as he was about to head to the Wuhuan Hall to complete his Soul Master certification, he faintly overheard the older students mentioning the term work-study students. He quickly focused his attention, employing his inner strength to discern their conversation. Those work-study students are utterly overestimating themselves, daring to challenge Xiao Laoda from the 6th grade. I doubt we will see them in class tomorrow. That's not entirely fair. The work-study students do have some confidence. I heard they recently welcomed a first-year student, a girl who is quite formidable. All the work-study students call her Sister Xiao Wu. It seems she instigated this challenge. The stakes are quite high. If Xiao Laoda wins, all the work-study students will become his pets. If the work-study students win, then Sister Xiao Wu will be our academy Sister Xiao Wu. These work-study students are practically courting disaster. How powerful can a first-year girl truly be? Xiao Laoda is one of the few 6th graders who has reached the Soul Master realm. It seems Xiao Laoda will soon have a new entourage. Listening to the conversation of the two upperclassmen, Tang San felt a tightening in his chest. Although he had not known Xiao Wu for long, he had gathered some insight into her character. The seemingly delicate girl was far from gentle. Her temperament was rather fierce. Coupled with the words of Wang Xing about the bullying of work-study students, he was certain that what these upperclassmen said was indeed true. Tang San was also one of the work-study students, and naturally, he could not stand idly by while his roommate was being bullied. Two seniors. May I inquire where Xiao Laoda and those work-study students are? Tang San approached the two students engaged in conversation. The taller of the two, visibly taken aback, replied, "What do you want? Are you looking to get involved, Junior? Xiao Laoda has enough people, and judging by your appearance, you seem to be a 2nd or 3rd-year student. I advise you not to join. Getting caught in the crossfire would be good." From Tang San's neat attire and the quality belt around his waist, the two students clearly did not suspect his identity as a work-study student. "Seniors, I merely wish to observe from a distance." Naturally, Tang San would not disclose his affiliation with the work-study program. They must be dueling in the woods behind the academy. With accurate information in hand, Tang San dashed off towards the rear of the academy. The so-called back mountain of the academy was not within the confines of Notting Academy itself, but rather a small hill located just outside the back gate. Seeing no one around but the academy, Tang San swiftly activated his ghost shadow perplexing track and raced up the hill. The woods were eerily silent, but this silence belied an atmosphere charged with tension. All the work-study students, except for Tang San, stood behind Xiao Wu, facing a group of over 20 senior students. At the forefront stood a tall figure clad in the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy uniform. Although still youthful, he bore an air of maturity, towering over Xiao Wu by at least half a head, and his appearance could be described as handsome, albeit marred by a look of disdain and contempt. "Little girl, you still have time to regret your decision. Of course, I wouldn't mind having another pet rabbit. Your martial spirit is indeed a rabbit, isn't it? Chapter 10. The First Soul Ring Skill 5. Xiaowu's expression was equally disdainful, radiating acute charm despite her defiance. She pointed at him and said, Xiaolao, are you afraid? If you're afraid, then you can be my little brother. Haha. Xiaolao feigned nonchalance, laughing heartily. Afraid? I say, Wangsheng. Do all you work-study students have water in your brains to come here with such a little girl to challenge me? How ridiculous. Little girl. You should inquire into who I, Xiaolao, am. In this nodding city, I could walk sideways and no one would dare to stop me, let alone within the academy. Xiaowu, clearly growing impatient, interjected, enough chatter, let us begin. How do you want to fight? A mischievous glint appeared in Xiaolao's eyes as he replied, rest assured. I won't bully you. You have 10 people here, so we will also send out 10. The competitors will take turns. And whoever wins can continue to fight the next opponent until one side is entirely defeated. As the leader among the students, Xiaolao was not reckless, on the contrary. He was quite astute. Although Xiaowu appeared to pose little threat, Xiaolao had faced Wangsheng many times and understood his character well. If this little girl had no skills, Wangsheng would not easily acknowledge her as the representative of the work-study students, even if this girl was strong. They had an entire team of senior students, each formidable in their own right, while the work-study side had only Wangsheng, who was moderately capable. Plus this little girl. At most they were only 2 people. He could let his subordinates wear them down without even needing to lift a finger. Victory was practically assured. This seemingly fair duel format, was it truly equitable? Wangsheng recognized Xiaolao's intentions, but before he could voice a protest, Xiaowu had already agreed. All right, it's settled. Who's your first fighter? Step forward. At this point, it was too late for Wangsheng to stop Xiaowu from accepting the challenge. Xiaolao gestured to his team, and a tall senior immediately stepped forward. Wangsheng clenched his teeth. Sister Xiaowu, let me go first. He was familiar with this senior, having faced him in one-on-one battles before, each ending in a disastrous outcome. This senior wielded a long stick as his martial spirit, but it was no ordinary stick. Xiaowu nodded in agreement, allowing Wangsheng to take the lead. Taking a deep breath, Wangsheng stepped forward. Lulong, let us go? A yellow light surged from Lulong's hands, and a 2-meter-long staff materialized in his grip. Wangsheng, if I don't make you lie down for a few days today, I want to bear the surname Liu. Before Wangsheng could respond, Xiaowu chimed in. Then if you lose, you'll be called dried flower, withered willow from now on. Lulong's expression soured, and without a word, he lunged forward, swinging his staff down upon Wangsheng. Wangsheng also ignited his soul power, roaring like a tiger, refusing to dodge as he crossed his arms to meet the incoming staff. With a resounding thud, Wangsheng staggered back 2 steps, his arms, charged with soul power, recoiling as he grasped for the staff. Despite the protection of his soul power, he felt a sharp pain as the staff left a gash on his arm. Bruises were inevitable. Lulong smirked. You really don't learn, do you? This is my martial spirit. A flash of light enveloped the end of the staff Wangsheng had seized, and in an instant, it thrust forward, piercing through Wangsheng's arm and slamming into his chest, knocking him backward. Wangsheng's fighting spirit was undeniable, and he clearly possessed greater strength than his opponent. However, he lacked a soul ring and could not perform a martial spirit possession. Although his strength was greatly enhanced by his soul power, he was lacking in agility. Facing an opponent wielding a long staff, he found himself utterly at a disadvantage, unable to mount any effective counterattack. Springing back up, his tiger-like roar echoed once more. But soon after, he was struck once more by the staff. Nevertheless, Wangsheng had developed a formidable resilience from his frequent encounters with defeat, making him far tougher than the average student. Though he was clearly on the defensive, it was no simple task for his opponent to render him incapable of fighting. Before Xiaowu and Tang San arrived at Dueling Academy, all the work-study students had relied on him for protection. Without some ability, they would have been bullied long ago. Wangsheng was still too impulsive. Facing the opponent head-on, he could not close the distance, and only by doing so could he hope to overcome his adversary. Just as Xiaowu furrowed her brow in concern, a soft voice suddenly whispered in her ear. Turning her head, she was met with the sight of Tang San, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise. Little San, you're back. Upon crossing the hill behind the academy, Tang San had witnessed the unfolding scene in the woods. Without uttering a word, he quietly approached Xiaowu, his height rendering him nearly unnoticed by Xiaolao's group. Tang San gazed at Xiaowu, eager to articulate his thoughts, yet he restrained himself. Xiaowu perceived his hesitance and inquired, "What is it? Do you wish to say that I am impulsive?" Tang San shook his head and said, As work-study students, we cannot always be bullied. This method of challenging the leader of the students can indeed be considered a lasting solution, and you are right to pursue it. However, you should have waited for my return before issuing such a challenge. That would have increased our chances of success. Chapter 11. Xiao Wu. It turns out you are truly a rabbit, Part 1. Xiao Wu shot Tang San a glare. Her mind racing back to the last time she had been struck by a stone, igniting her anger. Wait for what? Who knows when you will return? They are already bullying us. That scoundrel, the so-called leader Xiao, has the audacity to demand that I become his pet rabbit. If I can endure this, then I shall no longer be called Xiao Wu. Tang San furrowed his brow, pondering to himself how such a young child could harbor such sordid thoughts. It seemed imperative to teach them a lesson, to let them understand that the work-study students were not to be trifled with. With this thought in mind, he brushed his fingers against his waist, directing his gaze towards the battlefield. At that moment, Wang Xing bore numerous bruises. With each mighty roar, his spirit power diminished further, while his opponent remained unscathed, mocking him as if playing a game of cat and mouse. Wang Xing's attack strategy was overly simplistic. Sensing that his spirit power was not entirely depleted, he launched one final offensive, taking a couple of steps before lunging at Lu Long. This time, he was resolute, determined to leave a mark on his adversary, regardless of the punishment he might endure. Lu Long, having dealt with Wang Xing for quite some time, quickly discerned his intent. As Wang Xing charged, Lu Long's expression turned grave, and he began to swing his long staff, delivering 3 successive strikes aimed at Wang Xing's head and shoulders. If he could repel Wang Xing, who was clearly at his limit, a significant counterattack would be unlikely. However, at that moment, Lu Long felt as if his hands, gripping the staff, had been stung by a mosquito, causing his attack to falter unexpectedly. This momentary hesitation exposed a gap in his calculated assault. Although the first strike connected with Wang Sheng's head, Wang Sheng pressed forward regardless, causing Lu Long's subsequent strikes to miss entirely. For a weapon spirit master, facing a spirit master with a beast martial soul at close quarters was devastating. Even with Lu Long's superior strength, the outcome remained unchanged. With a resounding crash, Wang Xing's claw struck Lu Long's head, sending him airborne. In a swift motion, Wang Xing executed a somersault, his right leg following through with a powerful whip-like strike against Lu Long's back, forcefully slamming him to the ground. Unlike Wang Xing, Lu Long lacked exceptional resilience. His spirit power was concentrated in his staff, leaving his defense lacking. Wang Xing's 2 strikes were delivered with full force, and when Lu Long crashed into the ground, he was immediately knocked unconscious. Wang Sheng, overwhelmed by exhilaration, roared to the heavens, as if to expel the pent-up resentment he had harbored for years. Xiao Laoda, who had been watching Lu Long toy with Wang Xing with indifference, was suddenly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Lu Long ranked among the top 3 in his ranks, and had it not been for his recently acquired first spirit ring, victory against Lu Long would have been uncertain. Xiao Wu teased, indeed, the fallen flower and the broken willow are truly as frail as they seem, utterly incapable of withstanding a blow. What do you say, Xiao Laoda? With a wave of his hand, Xiao Laoda instructed his subordinates to carry Lu Long away for urgent treatment. As they were merely junior Spirit Master Academy students, their spirit power was insufficient to cause any fatal harm. The first match counts as our loss. Ling Feng, you're up. The second contestant dispatched by Xiao Laoda was a slender, upperclassman, with small features that belied his age of 12. He appeared to be of a similar age to Xiao Wu and Tang San. Call Wang Sheng back. I will step in, Tang San whispered to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, possessing keen observational skills, recognized that the second contestant was an agile spirit master, perfectly suited to counter Wang Xing's approach. Given Wang Xing's previous exhaustion, defeat was inevitable. Wang Xing, return. Let Xiao San take this match. You may rest now. Wang Xing, still riding the high from his victory over Lu Long, only then noticed that Tang San had returned, realizing his own state. Although he had triumphed over Lu Long, he was indeed out of fighting capacity. Little did he know that had it not been for Tang San discreetly flicking 3 small stones to restrict Lu Long's attacks, his prior victory would have been unattainable. You are a work-study student? Ling Feng inquired, regarding Tang San with a look of uncertainty. Tang San merely nodded at him, signaling him to proceed. Although Ling Feng was slender, he was still taller than first-year Tang San, as this duel would determine which of them would ascend as the leader among the students. He cast one last glance at Tang San's waist belt before springing into action, executing a nimble somersault in midair, his arms outstretched, gliding 2 meters toward Tang San's head. With a glance, Tang San discerned the nature of his opponent's martial spirit. The teachings of the master over these past few days had not been in vain. This student named Ling Feng was an agile battle spirit master, and his martial spirit was likely that of a flying creature, given his unassuming appearance and style of attack. It was clear he was not an eagle, thus it must be something akin to a swallow or a crow. As Ling Feng lunged toward him, Tang San remained utterly still, as if his opponent were non-existent. Renowned among 6th grade students for his swiftness, Ling Feng, a close ally of the senior Xiao, was exceptionally nimble. Just as he was about to reach Tang San, he suddenly executed another flip, his arms thrusting out to forcibly alter his trajectory, positioning himself behind Tang San. In tandem, his arms sliced toward the sides of Tang San's neck. Even as Ling Feng soared above him, Tang San did not flinch. In the face of an unknown adversary, remaining unchanged amidst change was the wisest strategy. Chapter 11. Little Wu, So You Truly Are a Rabbit, Part 2. Had it been before acquiring his first spirit ring, perhaps Tang San would not have been so audacious. However, since obtaining it, his speed, strength, and reflexes had undergone a transformative leap. The disciples of the Tang sect were renowned for their sharp senses and varied responses. And speed was certainly one of their advantages. Who could he possibly fear in terms of swiftness? Ling Feng, shifting his form in the air, sought to catch Tang San off guard. Noting that Tang San was merely a 1st or 2nd year student, he felt a twinge of disdain, preparing to strike decisively and force Little Wu to act. Yet, just as his palms converged toward Tang San's neck, Tang San sprang into action. With a swift flick of his leg, he evaded Ling Feng's grasp, his upper body bending forward as his right leg shot backward with astonishing force. The entire maneuver executed without a backward glance. As quiet as a maiden and as swift as a hare, Tang San embodied this principle to perfection, his explosive speed rendering the spectators scarcely able to perceive the sequence of events. Tang San's heel made a close contact with Ling Feng's chin, causing him to execute a 3rd somersault in midair, followed by a series of backflips. With a resounding thud, he was forcefully thrown several meters away, following in Lu Long's footsteps, and lost consciousness. His chin had been dislocated from the kick administered by Tang San. This was accomplished without Tang San using his internal energy. Had he done so, the impact would have surely shattered Ling Feng's jaw. The basic leg technique known as the reverse flying leg, combined with Tang San's keen instincts, achieved a lethal effect in an instant. The senior students on Xiao Lao Da's side widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom the reality of the situation before them. Ling Feng, among their ranks, was second only to Xiao Lao Da in strength, yet he had been knocked unconscious by what appeared to be a 1st or 2nd year student. Unable even to unleash his signature attack, Xiao Lao Da murmured, "Damn it, is the world about to change? How can the younger generation be so formidable?" Only after hearing Ling Feng hit the ground did Tang San slowly retract his elevated right leg and calmly declare, "Next." Xiao Lao Da, astonished, and the work-study student Xiao Wu, equally surprised, noted Tang San's significant improvement since their previous encounters. She observed that Tang San, in the heat of battle, seemed transformed. The mild-mannered boy she knew became strikingly fierce. Wang Sheng, ignoring his own injuries, burst into laughter at the sight of Ling Feng being sent flying. "How about that? Xiao Lao Da, are you convinced? Our Tang San hasn't even used his soul power. You might as well concede to avoid further humiliation." With a grim expression, Xiao Lao Da stepped forward. After suffering 2 defeats, it was imperative for him to enter the fray. He pondered that aside from himself, there was no one stronger than Ling Feng left on their side. If he couldn't restore morale quickly, the remaining duels would be futile. Only by decisively defeating this young challenger and then overcoming Xiao Wu could he regain his honor. Xiao Lao Da regarded Tang San with an icy stare. The scorn and disdain that once adorned his face had vanished, replaced by a grave demeanor. Xiao Chenyu, 6th grade student, martial spirit, wolf. Level 11, One-Ring Battle Soul Master. Announcing his martial spirit and rank was a gesture of respect towards his opponent. As he spoke, a layer of azure light emanated from Xiao Chenyu. As the light flickered, his muscles began to swell, his eyes gradually transformed to a pale green, and his arms rose, claws extended, nails sharpening. A circle of white soul rings rose from beneath his feet, signifying the manifestation of his martial spirit. As the leader of the students, Xiao Chenyu displayed his astuteness. Although very few at Dueling Academy were unaware of his martial spirit, Tang San was an enigma. By revealing his martial spirit first, he sought to ascertain Tang San's abilities before engaging, thus allowing him to prepare accordingly. Tang San had learned from his master that unless one held their opponent in contempt, not fearing them as a potential lifelong rival, it was customary to announce one's martial spirit in the spirit of mutual respect and skill exchange. Tang San, 1st-year work-study student. Martial spirit, Blue Silvergrass. Level 11, One-Ringed Weapon Soul Master. Upon hearing Tang San declare his martial spirit as Blue Silvergrass, the senior students behind Xiao Qinyu erupted in laughter, their earlier tension evaporating. They even failed to catch the level Tang San had announced. Blue Silvergrass was widely regarded as a worthless martial spirit across the continent, despite Tang San's considerable strength. The disparity of their martial spirits led them to dismiss any concern for Xiao Laoda's potential defeat. What did you just say? What level are you? Xiao Qinyu, unlike his subordinates, was attentive, as the commotion had obscured Tang San's declaration of his level. Level 11, One-Ringed Weapon Soul Master. As he spoke, a faint white light illuminated Tang San, and with a wave of his right hand, ethereal blue silver grass sprouted from his palm, cascading beneath his feet. A bright yellow soul ring ascended from his base, swirling around him in a rhythmic dance. The appearance of the yellow soul ring struck the senior students like a harsh slap, their laughter freezing. Some even gaped at Tang San in disbelief, as if he were a creature from a different realm. 100-year soul ring. Xiao Qinyu gasped in shock. The white ring represented a 10-year soul ring, while the yellow signified a 100-year soul ring. The impact of differing levels of soul rings, under the condition of equal soul power, would be decisive. How is this possible? The emergence of soul rings on Tang San's body shattered the senior's preconceived notions about martial spirits. A first-year student, typically aged 6 to 7. Reaching the Soul Master level was unprecedented in the history of Dueling Academy, especially with a martial spirit deemed worthless like Blue Silvergrass. Boss, just take him out. He's merely a Blue Silvergrass. What does it matter if his soul ring is impressive? One senior student couldn't help but remark. Fool, be quiet. Xiao Qinyu bellowed, cutting off his subordinate's words. Merely a Blue Silvergrass? Xiao Qinyu mused inwardly, recognizing that the situation was far from simple. While Blue Silvergrass was indeed a discarded martial spirit, a Soul Master level Blue Silvergrass was entirely different. Furthermore, possessing a 100-year soul ring was virtually unattainable without assistance. If someone had aided him in acquiring such a soul ring and reaching the Soul Master level, it implied that this first-year youth was backed by significant power. Xiao Qinyu's father was the mayor of Nodding City, which explained his brazen behavior in the academy, seldom facing reprimands from the teachers. Having witnessed his father's conduct in the political arena, he had absorbed some of that atmosphere, leading him to consider Tang San's background. His father had repeatedly warned him that some prominent families were untouchable. They could be even more formidable than the imperial family. The royal family would still be concerned about maintaining appearances, but those powerful families had no such constraints. Angering them could result in catastrophic consequences. Are you truly a work-study student? Xiao Qinyu could not restrain his curiosity. Tang San nodded faintly. Upon activating his soul ring, he was engulfed by a surge of power that ignited a fervent desire within him to seek a worthy opponent and engage in a spirited contest. Eager to ascertain the extent of his newfound strength, the moment had arrived, akin to an arrow nocked and ready to be loosed. Xiao Qinyu remained cautious in his heart. Even if he were to triumph over this first-year student, he must not inflict any harm upon him. If Ling Feng's assault was characterized by agility, then Xiao Qinyu's was explosive and domineering. With the possession of a soul ring, his might was incomparable to Wang Sheng's, despite Wang Sheng's martial spirit being that of the king of beasts. In a situation where their martial spirits were of differing ranks, Wang Sheng paled significantly in comparison to Xiao Qinyu. As Xiao Qinyu lunged forward, Tang San could no longer afford to be as leisurely as he had been with Ling Feng. The possession of a soul ring fundamentally altered the dynamics of their confrontation. The moment Xiao Qinyu's body surged forward, the soul power emanating from him enveloped a 3-square-meter radius around Tang San, manifesting an overwhelming display of raw strength devoid of any finesse, merely a clash of brute force. A clash of brute force, indeed? Very well, let it commence. Although physical strength was not the forte of the Tang sect disciples, Tang San was equally eager to ascertain the extent of his Xian Tian skill. He gathered his energy, placing both palms before his chest, and slowly propelled them forward to meet Xiao Qinyu's claw attack. The subordinates of Xiao Qinyu wore victorious smiles, confident in their leader's prowess. What did a century-old soul ring matter? This fool was challenging Xiao Qinyu's wolf claws with his bare hands, a blatant invitation to disaster. They had witnessed Xiao Qinyu shatter stones with the strength of his claws while embodying his martial spirit. Xiao Qinyu's hands were significantly larger than Tang San's, and he hesitated internally, contemplating whether to unleash his claw strength. He believed that with his power, he could easily crush Tang San's palms, thereby concluding the contest. Yet, would such an action come with repercussions from those behind him? The speed of the assault was astonishing. Before Xiao Qinyu could finalize his thoughts, his claws collided with Tang San's palms. A resounding thud echoed as azure and white lights erupted simultaneously, sending waves of force rippling through the air, destabilizing those who had gathered to witness the confrontation. Tang San stood there, his feet firmly planted, while Xiao Qinyu staggered back, shaken by the impact. Almost instinctively, Xiao Qinyu's claw-like hand lunged toward Tang San. The overwhelming force of his soul power, which paled in comparison to his opponent's, ignited a mix of fury and astonishment, causing him to abandon all caution. Yet, what transpired next left Xiao Qinyu even more astounded. As his claw latched onto Tang San's hands, he felt a distinct firmness, as if they were forged from iron. No matter how he exerted himself, he could not draw back even a fraction. In an instant, Tang San wrenched his hands free and grasped Xiao Qinyu's wrist, preventing him from being pushed back. With a swift motion, he pulled back his hands and advanced, crashing his right shoulder directly into Xiao Qinyu's abdomen. The sheer force sent Xiao Qinyu's considerable frame soaring through the air, landing a full 3 meters away. As Xiao Qinyu's subordinates prepared to cheer, they were taken aback by the sight of their leader being thrown out. Their perception of Tang San shifted entirely. Was this young man even human? The lustrous jade hue slowly faded from Tang San's hands, revealing that his Xiantian Kung Fu internal energy surpassed his opponent's soul power by 11 levels. He remarked coolly, "I have matters to attend to. I cannot linger to play with you any longer. Let this conclude." With a swift command, blue silvergrass, entwine. Just as Xiao Qinyu sprang back to his feet, the impact from Tang San had not been delivered with full force, and with his beast martial soul augmenting his defenses, he had emerged relatively unscathed. Just in time to hear Tang San's declaration. Suddenly, over a dozen thick strands of blue silvergrass surged from beneath his feet, spiraling upward. Before Xiao Qinyu could comprehend the situation, the grass had firmly ensnared his legs. What is this? Xiao Qinyu gasped in shock. He struggled with all his might. Yet the upgraded blue silvergrass proved remarkably resilient. No matter how hard he fought, he remained trapped. Chapter 11. Little Wu. So you are truly a rabbit, Part 4. Tang San gradually approached Xiao Qinyu, declaring, "There is no need to test further. You cannot break free. My first spirit ring is the mandala snake, which endows my blue silvergrass with its resilience. Naturally, it also inherits a hint of the mandala snake's venom. If you believe you possess the strength to continue fighting, I would not object to letting you experience the taste of the mandala snake's poison." Oh. And just so you know, I will not provide an antidote. Behind Tang San, more than 10 strands of blue silvergrass emerged, the leaves hovering as if they were mandala snakes poised to strike. A wave of fear began to wash over the senior students, with Xiao Qinyu's subordinates retreating uncontrollably. Though they may not have encountered the mandala snake, they had certainly heard of its terrifying venom. Who would willingly engage with such a dreadful poison? Do not unleash the snake's venom. I concede. Despite being the leader among the students, Xiao Qinyu was merely 12 years old, still susceptible to the fears of childhood. And he was thrown into disarray. In truth, while Tang San's blue silvergrass did possess toxicity, being merely a first spirit ring and not derived from a more powerful mandala snake, the poison was only paralyzing and not lethal. Yet, how could Xiao Qinyu dare to test this with his own body? The blue silvergrass quietly vanished beneath Xiao Qinyu's feet, and a gentle smile, familiar to the students, appeared on Tang San's face. "Since you have conceded, let us proceed according to the agreement you made with Xiao Wu." Xiao Qinyu stared blankly at Tang San, pondering, "Should I recognize you as my leader or her?" He could scarcely believe that Xiao Wu's strength could surpass that of Tang San. A 6-year-old spirit master was beyond his comprehension. Tang San smiled and said, "Of course, Xiao Wu is your leader. I cannot surpass her. Otherwise, I would be the head of the 7th dormitory, not her." Huh? Xiao Qinyu's mouth fell open in astonishment, pondering how someone as formidable as Tang San could be overshadowed by her. "Are you truly both only 6 years old?" Xiao Wu slowly approached Tang San, gently patting his shoulder while adopting a big sister demeanor. "You've done well, Xiao San. You've worked hard." Tang San chuckled softly and said, "The teacher has asked me to take care of some matters. You can handle the rest on your own. From now on, you shall be the esteemed leader of the academy." Xiao Wu playfully punched Tang San's shoulder, saying, "All right, you go ahead. I will manage the rest." After speaking, her gaze shifted to Xiao Qinyu. "What? Are you still unconvinced? Very well, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Xiao Wu, a first-year work-study student, with a martial spirit of a rabbit, and I am a level 12 one-ring battle spirit master." Xiao Qinyu, along with Tang San, who had not yet departed, was taken aback. It was only now that he realized Xiao Wu was also a spirit master, and remarkably, of a higher level than himself, given their similar ages. Could it be that she also possessed innate full spirit power? A crimson glow enveloped Xiaowu, and beneath the gentle hue, her eyes began to shift to a red shade, while her ears gradually elongated, adorned with soft white, first standing upright. Her stature appeared to rise slightly, as a soft aura of spirit power emanated around her form. The soul ring that emerged beneath her feet was, astonishingly, the same as Tang San's, a yellow 100-year soul ring. Xiao Qinyu slapped his forehead with force. Sister Xiaowu, I concede. From this moment on, you are the leader of our Nodding Junior Spirit Master Academy. Everyone, come here and pay your respects to Sister Xiaowu. A level 11 Tool Spirit Master was indeed formidable, yet here stood a level 12 One-Ring Battle Spirit Master, also with a 100-year soul ring. Xiao Qinyu understood without needing to engage that he was no match for Xiaowu. Xiaowu looked on with a sense of pride as the senior students bowed before her, casting a sidelong glance at the dazed Tang San. Aren't you busy? Why haven't you left yet? Just because you possess innate full spirit power, does that mean I cannot as well? Tang San emerged from his reverie, casting a careful glance at Xiaowu. He raised his hand to gently caress her soft, long ears, nodding as he realized, Xiaowu, it turns out you truly are a rabbit. The sensitivity of her rabbit ears resonated with her martial spirit, producing a delightful blush on the young girl's cheeks. As she raised her hand in playful retaliation, Tang San took flight, escaping her grasp. Setting aside Xiaowu's aftermath, once Tang San exited the academy, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. Aside from his concerns for his teacher's poison affliction, everything else exceeded his expectations. The issue regarding the cultivation of Xiantian skill had finally been resolved, and he had acquired the ability of blue-silver grass entanglement, marking a significant enhancement in his strength. Tang San was confident that through relentless training, his mastery of Xiantian skill would flourish. In no more than a decade, if he could ascend to the 5th level of Xiantian skill, it would signify a notable achievement. By then, he would be able to utilize most of the concealed weapons documented in the Xiantian treasure record. Hadn't his teacher mentioned the existence of numerous martial spirit families and sects in this world? What would prevent him from re-establishing the Tang sect in this foreign realm? In the Douluo Continent, regardless of whether it was the Heaven Do Empire or the Star Luo Empire, any city would prominently feature the Spirit Hall as its iconic structure. A casual inquiry to a passerby led Tang San effortlessly to the location of the Spirit Hall. Having already delayed some time helping a work-study student deal with a duel and needing to return with lunch for his teacher, Tang San hastened towards the Spirit Hall, eager not to waste any further moments. Halt, young one. This is the Spirit Hall. You cannot wander in carelessly. A guard at the entrance blocked his path. The Spirit Hall in Nodding City was a grand building with a soaring dome. Its facade spanned over 100 meters in width and reached a height of 20 meters, divided into 3 levels. The entire structure was a rich brown color, and the emblem on its main entrance featured solely a long sword. According to the Master's earlier explanation, the singular symbol indicated that the Spirit Hall in Nodding City was of the lowest tier. The 2 guards at the entrance appeared to be around 20 years of age, their soul power fluctuations barely perceptible, suggesting they had yet to reach the level of a soul master. Clearly, Nodding City was indeed remote, as evidenced by the ranking of its Spirit Hall. Hello, sir. I am a first-year student from Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. My teacher sent me here to assess my martial spirit level. Tang San indicated his uniform to the guard. Upon noticing the emblem of Nodding Academy on Tang San's attire, a glimmer of envy flickered in the guard's eyes. The guard who had initially spoken said, I see. You may enter. Proceed to the reception area on the 1st floor and seek Master Matthew. He will assist you. Thank you, Tang San replied gratefully. Promptly stepping through the entrance of the Spirit Hall, the guard's envious gazes followed him inside, one remarking, if only I could have attended Nodding Academy. Perhaps I would be a soul master by now. Hey, doesn't Nodding Academy possess its own equipment for testing soul power? They typically only visit us during advancement periods. Why is this child here? Who knows? It's just a young one. Perhaps his teacher sent him to deliver a message of sorts, but it cannot be outright stated. Upon entering the hall beneath the imposing 20-meter dome, Tang San was immediately enveloped by its grandeur. The ceiling was adorned with murals, each small panel depicting various martial spirit designs. The background shimmered in radiant gold, exuding a sense of opulence while retaining an air of antiquity. Surrounding the Spirit Hall were massive crystal windows, through which sunlight refracted, casting dazzling golden rays upon the murals, creating an enchanting spectacle. Where is the reception area? Tang San pondered, now inspired by the atmosphere of the hall, as he began his search for his intended destination. The spirit hall was not particularly crowded. Only a few attendants were busy with cleaning. Just as Tang San was contemplating how to locate the reception area, he spotted a familiar face, the esteemed soul master Su Yuntao, who had previously assisted him in awakening his martial spirit. Tang San approached swiftly, accompanied by a striking female spirit master who was tall and voluptuous, possessing a countenance that could be deemed above average. The two were engaged in lively conversation, oblivious to the diminutive figure of Tang San drawing near. "Master Su Yuntao," Tang San called out. Only then did Su Yuntao notice his arrival. The female spirit master uttered a surprised exclamation, inquiring, "How is it that we have such a young child in the spirit hall? Could he be yet another noble's son here for a spirit awakening?" Su Yuntao failed to recognize Tang San at first. After all, he had encountered countless children awakening their spirits, and Tang San's current attire was far from his former shabby appearance. "Who are you?" Su Yuntao asked, his expression one of confusion. Tang San hastily clarified, "Master Su Yuntao, I am Tang San, the one who awakened the blue-silver grass spirit in Holy Soul Village, endowed with innate full spirit power." "Ah, it is you. What brings you here?" Su Yuntao said, suddenly recalling Tang San, as innate full spirit power is indeed a memorable trait. Tang San said, "My teacher sent me to the Wuhuan Hall for an advanced assessment and to test the value of my martial soul power." Su Yuntao was taken aback. "Have you already obtained your first spirit ring? So soon? This uniform is from Notting Academy, right? Truly, it is the finest institution in Notting City. And your teacher is indeed very responsible." Su Yuntao's female companion seemed somewhat displeased at being overlooked. "Yutao, aren't you going to introduce me?" Noticing the discontent on his companion's face, Su Yuntao hurriedly replied, "Cici, this is the child with innate full spirit power that I mentioned to you. Unfortunately, his martial soul is blue silver grass. Otherwise, his future would be boundless. He has already acquired a spirit ring, thus he is considered part of the spirit master community. Please wait for me here. I will escort him to Master Ma Shou Nua in the reception hall." When Cici heard Su Yuntao mention that Tang San possessed innate full spirit power, her eyes brightened momentarily. However, upon learning that this innate full spirit power was associated with the blue-silver grass martial soul, her surprise transformed into a hint of disdain. She nodded and said, "You go ahead. I will wait here for you." "Thank you." Su Yuntao left a favorable impression on Tang San, as he appeared to be a responsible steward within the Wuhuan Hall. Su Yuntao led Tang San up the stairs to the second floor, where Tang San observed a series of rooms lining the corridor. From this vantage point, he could also directly view the grand hall on the first floor, which was undoubtedly the operational hub of the Wuhuan Hall. Eager to join Cici, Su Yuntao hastily arrived at a door, pushing it open without knocking. "Who is this? Barging in?" An elderly voice echoed from within the room. This was a bright office, where an old man sat behind a large desk, dressed in tidy spirit master attire, adorned with the standard three-sword insignia, indicating his rank as a great spirit master. "Ah, it's you, Yutao. Why are you still so reckless?" The cultivation of a spirit master requires utmost concentration. A more composed demeanor would serve you well. Otherwise, you may find yourself, like me, unable to cross the threshold of level 30. Su Yuntao complained, "Master Ma Shou Nua, please refrain from lecturing. This child is here for his advanced assessment." "I appreciate your assistance." It was evident that Su Yuntao had a close relationship with the elderly spirit master. Master Ma Shou Nua chuckled. But when his gaze fell upon Tang San, he was momentarily astonished. "Yuntao, are you certain this child is here for an advanced assessment and not for martial soul awakening?" With a wry smile, Su Yuntao replied, "I am indeed certain. This child's martial soul is the one I awakened. He is the one I mentioned to you, possessing innate full spirit power, albeit with the blue-silver grass martial soul. He has already acquired a spirit ring, so I would be grateful for your assistance. Cici is still waiting for me. I must take my leave." After patting Tang San on the shoulder, he hurriedly exited, watching Su Yuntao's departing figure. Master Ma Shou Nua shook his head helplessly, another young man blinded by love. Alas, Cici is not suited for him. Her heart is far too expansive to be tethered. Tang San stood before Meisu Nua's desk, feeling a slight urgency as he listened to the master's murmuring. "Hello, Master Meisu Nua." Meisu Nua smiled at Tang San and replied, "Child, there is no need to call me master. I am hardly deserving of such a title. Just call me Grandpa Meisu Nua. At 81 years of age, I should be considered your grandfather." The old man's kind and amiable voice instantly endeared him to Tang San, who quickly responded, "Hello, Grandpa Meisu Nua." Macy Anua smiled gently and said, "Come, I shall take you for your advanced assessment. You are a very polite child, but alas, your martial spirit is merely blue silver grass." As he spoke, Macy Anua took Tang San's hand as if leading his own grandson, guiding him out of his office and down the corridor towards the inner sanctum of the spirit hall. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, 3 towering arches appeared before Tang San. Macy Anua smiled and said, "This is the spirit laboratory where advanced assessments are conducted. Come, child." With that, he opened the leftmost door and led Tang San inside. Upon entering the room, Tang San felt an unusual sensation, as the internal energy of his Xiantian gong seemed to resonate with a distinct rhythm. The chamber was spacious and lofty, spanning nearly 200 square meters, with a massive floor-to-ceiling window providing ample illumination to the interior. Tang San immediately discerned the source of the disturbance in his internal energy. Embedded within the surrounding walls were 5 black stones, each roughly the size of a fist. The material appeared to be identical to the stone that Su Yuntao had once used to awaken his martial soul. Beneath him lay a colossal emblem etched into the ground, shaped like a token, with a long sword descending directly, pointing towards the entrance of the door. This insignia mirrored that which hung outside the martial soul hall. Master Matthew, the Grand Soul Master, observed Tang San's attention to the floor's design and smiled, saying, "We are situated in the most rudimentary of martial soul halls, commonly referred to as the Martial Soul Branch Hall. Throughout the continent, even the smallest of cities boast a martial soul hall of this scale. Above the branch halls are the martial soul subhalls, and a level higher lies the martial soul main hall. Only major cities possess the stature to house a martial soul main hall. The capitals of the 2 great empires, however, are home to the 4th tier, the martial soul sacred halls. The 5th tier is the Hall of the Pope, which represents the most revered place within our martial soul hall. Above the Hall of the Pope exists only the legendary Douluo Hall of Worship. Only soul masters who attain the level of Douluo may enter, and it serves as the ultimate sanctuary for all soul masters registered above the Douluo level within the martial soul hall, a place all soul masters yearn for. The 6 levels of the martial soul halls that Master Matthew described corresponded precisely to the 6 emblems spoken of by the Master, and Tang San's understanding deepened. "Thank you for sharing this knowledge, Master Matthew. Shall we commence?" Master Matthew chuckled lightly and replied, "Ah, the youth of today are ever so impatient. Very well, let us begin. Unleash your martial soul and release your soul rings." Tang San stepped firmly into the center of the intricate ground markings, raising his right hand. With focused concentration, the inner energy of Xiantian skill began to flow from his palm, harmonizing with the warm currents bestowed by his blue-silver grass martial spirit. The robust leaves of blue-silver grass surged forth, swiftly cascading to the ground. A radiant century-old mandala snake spirit ring ascended from beneath Tang San's feet, moving rhythmically around his body. Matthew, who had previously worn a gentle smile, was now taken aback, his expression transforming into one of astonishment. Could it be that this was the blue-silver grass? In Tang San's eyes flickered a faint blue light, a unique effect of his blue-silver grass martial spirit. "Is there a problem, Grandpa Matthew?" Matthew rubbed his eyes, ensuring he was not mistaken. His attention then shifted to the yellow soul ring on Tang San's body, a century-old soul ring. No wonder, even the blue-silver grass had undergone such a significant transformation. "Child, I am yet unaware of your name." "I am Tang San." Matthew exhaled, calming the excitement within him. "I can assure you, you have an excellent mentor at Dueling Academy. However, it is no small feat for a mentor at Dueling Academy to assist you in hunting a century-old soul beast. Unfortunately, the developmental potential of blue-silver grass is rather limited. Otherwise, you might truly become a remarkable soul master, especially considering your martial spirit has only recently awakened a few months ago." Matthew picked up a yellow crystal ball from the nearby table and approached Tang San. "Infuse your soul power into this, and let me see what level you have attained. Theoretically, you should be at level 11. Before Matthew could finish his sentence, the crystal ball in Tang San's hands already glowed with a hazy yellow light. The radiance was not exceptionally overwhelming, yet it was remarkably clear. This is level 13 soul power." Matthew gazed at Tang San as if he were an oddity. Could it be that the soul ring itself was powerful, contributing to the increase in soul power? Yet, it shouldn't have jumped 2 levels. "Child, may I inquire what soul beast you hunted to obtain this soul ring?" Chapter 12. The Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique, Part 3. Tang San did not conceal the truth, stating, "It is the mandala snake." Matthew was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, it was the most troublesome of the lower-tier soul beasts, the mandala snake, and a century-old one at that. No wonder it had such an effect. However, he was perplexed, for your martial soul is evidently of the plant type. How could you possibly utilize a soul ring from an animal type? Child, surely you must have misspoken. Previously, Zhao's group was merely a bunch of children, lacking a profound understanding of martial souls, yet this esteemed Matthew, having served in the spirit hall for decades, was well-versed in the fundamental principles of soul rings and immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Tang San shook his head and said, Grandfather Matthew, I did not speak incorrectly. Why can't a plant-type martial soul utilize an animal-type spirit ring? Under certain conditions, this is indeed achievable. My teacher refers to it as the theory of martial soul mimicry. Matthew's expression changed drastically, and he inquired, May I ask, who is your teacher? Tang San remarked, Everyone refers to him as the master. The master? Is he not the one who once published the 10 core competencies of martial souls, only to be expelled from the martial soul hall thereafter? He is actually here in our nodding city? Upon hearing Matthew's words, Tang San was taken aback to learn that the master had origins in the martial soul hall, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, Matthew's expression grew serious. Tang San, would you be willing to join the martial soul hall? Tang San paused for a moment and said, Grandpa Matthew, am I not here to register at the spirit hall? Matthew shook his head and replied, No, it is not the same. Registering at the spirit hall is a task that the majority of soul masters must undertake in order to receive the subsidies allocated by the state. However, joining the spirit hall means becoming a soul master exclusive to the spirit hall, and one's training will directly commence at the institution established specifically by the spirit hall. Tang San shook his head and replied, That is likely not feasible, as I have already commenced my studies at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Matthew sighed, Indeed. We are a step too late. Even our spirit hall has no justification for forcibly recruiting from the academy. Let it be. This is all the fault of that scoundrel Su Yuntao. He should have brought you directly to the spirit hall. I fear even the master would not consent to your joining the spirit hall. After all, Tang San smiled faintly and said, One cannot say that. If I were to arrive at the spirit hall, perhaps I would not obtain such a fine spirit ring. Would you not agree, Grandfather Mazayuno? Mazayuno paused momentarily and replied with a smile, You make a valid point. Well then, your advancement assessment is concluded. From this moment forth, you are a proud spirit master of the Tiando Empire. Welcome to the ranks of spirit masters. In the future, you may collect a stipend from the spirit hall each month using the badge I will provide you shortly. The stipend for spirit masters is 1 gold spirit coin per month. Once you reach the rank of great spirit master, the stipend will increase to 10 gold spirit coins. I shall report on the matter of animal spirit rings being utilized on plant-type spirits as soon as possible. As Tang San departed from the spirit hall, he found himself adorned with a specially crafted badge from the spirit hall, which was circular in shape, engraved with his name on the reverse side, while the front displayed 2 intertwined thorns, symbolizing the rank of a spirit master. Even Tang San, who hailed from a blacksmithing background, could not discern the metal from which the badge was forged. Upon exiting the spirit hall, Tang San hastily made his way toward the direction of Nodding Academy. Thanks to Mazayuno's guidance, he took a shortcut that promised to save him at least half the time. Just as he was nearing the academy, he suddenly heard a familiar sound, causing him to halt involuntarily. The rhythmic clanging of hammers echoed, emanating from a blacksmith shop, which was larger than the one at his home, bustling with patrons. The sight of the blacksmith shop reminded Tang San of his father's words. Tang Hao had once advised him to seek employment at a blacksmith shop to supplement his living expenses. However, with his current responsibilities as a work-study student, did he have time to take on a job there? Having grown up in a blacksmith's environment, Tang San held a certain fondness for the profession. He gazed longingly at the blacksmith shop before continuing his run toward the academy. Master's health was steadily improving, and Tang San used the funds given to him by Master to purchase some food from the cafeteria, which he brought back to share with his mentor. The master was now able to walk and assured him that he need not fuss over him. Tang San was encouraged to attend his classes as usual and to immerse himself in the book that Master had given him. After leaving the Master's room, Tang San returned to the work-study dormitory. This time, the 7th dormitory was no longer empty. The work-study students were present, animatedly discussing various matters. Xiao San, you're back, Xiao Wu exclaimed, reclining against her bed, which was shared with Tang San. Xiao Wu, please lead me to the place that we need to clean, he said. I will take on the cleaning duties from today onwards. Keeping one's promises is fundamental to being a person, and Tang San had always excelled in this regard. Xiao Wu glanced at him and replied, What is the point of cleaning? You can have it easy. You won't need to clean anymore. Tang San was momentarily taken aback and inquired, why? Xiao Wu, with a hint of playful pride, responded, do you think that I, your little Wu, am merely a figure of no consequence? That rascal Xiao Qinyu has arranged for all our work-study students. Henceforth, we shall not have to labor. Yet we will still receive our wages. Considering the considerable effort you have exerted, I shall grant you this favor. Although Tang San adhered to his promise, he was by no means a pedantic individual. With a chuckle, he remarked, that's quite agreeable. From now on, you shall be the little dance sister of the entire Nodding Academy. Xiao Wu sat up, embracing her niece, her rosy cheeks reflecting curiosity as she gazed at Tang San and inquired, what was the outcome of your assessment at the Spirit Hall? Tang San declared, it is accomplished. I am now a soul master. In Chapter 12, The Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique, Part 4, the other students around him displayed envious glances, though it was merely envy. The scene of Tang San triumphing over Xiao Qinyu today was deeply etched in their minds. Even Wang Xing could not help but admire him, reflecting on the fact that even if he were to obtain a soul ring, he might still not emerge victorious against Tang San. Xiao Wu, intrigued, inquired, what advantages come with becoming a soul master? Surely, it cannot be just a mere title. Tang San chuckled softly and remarked, there are indeed some benefits. At least I can enjoy better meals in the future. Soul masters receive a monthly stipend of 1 gold soul coin. 1 gold soul coin? Such a considerable amount. Xiao Wu, now grasping the significance of money, realized that although Xiao Qinyu had promised to cover the expenses for the working students' meals, having her own funds was far superior to relying on others. As she spoke, Xiao Wu leapt off the bed, her enthusiasm propelling her towards the door. Xiao Wu, where are you off to? I'm going to register as a soul master. Just think of all the delicious food I could buy with 1 gold soul coin. There's no need to rush, is there? How can I not be in a hurry? Have you forgotten that today is the end of the month? If I go now, who knows? I might even secure 2 gold soul coins for next month. However, could you at least put on some shoes before you leave? Ultimately, Xiao Wu hurried off to the Spirit Hall, and Tang San couldn't help but smile inwardly, thinking that perhaps Grandpa Matthew would be astonished once more. After all, Xiao Wu was an authentic beast spirit battle master, with innate talents far surpassing his own pseudo-full soul power, no longer needing to work as a student. Tang San's mind immediately recalled the crisp sound of striking metal. Village Chief Jack had once mentioned that attending the Intermediate Soul Master Academy would entail considerable expenses, and many items at home needed replacing. Thus, earning additional money was certainly advantageous. Moreover, it was his father's wish. More importantly, it was only in the blacksmith shop that he could arm himself. Through the process of personally crafting hidden weapons, Tang San discovered that when an item was entirely fashioned by his own hands, his familiarity with it deepened significantly. Tang San, I apologize for what happened that day. You aren't still angry, are you? As Tang San pondered, Wang Sheng approached him with a sincere expression. Observing Wang Sheng's earnest smile, Tang San shook his head and replied, how could I? I've long forgotten about it. Brother Wang Sheng, I need to step out for a bit, and I might not return until evening. Wang Sheng nodded and said, go ahead. By the way, congratulations on becoming a soul master. Tang San smiled and said, it won't be long before you also achieve a breakthrough. Stepping out of Nodding Academy once more, he felt a tinge of fatigue, since returning with the master. He had not truly rested. After engaging in several matches with Xiao Qinyu and his companions, despite having advanced to the 2nd level of his Xiantian skill, exhaustion still crept in. Nevertheless, he resolved to visit the blacksmith shop, knowing that if necessary, he could start working from the next day. What concerned Tang San most was the possibility of being rejected as a young blacksmith. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, he walked straight in. As he entered, a wave of heat enveloped him, a common feature in any forge, although the temperature in his family's dilapidated blacksmith shop was considerably lower. The entrance led to a spacious hall, where on the right side hung an assortment of crafted iron tools. Here, it was not merely agricultural implements on display. There were also various armors and weapons. After all, in this world, soul masters were few, and the demand for weaponry remained high. Naturally, weapons were priced significantly higher than farming tools. The sight of these weapons reminded Tang San of his previous life's occupation. Back then, the traps and hidden weapons manufactured by the Tang sect were the backbone of their income. The Tang sect had many strict regulations. Although they sold traps and hidden weapons, they only offered non-lethal and ordinary items to outsiders, with the true secret techniques remaining undisclosed. Even so, The hidden weapons produced by the Tang sect were always in high demand in the martial world. He pondered. If he were to establish a factory for crafting hidden weapons in this world, what would the profits be? Just then, a booming voice interrupted his thoughts. Youngster, what brings you here? If you're looking to buy something, fetch your adult. Leave quickly, it's dangerous here. Looking up, he saw a burly man with a bare torso, muscles bulging beneath his dark skin, appearing exceptionally sturdy. He gripped a large casting hammer, his forehead glistening with sweat. Good sir, I am here to inquire whether you require an apprentice, Tang San replied, his youthful voice ringing clear despite the clamor of metal striking metal around them. Most of the blacksmiths paused their work, turning to Tang San with warm smiles. Blacksmithing was one of the more humble professions, often pursued by those from impoverished backgrounds who relied on strength and skill to make a living. Though their appearances might be rugged, they were generally kind-hearted. The man who had spoken earlier scrutinized Tang San from head to toe and said, Youngster, don't be foolish. Leave at once. This place is not safe. Do you really think you look the part of a blacksmith? Furthermore, we do not hire apprentices as young as you. You probably can't even lift a casting hammer. Can you? Haha. Tang San then realized that he was still clad in a pristine school uniform. Indeed, how could one work as a blacksmith in such attire? My apologies, sir. I shall return shortly. With that, he turned and dashed outside. The blacksmith shop was in close proximity to Dueling Academy. Upon his return, Tang San had changed into his original garments, a patchwork of large and small patches. A look that required no embellishment even if he were to partake in a communal feast. As he entered, he sought out the burly man from earlier. Sir, do you think I am now fit to be an apprentice? The stout man paused, momentarily taken aback by Tang San's motley ensemble. Young lad, are you jesting with me? Tang San replied earnestly, Of course not, uncle. Allow me to explain. I am a work-study student at Dueling Academy, and I have time every afternoon. My father is the village blacksmith. Since childhood, I have been learning the art of forging from him, and I wish to earn my keep here. Upon hearing Tang San's words, the big man's expression softened immediately. Coming from humble beginnings himself, he felt a surge of sympathy, especially since this child was attending Dueling Academy. The big man then said, Very well. If you are willing to come, then join us. You can certainly help out with some chores, serving tea and water. However, the pay will not be substantial, but you will be well fed. What do you say? All right. That sounds perfect. Tang San exclaimed joyfully, promptly agreeing. The blacksmith smiled kindly at him, but the big man shot a glare at them and said, What are you staring at? Don't you have work to do? Hurry up. Tonight I'll treat everyone to some ale. At the big man's words, the blacksmiths were instantly invigorated, each picking up their hammers to resume their tasks. The big man lifted his own forging hammer, working the molten iron before him, and addressed Tang San. My name is Sher San, with Sher meaning stone. You may call me Uncle San. This blacksmith shop has been passed down in my family. From now on, while you work here, I will take care of your lunch and dinner, and I will also give you 10 copper soul coins, which is equivalent to 1 silver soul coin. If the profits are good, I may provide you with a bit more. Oh, by the way, what is your name? Uncle San. My name is Tang San. Tang San. Haha, splendid. We both have the character San in our names. It seems we are indeed fated. Which village do you hail from? Tang San said, I hail from Holy Soul Village. Sher San replied, You just mentioned that you learned blacksmithing from your father since childhood, given your tender age. What could your father possibly teach you? Tang San declared, Of course I can forge, Uncle San. Do not be deceived by my small stature. I possess strength and can handle cast iron with ease. Sher San erupted into hearty laughter. Turning to the others, our new young lad claims he can forge as well. Do you believe him? The blacksmiths joined in the mirth, for Tang San appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old. And this was after he had grown slightly taller following the acquisition of his first spirit ring. Externally, who would believe he could forge? Feeling the sting of ridicule is never pleasant. Tang San insisted, Uncle San, I truly can forge. If you doubt me, allow me to demonstrate. Sher San paused his work, resting the forging hammer on the ground. Very well, if you can lift this hammer, I shall believe you, he said, handing the handle to Tang San. With the hammer head resting on the ground, he had no fear of Tang San failing to lift it and causing an accident. Uncle San, you are removing impurities from this piece of cast iron, correct? Allow me to assist you with it. Tang San grasped the handle of the forging hammer from Sher San. The hammer was notably larger than those used by others, towering over Tang San by nearly half a foot, a testament to Sher San's innate strength. At that moment, He became the center of attention in the smithy, with the other blacksmiths observing him with amused expressions. However, their laughter swiftly faded as Tang San lifted the forging hammer with ease, raising it from a horizontal position in front of him. It was approximately 30% heavier than a standard forging hammer. The moment the hammer left the ground, Tang San assessed its weight. Although heavier than usual, he found it manageable, even before acquiring his spirit ring. Now, it was no challenge at all. As Tang San gradually elevated the hammer, Sher San's eyes widened in astonishment. What remarkable strength! Truly, he is the son of a blacksmith. Tang San gazed intently at the molten iron on the forge, taking a deep breath before seizing Sher San's casting hammer with vigor. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, he summoned strength from his calves, pivoting his body as the massive hammer swung in a wide arc, crashing down upon the iron with a resounding clang. The sound transformed the smiles of the surrounding blacksmiths into expressions of astonishment. Following the hammer's rebound, Tang San executed a swift turn, raising the hammer once more for another thunderous strike, this time with even greater force against the glowing iron. "Uncle San, could you please assist me with the bellows? The temperature is insufficient," Tang San quickly remarked, already lifting the hammer for a third time. This swing carried a more urgent momentum, accompanied by a whistling sound. Sher San, an experienced blacksmith, understood the dire consequences of inadequate heat and promptly crouched beside the bellows, diligently pumping air. What unfolded next would remain etched in the memories of all present. The heavy casting hammer in Tang San's hand seemed almost alive, drawing rhythmic circles in the air, echoing a symphony of strikes throughout the forge. Unbeknownst to them, Tang San's hands had transformed to a pearlescent whiteness, and with each clang, the lump of iron danced beneath the hammer's relentless blows. As Sher San exerted himself to operate the bellows, his gaze remained fixated on Tang San, his astonishment surpassing mere surprise. The other blacksmiths were well aware of the weight of Sher San's hammer and the arduous nature of continuous strikes, especially when each blow from Tang San was heavier than the last. Finally, with a resounding clang, the last strike resonated through the air. Tang San spun in place twice, dissipating the momentum of the hammer before letting the heavy head gently return to the ground, sending a ripple of shock through the forge and its craftsmen. 27 hammer strikes, an uninterrupted barrage, had left the shape of the iron unchanged, yet it had diminished in size by a full circle. Tang San achieved what Sher San believed he could also accomplish, albeit requiring an entire day to do so. It is noteworthy that Sher San had officially been a blacksmith for 15 years. Observing Tang San, who was slightly breathless and perspiring, Sher San stuttered, "Is this the chaotic wind hammering technique? The most formidable continuous forging technique in blacksmithing? The chaotic wind hammering technique. What is that?" Tang San inquired, puzzled. Sher San, flushed with excitement, explained, "The chaotic wind hammering technique is a method of continuous striking during forging, harnessing and amplifying our strength as blacksmiths to its utmost potential. It is said that the most skilled blacksmiths can strike a piece of pig iron 81 times consecutively, shaping it into their desired form. Most importantly, this technique is renowned for its ability to expel metallic impurities, and I thought it had long been lost to the ages. I never expected to witness it in your hands today." Chapter 13, A Father's Message, Part 1. Is it truly the chaotic wind hammering technique? Tang San's mind conjured the image of his father's despondent figure, pondering whether his father was, in fact, an exceptional blacksmith. "Third uncle, I cannot be certain if this is indeed the chaotic wind hammering technique. It was imparted to me by my father." Sher San exhaled a sigh of relief and laughed heartily. "It seems I have struck gold this time. The previous employment terms are null and void, for now. You shall receive a salary equivalent to that of the others, 1 silver soul coin per month. If business flourishes, we shall discuss a commission." Thus, Tang San officially became a member of Sher San's forge, embarking on a fulfilling life. The courses at the academy held little significance for him, as the master's teachings proved far more valuable than the foundational theories presented by the academy's instructors. He diligently studied the book given to him by the master, and as he had anticipated, the soul power cultivation methods proposed bore a striking resemblance to the pathways of internal energy cultivation. However, this was merely the master's theoretical framework, which still fell short of the authentic methods of internal cultivation. Not to mention the rigorous techniques of the Tang sect's Xiantian skill. Xiaowu successfully attained the title of Soul Master, and after being recognized as Sister Xiaowu by the academy, her life as a working student became considerably more relaxed. Each morning, Tang San would rise with the dawn to practice his purple extreme magic eyes, attend classes during the day, work at the forge in the afternoon, and listen to the master's teachings in the evening. Nighttime was reserved for practicing Xiantian skill, making each day profoundly enriching. At San's forge, Tang San quickly earned the respect of his peers. San entrusted him with the task of refining metals, and during his leisure, Tang San utilized scrap materials to begin his ambitious venture into crafting hidden weapons. Of course, he merely produced components at the forge, as the true assembly would take place upon his return to the academy. With her formidable strength and the assistance of Xiao Qinyu, Xiao swiftly ascended to a position of leadership recognized by all students at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Her life was considerably more leisurely than Tang San's. At times, she even skipped classes. Tang San seldom witnessed her training, yet her strength continued to rise steadily. At the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, a semester spanned a full year, during which students were not permitted to return home, although family members could visit. Tang San longed for his father's arrival on numerous occasions. Yet as the semester drew to a close, he had yet to see Tang Hao. Fortunately, his life remained sufficiently fulfilling, leaving little room for longing. As for the Spirit Hall, shortly after Tang San underwent the Soul Master assessment, representatives from the Spirit Hall approached the academy to speak with the Master. The Master refrained from divulging the details of their discussion, and Tang San did not inquire. However, he surmised from the Master's unusually frequent smiles that the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the Master had likely improved significantly. Xiao Wu, tomorrow marks the beginning of our holiday. Are you returning home? Tang San asked, packing his belongings. After a year of study, he was finally able to visit his father. Earlier that afternoon, he had requested leave from San at the forge and had even purchased a brand new forging hammer as a gift for his father. Since Tang San joined San's forge, the quality of the weapons and equipment produced had notably improved, resulting in enhanced business. Tang San's salary had risen to 5 silver soul coins per month, which amounted to half of the Soul Master subsidy. Xiao reclined on her bed, her eyes revealing a hint of melancholy, a stark contrast to her usual vivacious demeanor. I won't be going home. Perhaps I shall remain at the academy. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. It had been a year, and you haven't returned home to visit? Xiao's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Little San, isn't your home not far from the academy? How about I accompany you back for some fun? After all, Wang Sheng and Xiao Qinyu have gone to participate in the Intermediate Soul Master Academy examination, leaving me with no one to play with. Tang San smiled gently. After a year of companionship, he had come to understand Xiao Wu quite well. This lively girl always seemed to thrive on chaos, exuding an aura of mischief. When she feigned gentleness, she resembled an adorable doll. Yet when angered, her reputation as Sister Xiao Wu was well-deserved. Countless students in the academy had experienced her wrath. I'm quite impoverished and have little to offer you, Xiao Wu declared, hands on her hips, her large eyes glaring at Tang San. You are so frugal with your monthly allowance that you hesitate to spend it. Are you truly worried about entertaining me? With a smile gracing his face, Tang San extended his right hand and remarked, Speaking of subsidies, it suddenly occurs to me that someone seems to owe me 6 silver coins. Xiao Wu paused for a moment, her delicate visage betraying a hint of embarrassment. The monthly subsidy of a gold coin was certainly not insignificant, however. Her spending habits were rather extravagant. She would purchase anything that caught her eye without a second thought to its practicality. Now, having acquired her own bedding, there was no need for her to share with Tang San. Having never been adept at managing finances, it had become a habit for her to borrow from him whenever her funds ran low. It's merely 6 silver coins. Once I receive my subsidy, I shall repay you. But you still haven't said whether you would allow me to accompany you. Tang San smiled and said, You may go if you wish. But my father has a rather temperamental disposition. Undeterred, Xiao Wu replied, With such charm, your father is bound to take a liking to me. As she spoke, she adopted a gentle demeanor and playfully winked at Tang San. While others might be deceived by her appearance, Tang San had witnessed her volcanic outbursts far too many times. He could only shake his head in resignation, completely unfazed by her antics. There's no need to employ your beauty tactics on me. Fortunately, you are only 7 years old now. Were you a bit older, you might indeed possess the qualities of a temptress. Chapter 13, Father's Message, Part 2, Temptress? What is that? Xiao Wu inquired with curiosity. Tang San chuckled. It is merely a spirit beast that has attained a semblance of consciousness, specifically designed to entice men. Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback, her gaze towards Tang San suddenly shifting to one of peculiarity. In an instant, her emotion surged. You wretch. How dare you label me a vixen? I shall duel you. As she spoke, she sprang from her bed, claws bared, lunging at Tang San. The other students had long since grown accustomed to such antics. The playful skirmishes between Xiao Wu and Tang San were commonplace. Should there ever be a day when they failed to spar, it would surely leave the onlookers feeling uneasy. The following morning, as Tang San set off, he was accompanied by a lively young girl clad in the uniform of Nodding Academy, departing from Nodding City en route to the Spirit Village. The past year had been exceedingly fulfilling for Tang San, as he had successfully transcended the first threshold of the Xiantian skill. Through his diligent efforts, he had made significant progress in his cultivation. According to his estimations, he had now reached a level slightly above the mid-stage of the second realm, with his soul power approximating levels 16 to 17. Within the academy, the only one capable of matching his soul power was Xiao Wu. Although she seldom practiced in his presence, their comparisons of soul power consistently revealed a narrow margin between them. At times, Tang San would hold the advantage, while at other moments, Xiao Wu would surpass him. Despite their youth, neither was willing to concede, making their friendly competitions inevitable. Initially, senior students like Xiao Qinyu and Wang Sheng would occasionally join in, but as Tang San and Xiao Wu's soul powers ascended rapidly, they ceased to intrude. After all, who would wish to become a mere punching bag? Thus, while Xiao Wu was ostensibly the leader among all students at Nodding Academy, in reality, Xiao Qinyu and the others often referred to Tang San affectionately as Little San Ge. Tang San and Xiao Wu engaged in a friendly spar, with Tang San often finding himself at a disadvantage. Xiao Wu's relentless array of attack techniques, particularly her agile maneuvers, presented a challenge akin to confronting a sticky rice cake. In a scenario devoid of soul ring powers, Tang San would likely face inevitable defeat. Even when utilizing soul rings, the most he could achieve against Xiao Wu would be a stalemate, thanks to the entangling and paralyzing effects of his blue-silver grass. Moreover, the concealed weaponry he had secretly honed remained unutilized during their practice, not only due to its potential lethality but also because he wished to refine his close combat skills through their exchanges. Perhaps it was the mutual encouragement as training partners that propelled their combat prowess forward in tandem. The teachers at the academy had grown indifferent to their endeavors in Nodding. Despite being mere first-year students, Tang San and Xiao Wu had already garnered a reputation as prodigies. How much farther? Xiao Wu inquired, glancing around. Not far at all. Do you see that mountain over there? Our Holy Spirit village lies at its base, Tang San replied, his excitement palpable as they neared home. Had it not been for the academy's strict regulations requiring students to return to dormitories by nightfall, enforced by nightly room checks, Tang San might have already visited his father. After a year apart, he wondered, "Father, how have you been?" Perhaps stemming from his past as an orphan, Tang San cherished the bond of family in this life. He touched the 24 bridges of the moonlit night at his waist, where he had stowed a forging hammer, new garments, and even a few bottles of fine wine for his father. The small village he had called home for 6 years was now within reach, and inexplicably, a wave of emotion began to swell within him. If he were to encapsulate this feeling in a single phrase, he would declare, "There is nothing quite like the warmth of home," even if that home consisted solely of himself and his father. Before long, the duo had entered Holy Spirit Village. With Tang San's home situated at the village's edge, he pointed to the weathered sign atop their roof and smiled at Xiao Wu. "Look, that is my home." As home came into view, Tang San's heart raced with excitement, quickening his pace as he dashed towards the entrance. The door, as it had been when he left, remained ajar, a habit of his father, Tang Hao, given that the blacksmith shop held little of value to steal. "Father, I'm back," Tang San called out enthusiastically. Xiao Wu had never witnessed such exuberance from him. Standing behind him, she observed with curiosity. In her mind, Tang San was a gentle friend, often reserved in speech yet perpetually occupied, always engaged in some task. It was only during their sparring that she glimpsed his earnest side. Even in defeat, he had never exhibited anger or excessive fervor. As he called out, Tang San hurried inside. Everything appeared unchanged. The blacksmith shop was as chaotic as ever, perhaps even more so than before, cluttered with an assortment of items that evoked a sense of familiarity and warmth. "Oh, Xiao San, you've returned." A gentle voice resonated as an elder emerged from the back room. Upon seeing him, Tang San paused momentarily. "Grandpa Jack, you're here. Where's my father?" The figure who stepped out was none other than Jack, the village chief, whose face bore a bittersweet smile as he handed Tang San a piece of paper. "Take a look at this. It's a note your father left behind. I came to fetch him this morning, intending to bring him along to greet you." but it seems you've arrived first. A flicker of anxiety crossed Tang San's heart as he quickly accepted the paper and lowered his gaze to read. The note contained only a few hastily scribbled lines, yet the ruggedness of the handwriting could not conceal its bold spirit. Chapter 13. A Father's Message. Shao San. By the time you read this letter, I will have departed. Do not seek me. You will never find me, though you are still young. You possess the ability to care for yourself. Only by spreading your wings can a fledgling soar higher. Do not worry about me. Your character inherits much of your mother's sensitivity. Your father is a man of little worth. As you grow, I must reclaim what is rightfully mine. One day, we shall reunite. I hope you become strong, yet I also desire you to remain true to yourself. Choose your own path. If you ever find the profession of a soul master unsatisfactory, return to Holy Spirit Village and become a blacksmith like me. Do not mourn. Tang Hao gazed at the paper in his hand, and Tang San found himself utterly stunned. His heart brimming with joy suddenly transforming into a profound sense of helplessness and loss. Father has departed. Father, why did you have to leave? Old Jack observed Tang San's dazed expression and sighed with a bittersweet smile. Tang Hao left without a hint of forewarning. Just 2 days ago, I visited him to craft some farming tools. With his departure, we shall now need to seek another blacksmith. This fellow is truly irresponsible. Tang San gradually regained his senses. Grandfather Jack, are you saying that father just left these past couple of days? Old Jack nodded. Yes, he must have just departed in these last few days. Little San, do not be disheartened. Such a father is not worth your sorrow. Come with me, let us go to my home. Tang San silently shook his head, cautiously folding the paper in his hands and placing it against his chest. Thank you, Grandpa Jack. But the house is in such disarray that I must decline your invitation to stay. I still have some tidying up to do. Old Jack was momentarily taken aback. He did not expect the young Tang San to issue an eviction. With a sigh, he replied, Very well, but should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. Shaking his head in resignation, he turned and walked outside. Once old Jack departed, only Tang San and Xiao Wu remained in the smithy. Tang San kept silent, beginning to organize the chaotic room, meticulously arranging each item. Surprisingly, the usually lively Xiao Wu maintained her silence as she approached Tang San, quietly assisting him in putting things in order and fetching clean water from the outdoor tank to help wipe away the dust. At the nodding Junior Spirit Master Academy, the master was engrossed in his reading within his chamber, yet he felt an emptiness in his heart upon Tang San's return home. After spending a year together, although he never voiced it, his affection for this disciple had been deepening. Even this morning, as Tang San left, he had hesitated about visiting his home, ultimately dismissing the thought for reasons he could not fully articulate. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. The master furrowed his brow, aside from Tang San. No one ever came to visit him. Come in, he said, setting down his book with a calm demeanor. The door opened, revealing a tall figure stepping inside. Dressed in a simple gray robe, his disheveled black hair cascaded over his shoulders, and his aged face bore the marks of time. His murky eyes seemed to reflect the fragility of old age, incongruous with his approximate 50 years of life. Greetings, master, the newcomer spoke in a low, slightly hoarse voice. For reasons unknown, the moment this person entered, the master instinctively tensed, his spirit energy unconsciously radiating throughout his body. Who are you? He asked slowly, rising with a hint of confusion in his gaze. The gray-clad man replied calmly, It has been nearly 20 years since we last met, hasn't it? Given my current appearance, it is no wonder you fail to recognize me. I am Tang Hao. Tang Hao? The master's typically composed demeanor shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in focus as he fixed his gaze on the man before him. Grasping the edge of the table, his fingers turned a pale blue as he exclaimed, You are Hao. Tang Hao waved his hand, halting the master's words, and coldly remarked, There is no need to mention past titles. In those years, we shared a few encounters. Others may perceive you as merely a madman, yet I recognize you as a person of tenacity. The master's emotions gradually settled, his rigid face twitching slightly. It appears my assumption was correct. You are indeed the father of the third party. He has returned home, so what brings you here? Tang Hao nodded slightly and remarked with a hint of calmness, It is precisely because he has returned home that I find myself here. I am aware that you have taken him as your disciple. As a father, I should have come to meet you long ago. I must take my leave now. The only concern that weighs upon me is him. Therefore, I hope to entrust Shao San to your care. You are leaving? Where will you go? He is, after all, your son. The master fixed his gaze upon Tang Hao, his eyes gleaming with a touch of intensity. Tang Hao maintained his usual cold demeanor. He is also your disciple. I must take my leave, for there are numerous matters that demand my attention. You will not find joy in following me. I have no further demands. His life is for him to choose. It has been 10 years since I departed from this world. Now that he has matured, there are certain things I must attend to. The master inhaled deeply and said, I am unaware of what has transpired in your life. Yet I can perceive that Xiao San is profoundly attached to you. Do you not think it rather cruel to depart in such a manner for him? Tang Hao quietly stated, he has chosen to tread an extraordinary path on his own. Being with me would only be an act of cruelty towards him. I have expressed all that I wish to convey. Remember, regardless of the circumstances, he is my son. Upon concluding his words, Tang Hao raised his hand. And with a clatter, a dark token fell onto the table before the master. This token bore a striking resemblance to the one the master had presented when he brought Tang San into the soul-hunting forest. Yet this one displayed a total of 6 distinct emblems. Chapter 13, Father's Message, Part 4. With a resounding thud, the door closed, and Tang Hao's towering figure vanished. The master stood still for a moment, staring at the door, lost in thought. After a considerable time, he slowly lowered his gaze to the token. A wry smile creeping onto his lips, realizing that his idol had transformed into this state. As the sun dipped toward the west, 2 petite figures sat side by side in front of the blacksmith shop, clad in identical attire, quietly sharing the moment. The fading sunlight draped them in a soft crimson glow, as if branding their forms with a golden-red hue. The girl on the left turned her head to glance at the boy, resting her chin on her hands, longing to speak, yet ultimately refraining. Instead, it was the boy who broke the silence, gripping a brand-new forging hammer in his hand. Xiaowu, thank you. Thank you for what? Xiaowu inquired curiously. Thank you for always being by my side. Tang San lowered his head, his gaze fixed on the ground, his eyes clouded with a mix of longing and haze. Though he managed to hold back his tears, Xiaowu chuckled softly, playfully nudging Tang San's shoulder with considerable force, nearly toppling him over. Don't be so downcast. Your father has merely stepped away for a time. One day, you will reunite. Perhaps his departure serves to help you grow stronger and more resilient. If you continue in this manner, would you not be squandering his heartfelt intentions? A faint smile of bitterness flickered across Tang San's face. Perhaps that was the case, however. Why did he deny me the chance for one last farewell? Xiaowu, do you understand? My father was my soul kin. Without him, our home has lost its essence. Xiaowu tossed her head, allowing her long, scorpion braid to cascade before her. Even in the absence of a father, you still have me as your friend. If you truly seek a relative, I would not mind assuming the role of your sister. Go on, call me Sister Xiaowu and let me hear it. Everyone else does. You are the only exception. Gazing at Xiaowu's charming demeanor and the rosy glow of her cheeks illuminated by the setting sun, Tang San couldn't help but chuckle. In moments of profound vulnerability, having someone by your side is undeniably a beautiful blessing. If you wish to be my sister, I have no objections. If my memory serves correctly, although we were born in the same year, you seem to be a few months my junior. I was born in January, while you came into the world in August, am I right? Not a chance. I shall only be the sister, never the younger sibling. Xiaowu playfully raised her hand to tap Tang San on the head. Tang San's figure flickered as he swiftly leapt forward, positioning himself 3 meters in front of Xiaowu. Xiaowu, come with me up the mountain, I have something to show you. Tang San's expression was earnest, as if he had made a momentous decision. Xiaowu, too, ceased her playful antics, her delicate face revealing a hint of obedience as she nodded in agreement. Tang San gently took Xiaowu's delicate hand and ran towards the hill beyond the village. Their shadows, cast by the setting sun, gradually elongated on the ground. Tang San and Xiaowu continued their ascent until they finally reached the summit, where he paused, breathing slightly heavier from exerting his full energy and cultivating the Xiantian skill. Standing atop the mountain, he faced the setting sun, his eyes now tinged with a shade of purple. Xiaowu, he began earnestly. This is the place where I practiced in the past. I have a serious question for you, and I hope you can respond with the same gravity. Xiaowu pursed her lips and replied, do you realize that you now resemble those old men from the academy? Tang San slowly turned around, gazing earnestly at Xiaowu. Would you consider being my sister? I truly wish to have another family member. Just as Xiaowu was about to respond, Tang San interjected, please allow me to finish. I possess nothing. You are aware of my family's circumstances. I am but a destitute commoner. I cannot bestow upon you wealth or power. Though you are naturally endowed with abundant soul power, your background is distinct from mine. I perceive that your lineage harbors a tale. Yet, I have never inquired, fearing that the chasm between our origins might prevent us from even becoming friends. Nevertheless, I sincerely desire a sister like you. While I may not be able to offer the privileges of nobility, I can provide you with my unwavering promise. I shall forever protect my sister, ensuring she endures not a trace of harm. As she beheld the glimmer of tears in Tang San's eyes, Xiao Wu's own began to redden. What if one day, many people wish to take my life, and those adversaries are beyond your capability to confront? A faint smile suddenly graced Tang San's face. Then let them tread upon my corpse. Xiao Wu fell silent, and Tang San chose not to speak further. The crimson hues of the sunset gradually faded, and the stars began to twinkle quietly in the sky. Brother, Xiao Wu uttered simply, breaking the tranquility that enveloped them. The tears she had long suppressed finally cascaded down her cheeks at that moment. Tang San, trembling, grasped Xiao Wu's hand and said, "Thank you, sister." Their father had departed, yet he had gained a sister anew. Tang San gazed upward at the heavens, silently vowing his lifelong promise to the stars above. As night descended, the two children sat atop the mountain, feeling the gentle breeze of the peaks, gazing at the stars and the moon. The serene atmosphere and the fresh air enveloped them in a comforting embrace. "May I not call you brother?" Xiao Wu turned to look at Tang San beside her. Tang San was taken aback, pondering the reason. A faint blush adorned Xiao Wu's face as she expressed her concerns. "After all, I am the leader of all the students at Notting. How will they perceive me with suddenly having multiple older brothers?" Tang San smiled. "Very well. You may call me Xiao San. As long as I understand in my heart that you are my sister, what does the title matter?" As he spoke, Tang San lifted his hand and pulled down his sleeve, removing the hidden dart from his left wrist. "We are now bound as siblings. I possess nothing of great value, so I shall gift you this for self-defense. It is my very first creation." Xiao Wu gazed curiously at the dart that Tang San offered. "What is this?" Chapter 14. The Evil-Eyed White Tiger, Dai Mu Bai, Part 1. Tang San smiled gently and said, "I call it the sleeve arrow, or it may also be referred to as the silent sleeve arrow. By merely activating the switch, the 3 small arrows within can be released under your command, allowing for the option to shoot one or to unleash all 3 simultaneously. The activation generates minimal sound, making it difficult for opponents to detect. Thus, when facing adversaries of equal strength, it can prove to be remarkably effective." Xiao Wu, in astonishment, responded, "How come I've never seen you use such a device during our sparring sessions before?" Tang San smiled lightly and said, "Fool, we are classmates and friends. How could I possibly wield such a lethal weapon against you? Do you remember the time I struck you with a stone? Did you think that was mere coincidence? Look, there is a mosquito." Xiao Wu followed the direction of Tang San's finger and indeed spotted a mosquito buzzing 3 meters away, barely discernible in the moonlight. "If I told you I could hit its left wing without harming its life, would you believe me?" Xiao Wu stared at him incredulously. "Are you joking?" In Tang San's eyes, a flash of purple light sparked as his right hand suddenly lifted. A faint shadow vanished quietly, and the mosquito disappeared into thin air. Grasping Xiao Wu's hand, Tang San said, "Follow me." He led her to a towering tree nearby and halted, without the need for Tang San to point it out. Xiao Wu could clearly see a 3-inch-long steel needle glimmering under the starlight, embedded in the trunk. It seemed that something was struggling fiercely against it. Xiao Wu lowered her head to observe closely, nearly gasping in astonishment. Impaled beneath the needle was a mosquito, its left wing pierced through, firmly affixed to the tree. Yet it appeared to be alive and vigorous, showing no signs of peril. How did you accomplish this?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, staring at Tang San in disbelief. Had she not been with him all along, she might have thought this was a premeditated setup. Tang San withdrew the steel needle, and when he opened his palm once more, the needle had vanished. "This is my secret," he declared, referring to it as a hidden weapon, a skill even his father was unaware of. "I merely wish to convey that I possess the ability to protect my sister." Always intrigued by novel experiences, Xiao Wu eagerly shook Tang San's hand and exclaimed, "Good brother, could you possibly teach me?" Tang San chuckled bitterly, remarking, "With your propensity for violence, if you were to master hidden weapons, I shudder to think how many would suffer the consequences. Moreover, the cultivation of hidden weapons is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. The sleeve arrow I have given you is a form of hidden weapon. Focus on mastering it first. Learning the hidden weapons of the Tang sect is no simple task. Firstly, it requires a foundation in the Xiantian art. Given that Xiao Wu's soul power is already formidable, it is evidently impossible for her to recultivate the Xiantian art. Tang San had silently resolved to equip her with various mechanisms and hidden weapons in the future. That, too, would suffice. Tang San personally adorned Xiao Wu's left arm with a hidden arrow, meticulously adjusting its size to fit snugly against her arm. He proceeded to elaborate on the usage of the silent arrow, allowing her to practice several times. Xiao Wu instantly developed a fondness for this exquisite item. As she stepped aside to test the arrow, Tang San slowly lifted his gaze towards the stars above, murmuring, "Father, are you truly afraid that I will not grow strong by your side? Rest assured, I shall strive earnestly to cultivate myself and become a true man. One day, I will be your pride." Having been away from Tang's sect for 6 years, he declared, "I will always be a member of Tang's sect, and within this Douluo Continent, I shall undoubtedly elevate its legacy." With hands as white as jade, he suddenly unleashed a flurry of silvery threads that shot skyward, his eyes shimmering with violet light. 5 years later, in the Barak Kingdom, located to the south of the Tiando Empire and bordering the Fasnu province, this kingdom, though termed as such, is merely 3/4 the size of the Fasnu province and is one of the 4 major kingdoms under the Tiando Empire. King Kandera of Barak is a cousin of the current emperor of the Tiando Empire, Okura. To the south of the Barak Kingdom lies the Star Luo Empire, rendering Barak's military strength the most formidable among the 4 kingdoms, serving as a gateway to the Tiando Empire. Originally, the Tiando Empire comprised 10 provinces, but with the division into 4 kingdoms, it formed 6 factions. The empire directly governs 5 provinces, while each of the 4 kingdoms controls 1. Alongside a duchy that occupies the smallest province in the eastern part of the empire. On the surface, all 4 kingdoms and the duchy appear under the dominion of the Tiando Empire, yet in reality, these 5 nations have long operated as independent entities, maintaining autonomy beyond necessary tributes. Had it not been for the Tiando royal family's military might, internal strife would likely have erupted. The Star Luo Empire faces a similar situation, leading both empires to appear strong yet, in truth, they are both on a decline. It is uncertain when the entire continent's dynamics may shift unexpectedly. Within the Barak Kingdom, 2 cities hold paramount importance. The capital, Barak City, where King Kandera resides, serving as the political and economic hub of the kingdom, and Soto City, located at the heart of the bountiful Lima Plain, renowned as the Granary of Barak. Both cities are heavily guarded, pivotal to the kingdom's stability. Soto City, a large metropolis, boasts a level 3 spirit hall, indicating its significance. At this moment, just past noon under the blazing sun, 2 youths entered through the western gate of Soto City. They appeared to be merely in their teens, carrying no luggage, a boy and a girl. Chapter 14. The Evil-Eyed White Tiger Daimubai, Part 2. The boy, dressed simply, looked around 12 or 13, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, clad in a light blue outfit that seemed tailored for agility. A belt adorned with 24 jade stones cinched his waist, and his black, shoulder-length hair framed a face that, while not conventionally handsome, exuded an inviting charm, perpetually adorned with a faint smile. In stark contrast, the girl beside him was strikingly extraordinary. Her silky black hair was meticulously braided into a scorpion braid, cascading past her calves. Taller than the boy by a fraction, she wore a snug pink blouse that accentuated her developing figure, her slender waist eliciting envy from many women. Her naturally arched brows and large, sparkling eyes complemented her slightly rounded, rosy face, exuding both beauty and a playful charm that bespoke her adorability, seemingly tailor-made for her. As the boy stood in her shadow, the girl raised her hand to brush the slight moisture from her forehead, expressing mild annoyance. "We've finally arrived in Soto City. I truly wonder what the master was thinking. Several intermediate spirit master academies have offered us unconditional admission, yet he insists we take the entrance exam at this dilapidated academy that lacks even a proper ranking." The boy smiled gently, replying, "The master asked me to take the exam, but he didn't extend the same request to you. Who told you to insist on coming along? Thankfully, Barak Kingdom borders Fasna province. Otherwise, you would have more to complain about." She shot him a playful glare. "How ungrateful. It's not like I'm doing this for myself. After all, you are my brother. Anyway, the exam is in 2 days. So you must accompany me around Soto City to compensate for the emotional trauma inflicted upon my tender heart." The boy chuckled. "The illustrious leader of Nodding Academy for 6 consecutive years, yet you speak of a tender heart? I wonder how your little followers would react if they heard that." The duo, indeed, were Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had come from Nodding Junior Spirit Master Academy. After 5 years, they had successfully graduated. With their remarkable talents, Nodding Academy had intended to recommend them directly to intermediate Spirit Master Academies, and several prestigious institutions had sent invitations, providing ample options. However, the master insisted that Tang San decline all offers and apply to an academy called Shrek, located to the south of Soto City. 6 years of guidance had fostered a deep respect for the master in Tang San, akin to that of a father. Understanding that the master's intentions were for his benefit, he readily agreed without hesitation. Over the years, Tang San and Xiao Wu had grown as close as siblings, and naturally, Xiao Wu accompanied him on this journey. Upon their departure from the academy, the master informed Tang San of his plans to visit the imperial capital before seeking them out. The past 6 years in Notting had been immensely fulfilling for Tang San, filled with classes in the morning, work in the afternoon, and training in the evenings, leaving little time for leisure. At 12, he no longer appeared as frail as before. Daily labor in the blacksmith shop had granted him a robust physique, cloaked in powerful muscles beneath his fitted attire. Xiao Wu pouted, regardless. Are you going to agree or not? Tang San chuckled lightly and replied, as you wish. However, having traveled such a distance, are you not weary? Should we not first find a place to rest? It is nearly noon. Let us dine first. Xiao Wu smiled and responded, now that sounds more reasonable. Tang San rarely contradicted her. Ever since they established their brother-sister bond, he had consistently assumed the role of a protective elder brother, nurturing her with care. Despite his busy schedule, the unintentional expressions of concern he exhibited were a source of great comfort for Xiao Wu. Soto City was significantly larger, and consequently more vibrant than Notting City. The streets were alive with the presence of patrolling soldiers and throngs of bustling people. The two enjoyed a modest meal before embarking on their quest for lodging. Before long, Xiao Wu stumbled upon a quaint hotel. The establishment boasted 3 stories. While it was not overly grand, its exterior was adorned in a vibrant rose red. The architectural style resembled a magnificent rose, instantly captivating the eye. Rose Hotel. Tang San. Let us stay here, Xiao Wu pointed out. Tang San casually remarked, I'll heed your words. Over the past few years of labor, coupled with the subsidies from the Spirit Hall, he had managed to amass a modest savings. Xiao Wu never concerned herself with the amount of money she spent liberally, and to avoid frequent overdraws, she entrusted all her earnings to Tang San for safekeeping. With Tang San exercising some control over her finances, she was able to save a little. Upon entering the Rose Hotel, one was immediately enveloped by the intoxicating fragrance of roses, a scent that was both refreshing and imbued with a hint of allure, uplifting both body and spirit. The hotel's interior was adorned in only 3 colors, white, silver, and rose red, creating a warm and distinctive ambience that effortlessly cultivated a sense of appreciation. Tang San approached the front desk and requested, Could you kindly arrange 2 rooms for us? The attendant behind the counter quickly stood up, glancing at Tang San and then at Xiao Wu, a hint of envy gleaming in his eyes. Sir, are you truly certain you wish to reserve 2 rooms? Tang San nodded slightly, questioning whether there was anything amiss. The waiter's eyes betrayed a hint of ambiguity as he said, I'm afraid we only have 1 room left. Chapter 14. The Enigmatic White Tiger. Dai Mubai, Part 3-1. Tang San furrowed his brow. In his 2 lifetimes, during his childhood, he had shared a bed with Xiao Wu without much thought. However, they had both matured into young adults, and he was acutely aware of the saying that cautions against intimate contact between men and women. The waiter reiterated, Indeed, there is only 1 room available. But rest assured, our accommodations are quite spacious and well-equipped, ample for 2 guests. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Tang San that conveyed an unspoken understanding. Naturally, Tang San remained oblivious to its meaning. Xiao Wu boldly declared, Then 1 room it is. When we were at Notting, we always shared the same dormitory, didn't we? What is the difference? We can even save some money for beautiful clothes. Tang San shook his head helplessly. He was not a stubborn individual. If necessary, he could simply sleep on the floor, as evenings were typically reserved for his cultivation, which constituted the finest form of rest. Very well, then, please proceed to book this room for me. Just as the attendant was about to assist Tang San with the check-in process, an unexpected voice interrupted the proceedings. I believe this room rightfully belongs to me. Tang San and Xiao Wu simultaneously turned to glance behind them, where they beheld 3 figures approaching the counter. Among them were 2 young women and a man. The girls were adorned in vibrant attire, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age, with tall and statuesque figures that surpassed Xiao Wu's by a slight margin. What was most astonishing was their identical features, revealing them to be a pair of twins. However, Tang San's gaze did not linger on the exquisite beauties. Instead, it was captivated by the young man at the center. Standing approximately 6 feet tall, he towered over Tang San by half a head. And though he seemed youthful, possibly even younger than the 2 girls behind him, his broad shoulders and handsome countenance exuded an air of resolute strength. His long golden hair cascaded down his back, reaching nearly to his waist, sleek and straight rather than curly. Most striking were his eyes, a pair of eerie orbs, each possessing a dual pupil, their deep blue depths emanating a chilling coldness that seemed to stem from the very core of his being. As he blinked, a sinister glimmer flickered within, and those who met his gaze felt as though they were being sliced by a blade. Such remarkable beauty, coupled with those haunting eyes, made this man a focal point of attention wherever he went. Tang San's first thought upon seeing him was that he was exceptionally powerful. The twin girls clung to one of his arms, seemingly indifferent to Tang San, as the young man's gaze swept past Xiao Wu, momentarily igniting a peculiar spark of interest that vanished almost instantaneously. Upon reaching the counter, he addressed the attendant. "You must be new here. Is there a room reserved for me?" The attendant, taken aback, cautiously inquired, "May I ask who you are?" With a hint of impatience, the young man replied, "Have your manager come out." The attendant felt a chill run down her spine under his piercing gaze and hurriedly retreated to summon her superior. Tang San replied, "This elder brother, it seems we arrived first." The man with the dual pupils did not even turn his head, merely responding coldly, "So what?" He had never been one to explain himself to others. Tang San's temperament was relatively gentle, yet Xiao Wu was not easily intimidated. In a swift motion, she had already arrived beside Tang San, disdainfully proclaiming, "Get lost." The man with dual pupils finally turned around, his cold and sinister gaze fixated on Xiao Wu. He nodded slightly, acknowledging her boldness, remarking, "It has been quite some time since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. You both possess fluctuations of soul power. You must be soul masters. Very well, let us see if you can confront me. If you manage to defeat me, I shall leave immediately. Otherwise, I kindly ask you to demonstrate what it means to roll away." Upon hearing the words of the dual-pupiled man, the twin maidens by his side burst into a fit of giggles, displaying no hint of concern as they gracefully released their hold on him and stepped aside. At that moment, the earlier waiter emerged, accompanied by a middle-aged man, clearly anxious as he had overheard the exchange between the dual-pupiled man and Tang San and Xiao Wu. "Let us discuss this amicably. Please do not resort to violence," he urged. The dual-pupiled man cast a sidelong glance at him, saying, "Manager Wang, your business acumen seems to have improved." Manager Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead, forcing a smile. "Young Master Dai, please do not say such things. It is the fault of my subordinates. This boy just arrived yesterday and is unaware of the rules. My sincerest apologies. I shall arrange a room for you at once." Turning to Tang San and Xiao Wu, he expressed his regrets. "I am truly sorry, esteemed guests. That room was reserved by young Master Dai. I kindly ask you to select another establishment." If it were left to Tang San, he would have conceded, for there were numerous hotels to choose from. However, Xiao Wu's temperament thrived on chaos, and she was not one to easily compromise. "We refuse to leave. What will you do about it? Do not underestimate us simply because we are young." Young Master Dai huffed disdainfully. "Even if you wish to concede, it will not be so simple. You have insulted me. Leaving is not an option." Young Master Dai, Manager Wang implored, his expression one of desperation. A glint of sharpness flickered in young Master Dai's eyes as he retorted, "Enough with the pleasantries. I will bear any losses incurred." Having been the head of the sisterhood at Dueling Academy, Xiao Wu could not tolerate the arrogance emanating from her opponent and was ready to charge forward to confront him. Tang San grasped Xiao Wu's shoulders firmly and said, "Let me handle this." Xiao Wu, displeased, replied, "Why? I can do it myself. I want to fight." Even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Tang San furrowed his brow and remarked, "As a young lady, you ought to speak more respectfully. Have you forgotten my previous words? I shall forever protect you. This matter pertains to men." He prevented Xiao Wu from intervening, partly due to his awareness of the formidable opponent they faced, fearing for her safety, and partly because, should defeat be inevitable, he would rather endure humiliation himself than allow Xiao Wu to be insulted. Chapter 14. The Malevolent Gaze of the White Tiger, Dai Mubai. Upon hearing the words, "I shall forever protect you," Xiao Wu's expression of indignation softened. She cast a glance at Tang San and said, "Then you must be careful. There is no need for bickering, as I have stated. The two of you may confront him together," Dai Mubai said impatiently. Tang San approached steadily, seeking guidance. A glint of malice flickered in Dai Xiao's eyes as his right fist suddenly rose, propelled forward with force, aimed squarely at Tang San's chest. His movements were straightforward, devoid of any embellishment, yet Tang San's expression shifted subtly. The momentum of his opponent's punch had reached its zenith in an instant. Propelled by an amalgamation of power and speed, how could one achieve such prowess without abundant combat experience? At that moment, retreat was not an option for Tang San. If he faltered, the opponent's momentum would surge, amplifying the punch's potency. Thus, instead of retreating, he advanced. With a swift step, he closed the distance by 3 meters. Intent on disrupting his opponent's rhythm, Tang San unleashed his own right fist, which transformed into a glistening pearly white. A dull thud resonated as Dai Xiao's forward momentum abruptly ceased, while Tang San was propelled backward, stumbling 4 or 5 steps before regaining his balance. A flicker of astonishment illuminated Dai Xiao's gaze. He had clearly not anticipated that this youth, seemingly a few years his junior, could withstand his strike. Most astonishing to Dai Xiao was the sensation in his right hand, which throbbed with pain despite his evident advantage in attacking power. Tang San's fist felt as unyielding as bronze forged in iron. How could Tang San not be astonished? It is essential to note that his fist not only harnessed the internal energy of the Shantian skill, but also possessed a strength that belied his youth. Years of toil as a blacksmith had endowed him with a power that surpassed that of an ordinary man, coupled with the unique characteristics of the Xuanyu hand. These 3 formidable advantages coalesced, yet he still faced defeat. His opponent's strength was formidable, yet it was not a mere brute force. Rather, it was a concentrated might. As if all the power had coalesced into the size of a fist, unleashing a shockwave that caused Tang San's internal energy and blood to surge tumultuously. Very well. To withstand a punch from me, you have earned the right to be my adversary, Dai Xiao declared coldly, his figure soaring once more. This time, his assault would not be so simplistic. He leaped from the ground, and in an instant, he was above Tang San, his limbs extending in a peculiar manner. Appearing riddled with openings, yet each limb moved with a subtlety that suggested an endless array of follow-up strikes. Tang San's expression had grown extremely grave, his knees slightly bent, toes inward, and calves instantaneously tensed. His left arm circled from the outside while his right arm pushed outward from the inside, adopting a rather peculiar stance. This strike from Dai Xiao could be deemed his signature technique. Regardless of how his opponent might obstruct or counter, he possessed a myriad of responses. Within what appeared to be a multitude of vulnerabilities lay profound and esoteric offensive methods, with all limbs capable of transforming into lethal weapons. However, just as he prepared to unleash his attack, an invisible force surged from below. This power felt oddly viscous, lacking an overwhelming impact, yet brimming with tenacity. Suspended in midair, Dai Xiao found no leverage, feeling as if his body was forcibly diverted from its original trajectory, causing him to veer sideways and lose all focus on his assault. What manner of force is this? A fleeting sense of astonishment crossed Dai Xiao's mind. Yet, his extensive combat experience kicked in. He twisted his waist midair, performing a horizontal rotation before landing steadily on the ground. At that precise moment, Tang San initiated his attack. He had chosen the perfect opportunity. Coinciding with the instant Dai Xiao's feet touched the ground, an optimal moment when exerting force was most challenging. Utilizing the technique of ghost shadow phantom steps, it appeared to be 3 delicate footfalls, yet Tang San had already arrived at Dai Xiao's side, simultaneously striking out with both palms toward Dai Xiao's shoulders. A glint of malevolence flickered in Dai Xiao's eyes, as all 4 pupils seemed to shine momentarily. Exhaling forcefully, he retracted his shoulders and, with a swift motion, launched his fists upward, targeting Tang San's elbows. The ferocity of his punches produced a series of explosive sounds in the air, showcasing the immense power contained within. In conjunction with his punches, Dai Xiao's right leg sprang into action, aiming a direct kick at Tang San's chin from such close proximity, demonstrating remarkable flexibility. Should either his fists or his right leg land a hit, given his superior strength over Tang San, it would undoubtedly render Tang San incapable of continuing the fight. However, would Tang San allow such a fate? Let us not forget, this was his primary offensive maneuver. As Tang San's palms aimed at Dai Xiao's shoulders lost their target due to the retraction, he did not withdraw his hands. Instead, he swept downward, drawing forth the pliable force that Dai Xiao had previously sensed. Dai Xiao's arms were abruptly directed outward, causing his punches to narrowly miss Tang San. Simultaneously, as Tang San's hands swept out, his left foot advanced a step forward, his body tilting, shoulder charging directly towards Dai Xiao's chest. This maneuver adeptly evaded the kick that Dai Xiao had initiated, as if every action had been meticulously calculated. At this juncture, with Dai Xiao's foot firmly on the ground, he found himself devoid of any evasion space, and his attack was easily deflected by Tang San's hands, placing him at a distinct disadvantage. With a resounding thud, Tang San's shoulder collided with Dai Xiao's chest. Amidst the gasps of the watching twin sisters, Dai Xiao's body was propelled backward, his upper body arching as he executed a backflip, soaring a full 5 meters before finally descending. Tang San did not pursue. Instead, He quietly observed Dai Xiao as he fell to the ground. From the contact with his opponent's chest, he realized that he had not gained much of an advantage. Chapter 14. The Malevolent Gaze of the White Tiger, Dai Mubai, Part 5. In the moment of impact, Dai Xiao's pectoral muscles suddenly hardened like iron. Although he was propelled backward due to Tang San's superior force, his shoulder throbbed with a sharp pain. Dai Xiao's expression darkened. He had to admit that he had underestimated his opponent. The youth before him, appearing several years his junior, possessed strength far beyond his expectations. Shall we continue? Tang San inquired nonchalantly. Dai Xiao's eyes glimmered with a wicked light. Of course. Very well, you have compelled me to use my soul power in this match. I have already conceded defeat. However, I cannot leave without engaging in a proper contest with you, regardless of the outcome of the subsequent trials. This room is yours for today. The light in Dai Xiao's eyes was not one of anger or hatred, but rather a unique brilliance. If one were to articulate it, the phrase "a heart delighted by the hunt" might be the most fitting. His gaze resembled that of someone admiring a stunning beauty, his shoulders trembling slightly as he raised his arms. Tang San's eyes gradually brightened as he discerned a transformation in Dai Xiao before him. If he had previously exuded an aura of icy disdain, now he was imbued with fervent battle intent. The white tiger, his spirit manifested. A powerful, pale white light erupted from him as Dai Xiao extended his arms outward. His chest thrust forward. A cacophony of cracking bones resonated as his muscles swelled, straining against his clothing. Each muscle became distinctly pronounced beneath the fabric, and even the air around him seemed to thrum with agitation. His golden hair instantaneously morphed into a striking mixture of black and white, with white predominating and a few strands of black standing out sharply. For faint lines appeared on his forehead, 3 horizontal and 1 vertical, forming the character for king. His hands underwent the most remarkable transformation, swelling to twice their previous size, entirely covered in white fur. As his fingers flexed, dagger-like claws emerged and retracted from his palms. Each claw akin to a blade, measuring a full 8 inches in length and shimmering with an eerie cold light. Dai Xiao leaned slightly forward, his 4 eyes shifting to a profound, dark blue, evoking the image of a relentless killing machine. Beneath him, 3 brilliant rings of light ascended in succession, 2 yellow and 1 purple, revolving in a display of soul rings, the surging soul power creating a palpable wave of pressure. A Millennium Soul Ring. Xiao gasped, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. She yearned to fight alongside Tang San but was halted by his intervention. The soul rings indicated that white represented 10 years, yellow represented a century, and purple represented a millennium. The youth known as Dai Xiao had already acquired 3 soul rings, one of which was a millennium in age. It was astonishing, considering he appeared only a few years older than Tang San and Xiao Wu. 3 soul rings signified that Dai Xiao's level exceeded 30, marking him as a soul master, specifically a battle soul master with a formidable beast spirit. Dai Mubai. Spirit, White Tiger, level 37 battle soul master. Please enlighten me. In the midst of his overwhelming aura, Dai Xiao declared his spirit and rank, signifying a formal challenge. Faced with such immense pressure, Tang San began to undergo a transformation of his own. The latent violent impulses within him gradually surfaced as a faint violet hue enveloped his eyes. He slowly raised his right hand. A surge of deep blue light erupted, and a cluster of deep blue grass sprouted from his palm. Each blade appeared slender, adorned with serpentine patterns, morphing from a flat shape into a cylindrical form. Upon closer inspection, one could discern minuscule barbs covering the surface of each blade. A milky white radiance emanated from Tang San, and the deep blue grass seemed to react to some unseen stimulus, expanding rapidly until it resembled the thickness of a human arm, akin to the tendrils of a vine. The black serpentine patterns glimmered softly, swirling around Tang San like a multitude of great serpents. 2 yellow soul rings simultaneously rose from beneath his feet, spiraling above him. Tang San, Spirit, Blue Silver Grass, level 29 Tool Soul Master. Please enlighten me. Dai Mubai, with eyebrows as white as his hair, arched slightly in surprise. Your spirit is merely blue silver grass. Tang San recounted the master's original words. There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. Dai Mubai was the second most formidable martial soul he encountered since entering the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Only the Academy's dean, upon the master's invitation, had previously showcased the strength of a level 42 weapon soul sect while assisting him in obtaining his second soul ring. However, that esteemed dean was already over 50 years of age, while the young Dai Mubai appeared to be merely 16 or 17. It was no wonder that he suffered a setback during their initial clash, despite relying on his strength and inner power enhanced by the Xianyu hand. The absolute disparity in power was evident. This individual before him could be regarded as the most formidable opponent Tang San had ever faced. He was acutely aware of the vast difference a single soul ring could make, especially considering that the opponent's third soul ring was of a millennium level. The attributes and skills it conferred were beyond the capabilities of his two rings. In this battle, Tang San felt no certainty of victory. Perhaps only by unleashing his most concealed abilities could he hope to contend. Indeed, there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. Allow me to witness the peculiarities of your blue-silver grass martial soul. Dai Mubai moved. Once his martial soul was manifested, he seemed to transform entirely into another being. As his white hair billowed, his explosively powerful form had already closed the distance to Tang San. His 10 fingers sprouted lethal claws, lunging toward Tang San's body. Chapter 14. Evil Eye White Tiger, Dai Mubai 6. Tang San swiftly retreated without hesitation, deftly employing the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps to narrowly evade Dai Mubai's assault. Simultaneously, his blue-silver grass martial spirit sprang into action, sending spirals of dark blue tendrils surging forth from all directions towards Dai Mubai's form. Yet, Tang San himself seemed to meld into the vines, vanishing without a trace. Dai Mubai's sinister gaze flickered with intensity as he was enveloped in a torrent of soul power. With a vigorous sweep of his hands, he attempted to dispel the encroaching tendrils. Initially, he sought to sever the robust blue-silver grass, but to his astonishment, he discovered the vines possessed remarkable resilience. Even with the might of his 37th level soul power infused into his tiger claws, he could only penetrate them halfway, unable to completely sever their hold. Once beyond the reach of his claws, the tendrils would swiftly regenerate. A faint, sweet aroma of tea wafted through the air as the seemingly endless vines surged from all directions. Despite Dai Mubai's augmented strength and speed, bolstered by his martial spirit, he found himself ensnared within the confines of the vines. Is this blue-silver grass? Dai Mubai mused in astonishment. He had never anticipated its formidable capabilities. His opponent, possessing one less soul ring, was able to temporarily ensnare him. Had their soul rings been equal, the outcome of this battle might have been precarious. Dai Mubai, never a paragon of patience, felt his competitive spirit ignite fiercely. A brilliant light erupted, transforming his sinister gaze into a radiant white. The first of his 3 soul rings blazed forth, conjuring a protective white barrier that repelled the surrounding vines. Almost immediately, his second soul ring flared to life, the immense white light coalescing in response to his resounding tiger roar, as a milky orb of energy erupted from his mouth. The abilities bestowed by his first 2 soul rings, White Tiger's Protection and White Tiger's Radiant Wave, were unleashed simultaneously, showcasing their terrifying might. From an external perspective, Dai Mubai appeared ensnared by the colossal vines. Just as Xiao began to exhale in relief, a torrent of white light suddenly burst forth from the crevices of the tendrils, followed by a resounding explosion. The blue-silver grass vines shattered and scattered, the powerful shockwave wreaking havoc throughout the Rose Hotel's grand hall. The martial spirit and its host were intrinsically linked. Tang San's expression turned pale as he staggered backward, struggling to regain his footing. As the white light gradually subsided, revealing Dai Mubai's imposing form, the fragmented blue-silver grass began to coalesce anew around Tang San, albeit in diminished numbers. Tang San, the beast martial spirit's offensive prowess will always surpass that of weapon martial spirits. Your blue-silver grass, while surprisingly potent, ultimately cannot restrain me. Tang San smiled faintly and said, that is not necessarily the case. Suddenly, the second spirit ring on Tang San's body shone brightly. Dai Mubai's body stiffened abruptly as a dense network of vines appeared on him unbeknownst to him. As the brilliance of Tang San's second spirit ring intensified, the vines surged forth, ensnaring Dai Mubai's body tightly. Although the spikes on the vines were merely an inch long, their relentless constriction inflicted excruciating pain upon Dai Mubai, and he soon realized that his body was beginning to grow numb. Long before Tang San had reached level 20, the master had already devised which spirit beast would be the target for his second spirit ring. Tang San's second spirit ring was derived from a plant-type soul beast known as the Ghost Vine, with a maximum absorption age of 764 years. The Ghost Vine soul ring that Tang San acquired possessed at least 600 years of cultivation. The Ghost Vine is an exceedingly fearsome plant-type soul beast, endowed with a potent neurotoxin. Upon being pricked by its sharp thorns, the toxin is immediately released, ultimately transforming into pus that nourishes the ghost vine. What terrifies soul masters the most is the parasitic ability of the ghost vine. During its assault, it disperses countless minute seeds that directly parasitize the enemy. As long as the ghost vine provides sufficient energy or the seeds absorb enough nutrients, they will flourish on the host, with the neurotoxin spreading and wreaking havoc. To obtain this 600-year-old ghost vine soul ring, even the esteemed dean of Notting Academy, a formidable level 42 weapon spirit master, exerted immense effort. Relying on his own martial spirit, which was naturally antagonistic to the ghost vine, he finally managed to subdue it, allowing Tang San to deliver the final blow. Upon acquiring the ghost vine soul ring, Tang San experienced a significant enhancement in all aspects of his attributes. His blue-silver grass became notably more resilient, adopting an appearance akin to that of the ghost vine, albeit retaining its original color and pattern. Moreover, his toxin evolved into a neuroparalytic agent, greatly amplifying its efficacy, such that even the scent wafting through the air could produce a tangible effect. The soul ring skill bestowed upon Tang San by the ghost vine was parasitism. Through the infusion of soul power, the parasitic ability surpassed that of the ghost vine itself. With the infusion of soul power, the parasitic seeds would grow instantaneously, ensnaring their targets in a manner that was nearly impossible to defend against, rendering it an insidiously cunning control skill. The tenacity of the double-ringed blue-silver grass was made evident when even Dai Mu Bai, at level 37, could not entirely sever it with his white tiger's blade. He had ultimately underestimated Tang San in the blue-silver grass, leading to his downfall. Observing the astonishment in Dai Mu Bai's eyes, Tang San remarked, "My blue-silver grass is toxic. You must have inhaled some earlier, when you unleashed your soul power in a powerful attack to break free from my entanglement. It inevitably accelerated the circulation of your blood, causing the toxin to act more swiftly. Thus, although you may not feel anything at present, your skin has already begun to experience numbness, rendering you oblivious to the parasitic blue-silver grass seeds. Therefore, you have lost." Dai Mu Bai gazed at Tang San, now ensnared entirely by the blue-silver grass, save for his head. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes. What a formidable blue-silver grass. If I were like you, possessing only 2 rings, I would indeed be defeated. My body has become paralyzed, making it difficult to extricate myself from the blue-silver grass. However, I possess 1 more ring than you. Allow me to demonstrate the skill of my 3rd soul ring. A purple halo suddenly illuminated the surroundings, distorting the air around Dai Mu Bai. His eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, and almost instantaneously, the blue-silver grass enveloping him began to swell. With a resounding explosion, all the blue-silver grass, including the parasitic seeds, was obliterated into fine powder. Dai Mu Bai's body underwent a second transformation. Tang San inhaled sharply. Was this the skill of a Millennium Soul Ring? Chapter 15, The Technique of the Millennium Soul Ring. White Tiger Diamond Transformation Part 1. As Dai Mu Bai found himself ensnared by Tang San's martial soul, blue-silver grass, he finally unleashed the power of his 3rd soul ring. At that moment, Dai Mu Bai transformed before Tang San and Xiao Wu. His already formidable physique, augmented by the white tiger martial soul, swelled even further. His muscles bulged grotesquely, his upper garments bursting apart to reveal the terrifying contours of his physique. Strangely, black stripes appeared on his skin, devoid of fur. He resembled nothing less than a tiger's hide. His tiger paws grew larger, and the blades protruding from them gleamed a brilliant silver. Most astonishingly, he was enveloped in a brilliant golden light, as though he had been gilded. His blood-red eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty radiance, exuding the majesty of a king among beasts. Although Tang San could not comprehend the significance of this transformation, he recognized that as a 3rd soul ring, and one granted by a Millennium Soul Ring, its effects would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Sensing the imminent danger, Xiao promptly activated her own soul ring, and like Tang San, 2 yellow rings appeared around her. Her adorable white ears stood erect, and she appeared even more enchanting, her lines softening with an ethereal grace. The effects of different beast martial souls varied. For instance, Dai Mu Bai's white tiger martial soul made him more imposing and domineering, while Xiao Wu's rabbit martial soul bestowed upon her a gentler aesthetic, elongating her legs in a manner befitting her nature. Tang San was unaware of the soul beast that granted Xiao Wu her soul ring during their 3rd-year break. With the assistance of the master and Dean Nodding, he acquired his 2nd soul ring. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu returned home and, upon her return, possessed a 2nd soul ring, which was also a century soul ring. The dark blue-silver grass shot forth from around Tang San, for a martial soul need not only emanate from the palms, The spiked vines surged through the air, obstructing Dai Mubai's vision as they wound around his limbs and neck. Empowered by his inner strength, the first Soul Ring's binding skill was now pushed to its limits. As he launched his attack, Tang San grasped Xiaowu, who sought to rush forward, shaking his head. The battles between men must remain untainted by outside interference. Otherwise, they would be met with disdain. Though Tang San appeared merely 12, his mental maturity belied his age. Moreover, he sensed neither malice nor hostility from Dai Mubai, despite the cold and domineering aura he exuded. At that moment, as Tang San held Xiaowu, his pupils contracted sharply, and he emitted a low, suppressed grunt. 10 silver lights crisscrossed through the air, and the rapidly spiraling blue-silver grass abruptly halted midair. Subsequently, these remarkably resilient vines disintegrated into fine dust. Dai Mubai's powerful form advanced step by step toward Tang San, his silver blades continuously flickering, radiating an astounding pressure. Your blue-silver grass is indeed impressive, far more resilient than I anticipated. Even my normal soul power cannot sever them in a single strike. However, what I currently wield is the skill of my third soul ring, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. To acquire this soul ring, I endured great peril and ultimately hunted down a millennium-level Diamond Tiger Soul Beast. It not only significantly enhances my strength, attack, and defense, but also grants me the skill of White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Dai Mubai halted 10 meters away from Tang San and Xiaowu, refraining from further aggression. My White Tiger Diamond Transformation can sustain itself for half an hour, during which my resistance to abnormal states, as well as my attack, defense, and strength, will all double. With my soul power at level 37, under this enhancement, your toxins will not suffice to harm me, even if your soul skills are exquisite. And your control-type martial soul is effective, you ultimately remain outmatched. This is the absolute disparity of power. Dai Mubai's eyes shimmered with a sinister light, and suddenly, his robust muscles began to retract, the crimson glow in his eyes fading away. The effects of the White Tiger martial soul receded quietly. At that moment, Dai Mubai appeared somewhat comical. Not a single article of clothing remained intact, his upper garments completely destroyed, and his trousers were severely tattered, having been torn by the spiked blue-silver grass. With his sinister gaze returning to normal, Dai Mubai fixed a profound look upon Tang San and Xiaowu. I believe we shall meet again soon. When you arrive at Shrek Academy, should anyone trouble you, invoke the name of Dai Mubai, the evil White Tiger. With that, he waved farewell to the pair of twin beauties and strode out of the hotel. Xiaowu could not help but call after Dai Mubai's retreating figure. How did you know we were heading to Shrek Academy? Dai Mubai halted, his tone icy. You are merely around 12 years old, are you not? At such an age, possessing soul power exceeding 20 levels, what else could you possibly be doing if not enrolling at Shrek Academy? 12 years old? Huh. I am already 15. Tang San, I shall await you at Shrek Academy. As the last word faded, Dai Mubai had already exited the hotel. Observing his departing back, Xiaowu huffed in dissatisfaction. This person is truly perplexing. He clearly is not a good person. Tang San, even when we arrive at Shrek Academy, we must avoid any dealings with him. Chapter 15, The Technique of the Millennium Soul Ring, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, Part 2. Tang San smiled faintly, his gaze following the direction in which Dai Mubai had departed. Why was that? I find this person rather agreeable. Although he appears somewhat aloof on the surface, his straightforwardness is commendable. Xiaowu retorted with irritation. Agreeable? I believe that is an egregious misjudgment. Tell me, what good could possibly come from him bringing 2 young women to a hotel room? Is it not an act of brazen debauchery? How can he be deemed a good person? As for the so-called evil White Tiger, I would rather call him the licentious tiger. Tang San furrowed his brow and remarked, Xiaowu, I have noticed that your understanding has grown considerably. Xiaowu, oblivious to the hint of dissatisfaction in Tang San's eyes, replied with a sense of pride, of course. Let us not forget that I am the leader of the students at Notting Academy. With a resigned shake of his head, Tang San continued. I shall refrain from commenting on Dai Mubai's personal preferences. However, judging from our recent encounter, he possesses commendable abilities across the board. His strength surpasses ours. Yet he does not exhibit any arrogance or oppressive behavior. Not only did he offer us his room, but it also seemed that he intended to look out for us within the academy. Xiaowu, puzzled, asked, by the way. He kept mentioning that we are 12 years old and that he is 15. Additionally, he claimed he had already lost. What do these statements signify? Tang San remarked. Before utilizing my martial soul, he conceded defeat, attributing it to my superior techniques and, perhaps, our age difference. After we both summoned our martial souls, He reiterated his earlier statement, placing emphasis on the disparity in our ages. If my assumptions are correct, at the tender age of 12, his abilities were likely inferior to ours in the present, hence his claim of defeat. Our mentor once stated that for exceptionally gifted soul masters, each year before the age of 20 holds significant importance. A mere year's difference can result in substantial disparities in cultivation. We are 3 years his senior. Yet the gap in our strength does not seem as pronounced as our age difference, which leads him to perceive himself as the loser, an indication of his competitive nature. Xiao Wu, having retracted her martial soul transformation, suddenly whispered, "Brother, if he had truly bested you just now, would we have had to leave?" She had not forgotten Dai Mubai's earlier brash remarks. Tang San spoke calmly. "Even if I were to roll away, it would be but myself. This is precisely why I do not permit you to intervene." His words held truth. The disparity of a single soul ring created an immense gap in strength. Regardless of soul power, the attributes bestowed by soul rings, or the prowess of his 1,000-year soul ring, all surpassed us. After employing the white tiger diamond transformation, even if we combined our efforts, we might still fall short against him. Do I truly wish to witness your departure? Should he insist on such a course, I would have no choice but to fight to the death. In terms of power, I may be inferior to him, yet in a desperate struggle, I held a 70% certainty of ensuring that we would perish together. Upon concluding his statement, Tang San strode towards the counter. Fortunately, his battle with Dai Mubai did not extend for long. Dai Mubai, after activating the white tiger diamond transformation, refrained from unleashing his full might. Otherwise, the Rose Hotel would not have emerged with merely minor damages to its decor. Xiao Wu observed Tang San approaching the counter, lowering her head as she murmured his earlier words, to fight to the death for dignity. Manager Wang peeked from behind the counter, noticing Tang San's approach, and quickly donned a smile. "Young man, you truly are remarkable. Even young Master Dai is willing to yield his room to you. Thankfully, you have not sustained any injuries. Otherwise, we would be unable to provide an explanation." Amidst the chaos of the hall, Tang San managed a bitter smile and inquired, "Manager, how much will it cost to restore this place?" Manager Wang promptly shook his head and replied, No, it is not your concern. Young Master Dai has previously stated that all of this shall be accounted for under his name. He is a distinguished guest of ours and only requires an invoice." He continued, "I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused to you both, and I am grateful that no harm came to you. As a gesture of goodwill, I have decided to waive the rent for 3 days. If your stay does not exceed that duration, there will be no charges." As he spoke, he handed a resplendent golden key to Tang San, wearing an apologetic smile. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, while he had little concern for the hotel's losses. It was evident that Dai Mubai was a man of wealth. However, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of waiving the accommodation fees, as he had indeed contributed to the disruption of the hotel lobby. It seemed rather inappropriate. "Let us pay the full amount," he insisted. Manager Wang quickly shook his head, responding, "That simply cannot be. We have already caused you both considerable inconvenience. In the future, your frequent visits to our establishment would be the greatest assistance to us." The rooms for the 2 gentlemen were located on the top floor, bearing the nameplate Red Ocean. Tang San, feeling helpless, nodded and said, "Thank you." After a series of tribulations, he felt somewhat fatigued and turned to lead Xiao Wu upstairs. Upon arriving at Soto City, he had engaged in a duel with Dai Mubai, and the mental strain, along with the depletion of his inner strength, necessitated a period of rest. After all, the repeated destruction of his blue-silver grasp by Dai Mubai had taken a considerable toll on his energy. Watching the two ascend the stairs, Manager Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief, murmuring, "At last, it is resolved." He then turned to the innocent-looking waiter beside him and sighed, "It is my fault for not informing you. While the other rooms are manageable, the Red Ocean cannot be indiscriminately occupied by others. It is reserved by young Master Dai for an extended period." The waiter replied, "Manager, the daily rate for our Red Ocean is 10 gold soul coins. Are you truly allowing those 2 children to stay for free? The youth of today are indeed quite daring, merely 12 or 13 years old. Enough chatter. Be cautious with your words," Manager Wang retorted with mild irritation. "What do you understand? Soul masters are beings of great nobility. Did you not observe that those 2 children each already possess 2 soul rings? At such a tender age, they have become great soul masters, with limitless potential for the future. They might very well be descendants of a prominent family, and we cannot afford to offend them." Chapter 15, The 1,000-Year Soul Ring Technique. White Tiger's Diamond Transformation, Part 3. The decor of the Rose Hotel readily evokes a sense of fondness, with its simple yet comfortable color scheme. complemented by the faint aroma of roses that refreshes the spirit. On the innermost side of the top floor, Tang San discovered the doorplate of the Red Ocean. There were only a few rooms on the top floor, and the doorplates bore names such as Blue Enchantress, Pink Tenderness, Yellow Sincerity, White Purity, and Green Farewell, among others. At the very end was the Red Ocean. He later learned that the names of the doorplates also represented various colors of roses. The door, matching the name of the doorplate, was a vibrant red, adorned with beautiful dark red crystal rose decorations. Beside the crimson crystal roses was a line of vertical small text, Red Ocean, Ocean of Love. Even Tang San, usually oblivious, sensed an oddity at this moment. Turning to Xiaowu, he found her looking back at him, a hint of embarrassment on her face as she remarked, "This hotel wouldn't be specifically designed for couples, would it?" Xiaowu blinked her large eyes, snatched the key from Tang San's hand, and, disregarding his concerns, boldly opened the door and stepped inside. Tang San followed behind Xiaowu as they entered the room, but unexpectedly, Xiaowu came to a sudden halt, causing him to gently collide with her soft form. "Why have you stopped?" he inquired, quickly stepping back to create some distance between them. Yet, even as he posed the question, he had already discerned the answer. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the moment he beheld the entirety of the room, he was overwhelmed with astonishment. The room was expansive, with the living area alone exceeding 50 square meters. Within the hall, all the furnishings were adorned in silver, intricately carved with exquisite patterns. The vibrant red carpet was embellished with raised motifs of crimson roses. What astonished them the most was the colossal red heart in the center of the hall, crafted from countless rose petals. This heart spanned nearly 2 square meters, and it must have taken at least 1,000 roses to create. From it hung a delicate silk ribbon, inscribed with the words, 1001, you are my only one. In addition to the 1001 roses, elegant vases were placed throughout the room, each filled with fiery red roses. The intoxicating fragrance of roses permeated every corner of the space, creating a mesmerizing ambience that left them utterly entranced. Tang San smiled wryly, realizing he had indeed guessed correctly. No wonder Dai Mubai brought a girl to this place. "Xiaowu, if you dislike this fragrance, I can ask the waiter to remove these flowers." At this moment, Xiaowu had also awakened from her astonishment. She turned her head and shot Tang San a glance, yet her beautiful eyes were filled with enchantment. "Brother, you are truly foolish. Is there any girl who does not adore roses? If you remain so oblivious, how will you ever find a wife?" Tang San touched his nose and remarked, "I am merely 12 years old. It seems rather premature to speak of such matters." Xiaowu stepped forward, picked up a rose, and leaned in to inhale its fragrance. The room was adorned beautifully, and I realized that I had begun to develop a fondness for this place. "Brother, shall we come here often in the future?" Tang San furrowed his brow and remarked, "What is there to be good about? We are siblings. What are we doing in a place like this?" After a moment, he added, "Well, we've been traveling for a while. Let us take a short rest." As he made his way toward the bedroom, Xiaowu playfully stuck her tongue out at him from behind, yet she followed closely behind. Upon entering the bedroom, they were once again taken aback. As anticipated, the room contained only one bed, but this bed, which occupied nearly half of the entire space, was heart-shaped. Delicate, pale pink curtains cascaded from the ceiling, shrouding the area above the heart-shaped bed, evoking an ethereal and dreamlike beauty. Tang San turned to Xiaowu and remarked, "I have come to realize that accompanying you here was indeed a mistake. You may rest here while I take a seat on the sofa outside." Xiaowu did not attempt to dissuade him. Instead, she cheered joyfully and leaped onto the bouncy heart-shaped bed, frolicking and tumbling with uncontainable excitement. Observing her exuberance brought a faint smile to Tang San's lips, for she was, after all, still a child. He casually closed the bedroom door behind him, seated himself cross-legged on the sofa outside, and promptly began to regulate his breathing and circulate his internal energy. Over the past few years, though Tang San's life had been rather monotonous, it had fostered in him commendable habits. Not only had his strength improved, but his resolve had also become notably steadier. Despite being only 12 years of age, he had already begun to exhibit traits of maturity. Of course, Xiaowu's description of him as prematurely aged was not without merit. The pure essence of his Xiantian skill flowed gently within him, while his mind replayed the details of his battle against Dai Mubai. By revisiting the combat scenarios, Tang San sought to clarify the gains and losses he had experienced during the fight, a crucial quality that the master had instilled in him as a battle soul master. Typically, he practiced with Xiaowu, but this time he had faced a different opponent, one whose prowess surpassed his own. Although the encounter was brief, It significantly enriched Tang San's combat experience. The myriad of martial souls made it imperative to engage with soul masters possessing diverse abilities. As his recollections drifted to the moment when Daimyo Bai employed the White Tiger Vajra transformation, Tang San pondered the extent of its offensive enhancement. He surmised that the accompanying golden aura upon increasing defense must resemble a protective barrier. Among his hidden weapons, he possessed several specifically designed to counter such barriers. Though he remained uncertain of their effectiveness against Daimyo Bai, blue silvergrass was not Tang San's greatest asset. His hidden weapons were. Over the years, with the elevation of his internal power, his mastery of hidden weapons had also seen significant advancement. Within the vast array of hidden weapons, he had acquired proficiency in many. However, he never dared to forget the teachings within the Xiantian treasure record. He would not resort to using them unless in dire straits. This remained a secret, one that even Xiao Wu only partially understood. Chapter 15. The Technique of the Millennium Soul Ring. White Tiger Vajra Transformation, Part 4. Tang San's cultivation this time persisted for an extended duration. The only interruption was a casual dinner with Xiao Wu. His prolonged training was primarily because his Xiantian Gong had reached the late stages equivalent to soul power level 29 and was on the cusp of breaking into level 30. Thus, he exerted himself fervently in hopes of swiftly advancing to level 30 to seek his third soul ring. Another reason for his dedication was closely tied to his encounter with Daimyo Bai, who had subtly reminded Tang San that no matter how refined one's skills may be, they must be backed by substantial power. In their initial confrontation, when neither had unleashed their martial spirits, Tang San, employing the exquisite techniques of the control crane and capture dragon, as well as the characteristics of the mystic jade hand, managed to gain a slight advantage over Daimyo Bai. However, once Daimyo Bai manifested his martial spirit, the White Tiger, Tang San's techniques became significantly less effective, revealing the disparity in their strength. Upon careful analysis of Daimyo Bai's capabilities, Tang San realized that to fundamentally overcome him, the best strategy was to elevate his soul power as swiftly as possible, bringing it closer to that of Daimyo Bai's. At the very least, he needed to possess a third soul ring ability to contend effectively. Even hidden weapons, bolstered by a higher level of Xiantian Gong, would see a substantial enhancement in their potency. Little San, brother, would you accompany me for a little outing? Don't you feel bored being cooped up in this room all the time? Early in the morning, Xiao Wu couldn't help but voice her complaints while Tang San was having his breakfast. Tang San smiled and said, "I'm not like you. Your extraordinary talent allows you to continually enhance your strength even without diligent training. As for me, I must strive harder as a less gifted individual. You have seen for yourself how formidable Daimyo Bai is as a student of Shrek Academy. If there is one with such strength, there may well be a second or third. This Shrek Academy is unlike our former Nodding Academy. It will no longer be solely your domain. If I do not make an effort to bolster my abilities, how can I fulfill my promise to protect you?" Xiao Wu pouted in dissatisfaction. Remaining silent as she grasped Tang San's arm, her large eyes filled with a mournful gaze directed at him, clearly indicating her resolve, should he refuse to accompany her outside. She would not relent. Tang San found himself at a loss in dealing with her, reluctantly nodding as he said, "All right, after all. We are not heading to Shrek Academy to register until tomorrow. I will accompany you for a stroll later, but we must return by noon. I cannot afford any interruptions to my training in the afternoon." "Very well." Xiao Wu's melodious voice brimmed with delight, and the lingering sorrow in her eyes vanished as if by magic. Her acting skills had reached a level of mastery. The service at the Rose Hotel was exceptional. Just as Tang San and Xiao Wu stepped outside, they encountered a waiter pushing a cart filled with fresh roses. Upon inquiry, they discovered that the crimson roses in their room were replaced daily. Although roses may not hold significant monetary value individually, in substantial quantities, their worth could indeed be considerable. When Tang San cautiously inquired about the room rate, he realized how astute his decision had been to accept the complimentary offer from Manager Wang for these few days. As they exited the Rose Hotel, Tang San inquired, "Where would you like to go?" Xiao Wu shrugged nonchalantly, suggesting they wander aimlessly. As long as they did not remain cooped up in the room. Back in Nodding, she was accustomed to being surrounded by a throng of followers, embodying a little tyrant's presence. Although the former leader, Xiao Chenyu, had long since graduated to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, his family's influence in Nodding was substantial. His genuine admiration for Xiao Wu led him to ensure she was well cared for, allowing her life in Nodding to flourish like a fish in water. Now, having grown accustomed to the liveliness, she found it somewhat disconcerting to be alone with only Tang San by her side. They leisurely strolled into the city. Soto City, a hub of commerce, displayed its vibrant prosperity even in the morning hours. The pace of life here was noticeably swifter than the leisurely atmosphere of Notting, with pedestrians bustling about in a hurry. A plethora of shops adorned the streets, and after being dragged by Xiaowu through several clothing stores, Tang San felt somewhat dizzy. Fortunately, Xiaowu adeptly embraced the art of window shopping, ensuring their shared finances remained intact. The prices in Soto City were at least 30% higher than those in Notting, particularly for goods, though the quality was also superior. This disparity was partly due to Notting's status as a border city. If they were in a small inland city, it would pale in comparison to Soto City. "Hey, Xiao San, look over there," Xiaowu exclaimed with surprise. Outside, she often referred to Tang San as Xiao San, reserving the title of brother for their private moments. A secret they cherished. Tang San did not mind her playful nomenclature and allowed it to be. "Is it yet another clothing store? My lady, shouldn't we find a place to have lunch before heading back?" Tang San suggested, gesturing toward the sun at its zenith. Xiaowu, tugging at his hand and skipping with glee, urged, "Look, over there. It seems to be related to Soul Masters." Tang San followed the direction of her finger and soon spotted a modestly sized shop not far away. However, the sign hanging above the entrance was anything but ordinary. It bore a circular emblem adorned with several distinctive symbols. While an average person might remain oblivious to their significance, Tang San and Xiaowu recognized them instantly. The symbols closely resembled those found on the tokens of the Spirit Hall, depicting a sword, a hammer, and a blue electric Tyrannosaurus. Together, these three marks formed an emblem identical to the special token issued by the master from the Spirit Hall. It was perplexing to find such symbols displayed on a shop's sign. Chapter 15. The Technique of the Millennium Soul Ring. The White Tiger S Diamond Transformation. Let us take a look, Tang San suggested as he and Xiaowu approached the shop. The door was ajar, revealing a dimly lit interior. Upon entering, they were immediately drawn by a peculiar wave of energy, reminiscent of that found within the Spirit Hall, albeit slightly weaker. Thanks to the Master's teachings, Tang San understood that this emanation was a result of the soul tools present. Soul tools contain fluctuations of soul power, and if not bound to an individual's soul power through usage, they can exhibit external soul energy. Typically, soul tools are not offensive in nature. Rather, they serve simple auxiliary functions. Nevertheless, they remain exceedingly rare. The soul tools that have been passed down through generations can be regarded as antiques, for the methods of their creation have long been lost to time. Inside the shop, there was but a solitary figure, with no counter in sight. The walls were adorned with various items that appeared quite antiquated, lacking any semblance of value. The lone occupant reclined in a wooden lounge chair, eyes closed, swaying gently. He appeared to be in his 50s, yet his physique was robust, causing the chair to creak under his weight. This individual had a notably distinctive visage. His chin protruded slightly, cheekbones were pronounced, and his face bore a flat contour, complemented by a hooked nose. To describe him in a comparison, one might say his face resembled the sole of a shoe. Despite his eyes being shut, there was an air of cunning about him. He wore black-framed crystal glasses, the rigid square frames imparting an oddly peculiar impression. Tang San and Xiaowu entered the shop without disturbing him. He continued to breathe steadily while swaying gently in the reclining chair. Xiaowu curiously glanced around and inquired, "Tang San, are these all soul guiding devices?" Tang San's gaze shifted from the middle-aged man to the objects adorning the wall. To speak candidly, he remarked, "I am at a loss as well. Unless each item is subjected to a test of spiritual energy, mere observation will not reveal their essence." As he spoke, he approached the wall, his attention drawn to a crystal the size of a human head. His focus momentarily froze. The crystal appeared unremarkable, transparent, yet containing large patches of dark yellow impurities. It hung in the most accessible position near the door. Yet, it was this very crystal that caused Tang San's heart to race, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He never anticipated encountering such a crystal in this modest establishment, in such a location. Tang San's transformation did not escape Xiaowu's notice. "Xiao San, what are you looking at this wretched crystal for? It would be quite a challenge to find something worse than this. This crystal lacks any luster, has poor transparency, and bears no color. Amethyst is the most precious of all." To Xiaowu's astonishment, Tang San nodded affirmatively, declaring, "I intend to purchase this crystal. I just do not know its price." "Not expensive, merely 100 gold soul coins," came a languid, slightly magnetic voice, perhaps due to the speaker's slight lisp. His words were somewhat unclear. Fortunately, it was just Tang San and Xiaowu present, and the shop was quiet enough to discern what he was saying. Tang San said nothing, but Xiaowu abruptly turned around, exclaiming, "For this wretched crystal, You demand 100 gold soul coins? You might as well resort to robbery. The middle-aged man lounging in the chair opened his eyes, yet remained seated, declaring, 100 gold soul coins is already the most reasonable price here. If you wish to purchase, then pay. If not, kindly take your leave. With that, he closed his eyes once more. Infuriated, Xiao Wu was about to confront him. But Tang San restrained her, saying, very well, I shall buy it. Over the years, Tang San had managed to accumulate a modest fortune. His expenditures were minimal, and most of his earnings had been saved. Particularly after reaching the Great Soul Master level, his monthly subsidy from the Spirit Hall had increased to 10 gold soul coins. Now, combining their assets, Tang San and Xiao Wu possessed over 700 gold soul coins. Tang San, are you all right? Xiao Wu raised her hand and gently touched his forehead to check for fever. Tang San subtly signaled to Xiao Wu with a glance, then gently shook his head. His right hand brushed against the waist of his robe, and a pouch containing 100 gold soul coins materialized in his grasp. He turned and approached the middle-aged man, extending the pouch towards him. The middle-aged man, with eyes wide shut, remarked, your funds are insufficient. Tang San remarked, this is indeed 100 gold soul coins. The middle-aged man's indistinct voice replied languidly, however, my crystal is priced at 200 gold soul coins. At this point, Xiao Wu could no longer contain her frustration. You are extorting us. Just a moment ago, you stated it was 100, and now it has transformed into 200. No wonder you have no business. She turned to Tang San. Let us not purchase anything. We shall take our leave. Tang San shook his head at Xiao Wu and gazed at the middle-aged man, asking, are you certain you will not alter your offer? That crystal might hold little value for others, yet for him, it was more precious than any rare treasure. He would readily pay not just 200 gold soul coins, but even 1,000, should he possess it. The middle-aged man lazily replied, very well. 500 gold soul coins, and no further negotiation. Pay up if you wish to take it. Otherwise, please leave. From 100 to 200. And then from 200 to 500. Even Tang San's patience began to wane. He stowed his coin pouch and said to Xiao Wu, let us depart. Xiao Wu shot a fierce glare at the middle-aged man, thinking it was high time to leave. Engaging with such a cunning individual was a blatant insult to their intelligence. Chapter 16. The Golden Dragon Beard Needle. 500 gold soul coins were not beyond Tang San's means. Yet he and Xiao Wu were preparing to apply to the Shrek Academy, where financial demands would undoubtedly arise. The tuition fees were still unknown to him. He could not allow his own desires to jeopardize their application to the academy, especially since they were no longer students benefiting from tuition waivers. With a lingering glance at the murky crystal, Tang San sighed inwardly, acknowledging that he would have to seek another opportunity in the future. He then made his way towards the exit. If it is a matter of insufficient funds that prompts your departure, I could accept 200 gold coins from you now, and you may pay the remainder gradually. Just 10 coins a month, though interest is at 10%. Xiao Wu found herself utterly repulsed by the man's glib tongue. What a swindler. He might as well reach from the grave to grasp for money. Though Xiao Wu was prone to impulsiveness, Tang San was not easily swayed. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's offer, he hesitated slightly. Was the man aware of his status as a great soul master? Otherwise, how could he have so precisely gauged his income? Tang San was certain that during their previous encounters, the middle-aged man had not exhibited even a trace of soul power, making it impossible for him to assess the soul power intensity of himself and Xiao Wu. If he could deduce the martial soul levels of both, then this individual would indeed be terrifying. While Dai Mubai emanated an aura of brilliance, this seemingly unscrupulous merchant possessed an unfathomable depth. Tang San grasped Xiao Wu's shoulders and shook his head gently, signaling her not to act impulsively. He returned to the shop and approached the middle-aged man, completing the transaction. Xiao San voiced her discontent, but Tang San raised his right hand behind him, indicating her to remain silent. The middle-aged man's eyes finally opened once more, and he caught a close glimpse of Tang San. His gaze fell upon the belt around Tang San's waist, and he inquired, where did you acquire that belt? Tang San felt a stir within his heart. This was a gift from my teacher. Do you recognize this belt? The middle-aged man rose from his recliner. His gaze fixated on the 24 bridges bright moonlight adorning Tang San's waist, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light, remaining silent for a long while. You aren't contemplating altering the price again, are you? The irritable Xiao Wu peered over Tang San's shoulder. The oddity in the middle-aged man's eyes gradually faded. So, you are indeed his disciple. You may take the crystal with you. Tang San let out a quiet sigh of relief. his right hand gliding over the surface of the moonlit bridge as he retrieved 2 bags of gold coins, presenting them to the middle-aged man. I shall deliver 10 gold coins to you each week. The man waved his hand dismissively, reclining back into his chair. No need. The crystal is yours. It is hardly of any value. You may leave now. Do not disturb my slumber. Gift. Tang San paused momentarily, taken aback by the stark contrast in the man's demeanor. Just moments ago, he had been demanding exorbitant prices, yet now he was offering a gift. Subconsciously, Tang San realized that this seemingly cunning middle-aged man must be acquainted with the master. While Tang San pondered this revelation, Xiaowu had already taken the crystal into her embrace without hesitation. Tang San, let us depart, lest certain individuals come to regret their decisions. Tang San looked at her with a mix of amusement and exasperation, saying, how can we simply take someone else's belongings? Good sir, why not state your price? The middle-aged man on the reclining chair began to sway once more, this time remaining silent and entirely disregarding him. Tang San glanced at the crystal nestled in Xiaowu's arms, then shifted his gaze to the middle-aged man. If he were to adhere to his usual temperament, he would undoubtedly refuse the crystal. However, this particular piece held immense significance for him. Should he miss this opportunity and allow someone else to procure it, he would likely regret it for the rest of his life. A myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning, and ultimately, he quietly placed the 2 bags of gold soul coins on the ground before departing the shop with Xiaowu. It was only after their departure that the middle-aged man reopened his eyes, the cunning expression fading from his face as he murmured to himself. His disciple has unexpectedly arrived in Soto City, at this hour, with such soul power. It seems they are headed to Shrek Academy. Master, oh master, will you not evade me this time? Upon exiting the peculiar shop, Xiaowu could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, Tang San, why do you so desperately desire this crystal? I have never seen you yearn for something so intensely. Its quality is so poor. What use could it possibly serve you? Tang San took the crystal from Xiaowu's hand and, seizing the moment when no one was watching, swiftly concealed it within his 24-bridge Minjiwai. He grasped Xiaowu's hand and urged, let us hurry back to the hotel. The two had not even partaken of lunch. As Tang San hurriedly led Xiaowu back to their lodging. At that moment, his heart was filled with exhilaration, and his palm, clasping Xiaowu's, was already slick with sweat. Although Xiaowu often exhibited a playful demeanor, she became obedient whenever Tang San was earnest, accompanying him back to the Rose Hotel. Once inside, he secured the door and swiftly drew the curtains. Come, follow me to the bedroom. Xiaowu, perplexed, followed him into the bedroom. Tang San closed the curtains and locked the door, his excitement becoming increasingly palpable, revealing a hint of infatuation on his face, which had taken on a slight flush. Xiaowu instinctively adjusted her clothing, a thought flickering through her mind. Could he be influenced by the ambience of the hotel, succumbing to base instincts? No, that cannot be. He is merely 12 years old. What am I thinking? He is my brother. How could I entertain such impure thoughts? Chapter 16. The Golden Dragon Whisker Needle of the Banjing. Tang San was unaware that Xiaowu was lost in her thoughts due to his peculiar actions. She delicately retrieved the crystal, the size of a human head, from the enchanting scene of the 24 bridges under the moonlight, placing it gently upon the bed. Caressing the uneven surface of the crystal as one would tenderly stroke a cherished treasure, she pondered its significance. Knowing that Tang San was not a man of impulsive nature, she surmised that his deep regard for this crystal must harbor some profound secret. She crouched beside him, awaiting his explanation. However, it was not the amethyst within the crystal that held the greatest value. After a moment's contemplation, Tang San finally uttered this enigmatic statement, with curiosity alight in her eyes. Xiaowu inquired, what kind of crystal is truly precious? Tang San solemnly stated, this is a hair crystal. A hair crystal? What is that? Xiaowu looked at him in astonishment, having never even heard of such a term. It is no wonder that Xiaowu was unaware, for this concept did not originally belong to this world. It was brought by Tang San from the Tang sect. During his time in the Tang sect, in addition to being responsible for crafting mechanical traps, Tang San also assisted inner disciples in forging a variety of concealed weapons. He possessed extensive knowledge of the materials used for these weapons and various precious materials. The so-called hair crystal refers to a phenomenon where certain natural crystals, under specific conditions and external influences, develop golden thread-like substances within them. This golden thread is known as crystal hair or golden hair, resembling the hair of the crystal itself. Regardless of the color of the crystal, If a single strand of crystal hair appears, its value surpasses that of the finest natural crystal. A crystal possessing this hair is termed a hair crystal. Although Xiaowu was impulsive, she was also quite intelligent. Looking at the large crystal stone in Tang San's hand, she remarked, "You can't be telling me that this is a hair crystal, can you? I don't see any golden threads. And I have never heard anyone mention such a thing. Even if it were true, it would be useless if no one recognizes it. Your 200 gold coins were not well spent." Tang San smiled and said, "No, this is not a luminous crystal, but rather a slab crystal. A rare gem among luminous crystals." Xiaowu, intrigued, inquired, "What is a slab crystal?" Tang San patiently elucidated. The golden threads within the crystal are typically sparse and disordered. However, certain crystals that have existed for an exceptionally long time may present an opportunity for an increased quantity of golden threads. When the number of these threads reaches a significant level and congregates within the crystal, resembling a golden plate, such a crystal is referred to as a plate crystal. Due to the abundance and systematic arrangement of the golden threads within, the plate crystal is regarded as the pinnacle of all crystals. Although this particular crystal appears tarnished on the surface, upon closer examination, one can discern glimmers of gold within. The golden plate is obscured by the impurities on the exterior of the crystal, yet I am almost certain that it harbors no fewer than 10,000 golden threads. This phenomenon is a marvel that can only manifest in plate crystals that have existed for at least 100,000 years. It is not merely the 200 gold soul coins that entice me. Even if it were 2,000 gold soul coins, it would undoubtedly be worth it. My desire for it is not driven by the prospect of resale for profit, but rather by its intrinsic significance. Tang San did not explicitly articulate the significance of the moment. Instead, he retrieved his forging hammer from the ethereal scene of the 24 bridges on a moonlit night. This hammer was notably larger than the standard tools employed by ordinary blacksmiths. After utilizing this oversized hammer for the first time at the Shursen blacksmith shop, Tang San never opted for a smaller size. "Xiaowu, step aside," he commanded in a low voice. Xiaowu complied, moving to the side. Tang San placed the crystal slab upon the ground, and a gentle white luminescence began to emanate, flowing from his hands into the forging hammer. His expression grew increasingly solemn as he pushed the internal energy of his Xiantian gong to its utmost limit in a fleeting moment. "Xiao San, what are you doing?" Xiaowu gazed at him in astonishment, sensing his intentions yet unable to grasp the rationale behind his actions. With a sudden surge of strength in his legs, he pivoted. Unleashing the first strike of the chaotic hammering technique, this blow was infused with all of Tang San's internal power. The white light around the hammer intensified, and a series of explosive sounds echoed through the air as the massive hammer descended forcefully upon the crystal slab. Xiaowu instinctively covered her ears. With a resounding crash, the entire Rose Hotel trembled. The crisp sound of shattering resonated beneath the weight of Tang San's blow, and in an instant, the crystal slab was reduced to powder. Yet, as the crystal disintegrated, a remarkable scene unfolded. Countless golden specks surged forth from the debris, scattering throughout the room adorned with a heart-shaped bed. It was as if the entire chamber had been enveloped in a golden sheen. Startled, Xiaowu quickly summoned her soul power to shield herself from the golden specks. Fortunately, the force of their ejection was not strong enough to inflict harm upon her. The dazzling golden light created a mesmerizing display, accompanied by a series of melodious chimes as some specks collided with the walls, others with the doors and windows, while many landed directly upon the heart-shaped bed. The entire bedroom was completely shrouded in a radiant golden glow. The crystal had been transformed into a fine powder, yet as the golden light gradually descended, Xiaowu noticed that the floor and the bed were now adorned with a layer of golden particles. Each particle was remarkably uniform in size, akin to grains of rice, perfectly round and glimmering with a soft golden hue. Instinctively, Xiaowu picked one up and squeezed it, discovering that the golden grain was slightly soft yet remarkably resilient. Even with her soul power, she could not compress it. "Brother, could these possibly be pure gold? Even if they are worth far less than the 200 gold soul coins you possess." Tang San was filled with exuberance, an exhilaration that he had never before experienced since arriving in this world. It surpassed even the excitement he felt when he first obtained his initial soul ring, which enabled his Xiantian skill to break through its limitations. Chapter 16, The Golden Dragon Whisker Needle, Part 3, at last. He was on the verge of acquiring a clandestine weapon ranked among the top 10 in the Xiantian treasure record, and of such remarkable quality. Even during his time in the Tang sect, no one had possessed a crystal of such high caliber to forge a weapon of this nature. "Xiaowu, Quickly gather all these golden particles, leaving not a single one behind. I shall explain everything to you shortly. As he spoke, Tang San took the initiative, utilizing his internal energy to execute the technique controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. He swept across the floor of the room, effortlessly attracting the golden particles to his palm, which he subsequently placed into an unfilled space within the 24 bridges, bright moonlit night. Before long, a sudden knock resonated from outside. Esteemed guest, I apologize for the interruption. Tang San understood that the impact of his previous strike had been effective. Fortunately, he had directed his force onto the board crystal, utilizing vibrational energy, which spared the ground from any damage. What is it? He inquired. The attendant outside responded. There was a peculiar noise originating from the hotel moments ago. Esteemed guest, did you happen to hear it? The attendant had been dispatched by Manager Wang to inquire, as such a significant disturbance could not have been caused by an ordinary individual. Tang San replied nonchalantly, we have heard, but we are unaware of the specifics. In pursuit of the precious treasures at hand, he found it necessary to utter this slight falsehood. The server chose not to elaborate further, for he could not enter without permission to investigate. The quantity of golden particles exceeded Tang San's expectations. He meticulously examined every nook and cranny, striving to leave no golden particle unnoticed. With great care, he gathered them all into his 24 bridges bright moon night, making a conservative estimate of over 20,000 golden particles collected this time. What is it that has you so anxious, brother? Xiao Wu inquired, holding the final golden particle delicately in her palm as she gazed at Tang San. Having secured all the treasures, Tang San finally breathed a sigh of relief. He picked up the golden particle from Xiao Wu's hand and said, do you remember what I told you about hidden weapons? The golden hair within the crystal can be fashioned into an extraordinarily potent concealed weapon, and it is naturally formed. The abundance of golden hair within this crystal has allowed me to cultivate this collection of hidden weaponry. Look, with an open palm, Tang San placed the golden particles into his hand. As his internal energy surged from the Xiantian skill, a milky glow emanated from the surface of his palm, revealing a wondrous sight. The golden particles, under the infusion of his internal energy, began to elongate gradually. In a matter of moments, they transformed into a filament as fine as a hair, remarkably thinner than even a strand of hair, measuring over 3 inches in length. Fortunately, its golden hue made it easily distinguishable in Tang San's palm. This must be the golden hair you mentioned, Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment. Tang San nodded and said, indeed. This is the golden silk. Once it departs from the protection of the crystal, it will naturally curl up and form a grain. Only with the infusion of soul power will it transform back into golden silk. Should the infusion of soul power be lost, it will revert to its curled state. Xiao Wu inquired with curiosity, what significance does this hold? Tang San smiled faintly, continuously channeling his internal energy as he grasped the golden hairpin. With a swift motion, he pricked his fingertip, and a droplet of blood gradually emerged. The hairpin, being so slender, possessed a tip that was naturally sharper than a needle, and its piercing strength would intensify with the infusion of soul power. Given its diminutive size, one can only imagine the effects it would have if it were to penetrate the human body. As he spoke, Tang San retracted his internal energy, transforming the hairpin back into its original form of golden particles. With a flick of his hand, the golden particles vanished into thin air. Where did it go? Xiao Wu, observing at such a close distance, failed to discern how Tang San had made the hairpin disappear. Tang San smiled faintly, raising his right hand as his middle finger suddenly flicked outward. A slender beam of golden light quietly flashed by, silently penetrating into the quilt upon the bed. An uncanny phenomenon unfolded. As the golden thread entered, the quilt swiftly contorted, and in the blink of an eye, a pronounced bulge emerged. The golden thread was extraordinarily resilient and possessed remarkable elasticity. Once it was no longer supported by soul power, it would instinctively retract. Xiao Wu suddenly comprehended the situation. She lunged onto the bed, gripping the distorted bulge of the quilt, and with a forceful squeeze, revealed a glimmer of golden light. Pinching the golden glow with her nails, she diligently infused it with soul power and gradually pulled it out. With a gentle chime, the golden particles reappeared in her palm. If this were to strike a person, Tang San spoke softly, it is easy to imagine. Moreover, I can assure you that once it penetrates the human body, there is no way to trace its origin for extraction. If one wishes to remove it, the only option is to excise the entire cluster of contracted muscle. Xiao Wu finally comprehended why Tang San yearned so intensely for this shard of crystal. Such a malevolent and terrifying concealed weapon was beyond her prior knowledge. Not merely in sight, but even in sound. Brother, this weapon is excessively sinister. Xiaowu realized that her voice trembled slightly, as her mind began to conjure the horrific consequences it would unleash upon entering the human form. Tang San grasped the golden particles in Xiaowu's hand and remarked, I shall name it the Dragon Whisker Needle. In this world, the malevolence of a weapon is not determined by the weapon itself, but rather by the wielder. When employed for righteous purposes, it serves justice. If wielded with malice, it becomes a tool of evil. Is it not most fitting to use it for punishing the wicked? What he did not disclose was that the Dragon Whisker Needle ranked 8th in the Compendium of Concealed Weapons, the Xiantian Treasure Record. And it was not even the most insidious among needle-type weapons. After all, as long as it did not strike a vital point, the Dragon Whisker Needle would not be lethal. Chapter 16, The Golden Dragon Whisker Needle, Part 4. The commentary in the compendium describes the Dragon Whisker Needle as a weapon specifically designed to penetrate inner strength defenses, requiring a sufficient amount of internal power to unleash. It strikes the unsuspecting enemy, inflicting immense suffering. However, the materials required to forge it are exceedingly rare, and it demands a significant consumption of internal energy, necessitating ample reserves for sustained use. With Tang San's current internal power, he could only ensure that the Dragon Whisker Needle maintained its full potency within a 3-meter range. Beyond that distance, it would retract before reaching the target due to insufficient internal energy. Moreover, as the range of attack increased, the demands on internal power would escalate correspondingly. Such a formidable and domineering concealed weapon is not easily wielded. At last, he possessed a concealed weapon ranked within the top 10 of the inner sect. Tang San felt a surge of confidence, believing that within a certain distance, even Dai Mubai's white tiger transformation could not withstand the piercing might of the Dragon Whisker Needle. Tang San's fingernails were not particularly long, yet each concealed within them a Dragon Whisker Needle, making him a formidable assassin in close combat. Certainly, the Dragon Whisker Needle was not the concealed weapon he most yearned to master. The top 3 concealed weapons in the realm of stealth would require one to attain at least the 7th level of Xiantian skill before they could be wielded, necessitating years of diligent cultivation. Little San, do you know what I am thinking? Xiaowu's large eyes blinked playfully, causing Tang San to feel a slight flutter of anxiety. What are you pondering? He inquired. With a mischievous smile, Xiaowu replied, I was contemplating whether I should forfeit my soul power to learn these intriguing concealed weapons from you. The array of your gadgets is truly fascinating. Tang San was momentarily at a loss for words, pondering the lethal potency of the hidden weapons from the Tang sect, which could hardly be described as mere playthings. Observing Tang San's exasperated expression, Xiaowu burst into laughter and remarked, Brother, put away that long face. I was merely jesting. I wouldn't want to squander the soul power I have worked so diligently to cultivate. Struggle? You? Tang San gazed at Xiaowu as if he had unearthed a new continent. Xiaowu, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation, retorted, What are you staring at? Do you think I don't train hard enough? It's just that you haven't noticed. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Tang San could not help but laugh heartily. Having acquired the precious board crystal, he now possessed his first inner sect-grade hidden weapon, which significantly lifted his spirits. The following morning, the two departed from the Rose Hotel, where they had stayed for 2 days, exiting Soto City through the southern gate, heading towards their destination. The Rose Hotel had left a favorable impression on Tang San, though he found the prices rather exorbitant. As he and Xiaowu left the establishment, they noted that the damages in the lobby had been fully repaired. Regarding Shrek Academy, neither Tang San nor Xiaowu had much knowledge. The master had merely instructed Tang San to continue his studies here without elaborating further. However, from the master's expression at that time, Tang San sensed that the relationship between the academy and the master was rather extraordinary, considering their ages. Tang San and Xiaowu ought to attend a mid-level Soul Master Academy, yet given their current capabilities, they were not far from graduating even from a high-level academy. If Shrek Academy were merely a mid-level institution, would it truly warrant their visit? Tang San firmly believed that his master would never engage in futile endeavors. If he had summoned him to this place, there must be a profound rationale behind it. Xiao San, do you know where Shrek Academy is located? Beyond Soto City. If one follows the road southward, vast expanses of farmland stretch alongside the thoroughfare. Soto City, renowned as the granary capital of the Barak Kingdom, has earned its esteemed title not without reason. However, apart from the sprawling fields, there appeared to be no structures resembling an academy within sight. The master had instructed Tang San that Shrek Academy would be visible shortly after exiting the southern gate of Soto City, although I am not entirely certain of the specifics. Let us continue southward. We are bound to discover it. Since Dai Mubai is indeed a student of Shrek Academy, it undeniably exists. Brother. Xiao Wu suddenly called out in a plaintive tone. Tang San appeared to comprehend her intention, expressing helplessness as he remarked, "You are no longer a child. It's not as if you cannot walk." Xiao Wu chuckled playfully and replied, "Regardless, who told you to be my brother?" As she spoke, she took a running leap and lunged towards Tang San. Tang San had long grown accustomed to her actions. With a gentle lift of his hands, he inclined his upper body slightly forward and effortlessly carried Xiao Wu on his back. Her frame was delicate and lightweight, posing no burden to him. Xiao Wu's cultivation was on par with his own, and thus she did not find the act of walking laborious. Yet, she relished the joy of being carried by Tang San, delighting in pointing out various sights around them, her laughter ringing like silver bells in the air. In these moments, a warmth surged within Tang San's heart, a sensation reminiscent of home. Their physical closeness fostered an intimate connection, filling his heart with a profound sense of completeness. A testament that he was not alone. 6 years had elapsed since he first departed from Holy Soul Village to attend the Dueling Junior Soul Master Academy, and he had not laid eyes on his father since. Tang Hao had been gone for 6 long years, never returning and leaving no trace behind. In the stillness of the night, thoughts of his father would twinge painfully in Tang San's heart. Despite having lived 2 lives, his longing for familial bonds remained insatiable. In Tang San's heart, Xiao Wu had filled the void left by Tang Hao's absence. He was exceedingly indulgent towards her, as if she were his own sister. During his time in Dueling, his only solace came from watching Xiao Wu. No matter what she did, he would silently observe her, savoring the warmth she brought to his heart. Xiao Wu's radiant, sweet smile and genuine joy continuously uplifted Tang San's spirit. Even the most tedious training would fade away at the sight of her beaming face, dispelling any frustrations he harbored. Chapter 16, The Golden Dragon Whisker Needle, Part 5, Brother. Look over there, a small village. When Xiao Wu was perched on Tang San's back, her sweetness reached its zenith. She would surely call him brother rather than simply San. Tang San followed the direction indicated by Xiao Wu's finger and beheld a small village approximately a mile ahead. With the clarity bestowed by his purple extreme magic eye, he discerned that the village comprised around 100 households, slightly smaller in scale than Holy Soul Village. Encircling the village was a wooden fence, seemingly erected as a safeguard against wild beasts. At the village entrance, a considerable number of people appeared to be gathered, though the reason for their congregation remained unknown. Tang San smiled and said, "Let us inquire. Perhaps the villagers here may know the whereabouts of Shrek Academy. It should be quite renowned among Soul Master academies." Xiao Wu pointed ahead, playfully exclaiming, "Brother, let us quicken our pace." Tang San, feeling somewhat irritated, playfully slapped her pert backside and exerted a slight force with his feet, swiftly making his way toward the village. As they approached, both Tang San and Xiao Wu sensed that something was amiss. A considerable number of individuals had indeed gathered at the village entrance, most of whom were youths of similar age to theirs, many accompanied by their parents. At the entrance stood a table behind which sat an elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s. To their astonishment, they noticed a slightly tattered plaque hanging from a wooden archway, inscribed with 5 simple characters, Shrek Academy. Before these characters, there was a green emblem resembling the head of a humanoid creature, which appeared somewhat adorable in its verdant hue. The elderly man seated at the table also bore a similar green circular badge on his chest, likely the emblem of Shrek Academy. Could it be? Xiao Wu leapt down from Tang San's back, her eyes wide with surprise as she gazed at the plaque, then turned back to look at Tang San. Both were filled with bewilderment. Even the nodding Primary Soul Master Academy was far more substantial than this place, and this clearly resembled an ordinary small village. The wooden archway was not only diminutive but also less than a third the size of that of Nodding Academy. Could this truly be called a Soul Master Academy? Brother, could it be that the master has made a mistake? I can't help but feel this does not resemble an academy at all. Could it possibly be a deception? Tang San let out a bitter smile and said, "Since we are here, let us observe before drawing any conclusions." At that moment, there were approximately 100 registrants ahead of them, many of whom wore furrowed brows, evidently harboring sentiments akin to those of Xiao Wu. Among those in line before Tang San and Xiao Wu, a young lad was accompanied by his parents. The mother exclaimed, "Is this a joke? Is this truly the so-called Soul Master Academy, the very institution that claims one can become a noble of the empire upon graduation?" The father, somewhat uncertain, replied, "This is what the people from the Spirit Hall asserted. It should not be erroneous, should it? Yet, this academy is indeed rather shabby." The young lad protested, "Father, I refuse to attend school here. It is too embarrassing. I would rather go to the Soto Intermediate Soul Master Academy. After all, I was considered a prodigy at the primary academy. The father frowned and said, since we are already here, let us wait a while longer. Perhaps this is a form of trial. The true academy may not be located here. Such dialogues were certainly abundant among the crowd, with expressions of profound disappointment etched on the faces of most youths and their parents. Tang San's gaze did not linger on the candidates for long. Instead, he focused on the front of the line where the registration was taking place. Under the influence of Xiantian's skill, his vision and hearing were enhanced, allowing him to faintly catch snippets of conversation from that area. The elder behind the desk, responsible for accepting registrations, appeared utterly lethargic. His attire, if one were to describe it favorably, could be deemed simple. However, he resembled more of a village elder than even old Jack from Holy Spirit Village, who appeared far more spirited. At this moment, a young boy approached the desk to register. The elder lazily stated, the registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Just place them in that box. The boy's father hurriedly extracted 10 gold soul coins and placed them into a wooden box made from several planks. The boy then extended his hand in accordance with the elder's instructions. The elder pinched his hand twice, shook his head, and said, your age does not meet the requirements. You may leave. The boy was momentarily taken aback, turning to look at his father. It was rare for a child in his early teens to possess the maturity of someone like Tang San. His father quickly smiled and said, sir, my son has only just celebrated his 13th birthday. Surely, you can make an exception? The elder, somewhat impatiently, replied, do not disrupt those waiting behind you. Are you unaware of the academy's rules? We only accept children under 13. Anyone over that age is not accepted. You may leave. The boy's father protested. What about our registration fee? The elder bluntly responded, once registered, the fee is non-refundable. Even a mud doll possesses some dignity. The father could no longer contain his anger and exclaimed, you are clearly just trying to swindle us. Refund our registration fee, or we shall not leave. Had we known that this so-called Shrek Academy was so shabby, we would not have come. The elder glanced at him and coolly said, Mubai. Someone wishes to reclaim their registration fee. Handle it. Suddenly, a figure sprang up from the ground. If you want to reclaim your registration fee, you must first defeat me. It was Dai Mubai. Previously obscured by the crowd, Tang San had not noticed him. Unlike the day Tang San and Xiao Wu encountered him, his expression now bore a hint of resignation. Without further ado, Dai Mubai summoned his soul power, manifesting 3 soul rings, 2 of which were 100 years old and 1 1,000 years old. The overwhelming energy created an invisible pressure in the air, and the cold light in his eyes flashed as he regarded the father and son. Chapter 17. The Academy That Only Accepts Monsters, Part 1, Among Soul Masters. Soul rings are the ultimate form of authority. Upon seeing Dai Mubai's 3 soul rings, which included a 1,000-year soul ring, the boy's father's expression shifted drastically. He muttered a curse under his breath and quickly led his son away. Dai Mubai returned to his seat, casting a cold glance at the remaining candidates and their parents, making his intentions clear. The pressure exerted by his 3 soul rings was not something ordinary individuals could withstand. In that moment, he no longer resembled a spoiled rich heir, but rather a formidable enforcer. As this scene unfolded, the line of waiting candidates diminished by a third. No one wished to waste their money, especially given the unremarkable appearance of Shrek Academy. Another young boy approached the elder, accompanied by his parents. His mother confidently placed 10 gold coins into the wooden box, and the boy obediently extended his hand. The elder examined the boy's hand, his dim gaze assessing him as he said, just 12 years old. Release your martial spirit. Let me see. The boy nodded, unleashing a faint green soul power from within, encircled by a 100-year yellow soul ring that pulsated rhythmically around him. The aura of the 100-year soul ring was evidently strong, and as his martial spirit manifested, a thick vine spiraled around his body. This martial spirit bore a resemblance to Tang San's blue-silver grass, yet it was not grass at all, but a true vine, akin to Tang San's second soul ring. The ghost vine, albeit devoid of its toxic properties. The elder shook his head and declared, not qualified. You may leave. The boy's parents, who had initially appeared confident, froze in shock at the elder's words, and his mother could not help but inquire, why? My son is an outstanding student at the junior academy. Did you not see that his soul ring is 100 years old? Few soul masters possess a 100-year soul ring. The elder replied nonchalantly. While the first soul ring is indeed 100 years, he is merely an ordinary individual. The boy's father furrowed his brow and asked, I do not understand what you mean. Growing impatient, The elder stood up, not just addressing the boys' parents, but also the queue of candidates behind them, saying, "If you wish to register at Shrek Academy, you must first understand the rules. Coming here without knowledge is simply throwing your registration fee away. There is still time to reconsider. Do you know the meaning of Shrek in the name of our academy?" Most of the candidates looked puzzled upon hearing the elder's words. He continued coldly, "Shrek is a type of monster, an exceedingly peculiar existence even among soul beasts. The essence of our Shrek Academy is that we are the Academy of Monsters. This means we only accept monsters, not ordinary individuals. Anyone over the age of 13, or whose soul power does not exceed level 21, need not waste their time here." Tang San initially shared Xiao Wu's disappointment towards the Shrek Academy. However, upon hearing the elder's words, his curiosity was piqued. An academy that only accepts monsters? The term monster could very well signify a genius. As he pondered this, the elder suddenly emanated an overwhelmingly powerful aura, causing both Tang San and Xiao Wu to tremble involuntarily. A brilliant red light erupted from the elder, and a long staff adorned with intricate patterns appeared in his right hand. Most astonishingly, 6 soul rings rose from beneath his feet, their dazzling brilliance capturing the attention of all present. The colors of the 6 soul rings were 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, signifying 1 10-year soul ring, 100-year soul ring, 3,000-year soul rings, and 1 10,000-year soul ring. This seemingly ordinary farmer was, in fact, a formidable soul emperor, boasting a level above 60. A level 60 soul master is an extraordinary rarity, even within the entire Barak kingdom. As the elder's staff struck the ground, a deep, resonant sound echoed, causing nearly everyone to stagger momentarily. He waved dismissively at a stunned family before him, signaling for the next candidate. The radiance of the soul rings retracted, and all traces of soul power vanished in an instant, restoring the elder to his previously languid demeanor, as if the potent aura of a soul emperor had never emanated from him. If some parents had felt disgruntled by the elder's earlier remarks, they now appeared thoroughly intimidated. Who would dare offend a soul emperor, especially one with a 10,000-year soul ring? It is important to note that in times of war, the prowess of a soul emperor could be equated to that of 1,000 exceptional warriors. The disdain and contempt that had been visible in the eyes of the parents and enrolling students dissipated in an instant. If a teacher responsible for admissions possessed such formidable strength, what level of expertise could be expected from the faculty of Shrek Academy? Yet, soon the faces of many parents revealed expressions of resignation as they quietly departed with their children to reach level 20 soul power by the age of 12. As the elder had stated, truly required a level of talent that could only be described as monstrous. The once lengthy queue dwindled to just a handful of applicants. The elder seemed indifferent to the number of students remaining and continued with the enrollment process. Clearly, those who stayed were confident in their ability to pass the elder's scrutiny. The subsequent candidates boasted soul powers exceeding level 20, each possessing 2 soul rings. After paying a registration fee of 10 gold coins, the elder informed them that they had successfully passed the first stage of the entrance examination and could proceed to the academy for the second stage. Parents were not permitted to accompany the candidates into the academy. As she observed the applicants ahead, Xiao Wu's excitement grew, and she whispered to Tang San, "This academy seems rather intriguing, especially that remark from the teacher about only accepting monsters and not ordinary people. It's simply marvelous." Tang San smiled and said, "Now you no longer doubt the teacher's admonitions, do you? This Shrek Academy is truly extraordinary." Having advanced to the forefront, they were naturally able to observe Daimubai, who sat behind the elder. Daimubai not only oversaw the proceedings, but was also responsible for ushering the candidates who passed the preliminary examination into the academy. At that moment, he finally caught sight of Tang San and his companion, a faint smile breaking through his cold demeanor as he nodded at them, gesturing towards the elder with open hands, conveying a look of helplessness. It was evident he was informing them that their admission relied solely on their own efforts, and he was unable to assist them. As they exchanged glances, a soft sound interrupted Tang San's attention. The elder in charge of the admissions revealed an expression of surprise and uncertainty as a young girl stood before him, retracting her outstretched hand. The girl was unaccompanied by any guardians, presenting herself alone. Clad in a simple white dress, she exuded an air of cleanliness. Her short hair, neatly styled, made her appear somewhat shorter than Xiao Wu. With her back turned to Tang San and Xiao Wu, her features were obscured, however. The skin visible at her neck revealed a remarkably fair and delicate complexion. "May I inquire if I have passed the preliminary examination?" The girl's voice was melodious and enchanting, lacking a touch of boldness, yet it possessed a soft, almost tender quality that evoked a sense of warmth. Tang San could infer from Dai Mubai's gaze upon the young girl that she must possess extraordinary beauty. For the glint in Dai Mubai's wicked eyes was no longer merely cold, but rather radiated a feral light akin to that of a wolf, certainly, a wolf of vibrant hue. The astonishment on the elder's face gradually subsided, and he furrowed his brows, inquiring, "Are your family aware of your presence here?" The girl did not respond directly to his question. Instead, she smiled and remarked, "It is said that education knows no bounds. As long as I meet the Academy's criteria. You have no grounds to refuse my admission, do you?" The elder appeared to hesitate for a moment before gesturing to Dai Mubai, saying, "Take her inside." The wolfish gleam in Dai Mubai's eyes swiftly vanished, restoring his icy demeanor as he led the girl into the academy. The remaining students quickly passed the elder's initial assessment. And now it was finally Tang San and Xiao Wu's turn. At this moment, Dai Mubai had returned to the elder's side after escorting several applicants. Tang San suddenly realized that Dai Mubai's gaze had changed, fixated intently on a direction behind him, as if he had witnessed something truly extraordinary. Tang San instinctively turned around, and although he did not lose composure like Dai Mubai, he felt a subtle shock in his heart. Behind him and Xiao Wu, there remained only one candidate. Seemingly a newcomer, a girl who appeared slightly younger than both him and Xiao Wu. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, her face bowed slightly, and her height was comparable to that of the girl in the white dress they had encountered earlier, with a similarly fair complexion. However, this girl exuded an aura of distinction. In stark contrast to her slender frame, her expression was remarkably aloof, emanating a profound and pure coldness. With her dark eyes devoid of any hint of warmth, which clashed with her otherwise beautiful visage. Her limbs were gracefully elongated, with her hands naturally hanging by her sides, radiating a chilling stillness that was difficult to endure. "Are you registering or not? If not, please do not obstruct the way." An elder's voice brought Tang San's thoughts back to reality. He felt a sharp pain in his hand and turned to see Xiao Wu glaring fiercely at him. "Let us register together," he said, suppressing the pain, as he placed the 20 golden soul coins he had meticulously prepared into the wooden box. Together with Xiao Wu, he extended his hand. The elder first pinched Xiao Wu's hand, nodding in approval. "Your age is appropriate." When his gaze shifted to Tang San's hand, a soft gasp escaped his lips once more. The elder, seemingly incredulous, squeezed Tang San's hand several times, and his expression turned peculiar. Looking up at Tang San, he inquired, "Have you practiced any soul skills?" The reason the elder examined the palms of the applicants was to accurately ascertain their true ages, as this could not be falsified. Yet, when he grasped Tang San's hand, he found it remarkably pliable, making it impossible to discern the condition of the bones. Tang San felt a shiver run through him, nodded slightly, and said, "Indeed." The old man furrowed his brow and instructed him to raise his calf. Tang San lifted his calf and placed it on the table. The elder, through the fabric of his trousers, pinched his calf a few times, and Tang San immediately felt a wave of soreness and numbness. The elder nodded at him and remarked, "Your muscle development is commendable. The bone age is appropriate. Now, release your martial souls, both of you." Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged a glance, simultaneously channeling their soul power. Blue and red radiance surged forth, and their century-old soul rings spiraled upwards in unison. Rabbit ears sprouted, and soft, white fur adorned Xiao Wu's hands, her form becoming increasingly elongated. The martial soul, the jade rabbit, manifested itself. In Tang San's palm, the most ordinary blue-silver grass began to sprout, rapidly transforming into the same vine he had used during his battle with Dai Mubai. Infused with the effects of the soul ring, the old man merely cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Wu before his gaze settled on Tang San. Astonished to see the blue-silver grass, could it truly undergo such swift cultivation? Tang San smiled faintly and remarked, "Master, is it not the case that you only accept monsters here? Do I qualify as a monster?" Chapter 17, The Academy That Only Accepts Monsters, Part 3. A rare smile appeared on the old man's face. "Indeed, he is quite the little monster. Mubai, lead them inside." "Yes," responded Dai Mubai, who approached and greeted Tang San with a smile, though his gaze seemed to linger behind him. Under Dai Mubai's guidance, Tang San and Xiao Wu entered Shrek Academy, the very village itself. "I knew you would pass smoothly," Dai Mubai said. "The subsequent examination should pose no problem either." As he spoke, he could not help but glance back toward the entrance of the academy. Xiao Wu, somewhat irked, said, "What are you looking at? Are you planning to cause trouble for the girls again?" Dai Mubai furrowed his brow and replied, "What do you understand? I sense a similar aura emanating from that girl, not only akin to mine but also possessing a complementary essence." In the realm of martial souls, encountering a complementary martial soul is exceedingly rare. Yet, when one does, the combined strength can amplify significantly. This is known as the martial soul fusion technique. Xiaowu burst into laughter. So, that girl's martial soul must be a mother tiger, then? Daimu Bai's expression turned slightly awkward as he admitted. That is a possibility. Upon entering the village, one could observe wooden structures that could only be aptly described as simple and unadorned. After a short walk, Daimu Bai led them to a clearing surrounded by wooden houses. This open space spanned approximately 500 square meters, situated right at the heart of Shrek Academy. The candidates who had passed the preliminary examination stood ahead, their evident soul power causing the air to quiver irregularly. Daimu Bai pointed to the line of candidates and said, "You will take the second examination here. The teachers will instruct you on what to do. I must step out for a moment. If that girl's martial soul truly aligns with mine, I shall do whatever it takes to secure her." With that, Daimu Bai hurried away, while Tang San and Xiaowu obediently queued behind the candidates as instructed. At that moment, a soft, melodious voice echoed, "Sausages for sale. Come and take a look, don't miss out. Oscar's brand sausages, delicious and sweet. Priced affordably, 5 copper coins each." Enjoying Oscar's sausages guarantees a smoother passage through the entrance examination. Tang San and Xiaowu turned their heads to see, not far away, a person pushing a cart, calling out to sell their wares. A delightful aroma of meat wafted from the cart, and several students who had already formed a queue moved forward to make their purchases. Standing behind the cart was an individual clad in simple gray attire, with neatly cropped hair and a face adorned with a full beard. Yet, he possessed a pair of large, captivating peach blossom eyes, which roamed deliberately over the girls in the line of candidates. Naturally, Xiaowu could not escape the scrutiny of his gaze. It was hard to believe that such a soft, delicate voice could emanate from the lips of a man with such a robust appearance. Tang San said to Xiaowu, "There are still a few people ahead. You didn't have much for breakfast. Would you like to have a sausage?" Xiaowu tilted her head and replied, "It smells quite good. Let us give it a try." Tang San nodded slightly, instructing Xiaowu to wait in line while he approached the direction of the cart. As he drew nearer, he could discern that the sausage vendor was of similar height to him. Affixed to the cart was a wooden board inscribed with the words "sausage specialties." The vendor, noticing someone approaching, immediately greeted him with enthusiasm. "Would you care for a sausage? Oscar brand sausages, honest to young and old alike. The taste is assuredly exquisite." Tang San smiled and said, "Uncle, could you please give me 2? The expression on the seller's face suddenly became rigid. "You, what did you call me?" Tang San was taken aback. "I addressed you as uncle. Is there a problem?" The seller responded with a wry smile. "Of course there is a problem, and it's quite significant. My dear brother, I am merely 14 years old, yet you refer to me as uncle? You are only 14? Tang San gazed in astonishment at the individual before him. The seller affirmed, "Indeed, my name is Oscar, and I am 14 years old, a first-year student at Shrek Academy. You cannot label me as uncle simply because my hair is a tad more abundant." Tang San was momentarily speechless as he gazed at Oscar's thick, bushy beard, silently pondering that such a luxuriant growth of hair could not merely signify youthfulness. "Are you truly only 14? Tang San could not help but inquire. Oscar nodded affirmatively and replied, "Of course, I am a student of the academy. Anyone you ask will confirm that I am indeed 14. Tang San mused to himself. Truly a testament to the Monster Academy. A 14-year-old youth with facial hair that had reached such an impressive length could undoubtedly be considered a rare specimen. Oscar retrieved 2 bamboo skewers from his cart, impaling them with sausages measuring 10 centimeters in length, which had been roasting over the charcoal basin on his cart, emanating an enticing aroma. Tang San took out a silver coin and handed it to him, saying, "Senior, I sincerely apologize for my rudeness earlier." Oscar replied softly, "It's quite all right. I look forward to your frequent visits to my sausage shop in the future." Tang San readily replied, "No problem." Just then, Daimu Bai approached with the last registered student, the cold young girl whom he had been observing for quite some time. Upon seeing Daimu Bai, Oscar immediately wore a distressed expression. "Boss Dai, would you like a sausage?" "Go to hell," Daimu Bai retorted, glaring at him. "You are truly embarrassing the academy. I believe I have warned you more than once not to sell sausages within the academy. Do you wish to make everyone nauseous?" "Tang San, this sausage is inedible." Tang San inquired with a hint of confusion. "Why?" Daimu Bai's expression turned somewhat peculiar as he instructed, "Oscar, produce a new sausage." Oscar's demeanor abruptly grew awkward. "Boss Dai, is that really necessary? After all, we've been classmates for several years. This might leave the newcomers harboring resentment towards me. In Chapter 17, The Academy That Only Accepts Monsters, Part 4, Daimubai scoffed and remarked, I merely offered Tang San a warning. He is my brother, and I cannot allow him to be deceived by you. Hurry, or I shall take matters into my own hands. Clearly intimidated by Daimubai, Oscar reluctantly extended his right hand and, in a somewhat awkward manner, called out with a soft voice, I have. Suddenly, a yellow glow coalesced in his palm, and 2 yellow rings rose from beneath Oscar's feet. Soon after, a sausage identical to the one in Tang San's hand materialized in his grasp. Upon hearing Oscar's words, I have. Tang San and Daimubai exchanged glances, unable to contain themselves any longer, and burst into hearty laughter. The icy girl stood behind Xiao Wu, a fleeting hint of amusement flickering in her eyes as she softly remarked, boring. Xiao Wu, perplexed by their laughter, wondered what was amiss. Could it be that the sausage was unappetizing? Tang San gently covered Xiao Wu's mouth and pulled her close, softly recounting the earlier events in her ear. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Wu's charming face instantly flushed a deep crimson. You boys are truly incorrigible. How can there be such peculiar martial souls? Daimubai chuckled. We are in a monster academy, so it is only natural for martial souls to be bizarre and extraordinary. However, Oscar stands out even among us. His martial soul possesses no offensive capability, yet it is considered exceptional within the food category. After all, he provides meat. The incantations he utters when summoning his martial soul are quite repulsive, and those who know him would never dare to eat the sausages he produces. Perhaps due to his food-related martial soul, his hair is far more abundant than the average person's, and if he skips shaving for a day, he ends up looking like this. Consequently, he has earned the nickname Uncle Sausage in the academy, while he humorously refers to himself as the sausage specialist, this time. Even Xiao Wu couldn't help but laugh. Uncle Sausage, what a delightful martial soul. Daimubai patted Tang San's shoulder and said, Come on, I will lead you through the examination. No need to queue. Tang San remarked, This seems rather unjust. To which Daimubai replied, Rest assured, I am not acting out of favoritism. This is the treatment you rightfully deserve. As he spoke, he led the 2 towards the front of the line. The instructor overseeing the second round of examinations was an elderly teacher, and due to his earlier excursion to procure sausages, Tang San had yet to observe the particulars of the examination at hand. Daimubai approached the teacher, whispered a few words in his ear, and gestured towards Tang San and Xiao Wu. The teacher nodded in acknowledgement and said, Very well, take them directly to the 4th stage. If they pass, they will be accepted. Daimubai returned to Tang San and Xiao Wu, preparing to escort them deeper into the academy. However, the queue of candidates was not pleased. A male candidate protested, Teacher, what is the meaning of this? Why are they allowed to bypass the test for the 4th stage while we must endure each trial? The elderly instructor replied nonchalantly, If your soul power also exceeds level 25, you too may proceed directly to the 4th stage without wasting time here. But as your current soul power is only level 21, you must pass each test sequentially. The male candidate, bewildered, questioned, Their soul power exceeds level 25? That is preposterous. We are merely 12 years old. How could such high levels be possible? All present were youths with soul power exceeding level 21 and aged no more than 13. Within the confines of their previous junior academy, individuals like them were undoubtedly regarded as the stars of the institution. Yet, upon arriving at Shrek Academy, they faced numerous setbacks, inevitably affecting their spirits. Daimubai scoffed, asserting, Just because you cannot, do not presume others are equally incapable. Upon my entrance to the academy, my soul power was already at level 25. Tang San, demonstrate your soul power to them. As he spoke, he retrieved a piece of white crystal from the table and tossed it to Tang San. The testing crystals varied in color according to their levels. This white crystal was specifically designed for testing soul powers below level 30. If the soul power exceeded level 30, the crystal would shatter under the pressure. Tang San then comprehended why Daimubai remarked that passing this examination was the treatment they deserved. Clearly, this stage was responsible for assessing the candidate's precise soul power. At that moment, he refrained from speaking, taking the white crystal in hand and directly infusing it with the Xiantian skill's inner strength. In an instant, the white light emanating from Tang San's hand intensified, causing the white crystal to shimmer with a brilliance akin to that of a diamond. The intense radiance illuminated every facet of the crystal, unmistakably symbolizing the imminent attainment of level 30. The teacher in charge of the assessment displayed a wry smile, indicating that Shrek Academy was poised to welcome yet another remarkable prodigy this year. Tang San wore a gentle smile as he extended the crystal in his hand to Xiao Wu. He had no desire for others to speak ill of her. He held unwavering confidence in her abilities. Once again, a brilliant white light flashed, silencing the murmurs of the other candidates. The glances directed at Tang San and Xiao Wu transformed into something peculiar. Achieving the 29th rank at the tender age of 12, was this truly an attainable feat for a human? However, the title of monster was not exclusive to just Tang San and Xiao Wu. A clear voice rang out, "Teacher, I believe I should also be exempt from the second and third rounds." The speaker was a girl who had passed the preliminary test before Tang San and Xiao Wu, leaving the teacher of the first round puzzled. At this moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu finally beheld her visage, with short hair framing her delicate and fair face. Her figure, though not as striking as that of the cold girl, exuded a harmonious elegance, giving her an ethereal presence, akin to that of an educated noblewoman. If the last girl to enter was likened to an iceberg, then she was a warm spring breeze, her gentle smile radiating warmth to everyone around her. Approaching Xiao Wu with a smile, she nodded in acknowledgement. Instinctively, Xiao Wu handed her the crystal. A bright white light reemerged. Although not as intense as that of Tang San and Xiao Wu, it certainly surpassed the 25th rank, appearing to be around the 26th level. Just as she intended to inquire with the testing instructor about advancing directly to the 4th round, she suddenly realized the crystal in her hand had vanished. Another figure had silently appeared beside her, and once more, a brilliant white light illuminated the space, stronger than when she had infused her spirit power, indicating a level of 27. This unexpected presence was none other than the cold girl who had arrived last, accompanying Dai Mubai. The test instructor's astonishment was evident, as he thought to himself that while monsters appeared every year, this year was particularly bountiful, with 4 in total. Well, it seems I may have a chance for a raise. He mused. Mubai, please take these 4 to the 4th round. Understood, Dai Mubai replied respectfully, casting a complex glance at the cold girl before turning to lead them deeper into the academy. This time, no student voiced any objections, their strength had spoken for itself. Among the 4 candidates, only Tang San and Dai Mubai shared a relatively amicable rapport. As they followed him, Tang San inquired, "Brother Dai, are there only 4 rounds in the entrance examination?" Dai Mubai nodded, explaining, "There are indeed 4 rounds. You have already experienced the first, which eliminates candidates with spirit power below level 21 or those over the age of 13. This round filters out the majority. The second round involves assessing spirit power and the evaluation of martial spirits. Merely possessing formidable spirit power does not guarantee future potential. This round primarily tests the martial spirit. Only those with a martial spirit that exhibits sufficient developmental potential and has been cultivated correctly will proceed to the 3rd round. Of course, exceptionally unique martial spirits may also qualify, as was the case with Xiao Ao. Tang San easily grasped Dai Mubai's words, having absorbed much on this topic from his master. The same martial spirit can lead to different paths of development and, consequently, varying achievements. The second round primarily sifts through the strength of the candidate's martial spirits and checks for any conflicts between the first 2 spirit rings that might hinder future cultivation. Brother Dai, but my martial spirit is blue silver grass, which is considered to have minimal potential for development. Why? Dai Mubai laughed heartily, responding, "There is no need for false modesty. I am well aware of your prowess. The Academy has a rule. If a candidate's spirit power exceeds level 25, they may directly pass the 2nd and 3rd rounds, regardless of their martial spirit. It's akin to a single strength overcoming 10 weaknesses. Even if your martial spirit is of lesser quality, your superior spirit power will still enable you to become a formidable spirit master." Xiao Wu could not help but ask, "What does the 3rd round entail?" "The 3rd round tests the candidate's application of their martial spirits," Dai Mubai clarified. "Possessing spirit power and developmental potential is insufficient. One must also demonstrate control over their martial spirit. Higher-level martial spirits are more challenging to manage and can easily lead to complications. If a candidate cannot exhibit a certain level of control, it indicates a lack of diligence, and such students will not be admitted into our ranks." Tang San immediately grasped his meaning. Dai Mubai was right. Certain martial souls are exceedingly difficult to control, much like his second martial soul, that peculiar hammer, which possesses an immense weight. Furthermore, as his soul power increases, the weight of the hammer escalates correspondingly. Tang San pondered, even employing the chaotic wind hammer technique. In his prime state, he could only swing that hammer 3 times. Before Xiao Wu could inquire further, Dai Mubai proceeded to explain the 4th trial, which assesses practical combat experience. Some students possess commendable martial souls and exhibit good control over them. However, those who have lived in noble families, sheltered in a cocoon of comfort, lack any understanding of the outside world, let alone combat. Such students are not admitted into the academy. The esteemed director has stated that pampered individuals are to be excluded. Chapter 18, The Unmoving King, Zhao Wujin, Part 1. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, the four individuals accompanying him fell silent for a moment, with Xiao being the first unable to restrain herself. Are you selecting students or prospective partners? This is rather stringent. No wonder the teacher at the entrance mentioned that you only accept monsters here. It seems that only extraordinary individuals can pass these 4 trials. May I inquire how many students Shrek Academy currently has? How many are admitted each year? This time, a wry smile appeared on Dai Mubai's face. Since the establishment of Shrek Academy, we have admitted a total of 42 students over the past 20 years. That averages to just over 2 each year. If all 4 of you are accepted this year, it would indeed set a record. Prior to this, the Academy had not admitted any students for 2 years. Presently, counting myself, there are only 3 students actively studying at the Academy. 3, exclaimed Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the graceful girl almost in unison, excluding the cold maiden. Dai Mubai chuckled self-deprecatingly. In the entire Douluo Continent, we can be considered the only academy where the number of teachers exceeds that of the students. Even after your admission, the number of students in our academy will never surpass that of the teachers. Tang San remarked, how can the academy possibly survive under such circumstances? Without students, there would surely be no revenue. Dai Mubai replied, do you not ponder why the academy is situated in such a small village? It is due to a lack of funds. If my family had not provided some sponsorship, the academy would likely have ceased operations last year. If we fail to recruit any new students this year, the 3 of us currently enrolled will constitute the final cohort of Shrek Academy. Then why does the academy not relax some of the admission requirements? The delicate maiden inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. A hint of reverence crossed Dai Mubai's face as he responded, the esteemed principal has stated that it is better to have none than to accept mediocrity. Regardless of the situation, even if Shrek Academy were to close its doors, we shall never admit the inept, only the exceptional. Are you aware of the graduation criteria at our institution? We are neither a mid-level Soul Master Academy nor a high-level one. Our standards differ significantly. We accept only students under the age of 13, and they must possess extraordinary talent. The graduation requirement is to attain a level beyond 40 before the age of 20. Achieving the rank of Soul Master, the Academy has admitted a total of 62 students, yet only 14 have truly graduated. Each of these 14 has left the Academy to become a figure of global prominence. Among them, the most distinguished has ascended to the position of the youngest elder in the Spirit Hall, wielding authority second only to the Pope. The others who did not graduate were unable to reach level 40 before turning 20 or met their demise while hunting soul beasts. The principal has declared that those who do not reach level 40 should not venture out and disgrace themselves. As he spoke, Dai Mubai's demeanor grew increasingly animated, clearly demonstrating his deep respect for the principal of Shrek Academy. Tang San smiled and said to Dai Mubai, I am truly grateful to be here. Dai Mubai sighed and replied, the royal family of the Barak Kingdom initially intended to sponsor the academy, but they demanded that the graduates pledge their loyalty to the royal household, which was outright rejected by the esteemed dean. Our Shrek Academy has always stood apart from other institutions, facing significant exclusion, which has led us to our current predicament. Tang San suddenly felt an overwhelming desire to meet the dean that Dai Mubai had mentioned. He was curious to discover what manner of person could possess such unwavering dedication to establishing an academy over the span of 2 decades. Upon arrival, Dai Mubai came to a halt. They found themselves in another clearing, considerably smaller than the previous trial area, measuring only about 200 square meters. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, was seated on a chair, dozing off. Teacher Zhao, I have brought people for the 4th trial, Dai Mubai announced. There are actually candidates for the 4th trial this year? And 4 of them? The middle-aged man blinked his bleary eyes in surprise at the 4 young individuals before him, as if he had encountered something extraordinary. Dai Mubai replied, not only have these 4 reached the 4th trial, but they have also been exempted from the 2nd and 3rd trials. Teacher Zhao's eyes sparkled with interest as he rose from his chair. Though not tall and possessing an ordinary appearance, he exuded a remarkable robustness. His stature, slightly shorter than 12-year-old Tang San, surprisingly conveyed an imposing presence. His broad shoulders resembled castle walls, and his coat failed to conceal the formidable muscles that seemed forged from steel. Despite the amiable expression on his face, His powerful physique emanated a palpable sense of pressure. All four have surpassed level 25. Quite impressive. It appears there are many prodigies this year. This is the final trial. If you succeed in my assessment, you will officially become members of Shrek Academy. However, my test is not easily passed. Practical experience is essential for every soul master. My evaluation will focus on your capabilities in this regard. His warm gaze swept over Tang San and his companions, and he continued, I am Zhao Wujing. Since you four have been exempted from the second and third trials, I shall personally engage with you. I will grant you one incense stick as time to familiarize yourselves with one another and devise a strategy. After that, the test will commence. The challenge will be for you four to withstand my attacks for the duration of one incense stick. If even one of you can endure until the end, you will succeed. I hope you understand that attempting to resort to trickery will be futile. No one can escape this range through sheer speed. Moreover, relying solely on individual strength to withstand my attacks is impossible. Coordinated teamwork is your only path to success. Chapter 18. The Unmoving King, Zhao Wujing, Part 2, Teacher Zhao. This seems rather unfair, Dai Mubai hesitantly remarked. Zhao Wujing shot him a glare and replied, What is unfair about it? The dean is not present. I am the highest authority in the academy. What I say goes. Now, I'm going to light the incense. You don't have much time. Prepare yourselves. Bai. You may also inform them about my strengths to give them some preparation. After uttering these words, he produced a stick of incense seemingly from nowhere. Igniting it with a flick of his fingers, the incense was driven firmly into the ground without a trace of tremor. Having completed this, Zhao Wujing returned to his chair, closed his eyes, and resumed his slumber. Tang San and his companions did not harbor any particular feelings regarding the testing method proposed by Teacher Zhao. However, Daimubai wore a grave expression and said to the four of them, Come closer. They gathered around him, and with a serious demeanor, Daimubai remarked, This time, I cannot assist you. He had not anticipated that Teacher Zhao would take matters into his own hands. Xiao chuckled. Could it be that this Teacher Zhao is akin to the instructor at the entrance, a Soul Emperor-level powerhouse? Daimubai shook his head and replied, Not at all. Xiao Wu laughed, Then we need not fear. After all, the four of us possess nearly level 30 abilities. With 4 against 1. As long as the strength disparity isn't too vast, surely we can hold out for at least the duration of an incense stick? Daimubai cast her a glance, his expression akin to that of one observing a fool. If you believe that Teacher Zhao's attacks are so easily withstood, you are gravely mistaken. Indeed, Teacher Zhao is not a Soul Emperor at the 60th level. Rather, he is a Soul Sage at the 76th level, with a Beast Martial Soul and a Battle Soul. He serves as the Vice President of the Academy, his overall strength second only to that of the esteemed President. The pupils of Tang San and his companions simultaneously contracted in astonishment. 76th rank? In their recollection, even with their own ranks falling short of 30, a Soul Sage of such caliber could effortlessly navigate through an army of thousands. Xiao Wu exclaimed in disbelief, He is at 76th rank? Yet he appears much younger than the teacher at the entrance. Daimubai replied with an air of nonchalance, Age has never been a reliable indicator of capability. Time is of the essence. I will briefly inform you of Teacher Zhao's areas of expertise, after which you must promptly devise a strategy to counter him. Otherwise, you will be fortunate to withstand even his initial assault, let alone endure for the duration of a single incense stick. The expressions of Tang San and his companions turned grave. Confronting a formidable Soul Sage of level 76 was no trivial matter. In the legends of the Holy Spirit Village, there once existed a Soul Sage. However, that was merely a tale. The Soul Sage now stands before them, poised to serve as their examiner. Daimubai offered a wry smile, explaining that originally, Teacher Zhao is only responsible for supervising the 4th trial, and their opponent was meant to be him. If they could withstand his assault for the duration of a single incense stick's burn, they would pass. Yet, today, unexpectedly, Zhao had chosen to intervene personally. Teacher Zhao's martial spirit is the formidable Diamond Bear, a powerful beast spirit. His defenses are impeccable, rendering it exceedingly challenging for even soul masters of the same rank to breach his guard and inflict injury. Although speed is not Zhao's forte, the disparity in soul power between him and the students is so vast that they cannot hope to outpace him. His greatest strengths lie in his offensive capabilities and defensive prowess, earning him the moniker Immovable King within the academy. Not only would the 4 of them struggle, but even with Daimubai's assistance, they might still falter against his relentless onslaught for a mere incense stick's duration. He could only hope that Zhao would not be overly serious in his approach. The phrase "without weakness" succinctly encapsulates Zhao Wujia's formidable nature. Suddenly, a short-haired girl gasped in astonishment, realizing that he was indeed the immovable king, Zhao Wujia, who had been missing from the continent for a decade. It was astonishing to discover he had become a teacher at Shrek Academy. In the past, Zhao Wujia had clashed with the Spirit Hall, which sought to punish him. However, he had bravely fought his way through an encirclement of 16 bishops. That incident eventually faded from memory. The bishops of the Spirit Hall were all formidable soul emperors, each at least level 60, and at that time, Zhao Wujia was likely only in his 60s as well. How much stronger must he be now? Daimubai nodded thoughtfully, stating, "At the very least, I have never witnessed teacher Zhao unleash his full power. Therefore, I advise you to wish for your own good fortune. Among Zhao's 7 soul rings, the first 2 are of 100 years, the third and fourth are 1,000 years each, while the last 3 are all 10,000 years. Furthermore, each of these rings enhances his offensive and defensive abilities. One can only imagine the terror he embodies. Now, take a moment to introduce yourselves, stating your names and abilities, and consider how best to collaborate in order to withstand teacher Zhao's examination." Tang San was the first to speak, introducing himself. "I am Tang San, a control-type soul master with the blue silver grass as my martial soul, at level 29. Xiao Wu, noticing Tang San had begun to speak, followed suit and said, "I am Xiao Wu, a powerful attack-type soul master with the rabbit as my beast martial soul, also at level 29. The girl with short hair hesitated for a moment before introducing herself. "I am Ning Rongrong, a support-type soul master with the 7 treasure glazed tile as my martial soul, at level 26. The final girl, exuding an air of coldness, spoke in a detached manner. "I am Zhu Zhiqing, a swift attack-type soul master with the nether cat as my beast martial soul, at level 27. Once the 4 had completed their introductions, all eyes, including that of Daimubai, were drawn to one individual in particular, the short-haired girl, Ning Rongrong, who had captured the attention of the others. Tang San exclaimed in astonishment, "Your martial soul is the 7 treasures glazed tower. Does this mean you hail from the 7 treasures glazed sect?" The 7 treasures glazed tower, a lineage of martial souls, is a rarity on the Douluo Continent, exclusively possessed by direct descendants of the 7 treasures glazed sect. Chapter 18. The Unmoved King Zhao Wujia, Part 3. The Master succinctly assessed the 7 treasures glazed tower as the most formidable auxiliary martial soul across the continent, the finest companion for all battle-type soul masters. Among the 6 insignias of the Spirit Hall, one of the 3 absent from the Master's token is the 7 treasures glazed tower, underscoring the sect's immense reputation within the realm of martial souls. Ning Rongrong playfully stuck out her tongue and said, "Don't look at me like that. I am no different from ordinary people. I sneaked away from home. Let's first overcome the trials before us. My martial soul is the 7 treasures glazed tower, with 2 soul rings, capable of enhancing speed and strength attributes for everyone by approximately 30%. This enhancement can last for a full incense stick without issue. A 30% increase is indeed a commendable figure." Yet Tang San understood that the Master deemed the 7 treasures glazed tower the most powerful among auxiliary martial souls precisely because each additional soul ring not only augments a new attribute, but also amplifies the effects of all previously enhanced attributes by an additional 10%. Thus, should Ning Rongrong's soul power reach above level 30, her enhancements would not only increase another attribute, but would also elevate all attribute enhancements to 40%. This pattern continues, allowing for an astonishing 80% increase across 7 attributes at level 70. Such an effect is truly formidable. With a soul master possessing such a 7 treasures glazed tower as an ally, one could almost double their own strength in an instant. The enhancement effects of the 7 treasures glazed tower improve with the strength of the soul master. In any corner of the 2 great empires, the appearance of a soul master from the 7 treasures glazed sect instantly draws the attention of all soul master organizations, making them the object of fervent pursuit. Fortunately, the enhancement effects of the 7 treasures glazed tower do not stack, meaning that if 2 soul masters of this type are present, the effect is determined solely by the one with the higher soul power. The greatest weakness of the 7 treasures glazed tower martial soul lies in its lack of offensive capability, necessitating protection from battle soul masters. However, many willingly take on the role of protectors for the 7 treasures glazed sect, including at least 2 top-tier soul masters, titled Douluo. The 7 treasures glazed sect undoubtedly ranks among the top 3 sects on the continent. As for the amplification effects of the 7 treasures glazed tower at levels 80 and 90, only the core members within the sect are privy to this knowledge, remaining one of the sect's greatest secrets. Dai Mubai took a deep breath and remarked, "Your quartet's composition is quite commendable, with no redundancy in your martial souls. How you choose to withstand Teacher Zhao's assault is entirely up to you." Tang San pondered for a moment and said, "Ning Rongrong shall assist the three of us, while Xiao Wu will take the lead in offense. I will focus on controlling Teacher Zhao's attacks and limiting him as much as possible while aiding Xiao Wu in her frontal assault. Zhu Zhiqing, I ask that you flank him and utilize your speed to create distractions." Both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. Zhu Zhiqing cast a glance at Tang San and eventually gave a slight nod, consenting to his strategy. Given the limited time available, they could only resort to such a straightforward tactic. The effectiveness of their plan could only be tested in the heat of battle. After all, they had never encountered an adversary of such formidable strength. The true extent of the opponent's power could only be discerned through combat. "Have you finalized your discussions?" Zhao Wujie's resounding voice echoed, prompting the four to turn and observe as the incense on the ground had burned down to its end. "Teacher, we are ready to begin," Dai Mubai acknowledged with a nod to Zhao Wujie before stepping aside to watch the confrontation. Despite the unequal nature of this battle, witnessing Zhao Wujie's prowess was an opportunity he could not afford to miss as a fellow power-oriented soul master. Zhao Wujie rose again, clasping his hands together, moving his wrists. The audible cracking of his bones reverberating through the air, intensifying the already palpable pressure. A new incense appeared in Zhao Wujie's hand, but before he could ignite it, Ning Rongrong had already sprung into action. The Seven Treasures glazed tower emerged in a dazzling display as she spun gracefully, a radiant spectrum of colors emanating from her being. At the center of this vibrant glow, a towering, foot-high Seven Treasures pagoda materialized in the palm of her right hand, shimmering with opulence. She wore a serene smile, almost ethereal, as two circles of yellow soul rings rose from beneath her feet, swirling around her. The first treasure of the Seven Treasures is strength. As the first soul ring ascended, enveloping the Seven Treasures pagoda, 3 beams of colorful light were released at Ning Rongrong's command, each illuminating Tang San and his companions. Instantly, a warm energy surged through their bodies, filling them with a newfound vigor, as if their very soul power was boiling over. Zhao Wujie regarded Ning Rongrong with surprise, realizing that among this year's candidates, one was from the illustrious Seven Treasures glazed tile family. Impressive indeed. Flander will surely be elated, he mused, lighting the incense in his hand and casually tossing it to the ground. The second treasure of the Seven Treasures is speed. 3 more beams of light emanated as Ning Rongrong's second soul ring activated. Tang San felt his body become weightless, silently marveling at the legendary capabilities of the Seven Treasures glazed tower. His strength and speed surged by 30%, making him acutely aware of his enhanced power. At that moment, Zhao Wujie moved, not towards Tang San and the others, but instead, he crouched slightly and struck the ground with both fists. "Not good," Tang San gasped. At the moment Zhao Wujie unleashed his attack, he understood the intent behind it. The master had once warned that if they ever faced an opponent possessing a soul master from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, they must first neutralize that soul master without delay. Zhao Wujie's attack was clearly not aimed solely at Ning Rongrong. He intended to unleash a wide-area assault to disrupt her supportive effects. A blue-black vine lashed out suddenly, devoid of spikes. As it bore the effects of Tang San's first soul ring, the vine coiled around Ning Rongrong's waist with lightning speed, and as Tang San leaped, he lifted her into the air alongside him. A resounding thud echoed as the ground trembled violently, sending a wave of earthy vibrations toward Tang San and his companions. Both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhiqing reacted swiftly. Xiao Wu leaped forward while Zhu Zhiqing darted from the side, skillfully evading the shockwave. Tang San leapt almost simultaneously with Xiao Wu, their heights nearly identical. "Xiao Wu now," he urged, raising his hands in front of him. Xiao Wu, having trained together for 6 years, needed no visual cue to know Tang San's position. With a deft push from Tang San's hands, she propelled herself like an arrow towards Zhao Wujie below. Offense was the best defense. Allowing Zhao Wujie to unleash his full power would give them no chance. Instead, they would take the initiative, hoping to buy some time. Seeing his fist strike the ground with little effect, Zhao Wujie smiled. As Xiao Wu charged, he did not evade but instead placed his hands behind his back, presenting an inviting target. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wu curled her body mid-air, rolling forward. Just before reaching Zhao Wujie, she unfurled, having completed the spirit possession process in an instant, landing both feet on either side of his neck. 2 dull thuds rang out as Xiao Wu's feet struck Zhao Wujie's shoulders, yet he remained unfazed, grinning as if she posed no threat. Xiao Wu scoffed. No strength? You say? Let me show you what strength is. Her feet seemed glued to his shoulders as she twisted, her body spinning in the air. Though Xiao Wu's strength alone might not have been sufficient to move Zhao Wujie, she was not alone in this endeavor. Zhao Wujie suddenly felt his body constrict as spiked vines wrapped tightly around him, ensnaring his arms and legs in a firm grip, the paralyzing toxins surging forth. Simultaneously, the vines from the ground pushed him upward, lifting his feet from the earth. No matter how strong a person may be, without a solid foundation beneath them, stability is unattainable. Zhao Wujie's body began to rotate in the air, propelled by Xiao Wu's feet. Enveloped in Tang San's blue-silver grass, he resembled a large, blue-black dumpling. With Ning Rongrong's assistance from the Seven Treasures glazed tower, both Tang San and Xiao Wu now wielded soul power exceeding that of a 30-level master. As Xiao Wu spun rapidly in the air, she executed a backflip, forcing Zhao Wujie's body to follow suit. She landed gracefully on the ground, performing a scissor kick with full force. Had this been a regular person, their neck would have been snapped, and the impact would have sent them crashing to the ground. Spinning is quite enjoyable, Zhao Wujie's voice echoed as Xiao Wu suddenly felt her rapidly rotating body freeze, unable to propel her opponent forward. A powerful force surged, yanking her back from her intended motion. With a loud crash, the vines binding Zhao Wujie shattered, scattering in all directions, as he landed firmly on the ground once more. At that moment, Zhao Wujie's expression shifted slightly as he let out a fierce roar, his body swelling with power. His already formidable physique seemed to swell almost double, and even his height surged by a meter in an instant, rendering him extraordinarily majestic. 7 dazzling soul rings emerged simultaneously, exactly as Dai Mubai had described, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. 7 terrifying soul rings now adorned him. A series of crisp, rapid sounds emanated from behind Zhao Wujie, providing an opportunity for Xiao Wu. With a gentle tap of her toes on Zhao Wujie's shoulder, her supple body gracefully flipped down his back, her scorpion braid descending like a nimble serpent, ensnaring Zhao Wujie's left ankle, exerting force all at once. The series of sharp sounds were the attacks initiated by Zhu Qing. The moment she burst forth, her speed was fully manifested. Indeed, as a swift attack system soul master, her velocity left even Dai Mubai in awe. Most fearsome of all, Zhu Qing executed her maneuvers in complete silence, advancing stealthily and striking without any release of energy or sound of soul power slicing through the air. After Dai Mubai manifested his martial soul, his fingers transformed into razor-sharp tiger claws, while Zhu Qing, upon her own manifestation, wielded cat claws that resembled sharp spikes. In Chapter 18, the unmoved King Zhao Wujie, v. Following her transformation, Zhu Qing's eyes changed colors. Her left eye became dark green and her right blue, her long hair cascading naturally down her back. As she moved, a faint afterimage trailed behind her, making it exceedingly difficult to pinpoint her exact location. Her attacks were incredibly precise, targeting vital points, compelling Zhao Wujie to unleash his martial soul. Zhu Qing's timing was impeccable, striking precisely when Zhao Wujie exerted force to shatter Tang San's blue-silver grass, taking advantage of the momentary lapse in his power. Otherwise, her offensive strength would not have sufficed to penetrate Zhao Wujie's defenses. However, once Zhao Wujie completed his soul manifestation, Zhu Qing found her assaults significantly less effective. His body felt as if it were forged from iron. Even her full-force strikes with her cat claws could merely pierce his clothing. For the first time, Xiao Wu's agility faltered. No matter how she exerted her strength, she could not budge Zhao Wujie an inch. Even after executing a backward somersault and striking at the joint of his leg, she achieved no results. Panic surged within her. Yet she found herself utterly powerless against her opponent. In truth, it was not that Xiao Wu lacked skill. Rather, her agility was entirely countered by Zhao Wujie. The skill attached to her first soul ring required her to control the opponent with her flexibility to unleash its lethal effect. However, the disparity in strength between her and Zhao Wujie was insurmountable. Even with Tang San's assistance, it was impossible for her to subdue him. Unless her soul power could approach Zhao Wujie's level, her agility was rendered ineffective against a soul master so focused on raw strength. As the blue-silver grass was shattered, Tang San's complexion turned pale, yet he hesitated not for a moment. With a sudden burst, he lunged forward, thick vines reappearing around Zhao Wujie, momentarily impeding his movement. Thanks to the second soul ring skill of the blue-silver grass, Earth. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Tang San positioned himself before Zhao Wujie. while Zhu Qing quietly appeared behind him, her cat claws poised to strike at his throat and ear, targeting the body's most vulnerable points. As Zhao Wuji struggled against the blue-silver grass, Tang San delivered a swift punch to his chest. Zhao Wuji laughed heartily, seemingly unperturbed by the vines. Puffing out his chest, clearly eager to gauge the extent of Tang San's strength. A glimmer of light flickered in Tang San's eyes, and Zhao Wuji's laughter abruptly ceased. For he was astonished to realize that Tang San's seemingly full-force punch, which struck his chest, felt as light as a feather. The sensation arose because he had concentrated his soul power at the forefront of his chest, leading to a moment of misapplied strength. Undoubtedly, the combined strength of Tang San and Xiao Wu was insufficient to move Zhao Wuji's formidable physique. However, if it were his own power, the outcome would be entirely different. Tang San's right fist abruptly transformed into an open palm, executing the technique known as controlling the crane and capturing the dragon at the very moment Zhao Wuji misapplied his strength. This maneuver deftly pulled Zhao Wuji's body forward, causing him to stumble. Simultaneously, Tang San thrust his right foot forward, striking the tip of Zhao Wuji's toe. Even with Zhao Wuji's formidable soul power, he lost his balance under such circumstances. Tang San's timing was no less remarkable than that of Zhu Qing. With the ingenious technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, he effectively harnessed not only his own strength but also that of Zhao Wuji to propel Zhao Wuji's body upward. With a thunderous shout, Tang San exerted himself, abruptly lifting Zhao Wuji's form into the air. For the first time, Zhao Wuji was completely off the ground, providing a perfect opportunity for Xiao Wu to unleash her skills. Her long legs swiftly coiled around Zhao Wuji's waist, and her hands clasped his ankles. The first soul ring on her body radiated with brilliance as she twirled Zhao Wuji's form in the air, spinning him violently 3 times until his head faced downward, crashing heavily towards the ground. Although Zhu Zhuqing's earlier assault had not caused any substantial damage, it had inadvertently disrupted Zhao Wuji's reflexes. Together, the trio finally executed their attack successfully. At the critical moment before Zhao Wuji's body struck the ground, a thick vine formed from the blue-silver grass entwined around Xiao Wu's waist. As Zhao Wuji rotated downward, he collided with the earth, his immense form sinking deeply into the soil, while Xiao Wu was suddenly lifted by Tang San's blue-silver grass, gracefully descending in a captivating arc boom. Zhao Wuji's colossal body crashed onto the ground with tremendous force, his head entirely buried in the dirt. Xiao Wu floated down, landing perfectly on Tang San's shoulder. One foot poised on his right shoulder, her arms outstretched to maintain her balance as she gasped for breath. She had exerted all her strength in the previous attack. Without Tang San's masterful control of the crane and dragon technique, she would not have been able to execute her lethal move that combined the powers of 2 soul rings. "Little San, did we strike too hard?" Xiao Wu asked nervously. Tang San shook his head, noting that teacher Zhao had yet to utilize his soul skills. He cast a glance at the incense burning on the ground. At this moment, it had only consumed 1/3 of its length. However, after their earlier combined assault, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing had exerted their utmost effort, deploying all their skills. The blue-silver grass that had been entwined around Zhao Wuji was swiftly retracted by Tang San, for he did not wish for his blue-silver grass to be destroyed again by the opponent. Although the soul power consumed by the blue-silver grass was minimal, the damage inflicted upon Tang San's own soul power from its destruction was substantial. Zhao Wuji pressed his arms against the ground, lifting his head. Previously, Tang San and the others had not observed him closely, but now they could see the appearance he took on after manifesting his martial spirit. His entire body was cloaked in a thick layer of brown fur, towering over 2.5 meters in height, his muscles bulging, and his brown-yellow eyes exuding a commanding aura, while 7 soul rings rhythmically circled around him. Chapter 19. Tang San's Hidden Weapon, Part 1. Zhao Wuji's large hands had become exceedingly hefty, resembling oversized fans. As Tang San had remarked, Zhao Wuji had not yet unleashed his soul power. Prior to Zhu Zhuqing's search for his weakest point to strike, he had not even considered manifesting his martial spirit. For someone of his caliber, a soul sage of level 76, the few soul masters in their 20s were pathetically weak. He merely sought to engage in playful sparring with these youngsters to stretch his limbs. However, overconfidence often incurs a price, due to his underestimation, combined with the fact that Tang San and the others had their strengths amplified beyond the 30th level by Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Along with their flawless coordination, Zhao Wuji found himself at a disadvantage. Dusting off his head, he grumbled, "Damn it, I must be getting old at 80. It seems I can't afford to be lenient with you all any longer. Xiaobai, why are you laughing? Come see me for a practical lesson tomorrow. Daimubai, who had been chuckling at Zhao Wujin's disheveled appearance, suddenly found himself unable to laugh at those words. Children, come on. Let us continue. Zhao Wujin strode forward, heading directly towards Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had left a profound impression on him with their synchronized teamwork. Xiao Wu, meteor hammer? Tang San called out sharply. Xiao Wu balanced on Tang San's shoulder, leaping forth once more. However, this time, her feet led the charge, aiming a kick directly at Zhao Wujin's head. Simultaneously, dozens of strands of blue-silver grass surged forth from around Tang San, entangling Zhao Wujin from various angles. Zhao Wujin raised his hand to swat at Xiao Wu. But unexpectedly, before she reached him, she altered her trajectory, rendering his strike futile. Xiao Wu zipped past him, delivering a powerful kick to his shoulder. The so-called meteor hammer was a variant of the hidden weapon, utilizing the entanglement of the blue-silver grass to allow Tang San to control Xiao Wu's agile movements in midair for the attack. Unfortunately, Zhao Wujin's defenses were simply too formidable. Despite his lack of agility, it was no easy feat to disrupt his body. Ordinary hidden weapons can be categorized into 4 main types: thrown, machine-fired, tethered, and drug-sprayed. The meteor hammer, red rope lasso, and flying grasp all belong to the tethered category. While they may lack the cunning of other types of hidden weapons, they possess an offensive power and special effects that others cannot rival. Zhao Wujin was momentarily taken aback by the kick, and a flicker of seriousness sparked in his brown-yellow eyes. These children would eventually become his students. If he allowed them to continue unfettered, he would be left with no dignity, and how would he teach them thereafter? Zhu Shiqing was not idle. Seeing Zhao Wujin charge towards Tang San and Xiao Wu, her 2 yellow soul rings illuminated simultaneously. Her blue and green eyes narrowed, and she accelerated silently, propelling herself into the air, enveloped in her soul power. She spun rapidly as she soared towards Zhao Wujin. Within her whirling form, claw shadows flitted about, executing her second soul ring technique, the ghostly claw. With her swift rotation and the penetrating attack power of her claws, she unleashed a flurry of strikes upon her opponent in a brief moment, targeting the same spot with astonishing force. Just as Zhao Wujin was struck by Xiao Wu's kick, Zhu Shiqing's ghostly claw collided with his back. The technique sliced through Zhao Wujin's back like a rapidly spinning saw blade. A furious roar erupted from Zhao Wujin, his eyes glinting with cold light as his fists clenched tightly. Among his 7 soul rings, the first yellow ring burst forth with brilliance. A blinding golden light erupted instantaneously, sending Zhu Shiqing, who had executed the ghostly claw, soaring through the air with a pained cry. Daimubai swiftly appeared beneath her falling form, catching her in his embrace, only to find that Zhu Shiqing had been knocked unconscious, her arms dislocated. Xiao Wu also suffered, after kicking Zhao Wujin. Her body was lifted by Tang San's blue-silver grass just as Zhao Wujin's attack was unleashed. All of the blue-silver grass that had emerged from Tang San was ensnared around Zhao Wujin, and within that fierce golden light, all their efforts became futile. Though Xiao Wu had not been in close proximity like Zhu Shiqing, she too was sent flying from the impact, and the blue-silver grass, whether nearby or distant, was repelled back from Zhao Wujin's body. The ones closest were shattered completely. 3 muffled groans resonated in unison, with Zhu Shiqing bearing the brunt of the damage, followed closely by Xiao Wu. The violent shockwave caused Xiao Wu to cough up blood midair, her body succumbing to a wave of numbness as she fell into Tang San's arms. Though Tang San sustained the least damage, merely experiencing an internal turmoil from the force of the blue-silver grass, the injury to Xiao Wu rendered him unable to maintain his composure. Zhao Wujin's formidable skill, the unmoving king body, was unleashed. Despite being merely a century-old soul ring, the effectiveness of a soul skill can vary significantly when wielded with different levels of soul power. With his impressive soul power of level 76, the skill bestowed by this century-old soul ring proved to be exceptionally potent, effortlessly shattering the combined efforts of Tang San and his companions. This exemplifies true strength, the authentic might of a soul sage. Ning Rongrong, in a state of urgency, realized that the incense had only burned for a little over half its duration. Although her 7 treasure glaze tile could bestow various supportive attributes, it did not encompass healing. With only 2 soul rings at her disposal, the augmenting effects she could provide were limited, rendering her anxiety futile. Chapter 19, Tang San's Hidden Weapons, Part 2. Suddenly, Zhao Wujie's speed escalated, as if he covered the distance to Tang San in a single stride. His massive hand rose, and simultaneously, his second soul ring illuminated. With a hearty laugh, his palm transformed into a golden hue, swelling to double its size, and he aimed a powerful strike at Tang San. At that moment, Xiao Wu remained cradled in Tang San's embrace, compelling him to shield her from the impending blow, yet this simple action deprived him of the chance to evade. Just then, Xiao Wu's second soul ring glowed to life, and her eyes turned a vivid crimson, fixated intently on Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Startled, he found his powerful strike slowing significantly, his soul power diminished by more than half. As golden light radiated from his eyes, he realized with astonishment that she possessed an illusionary soul skill. The red light in Xiao Wu's eyes clashed with the golden light in Zhao Wujie's, and before he could utter a sound, he collapsed, unconscious in Tang San's arms. Blood seeping from his mouth and nose. Tang San instinctively seized the opportunity presented by the brief respite, employing the ghost shadow perplexing steps to evade Zhao Wujie's range of attack. Zhao Wujie's hand did not truly descend. He had no intention of harming these children. Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, Tang San called out anxiously, hastily channeling his Xiantian skill to infuse Xiao Wu with his inner strength. Yet, Xiao Wu remained unresponsive. Zhao Wujie refrained from pursuing further, stating, "She is unharmed." Although the effect of a confusion-type soul skill is substantial, the disparity in soul power between her and me is too great. The backlash from her own soul power is naturally the only outcome. Just as the poison associated with your blue-silver grass holds no effect on me, let her rest for the night, and she shall awaken restored by morning. Turning his gaze to Ning Rongrong, Zhao Wujie smiled and remarked, "I suppose I need not intervene any further, young lady from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. You have lost. You all are simply insufficient, unable to withstand even a single incense stick's duration." This exemplifies the gap in strength. Cradling the softly delicate Xiao Wu, Tang San slowly raised his head, his dark eyes devoid of emotion yet profoundly deep. He turned to face Ning Rongrong, saying, "Might I trouble you to care for Xiao Wu for a while?" Ning Rongrong paused momentarily, retracting her seven treasure glazed tile martial spirit and accepting Xiao Wu into her embrace. Though her martial spirit was supportive in nature, every soul master possesses soul power, rendering them significantly stronger than ordinary individuals. Thus, carrying a girl like Xiao Wu was no burden at all. Having entrusted Xiao Wu to Ning Rongrong, Tang San turned towards Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie was momentarily taken aback. "What, do you wish to continue? I fear you would not withstand even a single strike from me. My second soul ring skill, the mighty King Kong Palm, is not easily countered." Zhao Wujie certainly would not deny these four children entry into Shrek Academy simply because the incense had yet to burn out, quite the contrary. He was greatly impressed by the abilities they had demonstrated. Each child exhibited unique strengths, and astonishingly, they could coordinate so effectively without prior practice. Their future prospects were boundless, rivaling the Academy's existing 3 students, if not surpassing them. His somewhat harsh final remarks were intended to temper any potential arrogance arising from their innate talents. As Shrek Academy had seen instances where pride hindered progress in the past, Zhao Wujie wished to prevent these promising youths from straying down the wrong path. However, he had not anticipated that Tang San would return. This very courage earned Zhao Wujie's profound admiration. Tang San shook his head and said, "I do not wish to continue with this examination." Zhao Wujie, feeling somewhat disheartened, replied, "So, does that mean you concede?" Tang San shook his head once more and said, "No, I wish to engage in a serious contest with you. Let us start anew. Please light another incense stick. If I can endure for the duration of that incense, then I implore you to grant permission for the 4 of us to simultaneously enter Shrek Academy." Zhao Wujie, with a smirk that was both enigmatic and amused, gazed at Tang San and replied, "But what if you cannot endure? Do not forget, just moments ago, the 4 of you attempted together and ultimately faced defeat. Tang San is capable of making decisions for himself, and even for Xiao Wu in the present moment. However, he cannot substitute the choices of the other 2 individuals." Turning his gaze towards Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing, he notices that Zhu Zhiqing's dislocated arm has been set by Dai Mubai, and she has regained consciousness, albeit with a feeble breath. Although she wishes to avoid remaining in Dai Mubai's embrace, she finds herself devoid of the strength to rise. Ning Rongrong offers a gentle smile to Tang San, declaring, "Tang San, we are comrades. Since childhood, my father has instilled in me the principle of never abandoning a comrade. If need be, we shall depart together, for we have already failed the test. The academy in the imperial capital will surely not turn us away." Tang San turned his gaze towards Zhu Zhiqing, who seemed to lack the strength to speak but nonetheless managed to nod at him. Although this was their first encounter, the trust of a companion bestowed upon Tang San an unparalleled strength. Turning around to face Zhao Wujie once more, he declared, "If I am defeated, then we shall depart together." Zhao Wujie looked at the children before him, growing increasingly fond of them, and laughed heartily. Very well. Let me see what hidden powers you possess to withstand my assault. As you wish. The third incense stick was lit again and placed firmly on the ground beside them. Tang San stood there with an unsteady stance, his entire being gradually concentrating its power. At this moment, he had no intention of concealing his strength any longer. The sight of Xiao Wu injured and unconscious deeply stimulated his emotions, filling him with profound guilt. As a brother who had failed to protect his sister, how could he bear to accept the title of brother if he could not restore justice for her? In Chapter 19, Tang San's Hidden Weapons, Part 3. Though it was their first meeting, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing's trust compelled Tang San to reveal his true strength to them. As for Dai Mubai, for some inexplicable reason, Tang San felt an innate sense of trust towards the youth whose soul power surpassed his own. Tang San vividly recalled a particular phrase from the comprehensive outline of the Xiantian Baolu. Never attempt to play the pig to eat the tiger, lest you truly become a pig. It was only now that he fully comprehended the essence of this statement. Had they not been confronted by a teacher from the Shrek Academy, but rather an enemy, it was highly likely that Xiao Wu would have faced dire consequences. Furthermore, if he had not yet unleashed his ultimate technique, he would undoubtedly regret it for a lifetime. Thus, Tang San resolved to no longer conceal his abilities. He wished to gauge his prowess through the formidable Zhao Wujie, known as the Unmoving King, without the enhancements of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. Tang San noticeably felt a slight heaviness in his body. His arms trembled subtly as he endeavored to acclimate to his current state. Simultaneously, his hands began to transform into a lustrous white, akin to jade. A faint current of energy seemed to swirl between his fingers. With his head lowered, he concealed the fact that his eyes had turned entirely purple. Zhao Wujie distinctly sensed a subtle shift in Tang San's aura, although his soul power had not visibly increased. An inexplicable sense of danger emanated from the soul sage level of strength, leaving him somewhat incredulous. Could a mere 29-level child truly evoke such a feeling of peril? Skeptical, yet alert, Zhao Wujie activated his first soul ring ability, the Unmoving King, and strode purposefully toward Tang San. His pace was not swift, yet each step was remarkably steady, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath him. Be cautious, Teacher Zhao, Tang San suddenly exclaimed, raising his head sharply. The purple light in his eyes intensified dramatically, startling Zhao Wujie and causing his steps to falter momentarily. After all, an attack that employs the deception of one's gaze is among the most challenging to counter in soul techniques. He had nearly fallen victim to such an attack when facing Xiao Wu previously. However, Zhao Wujie quickly discerned that the purple light in Tang San's eyes bore no offensive intent. In that brief pause, Tang San's hands, which had been hanging by his sides, gracefully ascended to his waist. With a series of hissing sounds, 10 beams of cold light erupted from the tips of Tang San's fingers, each targeting different vital areas of Zhao Wujie: his eyes, shoulders, throat, heart, knees, lower body, and abdomen. Notably, the trajectories of these 10 attacks were meticulously calculated, with none overlapping, each aimed at a critical point. The piercing sound of the air being sliced alarmed Zhao Wujie. Among all his abilities, agility was his weakest attribute. Although his speed increased when his martial spirit manifested, his large physique and formidable defense led him to favor a more direct confrontation with his opponents. Faced with the sudden and precisely aimed 10 beams of cold light, Zhao Wujie reacted swiftly. He raised his massive paws, one above to shield his eyes and one below to protect his lower body. With a low growl, he unleashed his soul power, fully activating the Unmoving King form. After unleashing 10 beams of chilling light, Tang San did not pause for a moment. He executed the Ghost Shadow Perplexing Step, swiftly retreating. 10 explosive sounds reverberated almost simultaneously as the 10 beams of cold light struck Zhao Wujie's body. Yet, amidst the formidable golden radiance, they were all repelled, inflicting no harm upon Zhao Wujie. Tang San was secretly astonished. It is important to note that he had launched 10 penetrating bone nails, which are considered quite heavy among small concealed weapons, coupled with his internal energy and the penetrating properties of the nails. It was remarkable that he had not inflicted even the slightest harm on Zhao Wujie, thus highlighting the formidable nature of Zhao Wujie's defenses. Dai Mubai's assertion that he exhibited no flaws was indeed not without reason. With a swift turn of his body, he unleashed another barrage of icy glimmers. No flaws. A chill flickered in Tang San's eyes. The so-called absence of flaws was, in fact, riddled with vulnerabilities. By striking at just one point, an opportunity would present itself. As he retreated, Tang San's hands danced like butterflies flitting among flowers, flicking and shooting forth one icy beam after another, targeting the vital areas of Zhao Wujie's body. Zhao Wujie was even more astonished than Tang San. He had never encountered an opponent like this before. If both were equally matched, he knew he would have already lost. The concealed weapons Tang San deployed were not only accurate but also attacked multiple different positions simultaneously, making evasion exceedingly difficult. With techniques like the willow leaf blade, locust stone, money darts, and penetrating bone nails, various concealed weapons flourished amidst Tang San's rain-like barrage. Some flew straight, others at angles, and some even circled behind. Yet their ultimate target remained singular, Zhao Wujie's body. Zhao Wujie could distinctly sense the formidable penetrating power of these weapons, without fully activating his immovable king body. He too could easily sustain injuries. However, after a swift exchange, Zhao Wujie believed he had grasped the attack power of Tang San's concealed weapons. His body radiated with the golden light of the immovable king body as he charged toward Tang San. As Zhao Wujie rushed toward him, raising his immense King Kong palm, Tang San remained utterly composed. With a swift change of footwork, he retreated rapidly, while the blue-silver grass had already spread out gracefully, obstructing Zhao Wujie's advance. Although the resilient blue-silver grass could not fully stop Zhao Wujie, it could delay him momentarily. Its omnipresent entanglement ensured that each time only a single strand ensnared Zhao Wujie's foot, thereby slowing his pace and conserving Tang San's internal energy as much as possible. Thanks to the blue-silver grass and the ghost shadow mysterious steps, although Tang San's absolute speed could not match Zhao Wujie's, Zhao Wujie found it impossible to catch him. And the powerful King Kong palm repeatedly struck at empty air. Chapter 19, Tang San's Concealed Weapons Part 4. After launching the first round of concealed weapons, Tang San ceased his offensive and instead maneuvered around the arena, deftly evading Zhao Wujie's attacks. Tang San's decision to face Zhao Wujie alone stemmed from two primary motivations. First, his concern that hidden weapons might inadvertently harm others, and second, the greater freedom of movement afforded to a solitary combatant, unencumbered by any reservations. At that moment, the spectators surrounding the battle were rendered speechless, particularly during the interval when a flurry of concealed weapons erupted from Tang San. A sense of astonishment filled their hearts. Whether it was Zhu Shiqing, Ning Rongrong, or Dai Mubai, they couldn't help but feel a chill within. They realized that had they been in Zhao Wujie's position, they might have already fallen victim to the onslaught. Tang San's hidden weapons are astonishingly diverse, and their trajectories are exceedingly peculiar, making it exceedingly difficult to evade them. Even Ning Rongrong, who hails from the seven-treasured glazed tile school and is well-versed in various matters, cannot ascertain which family these weapons belong to. Yet she can fully sense their formidable power. The incense burns unknowingly, and within a short span, a third of its length has already diminished. Zhao Wujie, who is in pursuit of Tang San, suddenly halts, chiding with a laugh. "Oh, you little monkey, you are indeed quite slippery. Do you think you can delay me like this? It won't be so simple." With that, he activates the third spirit ring ability, Gravity Enhancement. The purple thousand-year spirit ring on Zhao Wujie's body abruptly enlarges, not infusing its power into him, but rather cascading downward, directly surging into the ground. In an instant, Tang San feels as though his feet are ensnared in a quagmire, his body suddenly becoming heavy, as if his weight is doubled. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie, unaffected, strides towards him with a faint smile in his eyes, seemingly communicating, "This time, I shall see where you can run." Such a formidable spirit skill. Under the influence of gravity, Tang San's speed noticeably diminishes, despite the exquisite finesse of his ghost shadow perplexing steps. Evading Zhao Wujie's attacks becomes increasingly challenging under the oppressive force. He narrowly dodges several of Zhao Wujie's formidable strikes. Zhao Wujie glances at the incense burning beside him, now nearly halfway consumed, and an anxious feeling arises within him. A dignified, immovable king like himself is finding it so arduous to contend with a mere 12-year-old child. Would this not become a source of ridicule among the other teachers? This child is indeed destined for greatness. However, it is time for this examination to conclude. With this thought, Zhao Wujie's fourth spirit ring glows once more. The purple light shimmers, and astonishingly, the fourth spirit ring flies forth as if it possesses sentience, chasing after Tang San and enveloping him completely. What does this mean? Tang San's heart tightens. Yet, upon the purple thousand-year ring encircling his body, he feels no discomfort whatsoever. Zhao Wujie laughs heartily. "It is time for this to end. Forcing me to utilize for spirit rings signifies your qualification for admission." As his words fall, he exerts force through his robust legs, propelling himself off the ground. Tang San swiftly shifted his position, yet to his astonishment, he discovered that the airborne Zhao Wujia remarkably adjusted his trajectory, still descending towards him. Unbeknownst to him, this was Zhao Wujia's fourth soul ring skill, Tracking Lock. Once locked onto by this ability, he could instantly close the distance within 100 meters using the force of his leap. While this skill may seem ineffectual for soul masters of other cultivation styles, it proved to be exceedingly advantageous for the power-oriented Zhao Wujia. By employing Tracking Lock to swiftly bridge the gap between himself and his opponent, he maximized his strength and offensive potential. It was with the intent to expedite the conclusion of the battle that he unleashed this particular skill. In Tang San's eyes, a chilling light flickered, indicating that his plans must be hastened. Realizing that he could not evade the descending body of Zhao Wujin, he chose to confront it head-on rather than retreat. As Zhao Wujin plummeted toward him, he swiftly activated his second soul ring skill, Parasite. Earlier, while the blue-silver grass had obstructed Zhao Wujin's advance, the seeds of Parasite had discreetly embedded themselves upon him. Now, as he unleashed the skill, the suddenly manifested blue-silver grass ensnared Zhao Wujin in a tight embrace midair. Tang San chose the perfect moment to activate the parasitic technique, precisely at the instant Zhao Wujin was about to land. Consequently, Zhao Wujin would be unable to launch an immediate attack upon touching the ground. Tang San raised both hands simultaneously, and a resonant sound echoed as 6 beams of cold light erupted from his sleeves. The powerful crossbow bolts cut through the air with a piercing whistling sound, hurtling directly towards Zhao Wujia's face. Although Zhao Wujia possessed formidable defensive prowess, the sudden onslaught of these powerful bolts startled him. In an instant, the unmoved King's form was activated. With a resounding bang, amidst the expanding golden light, not only did he break free from the constraints of the blue-silver grass, but he also deflected the 6 crossbow bolts aimed at him. Tang San's greatest expertise lies not in throwing concealed weapons, but rather in the intricate mechanisms of hidden armaments that he devoted his previous life to studying. The sudden release of a crossbow bolt startled Zhao Wujia, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Although the immovable Vajra body absorbed the impact, the force of the bolt still left a stinging sensation across his face, demonstrating the formidable power of the crossbow mechanism. As he executed the dual technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, Tang San capitalized on the momentum generated by Zhao Wujia's immovable Vajra stance to propel himself backward, skillfully evading a palm strike aimed at him. With his arms drawn inward and his chest muscles tensed, a resonant hum emanated from his chest. In an instant, a flurry of glimmering steel needles, shrouded in a dense mist, erupted from his chest, perfectly meeting the oncoming Zhao Wujia. Tang San is indeed a master of concealed mechanisms, renowned for his ingenious creation of hidden weapons that require no switches, activating solely through the contraction of muscle. This renders them nearly impossible to anticipate. In the 19th chapter, Tang San's Hidden Weapons Part 5, the fragrant mist of tea envelopes Zhao Wuji, inducing a moment of dizziness that causes a subtle decline in the defenses of his immovable king body. In that fleeting instant, Zhao Wuji distinctly senses a sharp pain in his chest. Upon glancing down, he is horrified to discover that a barrage of steel needles, shot forth by Tang San, has penetrated the defenses of his immovable king body and embedded itself into his chest. A paralyzing agony instantaneously courses through his nerves, reaching Zhao Wuji's mind. Poison, he realizes with alarm. He hastily summons the strength of his immovable king body once more, striving to force the steel needles out of his body. However, the toxin has already infiltrated his system, propelled by the dual forces of respiration and blood circulation. The Tang sect is not solely renowned for its hidden weapons. Its mastery of poison is equally unparalleled. Although Tang San had not had ample opportunities to gather toxins in recent years, he had not squandered the venom extracted from the mandala snake. He utilized this toxin in the concealed weapon on his chest, which proved to be of utmost significance at a critical moment. This concealed weapon, known as Hiding Sand Shooting Shadow, is one of the few among his arsenal capable of breaking through protective spirit barriers. However, Zhao Wujia's formidable defense, embodied in his immovable king body, rendered the 64 steel needles shot forth by Hiding Sand Shooting Shadow only barely capable of piercing his skin. Yet, this was sufficient. Although the mandala snake's venom was not potent enough to incapacitate Zhao Wujia, it compelled him to divert a portion of his soul power to combat the toxin's spread, thus affording Tang San greater respite. Nonetheless, Zhao Wujia's momentary halt did not facilitate Tang San's escape. Instead, he charged directly towards Zhao Wujia. With all 10 fingers poised, he unleashed 10 slender beams of golden light that flickered briefly in the air. To the untrained eye, their presence might easily go unnoticed. As a master of hidden weapons, timing the release of such attacks is crucial, and Tang San undoubtedly excelled in this regard. He chose the opportune moment. Just as Zhao Wujie had exerted his immovable king body to expel the steel needles, leaving his defenses momentarily vulnerable. Thanks to the insight granted by his purple demon eye, Tang San could discern every movement of his opponent and even perceive the fluctuations of soul power surrounding Zhao Wujie. How else could he have so adeptly identified his adversary's vulnerabilities? This is the true power of the purple demon eye. The 10 golden rays forcefully penetrated the defenses of the immovable king body, silently embedding themselves within Zhao Wujie's form. Zhao Wujie felt excruciating pain radiating from multiple points on his body. Even with his resilient nerves, he could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. His entire body spasming in agony. Anger surged within Zhao Wujie, and with a low growl, his fifth soul ring, shimmering with a profound black hue, suddenly illuminated with intensity. The force of his roar caused the very foundations of the Shrek Academy to tremble. Tang San felt an immense pressure emanating from all directions, compelling his body to uncontrollably surge toward Zhao Wujie's direction. The force surrounding him seemed as though it would shatter his very being, a power far beyond his capacity to resist. Zhao Wujie unleashed the fifth soul skill of his formidable golden bear martial spirit, gravity compression. Did Tang San truly yield so easily? Certainly not. With a sudden bow of his head, accompanied by a sharp crack, a 7-inch crossbow bolt shot forth from behind him, aiming directly for Zhao Wujie's gaping mouth. Even while under the control of his opponent, the precision displayed was nothing short of astonishing. The tightly strung crossbow, armed with a medium-sized bolt, was propelled by the strength of his back muscles. It was a singular shot, but due to the size of the bolt and the considerable tension of the mechanism, its destructive power was formidable, far surpassing that of a concealed dart. Simultaneously, Tang San's feet collided, with 3-inch blades extending from his toes. One foot soared towards Zhao Wujie's throat, while the other stealthily targeted a vital point below. In such a disadvantageous position, his ability to execute such a ferocious counterattack was undeniably terrifying. The release speed of the tightly strung crossbow was extraordinarily rapid. Zhao Wujie barely had time to raise his hands before the powerful bolt pierced through the defenses of the unmoved king, hurtling towards his mouth. In this perilous moment, Zhao Wujie demonstrated his formidable combat experience as a soul saint, remaining unfazed. He clenched his teeth, managing to trap the bolt within his mouth. The impact of the crossbow was immense. Although he caught it, his teeth were rattled. Simultaneously, a sweet fragrance emanated from the bolt, causing a wave of dizziness to wash over him. The tightly strung crossbow was singular. How could Tang San fail to employ some trickery? The bolt was hollow, containing a small amount of poison from the mandala snake. Once the shaft penetrated an enemy and was compressed, the venom would be released. Although the bolt had not yet punctured Zhao Wujie's flesh, his teeth provided ample pressure, ensuring that the poison was unceremoniously delivered. With a sputter, Zhao Wujie spat out the bolt, simultaneously blocking Tang San's dual foot strikes with his hands. At that moment, Tang San was forced into his proximity. "Are you a hedgehog?" Zhao Wujie bellowed. However, having ingested a dose of mandala snake venom, his tongue felt numb, rendering his speech slightly slurred. He had never suffered such a loss. Even during his time in the realm of soul masters, a flicker of ferocity gleamed in his eyes, signaling an impending eruption. Nevertheless, Tang San's assault was not yet complete. At an unexpected moment, a hammer appeared in his left hand, a small, pitch-black hammer. After Zhao Wujie deflected his legs, Tang San swung the hammer directly towards Zhao Wujie's face. Chapter 20, Oscar's Large Sausage and Small Sausage, Part 1. It wasn't over yet. Zhao Wujie seethed internally, resolved to teach this little hedgehog a lesson. He raised his right hand to shield his face, while his left hand struck towards Tang San's chest. Of course, this strike lacked significant force. It was merely a small act of retaliation for the substantial injury he had sustained. As he unleashed this blow, he had already retracted his Millennium Soul Ring's gravity compression technique. Otherwise, Tang San would have been crushed instantly. A pair of muffled thuds echoed simultaneously. Tang San's body was forcefully propelled by a strike from Zhao Wujie, resulting in a muffled groan that escaped his lips as he soared through the air, a crimson spray of blood escaping from his mouth. After exhausting every ounce of energy and mental effort in previous assaults, he found himself on the brink of total depletion. Unable to withstand Zhao Wujie's formidable blow, it was a stroke of fortune that he had not succumbed to unconsciousness. Daimu Bai gently placed Zhu Shuqing on the ground and, with a swift motion, caught the flying Tang San. The second muffled groan belonged to Zhao Wujie. Initially, he had presumed that this was merely another of Tang San's hidden weapons, believing it would be a simple matter to deflect the strike. However, the moment the seemingly diminutive hammer collided with his palm, he sensed something was amiss. Despite Zhao Wujie's timely invocation of soul power, he had been careless. And under the dual afflictions of Mandala's serpent venom and acute pain, his soul power proved insufficient. As the hammer struck his palm, it rebounded violently against his face, causing blood to gush from his nose. The subsequent friction left him resembling a canvas smeared with vibrant colors, rendering him momentarily dazed. Meanwhile, the small black hammer, after delivering its blow, vanished into silence. Tang San, supported by Dai Mubai, coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Despite his grievous injuries, one would hardly deduce from his exterior that Zhao Wujin had emerged victorious in their recent battle. This, however, does not imply that Zhao Wujin lacked strength, after all. He was engaged with a fellow contestant and was somewhat restrained, fearing he might inadvertently harm Tang San. Moreover, he sought to ascertain the extent of Tang San's capabilities. Zhao Wujin excelled in brute force, yet was not adept at tracking, coupled with the element of surprise from Tang San's hidden weapons, intricately calculated. Zhao Wujin suffered a significant setback due to his underestimation. His pride was indeed wounded. Had it been a genuine confrontation, Zhao Wujin could have effortlessly unleashed the power of his fifth soul ring, resulting in Tang San's immediate demise, as the disparity in their strengths was monumental. If it were merely an examination, Tang San would not have exerted himself so fiercely. However, the unconscious state of Xiao Wu ignited the fierceness within him. The immense pressure exerted by Zhao Wujin further catalyzed his eruption of power. Not only the few conscious individuals present, but even Xiao Wu had never witnessed Tang San unleash his full might in such a manner. Dai Mubai, observing the bloodied visage of Zhao Wujin, felt an urge to chuckle but refrained, instead calling out loudly, "Oscar, Oscar, come quickly, you have business." His voice, amplified by soul power, echoed throughout the academy, ensuring no one could possibly miss it. Many years later, when Dai Mubai, now the illustrious leader of the Shrek 7 monsters, was asked who among them was the most formidable, he replied without hesitation, "It is the soft-boned Douluo, Xiao Wu." The reasoning was simple. She was the Achilles heel of the thousand-handed Douluo, Tang San. To directly provoke Tang San might not be overly perilous, but to incite Xiao Wu and invoke Tang San's wrath would summon terrifying consequences. At such moments, Tang San would transcend from being the thousand-handed Douluo to the thousand-handed Azura. Dai Mubai, a man of profound emotions, even humorously dubbed the greatest Lothario within the Shrek 7 monsters, had never dared to cross Xiao Wu. He was wise enough to avoid the wrath of an enraged Tang San, and the unfolding scene before him served as a poignant reminder of this. "Where's the business? Where's the business?" Oscar's distinctly soft voice, tinged with excitement, drew near. Soon, he appeared before the group. Perhaps in his eagerness, he had abandoned his cart. Rushing over by himself, "Xiao, come here," Dai Mubai beckoned. Oscar hurried to him. "Boss Dai, did you call for me?" Dai Mubai nodded and urged, quickly, "Bring out some sausages. They are all injured." Oscar beamed with joy, 5 copper soul coins for each. "Don't forget to settle the bill later. I have a big sausage." With a flourish of his unique soul incantation, a delectable sausage materialized in his hand. Dai Mubai signaled to Tang San, "Eat up." Though Oscar's remarks were somewhat off-putting, his sausages were indeed effective. They were imbued with the enhancement of his first soul ring, capable of hastening physical recovery. While the sausage held potential benefits, the mere thought of Oscar's words made Tang San's stomach churn, prompting him to wave his hand dismissively. "I'm not severely injured. Just a bit fatigued. A short rest will suffice. You should give the sausage to someone else." With that, he promptly settled into a meditative posture, focusing on regulating his breathing and recuperating. Tang San's refusal to eat does not imply that others share his sentiment. For instance, a certain individual who has suffered great embarrassment. "Oscar, come here. Hand me a sausage and a small sausage." Zhao Wujie's voice was somewhat muffled, and it was no wonder. Although he was using his pure soul power to suppress the spread of the toxins, the moment he was struck, his tongue had already begun to swell. Oscar blinked his charming eyes and asked, "Who are you? How did you end up at our Shrek Academy, and how do you know my name? You brat. Do you wish to be punished?" "I am Zhao Wujie," he exclaimed, furious, nearly choking on his breath, almost spitting blood. Chapter 20, Oscar's Big Sausage and Small Sausage, Part 2. Today had been quite a loss for him. All he wanted was to tend to his injuries and threaten the few children before him to keep silent. Otherwise, his reputation as the unmoved king would be irreparably tarnished. Oscar desperately wanted to inquire why Zhao Wujie was in this state, fully aware of his formidable strength. However, he quickly caught the knowing glance from Dai Mubai. Being exceptionally astute, Oscar promptly masked his astonishment, as if nothing had transpired, and cheerfully approached Zhao Wujie. Presenting the sausage he had just prepared while reciting a rather humorous soul incantation that left those present both amused and bewildered. I have a small sausage. Although Oscar did not appear lewd, the moment he uttered this incantation, he transformed into a figure of utter absurdity. A small sausage, no thicker than a pinky, materialized in his hand, and he swiftly offered it to Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie, not one to be polite, consumed both the sausage and the small sausage in quick succession, and his complexion immediately brightened. Dai Mubai stifled a laugh as he returned to Zhu Zhuqing's side, only to be met with her icy glare. Zhu Zhuqing was significantly injured, yet her eyes clearly conveyed a message to Dai Mubai. Should you dare allow that lewd Uncle Oscar to present his sausage to me, you will be in grave trouble. Dai Mubai made a gesture of helplessness, shaking his head to reassure her. Rest assured, I would never allow you to eat that man's food. I value you too much. Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned cold as she shut her eyes, refusing to even glance at Dai Mubai. After consuming Oscar's sausages, Zhao Wujie's complexion improved considerably. His clothing, having been severely damaged in the preceding battle, was torn, and he quickly ripped a strip to wipe the blood from his face. Oscar's big sausage had restorative properties, while the small sausage was effective in dispelling abnormal conditions. Both were remarkably useful. The paralysis induced by the mandala snake's venom gradually faded. Yet the intense pain caused Zhao Wujie's facial muscles to twitch uncontrollably. Looking down, he noticed several swollen areas on his skin, each bulging to the size of walnuts, with waves of excruciating pain radiating from them. Teacher Zhao, do we pass? Asked Ning Rongrong, the only one among the 4 candidates who remained intact, pointing behind Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie turned to see that the incense he had lit had long since extinguished. With a huff, he declared, consider it past. He had no desire to linger any longer, as being the subject of ridicule was quite uncomfortable. He turned to leave. Teacher Zhao, wait. Just then, a somewhat weak voice called out. Zhao Wujie turned to see Tang San, who had just been recuperating. After a brief moment of rest, Tang San appeared somewhat revitalized and managed to rise unsteadily from the ground. Little hedgehog, do you have something to say? You have already passed my test, Zhao Wujie remarked, gazing at the youth before him with a mixture of resentment and affection, despite the embarrassment and minor injuries he had incurred. The combat potential and willpower this child exhibited were undeniably extraordinary. Tang San spoke. Teacher Zhao, I apologize. I was too impulsive just now. However, your strength is overwhelmingly formidable, compelling me to exert myself to the fullest. Allow me to extract the hidden weapons from your body, otherwise, they may adversely affect your health. The 10 dragon whisker needles concealed beneath Tang San's nails were now embedded in Zhao Wujie's flesh, and the resulting injuries were not easily remedied. Although the dragon whisker needles were formed from natural golden hair and were metallic, they were not attracted by magnets, and once they penetrated the body, they became entangled. Even with Tang San's direct intervention, he could only remove them if he acted swiftly. Otherwise, if they penetrated deeply into the flesh, the only recourse would be to sever the affected area entirely. Fortunately, Zhao Wujie's immovable king body provided remarkable defense, and as he deployed the dragon whisker needles, Tang San's internal energy was somewhat depleted. Thus, the needles merely grazed his skin. Had they entered his body, rescue would have been impossible. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Zhao Wujie's expression softened slightly, his age-worn face flushing with embarrassment. After all, he was a soul sage, and facing a child who was yet to reach the 30th level. He had resorted to using his 5th soul ring. This was evidently a case of the strong preying upon the weak. Nevertheless, this little hedgehog was truly impressive. His myriad of extraordinary attacks had indeed opened Zhao Wujie's eyes. Tang San approached Zhao Wujie, first confirming the position of the dragon whisker needle within him. Observing that the needles were mostly entangled beneath the skin without having penetrated deeply, he felt a sense of relief. After their fierce confrontation, the anger that had once consumed him had dissipated, leaving behind a tinge of regret. After all, Zhao was a mentor, not an adversary, and his actions had been somewhat excessive. Nevertheless, given the immense pressure Zhao had exerted, it was impossible for him to hold back completely. His right hand transformed once more into a jade hue, fingers deftly tapping at one of Zhao Wujie's wounds. With a sweep of the control crane and capture dragon technique, a golden needle tip emerged from beneath the skin. Tang San grasped the needle's tip firmly and yanked it out, eliciting a grimace from Zhao Wujie. The dragon whisker needle, having coiled within his body, intertwined with his flesh and muscles, caused immense pain. Even the usually stoic Zhao could not suppress a twitch of his face. Once Tang San had extracted all the needles, a thick steam began to rise from Zhao Wujie's body, which was drenched in sweat due to the excruciating pain. Yet, he displayed remarkable fortitude, managing to stifle any sounds of discomfort. In the 20th chapter, Oscar's Great Sausage and Little Sausage, Part 3. Zhao Wujie consumed another sausage offered by Oscar. Gradually, the wounds across his body began to heal rapidly, and the sensation of pain diminished considerably. Tang San, having just regained a modicum of his inner strength, found it utterly depleted once more. This time, he could not even utter a word before succumbing to unconsciousness. Fortunately, Oscar was by his side and swiftly caught him in his arms. Zhao Wujie, possessing formidable strength, bore only superficial injuries that were of little consequence. With the aid of Oscar's sausages, he recovered nearly 90% of his vitality in a short span. Observing Tang San, who lay fainted in Oscar's embrace, Zhao Wujie's brow furrowed slightly as he instructed, "Mu Bai, you shall oversee the accommodation of these 4 newcomers. Classes commence tomorrow. Let no one disturb the array of weapons scattered about by Tang San. Some may be poisoned. He will collect them once he awakens." Having uttered this, Zhao Wujie turned and departed. As Zhao Wujie vanished from view, Oscar supported Tang San and brought him to Mu Bai's side, allowing Tang San to lean against him. He glanced at Tang San, then at the severely injured Zhu Qing, and at the other side, where Xiao Wu lay unconscious in Ning Rongrong's arms. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he remarked, "What has gotten into Teacher Zhao today? Is it that time of the month? Why is he taking it out on the newcomers?" Mu Bai retorted with irritation, "If you have the gall, raise your voice a little louder so that Teacher Zhao can hear you. He is likely brimming with pent-up anger, unsure of whom to unleash it upon. Time of the month? I think you are the one who is experiencing it. With 30 days in a month, perhaps 1 day of respite, and during February, you might still owe 2 days." Oscar, somewhat disgruntled, replied, "Must you speak so lewdly? There are ladies present. Please, in the presence of your Uncle Sausage, can there be any shortage of lewdness?" Mu Bai quipped, "Let us first settle these individuals before we discuss anything further." As he spoke, Mu Bai lifted Zhu Qing from the ground, seemingly oblivious to her icy, piercing glare that could slay. Oscar glanced at Mu Bai and then at Ning Rongrong on the other side, muttering, "Why is it that you all are cradling beautiful women while I am left with a man?" Mu Bai shot back with a mischievous glint in his eye. "That is a matter of character." When Tang San finally awakened from his slumber, the sky outside had darkened significantly. Blinking his bleary eyes, he realized he was resting in a wooden cabin. The room was modest, approximately a dozen square meters, with another bed beside his own. Oscar sat on his bed, mumbling to himself, seemingly lost in thought. "Where is this?" Tang San's voice was hoarse, a profound emptiness resonating within him. Upon seeing him awake, Oscar replied, "This is our dormitory. Henceforth, you will share it with me. Your name is Tang San, correct? You were quite formidable today. Even Teacher Zhao, a paragon of strength, suffered a significant setback at your hands." Oscar's peach blossom eyes sparkled with evident excitement as he regarded Tang San. "What about Xiao Wu? How is she?" This was the question Tang San yearned to ask most fervently. "Rest assured, she is fine. She shares a room with the lovely Ning Rongrong, and after a night's rest, she should recover fully. That Ning Rongrong from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is indeed stunning," Oscar added, swallowing hard, his eyes glimmering with admiration. Tang San propped himself up, aware that after the significant depletion of his inner strength, complacency was his greatest enemy. If he failed to recover promptly, it could potentially diminish his cultivation level. "Hey, Tang San, we will be roommates from now on. How about we get acquainted? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Oscar, a 29th level weapon spirit master with the martial spirit of a sausage. I am affectionately nicknamed Sausage Vendor. You may refer to me as Sausage Vendor Oscar or simply Little Oscar." Tang San smiled gently and said, "Isn't that Uncle Sausage?" "Ugh, what Uncle Sausage? Tomorrow, I shall shave my beard and let you behold my handsome and dashing side, as graceful as a jade tree in the wind. A few lovely junior sisters have arrived at the academy, and I cannot afford to be so despondent any longer. That fellow Mu Bai clearly has his sights set on that ice-cold beauty, so Xiao Wu is yours. I can only reluctantly pursue Ning Rongrong." He frowned slightly. Oscar's manner of speaking was somewhat disconcerting. Oscar chuckled lewdly and replied, "All right, stop pretending. We're all men here. Who doesn't understand who?" I didn't expect that at such a young age, you've already caught the eye of a beautiful girl. With you two being alone on the journey to the academy, surely something must have happened? Brother Dai said that you fought fiercely with Teacher Zhao because Xiaowu was injured. You claim you're just friends. Who would believe that? Rest assured, I, Oscar, have principles. I would never take liberties with your Xiaowu. Seeing the glimmering flirtation in Oscar's eyes, Tang San was at a loss for words. He could not be bothered to explain further and immediately entered a meditative state to restore his internal energy. As night fell and silence enveloped the Shrek Academy, the results of the day's examination unfolded as Dai Mubai had predicted. Apart from Tang San and his 3 companions, no other candidates had passed the first 3 trials. This year marked the highest number of new entrants to Shrek Academy in many years. Zhao Wujing, the vice principal, naturally had his own quarters. At this moment, he sat alone in his room, feeling somewhat despondent. He had changed into clean clothes, and his wounds had healed. Those minor injuries were inconsequential. But the mental toll was significant. He had not anticipated that a simple desire to stretch his limbs would lead to such humiliation. In the past, he would have swiftly eliminated Tang San without a second thought. However, his status had changed. He was now a teacher at the academy, while Tang San was a student. This bitter pill had to be swallowed. Chapter 20, Oscar's Sausage and Little Sausage, Part 4. At the same time, he held a deep admiration for Tang San. In terms of innate talent, this young man was even superior to Dai Mubai. If only his martial soul were not somewhat weaker, he could potentially become an unparalleled powerhouse in the future. Clenching his right fist and striking it into his left palm, Zhao Wujing sighed helplessly. What bad luck. To encounter such a little hedgehog, it seems I must properly train him in the future. After all, a jade must be polished to become a gem. As he uttered the last phrase, a mischievous smile crept across his face. Just as Zhao Wujing contemplated how to train Tang San further, an unexpected voice caused the smile to freeze on his face. As a soul sage of level 76, he was a high-ranking figure in the soul master realm of Douluo Continent, with soul power potent enough to create a peculiar aura around him, enabling him to discern the faintest sounds within 100 meters. Yet, he sensed no one nearby, and this voice pierced his ears as if whispered directly beside him. The presence of such strength heightened Zhao Wujing's vigilance. He did not recognize the voice, but he was certain the newcomer was no weaker than himself. Who goes there? He exclaimed, rising abruptly, his eyes glinting with cold light. In the past, his reputation in the Soul Master realm was far from favorable, and he had amassed many enemies. Years of seclusion in Shrek Academy had brought peace, only for a formidable opponent to emerge at this moment. Come out. I know you're here. A faint yet palpable aura locked onto Zhao Wujing. Without hesitation, he leapt through the window and emerged outside, his soul power surging to its peak as he cautiously remained on guard, simultaneously scanning for any disturbances around him. Who was Zhao Wujing? The unmoved king. A figure notorious for countless killings in the past. Provoked by an unknown adversary, combined with the pent-up frustration from earlier that day, his anger surged. With a powerful push of his feet, he swiftly pursued the direction of the aura. In no time, he had exited the confines of Shrek Academy and arrived in a nearby forest, where the aura dissipated. Show yourself. I know you are here, Zhao Wujing commanded in a low voice. At that moment, he completed his martial soul manifestation. 7 soul rings danced around him, shimmering with brilliant light. Particularly the 3 black 10,000-year soul rings, which appeared extraordinarily profound. A dark figure slowly emerged from behind a large tree, clad entirely in black. Even his head covered by a black hood, the figure was discernibly tall. Who are you? Zhao Wujing demanded coldly, completing the manifestation of his martial soul. The great strength diamond bear, radiating a wild aura, exuding an imposing presence without raising his voice. The black-clad figure did not directly answer him, merely stating, "To encounter the unmoved king in this humble place, I merely wish to spar with you. It has been a while since I last stretched my limbs." As he spoke, the black figure slowly raised his right hand, and a black light coalesced in his palm, forming a massive weapon. Simultaneously, 9 soul rings silently appeared around him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. Unlike Zhao Wujing's soul rings that danced rhythmically, these rings rested motionlessly around the black figure, completely shrouding him. The presence of 9 soul rings was inherently terrifying, particularly the last ring, which emanated a faint red hue amidst the black. If Master were present, he would undoubtedly discern the vast disparity between soul rings of the same 10,000-year category. For instance, a soul ring cultivated from a 10,000-year soul beast differed greatly from one sourced from a 90,000-year soul beast. The red hue signified that this soul ring had reached at least the level of 90,000 years. Upon witnessing the black-clad figure's 9 soul rings, a chill washed over Zhao Wujing, causing him to shiver involuntarily. As a soul sage, he was acutely aware of the disparities among high-ranking soul masters. Beyond level 60, even a 1-level difference could imply a significant power gap. On the surface, he appeared to be about 20 levels lower than the black figure. But he understood that the chasm between them was even greater than that between Tang San and himself. Title Douluo he managed to utter with great difficulty, his body trembling. If he were a high-ranking figure among soul masters, then Title Douluo represented the pinnacle of their realm. The earlier bravado evaporated, and Zhao Wujing hastily bowed. May I inquire which esteemed elder has graced us with their presence? Please, do not jest with me. How could I be worthy of sparring with you? The black-clad figure replied indifferently, what does worthiness matter? You bullied those children quite well earlier today, didn't you? I find that the feeling of bullying others is rather enjoyable. Allow me to bully you as well. Of course, you may interpret this as me taking advantage of my strength. With no air of dominance emanating from him, the black figure, holding the massive weapon, advanced step by step toward Zhao Wujing. Zhao Wujing's mind raced. On the continent, Title Douluo were exceedingly rare, each one renowned and distinguished by name. This particular Title Douluo before him evidently wielded a weapon martial soul. And those who reached Title Douluo with a weapon martial soul were even fewer. Who could this person be? Suddenly, the figure clad in black halted 10 meters away from Zhao Wujing. Since he had arrived, he might as well reveal himself. What difference did it make, 1 or 2? In a flicker of movement, another person appeared beside Zhao Wujing. The moment this individual materialized, a semblance of relaxation crossed Zhao Wujing's face. Boss, this esteemed elder. The newcomer gestured for Zhao Wujing to remain silent. Confronted by an invisible pressure, he too was compelled to unleash his martial soul. A pair of massive wings unfurled from his back, feathers enveloping his form, while his orange-yellow eyes bore slit pupils. 7 soul rings, identical in hue to Zhao Wujing's, emerged and danced rhythmically around him. I have seen the Haoyan crown, the newcomer proclaimed, displaying no intent to engage in conflict, but rather paying his respects to the figure in black. Zhao Wujing gasped, and upon hearing his companion's words, he finally recognized who stood before him. His heart constricted. When had he offended such a formidable being? This individual was heralded as the most powerful Title Douluo in the Soul Master realm. Their martial soul development path was entirely aligned, yet his own strength paled in comparison, akin to a flickering firefly beside a blazing sun. The figure in black spoke coolly. No need for excessive courtesy. I have come to seek trouble. Cat Eagle Martial Soul, level 78. Truly worthy of the main combatant of the Golden Iron Triangle, Flander. This Shrek Academy is yours, is it not? Flander nodded, responding, indeed, Your Excellency. Might I inquire what grievance Zhao Wujing has caused you? Could you perhaps grant me a modicum of favor? The figure in black retorted dismissively, spare me the pleasantries, step aside. Otherwise, you shall share in the consequences. Turning to Zhao Wujing, he continued, I offer you a chance. I shall refrain from utilizing my martial soul. If you can endure for the duration of a stick of incense, I will depart without further ado. Otherwise, you will be obliged to fulfill a task for me. Zhao Wujing forced a bitter smile. Your Excellency, I truly do not comprehend how I have offended you. Might you clarify? His meaning was clear. If he were to meet his end, he wished to comprehend the reason behind it. Yet, standing beside Zhao Wujing, Flander exhibited a lack of loyalty, quickly retreating to a distance, evidently choosing to distance himself from Zhao Wujing's plight. The figure in black scoffed. Need I say more? If the young are struck, the old must naturally seek justice. It is only right. Let us begin. The massive weapon in his hand and the 9 soul rings around him vanished simultaneously. Yet in the next moment, he stood before Zhao Wujing. A cacophony of sounds erupted, thuds, roars, gasps, and cries echoed through the forest. Flander, with wings spread wide, could not help but shield his eyes and turn away, unable to bear the sight. There was no need to even light an incense stick. The entire confrontation concluded in mere breaths. The figure in black stood with his hands clasped behind him, as if nothing had transpired, his dark attire unblemished. In stark contrast, Zhao Wujing lay on the ground, his head swollen and eyes darkened, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth as he gasped for breath. Do you understand now, Zhao Wujing? The figure in black inquired calmly. Flander cautiously approached, assisting the fallen Zhao Wujing to rise. Surprisingly, Zhao Wujing's face radiated gratitude. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your guidance. The figure in black acknowledged them with a nod, murmuring a few words. Both Zhao Wuji and Flander nodded in response, their expressions solemn. What just transpired was your recompense. I shall depend on you moving forward. The tone of the figure softened, though it remained composed. Behind the black mask, his profound eyes revealed a hint of warmth. With that final statement, he flickered and vanished silently. Zhao Wuji and Flander stood in place for some time, the former needing Flander's support to remain upright. Flander, you lack loyalty. When asked to stand aside, you complied without hesitation. If it were not for His Excellency's lack of malice, I might have met a grimmer fate, Zhao Wuji lamented. At this moment, both of their martial souls were retracted. Standing beside Zhao Wuji was a tall elder, who spoke with a slight lisp. If Tang San and Xiao Wu had been present, they would have instantly recognized him as the cunning vendor from whom they had purchased the crystal for 200 gold soul coins. Flander retorted, what do you understand? If he had truly harbored ill intentions with my assistance, would we have emerged unscathed? Have you not heard of his reputation? He dares confront even the Pope. What fears could he possess? He already stated that should he defeat you, you would undertake a task for him. So he would not genuinely wish to harm you. Otherwise, how could you fulfill his request? This is simple logic. Zhao Wuji sighed. I am fully aware of your intent. You wish to avoid provoking him. However, after being so thoroughly beaten, might I not express my grievances? His strength is undeniably terrifying. Even without the aid of my martial soul, I am still no match for him. I suspect his soul power exceeds 95. He is perilously close to the 100 mark. Few, if any, on this continent could contend with him. Flander replied, which title Douluo is not formidable. You are fortunate this time. Let us return. Though your experience today was harsh, the insights you gained from him, as someone of the same martial soul category, will prove invaluable. As night deepened, the students of Shrek Academy remained blissfully unaware of the tumult that had transpired on this seemingly tranquil evening. As for Zhao Wuji's battered visage, it would not recover swiftly. Chapter 21. The Evil Fire Phoenix, Part 1. Morning. Early in the morning, Tang San had already risen. His daily practice of the purple extreme demon eye had become an essential part of his routine. Moreover, there were several significant matters that required his immediate attention. Upon exiting the dormitory he shared with Oscar, he noticed that dawn had yet to break. After a night of rest, Tang San's internal power had fully recovered. Following Oscar's guidance, he swiftly made his way to the open ground where Zhao Wuji had assessed them the previous day, preparing to retrieve his hidden weapons. These weapons were not easily crafted, and he was reluctant to discard them carelessly. Particularly, the crossbow bolt adorned with exquisite floral designs and the poison needle shot from the hidden sand technique had taken him considerable effort and time to create. Fortunately, most of the hidden weapons used yesterday were still intact. Utilizing the keen perception of his purple extreme demon eye, he promptly located each weapon and returned them to their rightful places. During his years in Nodding City, Tang San had fully equipped himself, and the battle with Zhao Wuji marked the first time he had unleashed his full potential with hidden weapons. As he collected his arms, he reflected on the gains and losses from the previous day's confrontation. Zhao Wuji's defensive capabilities were truly formidable. Fortunately, his speed was not overwhelming, and he had not exerted his full strength. Otherwise, Tang San would have had no chance at all. How should he deal with such powerful adversaries? If he were to face foes of Zhao Wuji's caliber in the future, what strategies could he employ to secure victory? A myriad of thoughts flashed through Tang San's mind. He realized that his proficiency with hidden weapons was still lacking in refinement, and improvement in this area could not be achieved overnight. The hidden weapons ranked among the top in the Xiantian Treasure Records arsenal required formidable internal power as a foundation. To confront a powerhouse like Zhao Wuji with his current abilities seemed impossible. There was but one solution: to forge more powerful mechanized hidden weapons. For instance, the three most fearsome mechanized hidden weapons of the Tang sect: the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus, the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, and the Peacock Feather. Yet, creating these three weapons was exceedingly challenging, with each demanding the highest standards for materials. Under the present circumstances, it was utterly unfeasible. Although Tang San had previously crafted each of these weapons and possessed considerable experience, recreating any one of them would require at least a year. Assuming he could find the necessary materials without difficulty. With a resigned sigh, Tang San shook his head in futility. Given his current situation, manufacturing these three hidden weapons was equally unrealistic. It appeared that his only recourse was to diligently train, striving to gradually enhance his weaponry skills while simultaneously arming himself better. He needed to seek opportunities to procure some poisons, though the mandrake snake venom was rather singular in nature. After retrieving all his hidden weapons, Tang San leapt onto the rooftop of a nearby building and began his cultivation, facing the gradually emerging purple aura in the east. Pressure also served as motivation. Following the battle from the previous day, he had begun to sense a breakthrough nearing the transition from the 29th to the 30th level of soul power. Once he reached the 30th level and diligently cultivated it to its fullest, he could hunt the third soul beast and acquire an additional soul ring. At that moment, his strength would experience a qualitative leap. When the sun rose, Tang San returned to the dormitory. At that time, Oscar was still snuggled under his blanket, soundly asleep. In the morning, he had been roused by Tang San's inquiries about the examination location, even drooling in his slumber. "Xiaoyao, wake up," Tang San urged, giving Oscar a gentle nudge. "What is it?" "Let me sleep a little longer," Oscar mumbled sleepily. Tang San furrowed his brow and said, "Please rise. It is already quite late. Are you not aware that the key to a successful day lies in the morning?" Oscar, somewhat resigned, opened his eyes and gazed at Tang San. "I am not like you all. You are battle spirit masters, while I am a weapon spirit master. Specifically of the food type. I do not require the same arduous training as you. Brother, I kindly ask you not to disturb me and allow me to sleep a little longer." Tang San, feeling helpless, said, "Then please tell me where Xiao Wu resides. I would like to see if she is well." Oscar replied, "Upon exiting our dormitory, turn left and walk approximately 30 meters. There you will find a wooden house. That is where Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong reside. However, I must caution you. The academy has strict regulations prohibiting male students from indiscriminately bothering female students. Violation of these rules can lead to severe consequences. Our Shrek Academy occupies 1/3 of this village, while the other side is reserved for the villagers' residences. It is advisable to avoid venturing there. Indeed, Shrek Academy is quite lacking in funds. The entire institution has merely rented 1/3 of this village's area and made rudimentary constructions. The so-called school buildings are merely the former wooden houses of the villagers. Fortunately, being in close proximity to Soto City makes shopping relatively convenient." Tang San stepped out of his dormitory once again, feeling a slight hunger pang in his stomach. However, compared to his concern for Xiao Wu, this matter would naturally be addressed later. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the dormitory shared by Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. Should he simply enter? While there was no issue with Xiao Wu, given their long-standing cohabitation as siblings, the presence of another young lady made the situation a tad more delicate. After a moment of hesitation, Tang San ultimately refrained from entering. He softly called out, "Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu." It wasn't long before the door opened, and Xiao Wu emerged from within, still clad in the same attire as the previous day. Aside from her slightly pale complexion, she appeared to be in good spirits. Upon seeing her, Tang San breathed a sigh of relief. "Xiao Wu, are you feeling better?" Xiao Wu gestured for silence, indicating that Rong was still in her meditation and should not be disturbed. "Let us speak in private," she suggested, for reasons unknown to him. Tang San sensed that Xiao Wu's gaze held a subtle difference today. He could not quite articulate what had changed. Chapter 21. The Evil Fire Phoenix, Part 2. As it turned out, Xiao Wu had awakened from her stupor in the dead of night, concerned for her well-being. Ning Rongrong had remained vigilantly by her side. Once she regained consciousness, she recounted the events that had transpired since the previous day. Tang San gently ruffled Xiao Wu's hair and said, "I was at fault yesterday. I failed to protect you." Xiao Wu shook her head, playfully sticking out her adorable pink tongue. "It was that teacher who was too formidable. How could it be your fault?" She continued, "This place is nothing like Nodding. It seems everyone possesses remarkable strength. Thankfully, there has been a soul master of extraordinary caliber." Tang San, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "How do you know that there are no soul masters of the soul Douluo level within the academy?" "Teacher Zhao is merely the vice president." "Perhaps the president is of that caliber?" Xiao Wu paused for a moment, then, attempting to conceal her thoughts, replied, "I am merely speculating. After all, how could a soul Douluo willingly reside in such a tranquil and insignificant place?" Tang San, without harboring any doubts, took Xiao Wu's soft hand and suggested, "Let us seek something to eat. I imagine you must be hungry as well." "Indeed, I am quite famished," Xiao Wu replied, nodding her head. At this moment, she had regained her lively demeanor and eagerly linked her arm with Tang San's. Having recently arrived and still disoriented from their battle-induced fainting the previous day, the two were unfamiliar with Shrek Academy. With little option left, they decided to follow the wisps of smoke rising in the air, hoping to discover a place where food might be procured. The village was modest in size, and as they wandered, they unknowingly ventured beyond the confines of Shrek Academy. While the area surrounding the academy was tranquil, the villagers on the other side were already bustling with activity. Adhering to the age-old custom of rising with the sun to tend to their farming duties, essential for their livelihood. Uncertain of where the academy's breakfast might be located, Tang San resolved to first buy some food in the village to satisfy their hunger. As they prepared to locate a farmhouse for provisions, they noticed a young man and woman engaged in a heated argument not far ahead. The youthful pair appeared to be in their early teens. The girl seemed to be around 14 or 15, characterized by her ordinary appearance, yet brimming with the vitality of youth. Clad in simple farmer's attire, she likely belonged to one of the village families. The boy, embroiled in the dispute with her, appeared even younger. Perhaps of a similar age to Tang San and Xiao Wu. He was not tall, and though somewhat plump, he exuded a sense of sturdiness. His short hair and small eyes, coupled with the roundness of his cheeks, lent him a somewhat endearing quality. Most amusingly, he sported 2 wisps of hair above his lip, resembling the beginnings of a mustache, reminiscent of a mouse's whiskers. The girl gazed at the chubby boy with a hint of fear in her eyes. "Ma Hongjun, do not seek me out again. I will no longer be with you." The chubby boy replied in a peculiar tone. "So, have I treated you poorly? Why must we part ways?" Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged a glance, both perceiving the playful mirth in each other's eyes. It is indeed remarkable how precocious youth can be, discussing matters of separation at such a tender age. They paused, observing the unfolding scene with keen interest. Suddenly, Suewa's face flushed crimson as she said, "You have been quite kind to me, but I simply cannot endure you any longer. We are incompatible. You should seek someone else. Moreover, I am several years your senior. I implore you, do not pursue me any further." The stout boy, Ma Hongjun, retorted angrily. "What do you mean you can't endure me? I fail to comprehend what you women are thinking. If you wish to break up, that's fine. But if you come back to me, I will end it for good. Otherwise, no way." As he spoke, Ma Hongjun reached out to grasp the girl, Sawa. She recoiled like a frightened rabbit, yet his speed was swift, and he managed to seize her hand. Suewa pleaded, "No, please let me go." "Are you even human?" Unable to bear the sight any longer, Xiao Wu leapt forward, commanding him to halt. Both Ma Hongjun and Suehua turned to look at her in surprise. The stout boy blinked rapidly, his lips quivering, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "What is this? Do you wish to take her place as my girlfriend? Fine, I accept." "How dare you?" Xiao Wu exclaimed in fury, delivering a swift kick that dislodged his grip on Suehua. "You little scoundrel! At such a young age, you should learn to behave. In broad daylight, do you intend to forcibly abduct a girl?" At her words, Ma Hongjun's expression darkened. "This is our affair. Mind your own business. If you do not wish to be my woman, then be gone." As Xiao Wu prepared to retaliate, Tang San stepped in front of her. "You are Ma Hongjun, correct? I ask that you cease troubling this young lady." Having learned from yesterday's ordeal, Tang San was reluctant to let Xiao Wu act recklessly. He also sensed that this stout boy was not as simple as he appeared. Ma Hongjun scoffed. "Who do you think you are to interfere in my matters? Seeking trouble? Are you?" Tang San's expression darkened as he inquired, "Who are you, old man?" Ma Hongjun's whiskers twitched slightly, and he retorted, "I am indeed the old man you speak of, meddling in affairs that do not concern me." Tang San moved. Even with his gentle temperament, he could not tolerate such humiliation. He executed the ghost shadow perplexing steps, delivering a kick aimed at the chubby boy's chest. The force behind this kick was contained yet skillfully controlled. If the boy were merely an ordinary person, he would have only been sent tumbling. However, should he possess any extraordinary abilities, Tang San's strength could unleash at any moment. As Tang San had anticipated, the chubby boy was not to be underestimated. Without hesitation, he met the incoming kick, crossing his fists in front of him to block Tang San's foot, his body shimmering with a faint purple light. A clear indication of soul power fluctuations. Tang San's kick abruptly halted in midair, transforming into a step as he aimed to stomp on the rotund man's abdomen. The stout individual reacted with remarkable swiftness, raising his fist in unison to strike down upon Tang San's foot. With a resounding thud, Tang San withdrew his leg, while the plump man staggered back a few steps. The two appeared evenly matched, as the stout fellow's soul power seemed only slightly inferior to Tang San's. Momentarily taken aback, the rotund man realized that Tang San was also a soul master, which explained his audacity to meddle in his affairs. "Let me demonstrate what true strength is," he proclaimed, lowering his voice as he invoked the phoenix spirit. The mere mention of the phoenix sent a shiver through both Tang San and Xiao Wu, for among beastly martial spirits, there existed a select few of extraordinary might, one of which was the phoenix, also known as the colorful bird. The phoenix martial spirit not only bestowed the ability of flight but also granted formidable fire attributes, making it a pinnacle among combat-oriented spirits. A violet-red radiance surged from the stout man's being, his short hair suddenly lengthening and gathering at the center, forming a Mohican hairstyle. Although wings did not manifest, the intense heat radiating from the violet-red light was palpable. 2 rings of yellow soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, while elongated feathers sprouted from his robust arms, which morphed into claw-like appendages. Observing his transformation, Xiaowu stifled a laugh. Is there truly such a plump phoenix? To me, he resembles a common hen. At that moment, Ma Hongjuan's appearance was indeed rather comical, with his rotund figure, long violet-red feathered arms, and upright hair. If he were to claim he was a phoenix, few would believe him. He looked more akin to a portly hen. Ma Hongjun, seemingly incensed, retorted furiously, "Who are you calling a hen?" Raising his hands, his first soul ring blazed to life, and with a fierce opening of his mouth, a stream of slender violet-red flames erupted towards Xiaowu. The intense heat distorted the air, and the purple flames, though not explosive, shot forth like an elongated line of fire. "Be careful," Tang San exclaimed, waving his right hand, summoning a blue vine that gracefully coiled around Xiaowu's slender waist, pulling her swiftly to his side to evade the fiery assault. However, it was evident that Ma Hongjun had no intention of relenting. The flames from his mouth maintained a 5-meter length, chasing after Xiaowu like a fiery weapon. Tang San grasped Xiaowu's hand and swiftly retreated, while several strands of blue-silver grass rapidly extended along the ground. Through a brief observation, he discerned that Ma Hongjuan's flames possessed an exceptionally high temperature. However, they bore a significant limitation, an attack range of merely 5 meters. As long as he could confine Ma Hongjuan's movements, he believed overcoming him would not pose a challenge. Indeed, just as Ma Hongjun was about to pursue, he suddenly felt his feet stiffen. His legs had been firmly ensnared by the blue-silver grass. A sharp, intense pain surged through his leg, followed swiftly by a numbing sensation. Startled, Ma Hongjun glanced down and saw the blue-silver grass wrapping around him. Without hesitation, he activated his second spirit ring skill. With a sudden explosion, fierce purple flames erupted from his body, expanding outward in an instant. The blue-silver grass entwined around him ignited violently upon contact with the purple flames, turning to ashes in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this, Tang San was taken aback, acutely aware that Ma Hongjuan's martial soul seemed to be the natural nemesis of his own. Although the blue-silver grass had become remarkably resilient under the influence of 2 spirit rings as a plant, it remained profoundly vulnerable to fire, at least for now. Ma Hongjun, engulfed in purple flames, appeared significantly more formidable, his eyes blazing with furious light as he charged toward Tang San and Xiaowu, exhaling flames as if a fire deity had descended upon them. "I'm coming," Tang San exclaimed, but Xiaowu had already darted ahead. Her fluffy rabbit ears quivered slightly with her rapid movements, her entire being radiating a vibrant red glow as her spirit power surged outward. Tang San's fingers moved subtly, already gripping several concealed weapons. His violet eyes glimmered with intensity. Should he perceive any danger befalling Xiaowu, he would not hesitate to act. Although the portly man's martial spirit was formidable, Tang San discerned from their previous encounters that his soul power paled in comparison to his own. He could not possibly withstand Tang San's hidden weapons, as Xiaowu Jia had. As Xiaowu charged towards him, Ma Hongjun seized the opportunity, unleashing a torrent of flames that carved a circular barrier in the air, obstructing all of Xiaowu's potential paths forward. Inwardly, Ma Hongjun mused, "That insolent girl dares to label me a mere chicken. If I don't show her my true colors, I won't be known as the evil fire phoenix." Yet, he noted her beauty, deciding it best not to char her too severely. As he contemplated, the intensity of his flames diminished slightly. They would injure, but not fatally. Xiaowu sensed the decrease in the purple flame's temperature. "Ah, is this fellow showing me mercy? Very well, I shall reciprocate with gentleness." Just as Ma Hongjun believed Xiaowu would be ensnared by his first spirit ring technique, the Phoenix Fire line, she suddenly curled her body in midair, twisting gracefully, as if surpassing the limitations of the human form, deftly slipping through the gaps of his fiery assault. When her form unfurled once more, she found herself beside Ma Hongjun. What was Xiaowu's strength? Without employing his concealed weapons, Tang San could only hope to match her evenly, and even then, he could not allow her to close the distance. While Ma Hongjuan's second spirit ring technique, the Phoenix of Fire, provided comprehensive defense while also delivering counterattacks, Xiaowu had already extended her soul power outward, enabling her to resist effortlessly for a short duration. As Tang San observed Xiaowu approach Ma Hongjun, He had already retracted his concealed weapons, leaving no suspense in this confrontation. Chapter 21. The Evil Fire Phoenix, Part 4. Indeed, Xiao Wu afforded Ma Hongjun no chance to react. In a swift motion, she pivoted to his rear, supported herself with her hands, and kicked her legs up, ensnaring Ma Hongjun's neck with her feet, activating her first spirit ring technique, the waist bow. Xiao Wu's entire form resembled an arched bow, the radiance of her first spirit ring enveloping her. In an instant, she unleashed her strength like a taut bowstring, flinging Ma Hongjun's body away. The effect of the waist bow technique, instantaneously amplifying her waist strength by 100%, while enhancing her body's resilience by 50%. After reaching level 10 in soul power, each subsequent level increases the amplification effect by 1%. This meant that upon activating the waist bow, Xiao Wu could augment her waist strength by 119%. The explosive elasticity was sufficient to throw any non-strength type opponent below level 50 in soul power. However, the efficacy of the waist bow necessitated close proximity to the enemy. Otherwise, sheer strength would be of no avail. It was hard to fathom how Xiao Wu, with a waist not even as thick as Ma Hongjun's thigh, could generate such tremendous force. Given Ma Hongjun's restraint on his flames, Xiao Wu too exercised restraint and did not hurl him directly to the ground, but rather propelled him into the air, allowing him time to regain control of his descent. Yet, she evidently overestimated Ma Hongjun's ability to manage his body. He tumbled clumsily through the air before landing with a resounding thud, disoriented and dazed. "Stop, please. You mustn't fight," exclaimed the girl named Suihua, rushing towards Ma Hongjun. The flames enveloping him seemed to extinguish upon impact, and he struggled to rise from the ground, dazed. Suihua helped dust off Ma Hongjun, inquiring, "Are you all right?" With a grunt, Ma Hongjun replied, "I'm not dead yet. Little rabbit, come at me again." Xiao Wu leaped into the air, deftly casting off her shoes with a swift motion. Although her soul power mitigated much of the effect of Ma Hongjun's second spirit technique, the shoes that had gripped his neck were tainted with that purple flame. To her astonishment, the purple flames bore a viscous quality. They did not extinguish upon contact. Left with no choice, she discarded her shoes, standing barefoot on the ground with her delicate, pale feet. "Suihua, what are you doing?" Xiao Wu glanced at Suihua's concerned demeanor towards Ma Hongjun, perplexed. Hadn't this hefty fellow been bullying her moments ago? Suihua pleaded, "Please, do not fight. In truth, Hongjun is a good person. It's just that we are not suited for one another. I simply need to explain things to him." Ma Hongjun retorted angrily, "Stay out of my affairs. Move aside." With that, he shoved Suihua away and charged towards Xiao Wu once more. However, mindful of Suihua's safety, he refrained from unleashing his second spirit technique again. Just then, an astonished voice interrupted, "Tang San, fatty, what is the meaning of this?" Tang San and Ma Hongjun simultaneously turned their gazes toward the source of the sound, and there they beheld Dai Mubai, clad in pristine white attire and with his hair meticulously arranged, approaching them. Xiao Wu snorted softly, inquiring about the situation. "Why don't you ask him?" she suggested. "This rotund fellow is bullying a girl in broad daylight. We cannot stand idly by and must teach him a lesson." A sudden spark of amusement flickered across Dai Mubai's stern visage. "Xiao Wu, I believe you have misunderstood," he remarked. Turning to the young lady, he added, "Miss Suihua, you too have found him intolerable?" Suihua's face flushed crimson as she nodded and swiftly turned to flee. This time, Ma Hongjun refrained from pursuing her, his expression one of despondency. Tang San approached Dai Mubai, his brow furrowed in confusion. "What on earth is happening?" he inquired. Dai Mubai glanced at the plump figure beside him and asked, "Would you care to explain, or shall I do it for you?" Ma Hongjun cast a sidelong glance at Dai Mubai and, lowering his head, replied, "You go ahead." With a hearty laugh, Dai Mubai teased, "What's this? The hefty fellow is feeling shy too? Very well, I shall take it upon myself to elucidate." He then turned to Tang San and Xiao Wu, saying, "Do you recall when I mentioned that there are only 3 students in our academy, myself included?" Tang San suddenly understood. "You mean, he is the one?" Dai Mubai nodded and said, "Indeed, the chubby one is the 3rd. He was also the latest to join the academy before you all. Although I did not witness the earlier events firsthand, I could easily conjecture what transpired. In truth, one cannot blame him. The fault lies with his inferior martial spirit." "Ridiculous. Your martial spirit is the one that's inferior. Mine is a phoenix. Even if my ancestors' martial spirits were all chickens, mine is still a phoenix. Haven't you heard? Even in a grass nest, there can be a golden phoenix." Ma Hongjun retorted with irritation. Dai Mubai maintained his smile, A phoenix. Very well, let it be a phoenix. Tang San, the chubby one's martial spirit is quite peculiar, the dean remarked. He possesses a mutated martial spirit. A mutated martial spirit? What kind of mutation occurs between which martial spirits? Tang San inquired further. He had heard much from the master regarding mutated martial spirits. Once a martial spirit undergoes mutation, it can only lead to two outcomes. Either it becomes extraordinarily powerful or it is significantly weakened. The master himself had suffered from martial spirit mutation. The martial spirit of Ma Hongjun before him evidently belonged to the category of beneficial mutation. Daimubai explained, not only I, but even Ma Hongjun himself may be unaware. In their village, the martial spirits of all individuals are essentially a type of non-combative poultry. Somehow, when it came to him, the martial spirit mutated, granting him an innate ability for flames. The chubby one did not enter the academy on his own. He was discovered by the dean 3 years ago in their village and brought here. He should be of a similar age to you all. Due to the mutation of his martial spirit, the chubby one possesses formidable flame abilities, which are quite peculiar, extremely high in temperature and exhibiting strong adhesion, making them difficult to extinguish. The dean mentioned that after the mutation, he could genuinely become a phoenix. However, this martial spirit also harbors a significant flaw. While the mutation provided him with powerful soul energy, it simultaneously affected his body in certain ways. Ma Hongjun hastily added, the evil fire surges up uncontrollably. Chapter 22, The Four-Eyed Cat Eagle, Flander, Part 1. Tang San and Xiao Wu were both momentarily taken aback, their expressions transforming into something rather peculiar. While Tang San possessed a considerable understanding of mutated martial souls, he had never before encountered one like Ma Hongjun's. Tang San turned his gaze towards Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai nodded in affirmation, stating, indeed, Fatty never imposes on others. That girl, Sui Hua, is indeed his girlfriend. Ma Hongjun, somewhat irked, corrected him, it's the evil fire phoenix. Tang San stared in astonishment and remarked, indeed, it is the Monster Academy. Even such a mutated martial soul exists. Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly as she huffed, truly. There are all kinds of people. Ma Hongjun glared at Dai Mubai and said, if I had a face like yours and Xiao's, allowing me to date multiple girlfriends at once, would I be in this predicament? You need not belittle yourself. Do not think I am unaware of your daily escapades with different girls. Dai Mubai's eyes flashed with a hint of urgency as he glanced over his shoulder. Lowering his voice, Fatty, one can indulge in food without restraint, but one must choose their words wisely. Keep your voice down. Ma Hongjun chuckled. Aren't you the one who takes pride in such matters? What is wrong with you today? Did you take the wrong medicine? Dai Mubai shot him a glare. Enough of your nonsense. Some things ought not to be spoken lightly. If you tarnish my reputation further, do not blame me for being unkind. Tang San could not help but inquire, Ma Hongjun, now that you are without a girlfriend, what will you do in the future? Will you cease your cultivation? Ma Hongjun shrugged nonchalantly, replying, what else can I do? My life is paramount. I suppose I should consult the dean and see if he has any solutions. Xiao Wu interjected, where is the dining hall? I feel as though I might starve to death. Dai Mubai responded, follow me. The four of them returned to the premises of Shrek Academy, where Dai Mubai led them to the dining hall. The so-called dining hall was merely an agreement between the academy and the village, employing a few villagers to manage the meals. Although breakfast was rather simple, the ample portions ensured that no one would go hungry. Upon their arrival, Ning Rongrong and the aloof girl, Zhu Zhuqing, were already present. Zhu Zhuqing appeared somewhat pallid, yet otherwise seemed unaffected, perhaps due to their previous cooperation. Both women nodded at Tang San and Xiao Wu upon seeing them. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her usual cold demeanor, while Ning Rongrong's expression was noticeably warmer, her smile revealing two charming dimples that made her all the more enchanting. Ma Hongjun gazed at the two ladies with a somewhat dazed expression, unabashedly swallowing hard. Dai Mubai nudged him with his elbow, whispering, behave yourself. It's best to keep those urges in check. Ma Hongjun retorted indignantly, why? Are you going to intervene again? I mean, Dai, even if you were the leader, you ought to leave some scraps for your brothers. Dai Mubai nudged him a second time, casting a furtive glance at Zhu Zhuqing, who seemed oblivious to their antics as she slowly consumed her breakfast, her expression still icy. Xiao Wu settled beside Ning Rongrong, chuckling softly while sharing whispers. From Ning Rongrong's slightly surprised gaze towards Ma Hongjun, he realized they were discussing him. Feeling somewhat dejected, he slumped down and vented his frustration on the breakfast before him. Dai Mubai cleared his throat, stating, that lazy fellow Xiao Ao is still asleep. He is perpetually so sluggish. Aside from Xiao Ao, I believe everyone else is here. For the time being, We shall live and study together, so let us get to know one another. Allow me to introduce you. This chubby fellow is another member of our academy, named Ma Hongjun, and his martial soul is the Phoenix. Upon hearing the word Phoenix, Zhu Zhuqing lifted her gaze, but merely glanced at Ma Hongjun before her eyes swept past Dai Mu Bai, adding an extra chill to her demeanor. Ma Hongjun remarked, by the way, Dai. I heard that a new student made quite a fool of teacher Zhao yesterday. Who was it? Dai Mu Bai replied, you just had an encounter with him. However, you were fortunate. You did not face the same treatment as teacher Zhao. While speaking, he pointed at Tang San. Ma Hongjun looked at Tang San in disbelief. Wait a moment. Your soul power is slightly stronger than mine, but it shouldn't be much higher, perhaps not even at level 30. How could you possibly best teacher Zhao? He is a soul sage at level 76. I refuse to believe it. Chapter 22. The Four-Eyed Cat Eagle, Flinder, Part 2. Tang San smiled and remarked, it is merely a matter of luck. My strength is my own. I do not require the validation of others. Dai Mu Bai shared the names and martial spirits of the four newcomers with Ma Hongjun, and regarding Tang San's true prowess, he offered little explanation, merely hinting to Ma Hongjun that it would be wise not to provoke him. Once introductions were complete, Dai Mu Bai continued, we will all be living and training together moving forward. There is no need for overly formal titles. Including the four of you newcomers, our academy comprises only 7 individuals. Xiao Ao and Fatty refer to me as Dai Lauda, given that I am slightly older than them. You may simply call me Mu Bai. As for Ma Hongjun, you can refer to him directly as Fatty, and Oscar, you may call him Xiao Ao or Uncle Sausage. Tang San, how about I call you Xiao San from now on? Tang San nodded, indicating his agreement. Although his exposure to Shrek Academy had been limited, he already felt a burgeoning sense of belonging. Dai Mu Bai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun each possessed distinct characteristics, yet none of them evoked any disdain in him. Before Dai Mu Bai could speak of himself, Ning Rongrong cheerfully interjected, you may call me Rongrong. That is how my family and friends address me. Her radiant smile lingered. And with that simple statement, she effortlessly bridged the gap between herself and the others. Naturally, there was no need to alter Xiaowu's form of address. However, when Dai Mu Bai's gaze fell upon Zhu Zhuqing, she stood up and declared, I am full, before turning and walking away. Ma Hongjun, taken aback, turned to Dai Mu Bai and remarked, Boss Dai, are you not renowned for your unparalleled charm among women, famously dubbed the girl killer? Why does this new beauty not even spare you a glance? Dai Mu Bai could only smile wryly, shaking his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Tang San said to Dai Mu Bai, as newcomers, could you enlighten us about the rules and courses of the academy? Dai Mu Bai reluctantly withdrew his thoughts from Zhu Zhuqing and replied, the academy does not impose any particularly stringent rules. To put it simply, looting is prohibited. Yet combat and gambling are encouraged. A subtle smile graced Tang San's face. Indeed, the Monster Academy lived up to its name, boasting teaching methods vastly different from those of the Nodding Academy. Dai Mu Bai elucidated, the instructors believe that combat is the most effective way to hone one's martial soul and that enhancing practical experience is of paramount importance. Gambling, on the other hand, is a mental contest that greatly benefits one's psychological fortitude, observation skills, and judgment. Of course, moderation is key. Simply put, one should not kill in battle, and losing one's trousers in gambling is also acceptable. As for the course schedule, I cannot say for certain what it will be, as our curriculum is subject to change at any moment. After all, we are but a small group, and the number of teachers even surpasses that of the students. Thus, the academy will adjust the courses according to our individual circumstances. However, I can assure you that the most crucial aspect of today's lesson is the collection of fees. The academy charges an annual tuition of 100 gold coins. For you, as great soul masters, this should pose no challenge. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu couldn't help but interject, Dai Mu Bai, you mentioned yesterday that the school is impoverished. But why is that? Several teachers we encountered are of the 60th or 70th rank. By rank, the subsidies they should receive from the Martial Soul Hall are astronomical, which should adequately support such a small academy, shouldn't it? Based on Xiaowu's calculations, the subsidies for a soul master are 1 gold coin per month. 10 for a great soul master, 100 for a soul venerable, 1,000 for a soul sect, and 10,000 for a soul king. With soul emperors receiving as much as 100,000 gold coins monthly. Not to mention Zhao Wujia's presence yesterday, a soul sage, who would command a staggering 1 million gold coins per month, an alarming figure indeed. Dai Mu Bai shook his head and replied, if it were as you say, the academy would certainly not have to worry about income. However, The reality is quite different. The subsidies from the Martial Soul Hall are funded by the Empire and distributed by the Hall itself. These subsidies are only available up to the Soul Venerable level. Each month, one receives 100 gold coins, as I do now. Beyond the Soul Venerable level, not only does the subsidy not increase, but it also ceases entirely. This means that Soul Masters of the Soul Sect rank and above cannot receive any subsidies from the Martial Soul Hall. When you go to collect your subsidies each month, there is a soul power test, which determines whether your soul power exceeds the 40th level. Once you surpass that threshold, the subsidies will be immediately discontinued. At this point, even Tang San was intrigued. Why is that so? One would think that the higher the Soul Master's rank, the more valuable they are. Daimobai explained, this must be viewed from a practical standpoint. While Soul Masters are indeed a noble profession, their actual numbers are not particularly high. Yet they still constitute a considerable group. You should have calculated that if subsidies were distributed proportionately, a Soul Sage would receive 100,000 gold soul coins monthly, totaling 1,200,000 gold soul coins annually. That is an immense sum. If we consider the income of our teachers under full subsidy from the Empire, it would amount to a figure equivalent to 1/10 of the total income of Soto City annually. What an astonishing number. Furthermore, even though the number of high-ranking Soul Masters in the entire Empire is scarce, distributing subsidies in such a manner would be sufficient to bankrupt the entire Empire. Consequently, the Empire has established that subsidies are intended solely to encourage and assist lower-ranking Soul Masters in their cultivation to enhance their abilities as swiftly as possible. However, once they reach level 40, they are deemed sufficiently powerful to pledge allegiance to the Empire or join the military. In such cases, the Empire will provide corresponding rewards. Of course, Soul Masters possess the freedom to choose and may also gain substantial income by aligning with certain families. As Daimobai continued, admiration shone on his face. All of our teachers at the Academy are Soul Masters who refuse to rely on any external powers. Meaning that before the establishment of the Academy, they all operated independently. They cherish their freedom and disdain constraints, even dismissing the titles conferred by the Empire. Consider this. Under such circumstances, what income could they possibly have? Xiao inquired, why would they shun the titles offered by the Empire? It seems that having a title would guarantee some income. I recall that those above the 30th level can receive a baronetcy from the Empire, and at 40, a viscountcy. Beyond that, there are no further titles. Ning Rongrong answered on behalf of Daimobai. Accepting a title from the Empire entails a duty to pledge loyalty to it. In the event of war, as a noble of the Empire, one must comply with imperial commands and head to the battlefield. While the title of nobility may seem appealing, it also serves as a restrictive yoke. Many powerful Soul Masters refuse to accept noble titles precisely to avoid being bound to serve any faction at will. At that moment, a loud ringing echoed from outside. Daimobai quickly rose, stating, that is the bell summoned by the Dean. Fatty, take them directly to the Grand Playground. I will fetch Zhu Qing. With that, he briskly exited the dining hall. Ma Hongjun observed his departing figure and muttered, Daimobai seems to have changed somewhat. I've never seen him so concerned about a woman before. Ning Rongrong chuckled softly. How old are you to be fussing over women? Ma Hongjun huffed. Boasting. Though I'm not old, I have had my share of women. Let us hurry. The Dean doesn't like tardiness. Upon saying this, he seemed to shudder slightly, evidently recalling past experiences. When the four arrived at the Grand Playground, the drowsy Oscar had already made his appearance, munching on a sausage he had crafted himself. Oscar had undergone a significant transformation. Primarily, he was now clean-shaven. Upon seeing him, Tang San nearly failed to recognize the newly shorn Oscar, who bore a completely different visage. Previously, Ma Hongjun had remarked that both Daimobai and Oscar possessed feminine faces, a clear expression of jealousy. Only now did Tang San comprehend what Ma Hongjun envied. Daimobai was already exceptionally handsome, particularly with his captivating eyes that easily drew attention. However, purely in terms of appearance, he could not rival the now clean-shaven Oscar. With deep-set, alluring eyes and a countenance reminiscent of jade, Oscar appeared strikingly handsome and harmonious, his well-groomed eyebrows and a roguish grin giving him the air of a dashing nobleman. Yet, even the most handsome nobleman would not appear particularly dignified while gnawing on a sausage. Your beard? Tang San approached Oscar, unable to resist pointing at his face. Oscar chuckled, quickly finishing his sausage, and whispered, with a few new beauties around, how can I not present myself well? You seem inexperienced in such matters. Daimobai clearly has his eyes on that chilly girl, while Xiao Wu is yours. Fatty, with that fiery demeanor, surely doesn't he attract the ladies? So my target is Ning Rongrong. You want to compete with me? Will you? Tang San gently tapped his forehead and inquired. May I ask how old you were this year? Without hesitation, Oscar replied, I am 14 years old. Why do you ask? My father had me when he was just 14. Tang San suddenly realized that if one were to test psychological capabilities, Shrek Academy was undoubtedly an excellent choice. Not to mention the teachers, each of these students was a veritable monster. Even he himself possessed secret skills that were unparalleled in this world. Dai Mubai had arrived with Zhu Zhuqing, who evidently maintained a certain distance from him, while Dai Mubai's expression was notably grim. Oscar, reveling in their misfortune, remarked with a smirk, It seems that Boss Dai has encountered a setback. His previously unassailable charm is about to meet its match this time. As they conversed, a middle-aged man approached from the opposite side of the playground. Upon seeing him, Tang San and Xiao were momentarily taken aback. The newcomer appeared to be in his 50s, with a sturdy build and a distinctive facial structure, his chin protruding slightly, wide cheekbones, a flat face, and a somewhat hooked nose. If one were to liken him to an object, one might say his face resembled the sole of a shoe, despite his eyes being closed. He exuded a somewhat cunning aura. He wore a pair of black-framed crystal glasses, the frame rigidly square. Xiao exclaimed in surprise, Isn't that the shifty merchant uncle? Oscar replied incredulously, What shifty merchant uncle? This is our esteemed dean, the founder of Shrek Academy, Four-Eyed Cat Eagle, Flinder. He is a soul sage of level 78. Even more formidable than Teacher Zhao. Moreover, he possesses a flying-type beast martial soul, which is quite rare among battle soul masters. The fatty is his direct disciple. Xiao murmured, Thank goodness he is only level 78. I never expected that iconic phrase about only accepting monsters and not ordinary people would originate from him. Uncle Sausage. Does our academy have any soul masters at the Soul Douluo level? Oscar shook his head, saying, Please call me Oscar, the sausage specialist. Do you think Soul Douluos are as common as groceries? There are hardly any to be found. Across the entire continent, there are fewer than 100 individuals at the Soul Douluo level, all supported by the empires and their subordinate kingdoms. As for titled Douluos, the two great empires combined have only about 10. They are not easy to encounter. Chapter 22. Four-Eyed Cat Eagle Flinder 4. Xiao seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. That's good to know. Tang San glanced at Xiao and asked, Xiao, what troubles you? Xiao shook her head, concealing her thoughts as she replied, It's nothing. Do you think that cunning merchant will still remember us? Tang San let out a bitter smile, saying, It has only been 2 days. He should not have forgotten. However, since he is the dean, he likely wouldn't hold a grudge against your transgression. Oscar chuckled softly and replied, You're mistaken. Our Dean Flander is notorious for his grudges. Yet, his greatest virtue is his protective nature. At that moment, Dean Flander's gaze unexpectedly drifted toward them, landing squarely on Oscar, his eyes gleaming with a hint of amusement. Oscar's heart sank. He feared that his words had reached Flander's ears. This could spell trouble. Flander approached the 7 students, stopping before them. His distinctive, slightly hoarse voice resonated. This year is quite promising. We have 4 more little prodigies among us. I, Flander, the Dean of Shrek Academy, extend a warm welcome to you all. Shortly, each of you is to submit 100 gold coins to Teacher Li, who oversees finances. Mubai, the Dean called. Dai Mubai stepped forward, showing a deep respect for Flander, even exhibiting a touch of admiration. Flander continued, We have 4 new juniors. Please inform them of the Academy's rules. Afterward, return and rest, ensuring you restore yourselves to peak condition. The first class will commence tonight. Oscar, you and Ning Rongrong are exceptions. Come with me. Oscar's expression immediately darkened, reluctantly stepping forward to salute Flander. His mood brightened slightly upon seeing Ning Rongrong beside him. Flander waved his hand, saying, The rest of you may go and rest. Remember, ensure you are at your best before nightfall. Do not blame me for not forewarning you. Our academy's teaching differs from others, and you may even face peril. Zhu Zhuqing left without looking back, and this time Dai Mubai did not pursue her. Ma Hongjun, too, vanished in the blink of an eye. Tang San was in no rush to depart. He was curious to observe how the esteemed dean conducted his teachings. Oscar and Ning Rongrong possessed auxiliary martial spirits, which likely explained their absence from the evening classes. However, what puzzled Tang San was the rationale behind holding lessons at night. Tang San remained, and naturally, Xiao was in no rush to leave, standing quietly beside him. Flinder, unconcerned, spoke to Oscar and Ning Rongrong, stating that each individual possesses their unique method of cultivation. With different martial souls, the approaches to training vary significantly. In the Douluo Continent, there are hardly any identical martial souls. Thus, What the Academy aims to impart is not merely the cultivation of martial souls, but rather the utilization of these souls. Learning how to preserve oneself and assist comrades in future battles. Tang San found Flinder's words somewhat familiar. Upon reflection, it seemed that the master had expressed similar sentiments, albeit with greater detail. Oscar, seemingly having heard such notions before, lowered his head in tacit agreement, while Ning Rongrong nodded in earnest understanding. Flinder continued. Addressing them, both of you are support-type soul masters. One enhances attributes, while the other wields a food-related martial soul. Soul masters of your kind require the protection of companions, whether on the battlefield or in daily life. Otherwise, survival becomes exceedingly difficult. Oscar, tell me, as a support-type soul master, how can you better ensure your safety on the battlefield? Without hesitation, Oscar replied, by staying as close as possible behind our allies, utilizing the surrounding terrain and structures to evade risks, and keeping a safe distance from danger zones. Flinder nodded in agreement, adding, indeed. But there is an essential point you omitted. As a support-type soul master, the ability to retreat is a vital quality. A support soul master who cannot flee is not a competent one. And what does fleeing necessitate? Stamina. Although as soul masters your physical condition surpasses that of ordinary individuals due to your soul power, the adversaries you face may well be battle soul masters. Therefore, as support soul masters, physical training is equally imperative. At a critical moment, a single extra step may mean the difference between life and death. Oscar, well aware of Flinder's character, secretly chuckled to himself, realizing that he could not escape the day's demands. As anticipated, after a lengthy discourse, Flinder nodded towards Oscar and Ning Rongrong, declaring, your lesson today is physical training. From this moment on, run 20 laps around the entire village. If you have not returned by noon, you will forfeit your lunch. You may utilize your martial souls for assistance. Now commence. Oscar, you shall lead the way. Understood. Ning Rongrong replied, unhesitatingly sprinting out, while Oscar cast a somewhat resentful glance at Tang San and the others before following suit. Although the village housing Shrek Academy was not particularly large, Oscar understood that Flinder's reference to the entire village included the surrounding farmlands. Completing a single lap would entail a distance of at least 3 kilometers. 20 laps equated to a daunting figure, with soul power exceeding level 20. Completing this task before noon was a harrowing ordeal for a support-type soul master. For battle soul masters of level 20 or above, traversing such a distance would also prove to be no easy feat. Watching Oscar and Ning Rongrong dash away, Flinder pointed at Tang San and said, you, come with me. Chapter 22. The Four-Eyed Cat Eagle. Flinder, v. Tang San nodded slightly, simultaneously gesturing behind him for Xiao Wu, who sought to follow. He then strode forward alongside Flinder into the academy. Flinder's office, which also served as his residence, was situated not far from the small playground where Tang San had sparred with Zhao Wujin just the day before. The room was adorned with simplicity, containing only the essentials. Flinder settled into his chair behind the desk, gazing at Tang San, as a myriad of complex emotions flickered in his eyes. How is the master faring? Tang San nodded and remarked, the teacher is remarkable. Flinder gazed at him in disbelief and asked, you are his student? No wonder. No wonder he bestowed upon you this belt. The day I saw you wearing it, coupled with your youth, I surmised you would be joining our Shrek Academy. Yet, I never anticipated that you would be his disciple. He once confided in me that he would nurture a gifted soul master who would astonish the continent. It seems you are indeed his chosen one. Tang San raised his hand under the luminous moonlight of the 24 bridges and handed a letter to Flinder. Before departing, his teacher had instructed him to deliver this letter to the dean after passing the academy's assessment. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Flinder's eyes flickered with a hint of sorrow and a trace of a smile. He remained as stubborn as ever. This was quintessentially his style. So, this fellow has finally decided to reach out to me? As he spoke, he slowly tore open the envelope and retrieved the pristine letter within. Tang San could distinctly observe Flinder's hands trembling slightly as he opened the letter. The contents of the letter remained a mystery to Tang San. He could only watch the myriad of emotions that played across Flinder's face, joy, anger, and various shades of sentiment, each flickering in rapid succession. Ah, you old rascal. Do you really need to prove something? What is there to prove? Don't you realize? Flinder seemed to lose his composure, muttering incomprehensible words that Tang San could not grasp. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze sharply to meet Tang San's, stating, since you are his testament, ensure that you do not let him down. Now go, prepare for tonight's lesson. It will not be an easy task. Having completed the assignment given by the master, Tang San felt an oddity about Flinder but was too preoccupied to dwell on it. After his battle with Zhao Wujie, he had identified many of his weaknesses. Thus, he deemed it more beneficial to focus on his training. Meanwhile, outside the academy, Oscar and Ning Rongrong were running together. Oscar, just how far is this lap? Ning Rongrong's voice held a note of exasperation. Initially, she was filled with confidence. Despite being a support-type soul master, her father had always emphasized the importance of physical trainings, echoing Flinder's earlier sentiments. Therefore, her physique was commendable, not on par with battle soul masters, but her consistent training had endowed her with robust health, particularly excelling in running. However, since leaving the academy, she had yet to complete a single lap under Oscar's guidance, and significant time had already elapsed. At this pace, it was questionable whether they would even make it to dinner. Moreover, her stamina was dwindling, making it impossible to maintain such speed. Oscar chuckled wryly. I mentioned from the outset that this was an impossible task, but fret not. As two support-type soul masters, do we really need to worry about going hungry? Shall we have a bite? Ning Rongrong shot him a glance. Despite her youth, there was a hint of allure in her gaze. Oscar felt weak-kneed under her stare. And with a sheepish grin, he whispered, I have a large sausage. In a flash of light, a delectable sausage appeared in his hand, which he offered to Ning Rongrong. This sausage of mine has a recovery skill as its first soul ring. It not only aids in healing injuries but also restores stamina. Here, have some. With my sausage to sustain us, we could run 20 laps, or even 200, without worrying about food. Ning Rongrong regarded Oscar with a bemused expression before boldly retorting. I still have 2 slices of thick bread. Thank you very much. With that, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda floated forth, enhancing her agility, and she surged ahead. Oscar was momentarily taken aback, not just he, but even Tang San and Dai Mubai, upon hearing such a spirited statement from a girl of Ning Rongrong's refined demeanor, would surely find it astonishing. They were unaware of the role Ning Rongrong played within the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, and she, at last, could no longer suppress her true nature. In the council hall of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, a grand chair made of fragrant wood was positioned facing south. Embedded within its backrest was a large piece of jade, exuding a gentle, warm aura, indeed, a piece of exquisite warm jade. Seated upon this chair was a man with a countenance like jade, his features refined and gentle, clad in a pristine white robe. He appeared to be in his 40s. His gaze soft, exuding an air of ordinariness. His smooth black hair cascaded down his back, presenting an unpretentious demeanor. At that moment, he was observing a young man kneeling before him, dressed in white attire. Reporting to the sect master, the young lady has arrived at Shrek Academy and has successfully enrolled. The young man stated respectfully. The middle-aged man nodded, a hint of resignation flickering across his face. It is perhaps for the best that this little ancestor undergoes some trials. Otherwise, the 7-treasure glazed tile sect would be turned upside down by her antics. How fares Shrek Academy? Forgive me, sect master. There is at least one soul sage and several soul emperors within Shrek Academy. I am unable to gather intelligence. However, I have delivered your letter to the instructors at Shrek. It will undoubtedly reach the hands of their dean. A smile graced the middle-aged man's features. Ah, Flinder. You truly are an idealist. I am eager to see how you will educate my daughter. Perhaps only by leaving home will that little demoness learn some decorum. Very well. You may leave now. Yes, sect master. The young man retreated swiftly. A robust voice resonated throughout the hall, reverberating as if from all directions. Fingxi. Can you truly rest easy allowing Rongrong to be out there alone? Is the education at Shrek Academy superior to ours? No. I must go fetch Rongrong back. I cannot trust her safety outside. As the voice echoed, an elderly man, his hair white, yet with a youthful visage, emerged from the back hall and unceremoniously sat down beside the sect master, Ning Fingxi. Ning Fingxi displayed a look of helplessness. Sword uncle. Considering your affection for her and that of Dragon Uncle, I cannot permit her to remain within the sect any longer. You both spoil her too much. She has become unmanageable at home. Perhaps exposure to the outside world will bring about some change. Sword Uncle retorted, Who says we spoil Rongrong? You only see her playful side, not her obedient nature. You have many sons, yet only one daughter. Are you truly willing to let her go? Ning Fengji replied firmly. Sword Uncle, I will not seek her out this time, nor will you or Dragon Uncle. You need not worry about Rongrong's safety. The Dean of Shrek Academy is none other than the foremost expert of the Golden Iron Triangle. He would undoubtedly recognize the martial spirit of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. With his protection, Rongrong will be safe. Sword Uncle huffed in anger. If anything happens to Rongrong, I shall hold you accountable. Feeling a bit tense, he remarked that he would go find Old Bone Dragon to stretch his limbs. In the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, few dared to speak to Ning Fengji in such a manner, and this elder was evidently one of them. Although Ning Fengji appeared to be in his 40s, he had actually surpassed 60 years of age. Ning Rongrong is the youngest of his children and the sole daughter. As night descends, Flinder, the director of Shrek Academy, stands on the grand playground, gazing at the 7 students before him. Damubai, Tang San, Xiaowu, Mahanjun, and the composed and icy Zhu Zhuqing are all prepared for the evening's lessons, each brimming with vigor. However, Flinder's attention is drawn to the other 2 students. Oscar, have you completed your 20 laps? Flinder's penetrating gaze instills a sense of apprehension, making it difficult to meet his eyes. For reasons unknown, Tang San has not seen any of the other teachers today, including Zhao Wujie. It seems that only these 7 students and the esteemed director inhabit the academy. Oscar coughs lightly, nodding as he responds, Director, I have finished. Flinder scoffs, I asked about you all, not just you. Oscar turns to Ning Rongrong, who gazes back with innocent, beautiful eyes. With a clenched jaw, Oscar nods. Yes, we have all completed it. Flinder smiles, a smile that, if evaluated by Tang San, would be aptly described as sinister. Very well, Oscar. I did not expect you to exhibit such camaraderie. Step forward. He gestures to a spot before him. A hint of a bitter smile crosses Oscar's face, yet he refrains from looking at Ning Rongrong again, striding to stand before Flinder. Flinder's right hand rises slowly, lightly tapping Oscar's shoulder. I appreciate your spirit of camaraderie. Therefore, I want you to run another 20 laps, so I can witness the depth of your friendship. You shall not dine until you finish. I have sealed your soul power. Do not attempt to break free. Off you go. Oscar says nothing, merely nodding silently before turning to run outside. Flinder's gaze shifts to Dai Mubai and the others. Do you not understand why I am doing this? Why I require him to continue running? Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, well acquainted with Flinder's temperament, remain silent. Zhu Zhuqing, naturally cold, merely watches him with indifference. However, Tang San and Xiao Wu instinctively nod. They truly do not grasp Flinder's reasoning. Flinder retains that unsettling smile, for he speaks a falsehood. Regardless of whether he lies for the sake of camaraderie or another reason, it remains a lie. You are all still children. Deceit is an undesirable trait. I hope you comprehend this. His gaze shifts from Tang San and the others to Ning Rongrong, who appears innocent and pitiable. Tell me, did you complete the assignments I assigned this morning? Ning Rongrong shakes her head honestly. I did not. The distance was too great, and I was hungry, so I could not persist. Flinder smiles slightly. So, you ventured alone to Soto City, indulged in a feast, and strolled through the commercial street before returning to find Oscar. Correct? Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes widen. You were watching me? Flinder's expression instantly hardens. As the director, I am responsible for each student at this academy. While Oscar's deception may be excusable out of compassion for you, your transgression is unforgivable. Leaving the academy without permission, disregarding its arrangements, and having a senior lie on your behalf. None of these are errors an exemplary soul master should commit. Were this a battlefield, your fate would be singular, military punishment, resulting in death. Ning Rongrong furrows her brow, the gentle expression fading, replaced by a slight smirk that radiates disdain. This is not a battlefield, it is merely an academy. Flinder nods. Indeed, it is just an academy, but it is my Shrek Academy. Now, I present you with 2 choices. 1. Gather your belongings and leave immediately. You are not worthy of being a part of this place. The other. Prove to me that you deserve to remain here and demonstrate your resolve to abide by the rules henceforth. Ning Rongrong smiles, and despite her tender age of 12, it is undeniable that her smile is indeed charming and beautiful, yet it carries an unsettling edge. Flinder, who do you think you are? Merely a modest soul sage. At her words, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others are taken aback. They never anticipated that such a seemingly gentle girl could speak so boldly. In that moment, Ning Rongrong's demeanor shifts from gentle to one of disdain, exuding an air of superiority. Flinder, unfazed by her words, smiles slightly. You are correct. I am just a humble soul sage. However, at present, you are still far from my level. Even if you are the most talented of your generation in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, you remain merely a great soul master. An insurmountable chasm exists between us. If you disdain this place, I ask you to leave. Shrek Academy does not welcome unruly students like you. Ning Rongrong scoffs. You think you can drive me away? It won't be that easy. Now that I am here, I have no intention of leaving early. Flinder, I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, the consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. Flender smiles nonchalantly. If I feared consequences, this academy would not exist. This is my domain, and I call the shots. Mubai. Director. Dai Mubai steps forward, his gaze towards Ning Rongrong, filled with disbelief. He vaguely understands that the Ning Rongrong before him is her true self. Yet yesterday, she had concealed it so well. Flender states, go retrieve this Miss Ning Rongrong's belongings from her room and escort her out of here. If she resists, I permit you to use any means necessary. Ning Rongrong, how dare you? She exclaims, hands on her hips, exuding a fierce demeanor for a 12-year-old girl. You are the first person in my life to dare speak to me this way. Flender smirks. Your father may hesitate to discipline you, but that does not mean I will. You are neither my daughter nor my treasure. In my eyes, every student here surpasses you. The 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul is indeed one of the most powerful auxiliary martial souls, yet you only bring it shame. You lie. Ning Rongrong's chest heaves with anger. All her life, she has known herself to be the most outstanding disciple of her generation within the 7-treasure glazed tile school. She has many brothers, yet none have reached the level she attained before the age of 12, surpassing the 20th rank. Even her father, the sect leader, once remarked that she is the only genius in centuries who might transform the 7-treasure glazed tile into the 8-treasure glazed tile. In this moment, Flender's denigration is something she cannot bear. I lie? Then tell me, which of those present do you surpass? Flender retorts disdainfully. Ning Rongrong replies, I am an auxiliary soul master, so I cannot compare my combat strength to those battle soul masters. However, my role on the battlefield surpasses theirs. With my assistance, the overall strength of a soul master team will see a significant enhancement. Flender shakes his finger at Ning Rongrong. No, you are mistaken. Each person present here will outperform you on the battlefield, because they all possess the potential to survive on the battlefield, while you do not. With your temperament, should you find yourself in such a setting, you would merely be cannon fodder. It is inconceivable. Our 7-treasures glazed tile sect 7-treasures glazed tower spirit is unparalleled in the world, unmatched by any. Why do you consider yourself inferior to them? Flender replied coldly, because of your heart, because of your restlessness and arrogance, you hold yourself in too high a regard. Even your father would not consider himself the best in the world. Without excellent companions by his side, even an ordinary soul master could defeat him. And with your character, do you think you can find a partner to whom you can completely entrust your back? Ning Rongrong was momentarily stunned. Although she had a peculiar personality due to being pampered since childhood, she was exceptionally intelligent. Flender's words, though harsh, had made his point clear, leaving her at a loss for how to retort. Flender slowly approached Dai Mubai and the others. Due to the exchange of words between him and Ning Rongrong, Dai Mubai did not take her belongings. Flender pointed at Dai Mubai and said, he is 15 years old, possesses the white tiger martial spirit, and is a battle-type soul master. He has twin martial souls, is at level 37, and possesses 200-year soul rings and 1,000-year soul ring. He is the youngest student in the history of Shrek Academy to reach the rank of Soul Master at level 30. He achieved this at just 13 years of age. Can you honestly say that you could break through the 30th level at 13? If anyone could surpass Mubai, it certainly would not be you. Tang San and Xiao Wu, at the tender age of 12, have already attained the level of a 29th rank Soul Master. They are truly capable of surpassing Mubai. You witnessed the battle between Tang San and Zhao Wujie. You should be well aware of the disparity between a great soul master and a soul sage. Although Zhao Wujie did not exert his full strength, the combat prowess displayed by Tang San was evident to you. In terms of talent, they surpass you. Ning Rongrong still found herself unable to counter Flender. He was right. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu all eclipsed her in soul power. Flender turned to Ma Hongjun and Zhu Shuqing. Ma Hongjun, being of similar age to Tang San and Xiao Wu, entered Shrek Academy at 11. Despite having flaws in his martial spirit, his mutated martial spirit is an exceptionally rare top-tier beast martial spirit. In terms of martial spirits, few could rival him even across the continent. His soul power is no weaker than yours, even with part of his energy devoted to compensating for his martial spirit's deficiencies. Zhu Zhiqing has soul power comparable to yours. However, unlike you, she possesses a steadfast and resolute heart. Zhu Zhiqing, tell me, why did you come to Shrek Academy? Zhu Zhiqing replied coldly and decisively, to become stronger. Flender inquired, how will you approach the courses arranged by the Academy? Zhu Zhiqing responded, I will execute them without hesitation, as long as they benefit my strength. Flender said lightly, Ning Rongrong, did you hear that? Can you honestly compare yourself to any of them? Here. You are already the least among them. What qualifications do you have to be proud? I dare say that if you leave my presence in 20 years, their achievements will far surpass yours. Ning Rongrong felt discontent, truly unwilling to accept this. What about Oscar? Surely I am still stronger than him. He is merely a food-type soul master, an auxiliary soul master. He cannot compare to me. Flinder shook his head and said, No, you are mistaken. If you believe that, you are gravely mistaken. Oscar's talent is even greater than Mubai's. Otherwise, why would I allow him to enter the academy? Ning Rongrong. Let me ask you one question. Have you ever seen a food-type martial spirit with innate full soul power? Ning Rongrong's expression paled. No, that is impossible. How could an auxiliary martial spirit possess innate full soul power? In the world of soul masters, while those with innate full soul power are rare, they do exist. However, an auxiliary martial spirit has never been seen with such a trait. Ning Rongrong considered herself exceptionally gifted, a prodigy, because her martial spirit reached level 9 upon awakening. Just a step away from innate full soul power. This already made her the pinnacle among auxiliary martial spirits. She never expected that the somewhat handsome yet lewd Oscar, the sausage uncle, would possess innate full soul power. Flinder stated calmly, Oscar is an unprecedented existence. His future achievements are limitless. And he may even replace your 7 treasures glazed tile sect status among auxiliary soul masters. You may choose not to believe my words, but I can assure you that this is very much a possibility. Ning Rongrong stood there in a daze, growing up under the protection of those around her. Combined with her innate talent, she had always believed herself to be the most outstanding and gifted, even though her strength was not yet formidable. She attributed it to her age. When she witnessed the battle between Tang San and Zhao Wujia, she was already shaken, but subconsciously separated herself from Tang San, as their martial spirit cultivation paths were not the same. However, every word from Flinder now felt like a sword piercing her heart, utterly shattering her pride. Ning Rongrong's face appeared somewhat pale, and suddenly she burst into tears, turning to run toward her dormitory. A smirk of satisfaction crept onto Flinder's face as he thought to himself, if I cannot handle a mere 12-year-old girl, I am unworthy of the title of the Golden Iron Triangle. Daimubai observed the smile on Flinder's face and cautiously asked, Director, should I help her pack her things? Flinder shot him a glare and replied, Do you wish for her to leave? Although Ning Rongrong is somewhat spoiled, her nature is not malevolent. Let her come to her own realizations. Go and call Oscar back. Tell him I have lifted his punishment, and he should comfort Ning Rongrong. Daimubai acknowledged and turned to find Oscar. At that moment, he felt an even greater admiration for Flinder. Coming from a prominent family, he understood the formidable status of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect on the continent. The entire Douluo Continent has only about a dozen titled Douluos, and the 7 treasures glazed tile sect holds 2 of those titles. Such power warrants respect from the royal families of the 2 great empires. Yet Flinder, unafraid of authority, dared to reprimand the most cherished princess of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. This was not merely an act of courage. Unbeknownst to Daimubai, the esteemed director held a letter from the leader of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, a letter that could serve as a powerful shield. Otherwise, would Flinder act so recklessly? Xiaowu discreetly stuck out her tongue, surprised to discover that Ning Rongrong's true nature was like this. Yesterday, while spending time with her, she felt a closeness, yet now realized that Ning Rongrong's personality was even more domineering than her own. Flinder clasped his hands behind his back and declared, Enough. Prepare to depart. You have witnessed the outcomes for Ning Rongrong and Oscar. To remain here and cultivate, you must adhere to the Academy's rules. Attend every class earnestly. My words here are commands. You will soon commence your first lesson at Shrek. Each of you will independently complete your coursework. Do not blame me for not warning you in advance. If your performance is lacking, it will be more than mere skin off your back. Chapter 23, The Essence of the Witch, Part 4. Daimubai soon returned, nodding to Flander to indicate that he had sent Oscar to comfort Ning Rongrong. Flander waved his hand and commanded, Let us depart. Follow me. With that, he lightly sprang forward, gliding towards the direction of the Academy's exit. The others hurriedly followed suit. Flander maintained a notably swift pace, revealing the disparity in strength among the 5 students. Close behind Flander was the formidable Daimubai, whose soul power was most profound, trailed not by Tang San, but by Zhu Zhiqing. Tang San's ghost shadow perplexing was remarkable in its subtlety. However, when it came to linear acceleration, it paled in comparison to Zhu Zhiqing, a soul master of agile offense. Thus, he and Xiao were tied for 3rd place. Ma Hongjun trailed behind, but not by much. Throughout the journey, Flinder remained silent, and neither did Tang San and his companions utter a word. Their minds were still occupied with the earlier conversation between Flinder and Ning Rongrong. Soon, Tang San discerned that Flinder's destination was none other than Soto City. The distance from Shrek Academy to Soto City was not great, and as they approached the southern gate, Flinder finally slowed his pace to allow the 5 students to catch up. Soto City, located within the borders of the Ballot Kingdom, was free from external threats. Hence its gates were open at all hours. The 6 of them entered the city without issue. Although night had fallen, Soto City appeared to have just awakened, bustling even more vibrantly than during the day. The streets were lined with brightly lit shops, and vendors who only operated at night had found their accustomed spots to sell various snacks and trinkets. Although Tang San and Xiaowu had spent 2 days in Soto City, they had yet to venture out at night. Tang San was relatively composed, while Xiaowu, filled with exuberance, eagerly surveyed her surroundings. Whenever she spotted something intriguing, she would quietly draw closer for a better look. Had it not been for Tang San's persistent grip on her, she might have easily lost her way. Zhu Zhiqing maintained her icy demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the world around her, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Flanders, unaffected by external distractions. Daimubai exhibited a restrained calmness, mirroring Zhu Zhiqing's expression but lacking her frosty air. He appeared effortlessly at ease. In contrast, Ma Hongjuan's eyes darted about, though not with the same curiosity as Xiaowu. His gaze fixated on the more pronounced features of the women on the street. From the age of 6 to 60, Ma Hongjun spared no one a glance, and upon spotting a particularly curvaceous figure, he would swallow hard in appreciation. Fortunately, being at the rear of the group, his antics went unnoticed by the others. Suddenly, Flanders halted, glancing at the sky before muttering to himself, "There is still some time. Follow me." With that, he led the 5 into an inconspicuous tea house beside the street. The 6 gathered around a round table, and Flanders ordered 6 cups of the cheapest tea. Xiaowu wrinkled her nose at the frothy beverage before her, inquiring, "Director, our first lesson won't be held here, will it?" "Of course not," Flanders replied. "Your classroom is over there." He gestured towards the exterior. Following his, Tang San beheld a colossal structure not far from the tea house, towering nearly 100 meters high, casting a profound silhouette against the night sky. Faint glimmers of light flickered from within the massive edifice. Daimubai's expression shifted subtly, and he murmured, "Director, are we really taking them there on the first day?" Flanders replied with a calm demeanor, "Remember, you are all extraordinary beings, not mere mortals. As such, your training must reflect your uniqueness." He paused, his tone turning grave. "Your martial souls are distinct, each requiring its own cultivation method. The Academy's role is to teach you how to harness your martial souls effectively, aiding you in acquiring superior spirit rings and gaining practical combat experience, thus unlocking your potential. The remaining knowledge encompasses various aspects of martial souls and the circumstances of soul masters across the continent. Among all that you must learn, the most crucial is practical experience. In battles of equal level and strength, the quantity of combat experience will determine the outcome. Only through continuous combat can you enhance your adaptability in battle. Therefore, your first lesson will be practical combat, and that venue will serve as your classroom." Daimubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances. Ma Hongjun refrained from speaking, while Daimubai's eyes reflected a sense of resignation, both evidently aware of the nature of the place. Meanwhile, Tang San, Xiaowu, and the aloof Zhu Zhiqing displayed expressions of confusion. Flanders elaborated, "Structures like this can only be found in cities of the main capital level. Their scale signifies the prosperity or decline of a city, or even a nation. Such a venue is known as the Great Soul Arena, named after the city in which it resides. Thus, the establishment before you is called the Soto Great Soul Arena. The Great Soul Arena is where martial souls are pitted against one another, the battleground for soul masters. Whether in the Heavendo Empire or the Star Luo Empire, it is said that the fate of a nation is determined by its soul arena." Tang San furrowed his brows and said, "Dean, is not the soul master the most noble profession? Why then does a place like the Great Soul Arena exist, where people gather to watch battles as if they were mere spectacles?" Chapter 23. The True Nature of the Sorceress, Part 5. Flanders shook his head and replied, "No, you're mistaken. While I also harbor a disdain for places like the Great Soul Arena, I must concede that it is indeed a significant venue for showcasing the value of soul masters. You are oversimplifying the matter. The Great Soul Arena possesses its own complete system and can be considered a unique force in itself. It was established by the 7 most prestigious soul master families across the continent and does not belong to either of the 2 great empires or the Spirit Hall. It can be regarded as a third-party power, wealthy enough to rival nations. Soul masters who achieve fame within the Great Soul Arena become dazzling stars throughout the entire nation, reaping not only immense profits but also considerable renown. Furthermore, the Great Soul Arena is relatively equitable. Here, even if you were to slay a member of a prominent family, you need not fear retaliation. This exemplifies its fairness. At this juncture, Flander's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The rank of a soul's martial spirit is a testament to a soul master's strength, and soul rings serve as the best means of expression. However, this does not genuinely represent a soul master's true capabilities. The titles earned through one's own efforts within the Great Soul Arena are the truest reflection of one's strength. Any soul master entering the Great Soul Arena is simply designated by the term Dueling Soul. Upon achieving their first victory, they receive a badge, and for each subsequent victory, they earn points. Once their points reach a certain threshold, the level of their badge is elevated. This badge symbolizes their rank within the Great Soul Arena and is universally recognized across all major cities of the continent. The advantages of a higher badge level are numerous, which I shall refrain from detailing. The badge levels are categorized according to the quality of minerals, starting from the lowest, the Iron badge, known as Iron Dueling Soul, and ascending through copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, to diamond, totaling 8 levels. With that, Flander cast his gaze across the 5 individuals before him and declared, "Your task is to acquire at least a silver Dueling Soul badge before graduation. Do you understand? Do not presume that obtaining a silver Dueling Soul badge is a trivial matter. Mubai and Hong Jun have been participating in this arena for over a year. Mubai, please enlighten these 3 about the requirements for improving their badge levels, and share your records." As he spoke, Flander calmly sipped the inferior tea before him. Having established Shrek Academy for 20 years, he knew well the educational methods that would resonate most with students. It is essential to spark their interest. When one is genuinely engaged in an endeavor, the results are often doubled. Those admitted to Shrek Academy are undoubtedly remarkable individuals, whether one considers them monsters or geniuses. They cannot be educated through conventional means. Damubai stated, "I began participating in the Soto Great Soul Arena competitions when I was at level 29. I have fought a total of 56 battles, with a record of 29 victories and 27 defeats. Currently, I have 2 points. To advance from Iron Dueling Soul to Copper Dueling Soul requires 100 points. For each victory, one earns a point, but a loss deducts a point. If one achieves more than 5 consecutive victories, each additional win grants 10 points. If consecutive wins exceed 10, the next one awards 100 points. Even if one reaches the points necessary for Copper Dueling Soul, losing 100 points would revoke that qualification. Advancing from Copper Dueling Soul to Silver Dueling Soul requires 1,000 points, with victories between Copper Dueling Souls yielding 10 points each and losses deducting 10 points. The ratio for consecutive wins remains consistent with that of Iron Dueling Souls." Having some understanding of Dai Mubai's prowess, Tang San was taken aback. "Mubai, with your strength, how could it be that you only have 29 victories and 27 defeats? This is inconceivable. Your martial spirit must be among the strongest of beast martial spirits." Dai Mubai replied with a wry smile, "There is nothing impossible. The Great Soul Arena is not an easy place to navigate. There are 3 types of competitions here. One is a friendly duel for practice, which prohibits lethal force. The second is a life and death duel, meant to resolve irreconcilable disputes. The final type is a betting duel, overseen by the Great Soul Arena, where both sides send an equal number of soul masters to compete, with the victor claiming all agreed-upon stakes. Betting duels essentially equate to life and death duels. Many nobles and clans resort to this method when facing significant conflicts. The formats for the matches are also divided into 3 categories: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and group battles. The number of participants in group battles is negotiated, but generally it ranges from 7 to 10 individuals according to the rules of the Great Soul Arena. Upon entering the Great Soul Arena, the first sight that greets one is a massive stone tablet intricately inscribed with countless names. Chapter 24, The Establishment of the 3-5 Combination, Part 1. After settling the tea bill, the group of 6 departed the tea house, making their way to the Soto Great Soul Arena. As they approached, the overwhelming grandeur of the arena became even more astonishing. When Tang San and Xiao Wu first arrived in Soto City, they had not ventured to this part of the city and thus had not discovered such a magnificent structure. The Soto Great Soul Arena is oval in shape, standing at a height of 120 meters. It comprises 1 main arena and 24 subsidiary arenas, capable of accommodating 60,000 spectators, including 100 VIP boxes. This venue serves not only as a place for soul masters to engage in friendly exchanges, but also as a platform for various factions to demonstrate their strength. While walking towards the Soto Great Soul Arena, Flander briefly shared additional information about the arena with Tang San and the others. Here, battles are classified into 3 categories: One is dueling for practice, where fatal blows are forbidden. The second is life and death duels, intended for resolving irreconcilable conflicts. And the third is betting duels, judged by the Great Soul Arena, where both parties send forth an equal number of soul masters to compete, with the victor claiming all stakes. The competition formats also include 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and group battles, with the number of participants in group battles typically agreed upon, generally falling within the range of 7 to 10 individuals, according to the Great Soul Arena's regulations. As they stepped into the arena, a colossal stone tablet adorned with a multitude of names captured their attention. Flinder informed Tang San and his companions that these names belonged to the deceased from the soul fighting battles. The registration for the soul fighting was remarkably straightforward. One merely needed to fill out a form that included their name, age, place of birth, and martial spirit, after which they would receive the initial Iron Soul Fighting badge. Naturally, each participant was required to pay a registration fee of 10 gold coins. Additionally, a soul power test akin to that of the Spirit Hall was conducted to ascertain their respective levels. Daimubai explained to everyone that each time they came to participate in the soul fighting, they were required to undergo a soul power test to determine their opponents. Flinder, of course, would not cover their fees, and thus Tang San, Xiaowu, and Zhu Xing each completed their registration independently. What struck Tang San most was that during their registration, the staff responsible for the process did not mock or display any astonishment at their young age. They maintained a professional demeanor throughout, and the efficiency of their work was remarkable. This simple detail indicated that the Grand Soul Fighting Arena was far from ordinary. Upon completion of their registration, they proceeded to the sorting for the soul fighting. Flinder led them to the gambling section of the soul fighting arena, where he gave Daimubai a few brief instructions before making his way directly into the arena. Daimubai informed Tang San and the others that in the Grand Soul Fighting Arena, only those who achieved more than 5 consecutive victories possessed a sufficiently high level of the soul fighting badge, or were of a high enough rank as soul masters could compete in the main arena. As novices, they could only engage in battles at the sub-arena. Winning a match in the Iron Soul Fighting would earn them a prize of 10 gold coins, while a loss would yield no reward. Before long, the 5 of them had been sorted. Since they arrived together, they were assigned to the 14th sub-arena within the gambling section. However, Daimubai's opponent was of the Soul Respect level, while the other 4 faced opponents of the Great Soul Master level. The entire Grand Soul Fighting Arena dazzled Tang San. Its intricate organization was astonishing. It boasted 24 sub-arenas, each subdivided into various categories, including the gambling and life and death zones, with each category further divided into 3 formats, 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team battles. Thus, a single sub-arena featured 6 separated platforms. Regarding the gambling fights, as Daimubai mentioned, regardless of the level, all such contests would take place in the main arena. The operational model of the Grand Soul Fighting Arena had reached a highly coordinated level, with ticket prices varying across different fighting zones. For example, the ticket price for the 1-on-1 matches in the gambling section, which Tang San and his companions were about to participate in, was the most economical, attracting the fewest spectators. Soul Masters participating in the soul fighting were uniformly arranged in a spacious room for rest while awaiting their turn to compete. Upon their arrival, Tang San and his friends immediately caught the attention of the other Soul Masters, primarily due to their notably youthful appearance. However, despite the expressions of surprise, none of these Soul Masters mocked them. Each remained deep in meditation, striving to maintain their optimal condition for the forthcoming battles. Sitting beside Tang San, Xiao whispered, "Brother, I just asked Daimubai, and he said that although each Soul Master can only participate in 1 gambling match per day, they can simultaneously engage in different types. Since we are all at level 29, we should find victory attainable at this level. What do you think about signing up for a 2-on-2 battle as well? It would help us meet the point requirements sooner." Tang San smiled faintly and said, "No problem. After all, we are here to enhance our practical combat experience. Acquiring more battle experience is always beneficial." He then conveyed his and Xiaowu's thoughts to Daimubai, who naturally did not oppose. It seemed as though their suggestion had sparked a realization in him, as his gaze shifted toward Zhu Xuqing. Unfortunately, their martial souls were not of the same rank, rendering them unable to form a team for a 2-on-2 soul battle, and thus he had to abandon that notion. Daimubai remarked, "Xiao San, you and Xiaowu should go register for the 2-on-2 matches. The battles here should continue for a while longer." Tang San nodded. Before entering, he had already observed the location of the registration area for the 2-on-2 battles. At that moment, he and Xiaowu temporarily left the 1-on-1 battle zone to register for the 2-on-2 competition. Chapter 24, The establishment of the 3-5 combination, Part 2. The registration fee was 10 gold coins, and for each victory, they would collectively earn 10 gold coins. The staff, adhering strictly to protocol, collected the fee from Tang San and his companion, since they had already registered their levels. All they needed to do was present their Iron Soul badges. No further forms were required. Please give your combination a name. A name? Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, realizing that both the 2-on-2 and team battles required them to designate a name for their combination. Facilitating the announcer's introduction in the arena, Tang San pondered for a moment and said, "Let us name it the Sanwa combination." He combined his name with that of Xiao Wu, for the significance of this was rather trivial. All right, the Sanwa combination has now been registered. On Tang San and Xiao Wu's Iron Fight Soul badge, an additional line of 4 carved characters now adorned it, inscribed with the word Sanwa combination. However, the character for Wu had been mistakenly carved as 5. Hey, that character is incorrect. It should be Wu, not 5. Xiao Wu expressed her dissatisfaction. The staff member replied coldly. Who told you not to clarify clearly? To change the combination name, you must re-register the Iron Fight Soul badge, which will erase all previously obtained achievements. Just as Xiao Wu was about to erupt in anger, Dai Mubai's voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Wu, your one-on-one fight soul match is about to commence. Hurry over. Tang San patted Xiao Wu on the shoulder and said, let it be. The 3-5 combination is merely a name. Xiao Wu made a face at the staff member before darting towards the one-on-one battle soul area. The matches in this arena were determined by a draw. While other soul masters engaged in battle, those waiting could choose to spectate or rest. Each division of the battle soul arena had designated areas for participating soul masters to observe, situated conveniently close to the battle stage. Xiao Wu was the first among their group of 5 to take the stage, and naturally, Tang San and the others opted to watch. Guided by the staff, they arrived at a specialized section beneath the audience area, positioned perfectly to witness the entire arena. Despite being a separate battle soul platform, its size was still considerable, with a diameter of 20 meters, providing ample space for the soul masters to exhibit their skills. Unfortunately, the audience count near the one-on-one battle soul stage was sparse, with only about 1/5 of the seats occupied. At the center of the battle platform stood a middle-aged man clad in a tailcoat. Clearing his throat, he announced in a booming voice, "Next, we shall commence the first match of our 14 battle soul arenas one-on-one battles." Entering the stage are 2 esteemed soul masters, the battle soul master Xiao Wu, possessing the beast martial soul, Jade Rabbit, and the battle soul master Qing Bao, who has achieved 2 consecutive victories with the beast martial soul, Iron Horn Bull. Will Master Qing Bao continue his triumphant streak with a 3rd victory, or will the newcomer, Master Xiao Wu, claim victory? Let us await the outcome. Now, let us welcome both esteemed soul masters to the arena. The audience's cheers were sparse. Occasionally, a few voices called out Qing Bao's name, while most appeared disinterested. A tall, robust figure soon made his way to the battle platform, standing an astonishing 2 meters tall. With broad shoulders and a physique resembling granite, his dark skin showcasing sinewy muscles that twisted like serpents across his bare torso. His large, bell-like eyes gleamed with ferocity as he let out a deafening roar, exuding an overwhelming presence. There was no doubt, he was a power-type battle soul master, akin to the formidable Zhao Wujing. Sitting beside Tang San, Ma Hongjun whispered, "This fellow looks quite powerful. Do you think your Xiao Wu can handle him?" Tang San smiled faintly and said, "Just wait and see." Xiao Wu's soul abilities are particularly apprehensive of power-type soul masters. But that holds true only when the opponent's strength greatly surpasses her own. At the same level, a power-type soul master would merely be a trivial opponent in her presence. Before he could finish his sentence, the youthful and exuberant Xiao Wu had already leaped onto the stage, dressed in a white top and pink trousers. Her figure still in the early stages of development, her innocent and beautiful face instantly captivated a significant portion of the audience. "How old is this girl?" murmured the spectators. "Did the host just say she is a great soul master? That can't be true." Such doubts echoed in the stands, as the audience typically sympathizes with the weaker participants. Moreover, Xiao Wu's appearance was far more appealing than that of her opponent, the Iron Horn Bull Soul Master, garnering her overwhelming support from the majority of onlookers. Qing Bao, upon seeing Xiao Wu, was momentarily taken aback. With a deep voice, he said, "Little girl, have you come to the wrong place? You shouldn't be here. Hurry back home." Xiao Wu smiled, and though she was merely 12 years old, the innocent smile on her face held a potent charm, particularly for someone like Qing Bao, whose simple-mindedness was easily stirred into a protective instinct. "Come down, sister. If you get hurt, it won't be good for you. Look how delicate you are." Qing Bao seemed somewhat troubled, clumsily urging Xiaowu to concede. Xiaowu frowned slightly and twisted her slender waist. Why are you so full of nonsense? Quickly use your martial spirit, and don't say I didn't warn you. As Qingbao prepared to say something further, Xiaowu could no longer contain herself. She dashed toward him with a swift step. Her speed was remarkable, covering the distance of several meters in an instant. With a light spring, she propelled herself off the ground and aimed a kick at Qingbao's neck. Defense is one of the strongest abilities of a power-type soul master. Yet seeing Xiaowu's seemingly effortless kick approaching him, the simple-minded Qingbao did not evade. He thought to himself that this girl was naive to join the soul fight at such a young age. He would let her tire herself out, and she would naturally leave. However, before Qingbao could fully form this thought, the battle had already concluded. Xiaowu's foot struck Qingbao's sturdy neck with a force lighter than he had anticipated. Instead of rebounding, her toes hooked around his neck, while her other foot pressed firmly against his solid chest. A pink glow surged forth, and 2 sparkling yellow rings appeared around Xiaowu, at that moment proving her identity as a great soul master to the audience. On the soul master viewing platform, upon witnessing Xiaowu's right foot successfully hook around Qingbao's neck, Tang San's lips curled into a faint smile as he softly uttered 2 words. Goodbye. Xiaowu activated her first soul ring skill, the waist bow. Qingbao felt a tremendous force surge through his chest and the back of his neck simultaneously. With a deft side flip from Xiaowu, he was sent soaring into the air as if riding on clouds. Subsequently, after landing, Xiaowu took a running step and leaped into the air, her feet perfectly clasping around his waist. With a twist of her slender waist, she executed a rotation in mid-air, sending Qingbao's body flying at an angle, which struck the protective ropes at the edge of the fighting stage before plummeting down with a dull thud. The entire arena fell into a profound silence. Not just the spectators, but even the host stood with mouth agape. No one had anticipated that this duel would conclude so swiftly, and that the victor would be a girl who appeared to be only in her teens. The entire sequence was not only rapid but also showcased the elegance of Xiaowu's skill as she executed her technique against a much larger opponent. Qingbao, with his robust physique, had not even had the chance to summon his martial spirit before the duel was over. Due to Qingbao's courtesy, Xiaowu had not exerted much soul power in her attack, and with his own commendable defense, he was now shakily rising from the ground. Sister, you're truly impressive. I concede. Though Qingbao was an honest man, he wasn't foolish. The moment Xiaowu unleashed her power, he realized that her soul power far exceeded his own. As he was only at level 25, aware of the significant disparity in their soul powers, coupled with Xiaowu's unusual techniques, he understood that even with all his strength, victory was unattainable. Xiaowu retorted, What sister? You should call me Sister Xiaowu. Don't you know that the capable are to be revered? Oh, Sister Xiaowu. Qingbao replied earnestly, his face flushed as he walked away. On the Soul Master viewing platform, Tang San chuckled at Xiaowu's words, noting that her assertive demeanor was returning. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into cheers. The sight of such a beautiful girl, coupled with her impressive abilities, captivated everyone's attention, resulting in thunderous applause. Xiaowu beamed and waved at the audience. The host, regaining composure, hastened to the battle stage and announced loudly, Great Soul Master Xiaowu has emerged victorious, with a record of 1 win and 0 losses. Qingbao's record stands at 21 wins and 14 losses. Master Xiaowu, please proceed off stage for score registration. The pace of the competition quickened, perhaps due to the brief yet dazzling display of skill in Xiaowu's battle with Qingbao. The audience became increasingly engaged. However, what Tang San and the others did not anticipate was that the second match would be an internal battle within Shrek Academy, pitting Tang San against Zhu Xuqing. Zhu Xuqing merely cast a glance at Tang San before proceeding to the battle passage. Just as Tang San prepared to follow, he was halted by Dai Mubai, who grasped his shoulder. With a hint of embarrassment on his face, Dai Mubai whispered, Brother, take it easy. Tang San offered a faint smile and nodded in acknowledgement before stepping onto the arena through the soul-fighting passage. 2 unfamiliar faces greeted him, one of whom was a stunning young lady whose beauty rivaled that of Xiaowu. Even before the match commenced, cheers erupted from the audience. The host briefly introduced the names and martial souls of both competitors, signaling the commencement of their duel. Please, Tang San said courteously, gesturing to Zhu Xuqing in a manner of deference. Zhu Xuqing responded coolly, Please give it your all. I wish to ascertain the disparity between us. Tang San and Zhao Wujie's battle unfolded before her eyes, and she was acutely aware that she could never match Tang San's prowess. However, what intrigued her more was the extent of the disparity between herself and Tang San, both being formidable soul masters. Unlike the previous match, as the duel commenced, Both combatants unleashed their respective martial spirits. Zhu Juqing's eyes transformed in hue. Her left eye turned a deep emerald green while her right shimmered a clear azure. Her adorable cat ears perked up slightly, and with a flick of her fingers, sharp, claw-like talons emerged. She crouched low, her gaze fixed coldly on Tang San. Akin to a predator eyeing its prey, 2 yellow soul rings materialized around her, exuding a chilling and razor-sharp aura that almost suffocated the air. Similarly, Tang San bore 2 rings of the same hue, as blue-black tendrils spread across the ground, resembling serpents undulating silently. Enveloping an area greater than 10 meters in diameter around him, nearly dominating half of the arena, Tang San gazed at Zhu Juqing with an air of calmness, exhibiting no signs of impatience. Though their contest had yet to commence, he was already convinced of his impending victory. As a control system soul master, he inherently possessed an advantage over Zhu Juqing's agile assault style, particularly within the confines of the arena where her nimbleness could not be fully realized. From the outset, the outcome of this battle was devoid of suspense. As the blue-silver grass began to extend toward him, Zhu Juqing recognized that she could no longer afford to wait. With a sudden leap, accompanied by a flurry of afterimages, she charged towards Tang San. In that moment, all spectators clearly observed that as Zhu Juqing breached the perimeter of the blue-silver grass, it rose simultaneously from all directions, enveloping both Tang San and Zhu Juqing like an immense prison. The first soul ring around Zhu Juqing flared to life almost in synchrony with Tang San's. With the activation of her ghostly sting, Zhu Juqing's claws extended menacingly, her body shifting rapidly and her speed doubling in an instant as she lunged diagonally towards Tang San. Anticipating her advance, Tang San executed a simple maneuver, a sidestep. At that moment, his eyes were veiled with a purple hue. While Zhu Juqing's figure might have been indistinguishable to others, his extensive training in hidden weapons, coupled with the purple extreme magic eyes, enabled him to perceive her clearly. Just as her ghostly shadow was about to make contact, Tang San deftly evaded her attack, allowing her claws to slice through the air mere millimeters from him. In the next instant, Zhu Juqing found herself deprived of the opportunity to unleash her second soul ring ability. The blue-silver grass, having awaited her moment of vulnerability, surged around her. The first soul ring skill of the blue-silver grass, entanglement, was activated. A multitude of blue-silver grass ensnared Zhu Juqing, binding her securely. Given their camaraderie, Tang San refrained from utilizing the poisonous thorns of the blue-silver grass. He merely restrained her. Nevertheless, the paralysis effect embedded within the first soul ring caused a swift diminishment of Zhu Juqing's soul power fluctuations, leading to the abrupt conclusion of their skirmish. The control system triumphs over the agile assault system. Your attacks are insufficient to breach my martial soul's control capabilities. With a gentle expression, Tang San released the blue-silver grass. Zhu Juqing remained as cold as ever, and Tang San understood her sentiments. She too realized the situation. She had not anticipated his victory to be so composed. At that moment, she comprehended that Tang San's prolonged engagement with Zhao Wujin was not solely due to the intricacies of his hidden weaponry. His mastery of timing during battle was equally formidable, rendering her devoid of any chance against him. I concede, she uttered succinctly and without hesitation. She turned and exited the stage with the same swiftness with which she had arrived. This, however, does not imply that Tang San was unequivocally superior to Zhu Juqing. Agile assault soul masters are inherently adept at lurking in the shadows, excelling in ambush, assassination, and reconnaissance. Such straightforward arena battles are inherently unfair for them. Had this encounter occurred in a more complex terrain, Tang San would have found it far more challenging to overcome Zhu Juqing. As Tang San emerged from the Soul Master passage, he found Xiao Wu waiting for him. After a brief registration of their scores, the two did not return to the one-on-one viewing area, for they still had a duo battle to contend with. The draw had concluded, and Tang San inquired about their position. They had 2 matches remaining before it was their turn to compete. Instead of spectating, they opted for a brief respite in the preparation area, as their previous battles, though swift, had still resulted in some depletion of soul power. The duration of the duo battles appeared significantly longer than the one-on-one encounters, and by the time their turn arrived, both had fully restored their soul power to optimal levels. Proceeding along the Soul Master passageway to the battle arena, Tang San took a moment to observe his surroundings. The audience in the duo battle section was at least half full, displaying a more vibrant atmosphere compared to the one-on-one area. Their opponents awaited them on the arena floor. The duo battle arena was twice the size of the one-on-one platform, accommodating the increased number of soul masters who required ample space to maneuver. At that moment, the host was announcing the soul master combinations. In the 5th round of the duo battles, the Iron Blood duo would face the 3-5 duo. As they stepped onto the stage, Xiao Wu could not help but mutter, "Why is it again a team of power-type soul masters? Is there not a hint of novelty?" The adversaries of Tang San and Xiao Wu were two robust young men, aged around 18 or 19, characterized by their feline features and striking resemblance to one another. Their physiques were formidable, rivaling that of the previously encountered Iron Horned Bull Spirit Master. Although they were not bare-chested, their exposed muscular arms conveyed a sense of their immense strength. The Iron Blood duo, upon seeing two youths ascend the stage, could scarcely believe their eyes and rubbed them in disbelief. The host momentarily faltered, yet the battle must proceed. Their presence here clearly indicated a corresponding level of martial soul. It seemed that our trio, the 3-5 combination, was indeed a prodigious young talent. As the match commenced, the astonishment on the faces of the Iron Blood brothers was fleeting. They swiftly regained their composure, taking a step back in unison, their movements synchronized as if choreographed. A deep growl resonated from both of them simultaneously. A dense gray aura surged forth from their right hands, and identical weapons manifested in their grasp. Tang San found himself momentarily stunned upon seeing the weapon, for it was none other than the forging hammer he frequently employed in the blacksmith's forge. However, the hammers wielded by the Iron Blood brothers were distinct. They were larger and adorned with intricate patterns, each featuring 2 yellow rings of century-old soul beasts pulsating with energy. Though both were strength-type battle soul masters, Tang San and Xiao Wu immediately discerned that these two opponents were markedly different from Xiao Wu's previous adversary. Most critically, the combat experience of these two was evidently extensive, and they exhibited no leniency due to their youth. The burly man on the left proclaimed, "I am Iron Dragon." The one on the right followed suit, "I am Iron Tiger." In unison, they warned, "Be careful." Although a battle soul does not alter a soul master's physical appearance, the simultaneous roar of the two formidable men exuded a palpable pressure. They advanced with synchronized strides, rushing towards Tang San and Xiao Wu with tremendous force. Their hammers raised high. Xiao Wu lightly tapped her toes on the ground, her body soaring effortlessly into the air. Tang San supported her with his right hand, and Xiao Wu balanced delicately on his shoulder, executing a pose akin to a standing rooster. Having trained together for years, their synergy was impeccable. As she perched upon Tang San's shoulder, Xiao Wu activated her rabbit martial soul, her keen gaze fixed on the rapidly approaching foes. The moment they displayed a flaw, she would descend to unleash her agile techniques. From Tang San, the blue-black, blue-silver grass erupted, transforming into countless tendrils that surged toward the Iron Blood brothers. Given the comparable levels of their powers, once ensnared by the blue-silver grass, their adversaries would have no hope of escape. This exemplified the formidable nature of control-type martial souls. The Iron brothers remained undeterred, watching as dozens of blue-silver grass tendrils approached. Instantly, they began to wield their hammers, creating a barrier that rendered the massive weapons seemingly weightless in their hands. Tang San observed with keen insight that the hammering technique of the Tai brothers bore a striking resemblance to his own chaotic cloak hammering method. However, their rhythm lacked the harmonious fluidity of his own, and their force was not as ferocious. Yet, they surpassed him in speed. The first spirit rings of Tai Long and Tai Hu illuminated simultaneously, as the blue-silver grass ventured into the range of their hammers. Attempting to break through and activate its binding skill, it was immediately repelled by their strikes. Beyond the sheer strength of the hammers, a unique shockwave propelled the blue-silver grass high into the air. This shockwave was the first spirit ring skill of the Tai brothers, effectively thwarting the control of the blue-silver grass. The brothers, one on the left and the other on the right, wielded their hammers to create a formidable barrier around themselves, advancing swiftly towards Tang San and Xiao Wu. At that critical moment, Tang San shouted, and with a powerful movement of his shoulder, he propelled Xiao Wu into the air, directing her to leap behind the Tai brothers. Meanwhile, he himself utilized the ghost shadow transformation to confront the brothers head-on. His eyes shimmered with purple light as he raised both hands, channeling his inner power into them. His alabaster palms descended almost simultaneously upon the Tai brothers, while his feet glided swiftly as if greased, avoiding a direct clash with their hammers. Instead, he deftly maneuvered from the side, lightly pressing against the sides of the hammers, creating a slight opening in their coordinated assault. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Tang San slipped through the gap. The hammers whistled through the air, rustling the fabric of Tang San's attire, yet they failed to strike him. The skill controlling the crane and capturing the dragon excelled in manipulating hidden weapons, proving equally effective as a means of harnessing inner strength. What Tang San had just employed was the profound principle of using minimal force to yield maximum effect. The unexpected forward thrust, guided by controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, exposed a brief flaw in the Tai brothers' dense defense, prompting Tang San's blue-silver grass to capitalize on this moment. Yet, the brothers, seasoned in combat, swiftly turned to once again repel the blue-silver grass. The weapon spirit's prowess lay in its very essence. While it could not enhance the host's innate abilities, its inherent capabilities were remarkably formidable. The effect of the first spirit ring on the hammer created a shockwave that did not require direct contact with the blue-silver grass. As soon as the grass entered within a foot of the hammer's range, it was instantly repelled, thwarting any attempt to ensnare. As Tang San maneuvered through the joint assault of the two adversaries, it coincided perfectly with Xiao Wu's descent from the heavens. As she once again alighted upon Tang San's shoulder, her movements mirroring those from before. "Xiao San, let us bring this to an end," Xiao Wu giggled playfully. Having engaged with Tang San's blue-silver grass martial spirit on numerous occasions, she was acutely aware of the intricacies embedded within it. At the moment Xiao Wu spoke, Tang San's second spirit ring blazed with brilliance. The Iron Brothers, wielding their hammers, suddenly froze, as tendrils of deep blue-black vines began to sprout from their bodies. It was the second skill of the blue-silver grass, parasitism. Indeed, their hammer techniques had fortified their bodies considerably, yet they had not achieved an impenetrable defense. Under Tang San's command, the blue-silver grass continuously scattered its seeds into the air, especially during the fleeting moment when he exploited the brief opening displayed by the Iron Brothers through his control skills. Although the number of blue-silver grass seeds parasitizing their forms was limited, as long as they could restrain them for a moment, the surrounding blue-silver grass would undoubtedly execute its entanglement technique. Feeling the numbing effects of the parasitic blue-silver grass and witnessing the onslaught of vines approaching them, the Iron Brothers exchanged a glance and let out another thunderous roar, seizing the opportunity before the parasitic vines fully restricted their movements. They swung their hammers in a swift arc. Their second spirit rings illuminated simultaneously, and the colossal iron hammers were flung from their grasp, hurtling toward Tang San and Xiao Wu. The hammers sliced through the air with a piercing sound, distorting the atmosphere in their wake. Cloaked in a grayish glow, the size of the two hammers surged, doubling in magnitude. Even from a distance, one could sense the terrifying potency of the strikes they carried. The Iron Brothers unleashed their second spirit ring skill, all or nothing. Tang San inwardly lamented the dire situation, swiftly lifting Xiao Wu's body into the air while deftly evading to the side with his ghost shadow phantom steps. In Chapter 25, The Might of Weapon Spirits, Part 1, the second soul ring ability of the weapon spirit was unleashed, a full-force assault. Although Tang San was confident that his soul power surpassed that of the Iron Brothers, he did not dare to receive their ultimate strike head-on. To his astonishment, the two whistling iron hammers unexpectedly separated midair. One pursued Xiao Wu's soaring figure, while the other curved menacingly towards him. The Iron Brothers' second soul ring skill possessed a tracking effect. At this moment, the Iron Brothers were entangled tightly by the blue-silver grass, its thorns piercing their bodies, and the toxins surged within them, rendering them immobile. Their eyes gleamed with hope, yearning for that final strike to succeed. If they could defeat Tang San, the bindings would be easily undone. What to do? In the blink of an eye, Tang San made his decision. A strand of blue-silver grass, devoid of thorns, shot skyward, wrapping precisely around Xiao Wu's slender waist. With a powerful tug, he flung her away at an angle, just as Tang San had surmised. While the Iron Brothers' hammers could track their target, it was limited to a certain range. They did not possess infinite tracking abilities. He sent Xiao Wu in the opposite direction of the hammer, thus evading the desperate attack. However, due to his focus on Xiao Wu, he found himself unable to react in time as the other hammer was already barreling towards him. In this critical moment, the Tang sect's martial skills were executed flawlessly. As the hammer approached, a fierce gust enveloped him. Tang San activated the Xinyu hand, rapidly rotating his body, channeling all his internal strength in a flurry of 7 strikes, aimed at the hammer's head. Under the influence of his internal power, the hammer veered off course by a foot, and though Tang San was thrown back, he was not struck directly. With a thunderous crash, the hammer fell to the ground, and as Tang San rolled through the air, he coughed up a mouthful of blood before even hitting the ground. Xiao Wu, witnessing Tang San's injury, was instantly consumed by rage. "Bastards, you seek death. she shouted, raising her hands without a sound as 4 shadowy darts shot forth from her sleeves, targeting the eyes of Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger. Although Xiao Wu could not master Tang San's hidden weapons, she possessed a comparable set of mechanical darts. In her fury, she disregarded the consequences and unleashed her silent sleeve darts. Crafted by Tang San, these silent darts possessed formidable penetrating power. Despite Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger's robust physiques, if their eyes were struck, it would not merely blind them. The force of the darts was sufficient to pierce their brains. At that moment, Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger were completely ensnared by Tang San's blue-silver grass, and after using their desperate skill, their soul power had drastically diminished, allowing the paralyzing toxin to invade their bodies. Even moving a finger had become an unattainable wish, let alone dodging Xiao Wu's darts. Before the darts even arrived, the gust they generated had already numbed their eyes, and in their hearts, they were filled with dread, thinking, our lives are forfeit. Xiao Wu no. Tang San cried out urgently, his right hand swiftly drawing 4 gleaming blades from his waist. With a series of light clangs, the 4 darts were deflected just an inch away from Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger's eyes. In that critical moment, Tang San had retrieved 4 willow leaf flying knives from the moonlit night on the 24 bridges. While the speed of the flying needles was greater, their light weight compared to the darts rendered them insufficient to block the attack. The flying knives were significantly heavier. Fortunately, Tang San possessed the purple extreme demon eyes, granting him extraordinary vision, coupled with his intimate understanding of the speed of his crafted darts, which ultimately allowed him to save the Iron Brothers. Xiao Wu landed gracefully, her handsome face flushed with anger as she glared fiercely at the Iron Brothers. What are you doing, Xiao San? Tang San shook his head at Xiao Wu, assuring her that their injuries were not severe. His gaze shifted to the pale-faced Tai Long and Tai Hu. It seems we have triumphed in this soul fighting, he remarked. Tai Long and Tai Hu had little to say in response, quickly nodding in agreement. Tai Long expressed, we are grateful for your life-saving assistance, young brother. We concede. Tang San retracted his blue-silver grass, taking a deep breath as a searing pain coursed through his meridians. Fortunately, he had not directly collided with the opponent's attack. Moreover, the Xiantian skill, being an authentic Taoist inner cultivation technique, provided excellent protection. Years of practice had continuously nurtured his internal organs, so with a period of rest upon returning, he would be none the worse for wear. As Tang San and Xiao Wu emerged from the 2-on-2 battle arena, Dai Mubai and the others had also completed their contests. It was indeed a day of joy for all, apart from Zhu Zhuqing, who had suffered defeat at Tang San's hands. The others had achieved victory in their soul battles. With their 2 victories, Tang San and Xiao Wu each earned 2 points and 20 gold coins. Where's the dean? Tang San inquired of Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai responded with a hint of exasperation. Heaven knows where he has gone. He instructed us to return as soon as our battles concluded. As the 5 exited the arena, the sounds of cheers still echoed around them. Although the day's battles did not yield vast gains, Tang San felt he had gleaned significant insights from the confrontations, particularly from his bout against the Iron Brothers, which revealed the true power of weapon spirits. Each type of martial spirit possesses its own unique characteristics. When applied correctly, they can yield tremendous results. In terms of strength, he and Xiao Wu clearly surpassed their opponents. Yet their underestimation nearly led to their downfall. The words of his master echoed in his mind. In battles between soul masters, the first step is to understand the opponent's abilities. Failing to do so necessitates a cautious approach. Even lower-ranked soul masters may possess lethal soul skills. You all head back first. The dean just asked me to visit his shop. Ma Hongjun suddenly interjected, a glimmer of excitement in his small eyes. Dai Mubai wore a half-amused, half-exasperated expression. Then we will take our leave. Take care. Boss Dai, are you going? No. Just stop talking nonsense and hurry along. Dai Mubai snapped, casting a sidelong glance at Zhu Zhuqing. The rotund fellow appeared somewhat slow-witted, failing to perceive the unspoken message in Dai Mubai's gaze. His chubby face flushed with excitement as he declared, let's go together. Didn't you say women don't count as resources? Dai Mubai could no longer contain himself, retorting, get lost. I don't share your poor taste. Ma Hongjun huffed in dissatisfaction, but, confronted by the fierce glint in Dai Mubai's eyes, opened his mouth to protest, ultimately retreating in silence. Boss Dai, what is that lascivious fatso up to? Xiao Wu asked. Dai Mubai chuckled. You've already called him lascivious. What do you think he is doing? The devilish fire within him can't be contained. Xiao Wu replied with exasperation. Is he off to prey on girls again? I truly suspect his mutated martial spirit is linked to his inherent nature. Dai Mubai remarked. Preying is perhaps a stretch. Are you unaware that there exist establishments in this world known as brothels? Tang San, somewhat incredulous, remarked. Are you saying that the dean would take Ma Hongjun to such a place? He had heard of the brothel from his previous life and was well aware of its nature. Dai Mubai replied, it is unavoidable. Aside from that flaw, Ma Hongjun's martial spirit is among the most formidable of beast martial spirits, and as the dean's direct disciple, we cannot allow him to abandon his cultivation or witness his demise. Zhu Zhuqing, rarely speaking, commented, men are all filthy. Xiao Wu giggled and said, Sister Zhuqing, don't be too harsh. Tang San is quite clean, unlike Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Dai Mubai retorted, somewhat exasperated. All right, your Tang San is pure as snow. While we are all filthy, is that satisfactory? However, I possess far superior taste compared to that fatty. Xiao Wu immediately adopted a smug expression, which only served to frustrate Dai Mubai further. When he glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, he found her gaze fixed upon him, her eyes seemingly frosted with disdain. The young girl huffed and strode up to Dai Mubai, challenging, your taste is better than his? Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. He realized he had misspoken. Claiming to have better taste than the fatty was one thing, but it was different when referring to women of a particular profession. Regardless of their status or sophistication, be they a phoenix in a humble nest or a courtesan. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes brimmed with contempt. You're 15? You disgust me. With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. As the first chapter was released, I wish everyone a happy Lantern Festival. Indulge in Tang Yuan for a joyful reunion. Chapter 25. The Power of Weapon Martial Spirits. Part 2. Since Zhu Zhuqing's arrival at Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai had been suppressing his feelings, tolerating her. At that moment, the typically proud Dai Mubai could no longer contain his inner fury. Stop right there. Zhu Zhuqing ignored him entirely, not only failing to halt her pace, but quickening it instead. With a sudden motion, Dai Mubai raised his right hand, a brilliant white light swirling within his palm. He was not known for his patience. In fact, his temper was more volatile than anyone else's. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself. The white light flickering out as he exhaled a breath akin to a tiger's roar, finally following Zhu Zhuqing toward the academy. Xiao Wu blinked and quietly inquired of Tang San, what is happening between them? Tang San shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. Based on the circumstances surrounding their registration that day, it appeared that Dai Mubai was previously unfamiliar with Zhu Zhuqing. Yet, there seemed to be an unusual connection between them. Could it truly be solely because their martial souls possessed the potential for a synergistic fusion technique? Never mind. It would be best not to intrude upon their personal matters. Xiao Wu raised her hand and gently touched Tang San's chest, startling him. What are you doing? He exclaimed. With a hint of red in her eyes, Xiao Wu replied. Does it still hurt? You were injured for my sake. Tang San finally came to a realization. She was referring to her injuries. With a gentle smile, he shook his head, reassuring her. It's nothing. I'm not that fragile. Let us hasten. We must catch up as they are almost out of sight. Upon their return to Shrek Academy, they were taken aback to find two figures waiting outside the gates. The moon shone brightly that night, allowing them to easily recognize Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong appeared to have regained her composure, her lovely face adorned with a soft smile as she sat on a large stone at the entrance, swinging her legs thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Oscar's expression was somewhat grim. His brow furrowed as he occasionally cast furtive glances at Ning Rongrong, his eyes betraying a hint of resentment. Zhu Zhuqing seemed oblivious to the pair, striding directly into the academy, heading toward her dormitory without a backward glance. Dai Mubai frowned, the coldness in his gaze intensifying. What are you doing here? He asked icily, his eyes glinting ominously. Ning Rongrong jumped off the stone, exclaiming, Of course, I was waiting for you. Why did you return so late? Where are the dean and fatty? Dai Mubai coldly replied, They had matters to attend to. Have you come to a decision? Will you stay or leave? Without hesitation, Ning Rongrong declared, Of course. I will stay? How could I possibly leave such an amusing place? What kind of expression is that? Are you a zombie? Did you suffer at Zhuqing's hands? Haha. And Oscar said you were a master of romance, yet you can't even handle a little girl. Liberated from her inhibitions, Ning Rongrong showed no restraint, her keen intellect allowing her to perceive much from Dai Mubai's demeanor, and she teased him unabashedly. The cold light in Dai Mubai's eyes flared. Ning Rongrong, Do not provoke my patience. This is Shrek Academy, not your home. Others may fear your 7-treasure glazed tile school, but I, Dai Mu Bai, do not. Anger me, and beware of my wrath. With a playful smile, Ning Rongrong replied, Oh, I'm so frightened. Go ahead, show me what you can do. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Dai Mu Bai retorted, You think I'm a sickly cat? The white tiger does not show its might in vain. A powerful aura surged forth, his soul power erupting instantaneously, sending Ning Rongrong hurtling backward. Oscar rushed forward to catch her, but the force of the impact sent him tumbling to the ground. Mubai? Tang San stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of Ning Rongrong, spreading his arms to disperse the soul power that Dai Mu Bai had unleashed. We are all classmates, let it go. Though Dai Mu Bai had merely released his soul power without launching a full attack, the shock still caused Tang San's already injured body to surge with blood energy, leaving him secretly astonished. This was likely Dai Mu Bai's true strength, his 37th level of soul power far surpassing his own. Ning Rongrong, who had never experienced such humiliation, was taken aback by Dai Mu Bai's audacity to strike at her. Although she had not sustained real injury, the pain coursing through her body reminded her that this was indeed real. Tears welled up in her eyes as she stared at Dai Mu Bai, speechless. Dai Mu Bai regarded Tang San, slowly exhaling a breath of frustration, his aura retracting. All right, little San, I will give you face this time. He shot a cold glance at Ning Rongrong, adding, Remember, this is not your home. Do not provoke me again, or I will not be concerned with your status. With that, he strode away into the academy. Tang San. Ning Rongrong wiped away her tears and suddenly called out his name. Tang San endured the discomfort within his body and turned to face her. Ning Rongrong declared fiercely, Help me eliminate him, using your unique weapons. If you succeed, you shall be a distinguished guest of our 7-treasure glazed tile school. I will reward you with 10,000 gold soul coins. What do you say? Furthermore, you will receive unconditional support from the 7-treasure glazed tile school in the future. At that moment, any ordinary soul master standing here would undoubtedly be astonished. The significance of the word support from the 7-treasure glazed tile school is immense. As one of the 7 great sects of the contemporary world, the influence wielded by the 7-treasure glazed tile school is beyond imagination. Any soul master gaining their backing could rise to prominence on the Douluo Continent, especially a prodigious soul master like Tang San. With such a formidable force behind him, the benefits he could reap would be incalculable. Tang San approached Ning Rongrong slowly, gazing deeply into her eyes. Ning Rongrong, he began, in this world, not everything can be exchanged for money and power. This is merely an academy, and we are all classmates here. If you persist in harboring such a mindset and clinging to the lofty sense of superiority that the 7 treasures glazed tile school bestows upon you, I advise you to reconsider your presence here. Do you have any idea how formidable our 7 treasures glazed tile school truly is? Ning Rongrong glared at him defiantly. Tang San smiled faintly. Having lived 2 lives, how could he be understood by the 12-year-old girl before him? What does it matter whether she knows or not? Xiao Wu, let us depart. With a hint of regret, Tang San shook his head and walked into the academy alongside Xiao Wu. As they vanished from sight, Ning Rongrong stood frozen, her entire being rigid. If Dai Mu Bai's assertiveness had incited her anger, the pity reflected in Tang San's eyes upon his departure struck her even harder. From childhood, she had been cherished by the esteemed figures of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and her self-centered mindset had long taken root. Yet today, after experiencing 3 profound shocks, she suddenly found herself questioning, why do they treat me this way? Have I truly erred? Oscar. Ning Rongrong was reluctant to accept that the fault lay with her. She turned to Oscar, who had just risen from the ground. Are you willing to assist me? A hint of despondency flickered in Oscar's peach blossom eyes. When I first saw you, I was astounded. I believe that once you mature, you will undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. Moreover, the tenderness you exhibited back then captivated me most. Thus, I resolved to pursue you relentlessly. Regardless of my humble origins as a commoner, while you hail from the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Yet, I have come to realize that I was gravely mistaken. Wrong? Why? Ning Rongrong gazed at him in confusion. Oscar smiled gently, because you are not my type. You are not the tree for which I would forsake an entire forest. I am unworthy of the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Even if I wished to assist you, what would it matter? You see me merely as your servant. Forgive me, but I prefer to remain true to myself. I believe there are many others in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School who would be eager to help you. My absence would make no difference. He had come to a realization. Before Tang San and the others returned, Oscar had already perceived the flaws in Ning Rongrong's character. Despite their youth, Oscar had had more than one girlfriend. None of the new students, including Tang San, were aware that beyond his unique martial spirit, Oscar's intellect was even more formidable. As a wise individual, how would one choose when faced with the inevitability of failure? Would one charge forward despite the odds? No, he was not so stubborn. Sometimes, relinquishment is the wisest course. As Oscar walked toward the academy, Ning Rongrong called out defiantly, "Do you not like me? Are you unwilling to support me?" Oscar halted but did not turn back. Tang San was right. If you maintain such a mindset and character, you should leave. This place is truly unsuitable for you. Furthermore, with such a disposition, the concept of friendship will forever remain an unattainable luxury for you. Chapter 25. The Power of the Weapon Soul, Part 2. Oscar left as well. Loneliness, helplessness, disappointment, and pain surged through Ning Rongrong's tender heart at the age of 12, and tears fell silently. She suddenly realized that perhaps she had truly been in the wrong. Had she ever possessed friends? The children her age within the sect either bowed down to her or kept their distance, whispering behind her back, labeling her the little witch. Friendship, merely a dream? No, no, no. A wave of intense panic enveloped her heart. That night would undoubtedly be a sleepless one for her. Many years later, when Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School reflected upon her youth, she would tell her children of a night, the most agonizing night of her life, that became a pivotal turning point in her existence. Morning. Tang San awakened from his cultivation. Having established a habitual biological clock through his daily practice of the purple-level magic eyes. Today, Oscar had chosen not to sleep, instead engaging in his own training. Though he had yet to fully awaken, Tang San quietly exited the dormitory and gracefully ascended to the rooftop, commencing his daily regimen. After a night of rest, the internal injuries he sustained yesterday had mostly healed, though a faint ache still lingered within his internal organs. Nonetheless, it was not severe, and he anticipated a complete recovery within a day or two. As he practiced the purple-level magic eyes, memories of his battle against the Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger brothers surfaced in his mind, particularly their final strike. Their martial souls unleashed, they pursued and struck with concentrated force, managing to injure him despite their inferior soul power. Had they confronted him head-on, he would likely have suffered significant damage. Although their soul skills were unique to the Iron Brothers, the techniques appeared to be uncomplicated. He too wielded a hammer. How might the application of such an attack method upon his hammer yield different results? While Tang San's hammer lacked any accompanying soul skills, he was confident that it bore far greater weight than that of the Iron Brothers. As for tracking an opponent's movements, he could achieve this within a certain angle using his control techniques. Essentially, it was akin to transforming his hammer into a concealed weapon. Regrettably, the simultaneous use of two martial souls was not permissible. Otherwise, entwining the blue-silver grass around the hammer's handle could have fashioned it into a meteor hammer. Having contemplated these possibilities, Tang San resolved to seek an opportunity to experiment with employing his hammer's martial soul in such a manner. Considering aspects such as force application and the technique for casting the hammer, practical experimentation and repeated practice were essential for mastery. However, the timing was not right. The black hammer demanded substantial soul power, and his injuries had yet to fully mend. Reckless practice could lead to further harm. Upon concluding his training with the purple-level magic eyes, Tang San engaged in a brief session of concealed weapon practice before heading to breakfast. He had risen the earliest, and by the time he finished his meal, Dai Mubai entered the dining hall with a sullen expression. He merely nodded at Tang San without uttering a word. Following Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu was the third to appear, followed by Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun. Tang San assured Xiao Wu that he was fine, which allowed her to relax and enjoy her meal. Ma Hongjun appeared invigorated, as if he had shed a few pounds. Although he was boisterous, he could read the room and, noting Dai Mubai's gloomy demeanor, refrained from speaking too much as he hastily finished his breakfast. Oscar and Ning Rongrong, however, did not make an appearance in the dining hall. "Fatty, you're not going out tonight, are you?" Dai Mubai suddenly inquired as breakfast concluded. "Very well. You shall remain in the dormitory tonight. I have to step out to find those twins from last time," Dai Mubai declared. Fatty's eyes sparkled. "Boss Dai, will there be meat for you? And will I have soup to drink?" Dai Mubai replied brusquely. "Such matters require mutual consent to be enjoyable. A A forced agreement is unpalatable. As he spoke, he cast a deliberate glance at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing, however, displayed no reaction, seemingly oblivious to their conversation, as she quietly sipped her rice soup. The unspoken tension lingered, yet the bell for class rang, prompting everyone to hastily conclude their breakfast and make their way to the playground. Neither the dean nor the instructors had arrived, but one person was already present, Ning Rongrong, who still had not seen Oscar. Her delicate, fair face appeared somewhat haggard, with red-rimmed eyes suggesting a low spirit. Today, their instructor would once again be Dean Flandra. Tang San and the others waited for a quarter of an hour before the dean ambled over. Flandra's gaze immediately fell upon Ning Rongrong, though he refrained from addressing her. "Where is Oscar? Has he overslept again?" Tang San quickly replied. "When I left this morning, he was still in meditation. Perhaps he has entered a state of deep concentration and was unable to awaken in time." Flandra furrowed his brow. He must attend today's class. It cannot proceed without him. "Tang San, please go and fetch him." As Tang San was about to return to his dormitory, he noticed Oscar hastily approaching from the direction of the dorms. However, there was no look of panic over being laid on his face. Instead, it was brimming with excitement. "Oscar, are you planning to run laps again?" Dean Flanders shot him a sharp glance. Oscar quickly shook his head. "No, Dean, please let me explain. I have made a breakthrough. I have reached level 30. "What?" Not only Dean Flanders, but everyone present turned their astonished gazes toward Oscar, including Ning Rongrong. Oscar was a year younger than Dai Mubai, only 14 years old. Achieving a soul power of level 30 at such a young age was indeed an astonishing feat. More importantly, Oscar possessed a food-type martial soul, which is among the most challenging types to cultivate. In a certain sense, his level 30 was far more difficult to attain than that of a battle soul master. Moreover, as a food-type soul master, every advancement in strength significantly amplifies their ability to assist with sustenance. On the Douluo Continent, soul masters above level 30 are already quite rare. Those who join the military can enjoy ranks that command thousands, and those above level 40 are even rarer. Food-type soul masters above level 50 are exceptionally scarce, and those above level 60 almost never emerge. If they do exist, they are typically cultivated over many years by large clans or the Spirit Hall. If we consider that a food-type soul master at the Great Soul Master level can sustain the food needs of 100 individuals, then a soul sovereign, even one who has just broken through to level 30, can adequately supply food for over 500 people. As levels increase, this number continues to rise. Moreover, reaching level 30 signifies that the food-type soul master can provide food with a third attribute, greatly enhancing the support for any team. Flanders' eyes visibly lit up. Good, Oscar. You have not disappointed me. You are the second student to reach level 30. On behalf of the Academy, I congratulate you." At that moment, even Dai Mubai's expression lightened. He approached Oscar and patted him on the shoulder. "Little Oscar, congratulations. Although you reached level 30 slightly later than I did. As a food-type soul master, you are the most outstanding talent I have ever seen. Could it be that heartbreak aids a soul master's martial soul breakthrough?" Little Oscar shot Dai Mubai an awkward glare. Looking at the tearful Ning Rongrong, he forced a smile and replied, "I have never been in love. So how could I experience heartbreak? Please don't tease me." Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun stepped forward to express their congratulations. Ning Rongrong stood in place, her gaze complex as she looked at Oscar, while Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head, lost in thought. "All right, today's lesson begins now." Flanders' voice pulled everyone back from their congratulations towards Xiao Oscar. "Today's class is quite simple. Oscar, you are the main character. Each of you, except Oscar, must eat at least one sausage made from his soul power." "What?" Xiao Wu exclaimed in shock upon hearing Flanders' words. "Dean, what kind of class is this?" Flanders replied with a solemn demeanor. "This is called adaptive training. I ask you, what is more important, life or face? When faced with a choice, which will you select?" Although Oscar's soul abilities may seem a bit unsavory, I mentioned yesterday that he is a food-type soul master with innate full soul power, a prodigy. The soul sausages he creates are the finest food-type soul abilities I have ever encountered. During your time at the Academy, he is one of you. And if you cannot develop a rapport with him, you will squander the opportunity of having an excellent support partner. Furthermore, this is also a test of your mindset. If you cannot even accomplish this, how will you survive in the soul master world? To survive, one must be willing to do anything. Don't speak of eating a single sausage. When life is at stake, you must be prepared to eat anything, even rats, cockroaches, or earthworms. Upon hearing Flanders' final statement, the three girls in attendance turned pale, clearly distressed, especially Ning Rongrong, who felt a wave of nausea. This lesson is mandatory for each of you. Otherwise, there is no reason for you to stay. Do not doubt my decision. From the moment you arrived here, you were told that Shrek Academy cultivates monsters, not ordinary people. Oscar, begin. After a lengthy update, the author wishes everyone a happy Lantern Festival, wishing for good health and well-being. Today marks the first day of publication, and the author's extensive chapter has been completed. From now on, Douluo will have daily updates exceeding 9,000 words. Flanders stood with a stern expression, conveying to the students that no one would escape his scrutiny. Oscar, however, was internally reveling in delight, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he particularly paid attention to Ning Rongrong. If possible, he would have embraced Flanders in gratitude. Thinking to himself how much he adored the dean, Flanders' actions not only fostered a sense of camaraderie among the students but also provided Oscar with immense psychological satisfaction. The mere thought of Ning Rongrong consuming his sausages excited Oscar. He extended his hands, grinning, and began to chant his soul incantation. I have a large sausage. I have a small sausage. A thick and a thin sausage, each with distinct flavors, appeared in Oscar's palms. Who wants to go first? Previously, Daimubai and Ma Hongjun had undergone similar classes. Despite lingering apprehensions, they could endure it, just as they prepared to step forward to complete the task. One person boldly took the lead. I'll go. With a clear voice, Ning Rongrong strode confidently to Oscar, grasping both his large and small sausages. No one anticipated that Ning Rongrong would be the first to step forward. Daimubai and Ma Hongjun halted their steps, eager to see if Ning Rongrong would consume the sausages conjured by Oscar's soul. Ning Rongrong's expression remained calm, but her unwilling eyes betrayed her inner turmoil. After all, she was still a young girl, unable to completely mask her emotions. After a night of contemplation, she decided to stay, not out of concession, but to prove herself to everyone at Shrek Academy. How to prove it? By surpassing all the students and demonstrating her stronger soul power. Oscar's ascension to level 30 further ignited her resolve, prompting her to be the first to step forward. As she faced Oscar, he felt a sudden chill. Ning Rongrong took a large bite of the sausage, her demeanor fierce. In just a few bites, she devoured both the large and small sausages. Initially, she approached it with a sense of desperation, yet upon tasting the sausages crafted by Oscar, she found them surprisingly delightful. The large sausage, upon entering her stomach, transformed into a warm sensation that coursed through her body, revitalizing her tiredness from the previous night. Flanders was right. This fellow's food-type soul abilities were indeed remarkable. Originating from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong had encountered food-type soul abilities before, but none had acted as swiftly as Oscar's large sausage. Even a food-type soul master of level 40 could not achieve such effects. This was purely a matter of innate talent. Oscar's large sausage carried the effect of his first soul ring restoration. This restoration was comprehensive, providing not only satiety but also healing and replenishing stamina, proportional to Oscar's soul power. Oscar tentatively inquired, "Are you hungry?" Ning Rongrong turned, her gaze sweeping over each student before finally resting on Dean Flanders, her actions affirming her right to remain. Daimubai and Ma Hongjun followed suit, consuming the sausages conjured by Oscar. Tang San was the fourth to step up, resignedly taking the sausages. If Ning Rongrong, a girl, could accomplish it, why could he not? With this mindset, Tang San swiftly consumed both sausages. Before long, he experienced sensations akin to Ning Rongrong's, perhaps even more pronounced. The warmth from the sausages coursed through him, alleviating his internal discomfort and filling him with vitality. He cast a surprised glance at Oscar, clearly reassessing his view of him. At this moment, only Xiaowu and Zhu Zhiqing remained, yet to complete the day's task. Xiaowu looked at Tang San with a pleading expression, as if silently asking, "Can we skip this?" Tang San smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. The taste is quite good. Just consider it food purchased from the street." Xiaowu, extremely reluctant, was the fifth to step out. She nearly closed her eyes as she consumed it, covering her mouth and suppressing the urge to vomit before managing to swallow. Fortunately, Oscar's sausage would immediately transform into warmth upon entering her body, leaving no lingering taste. Nevertheless, Xiaowu's complexion still appeared somewhat pale. At this moment, among all the students, only Zhu Zhiqing had yet to complete today's task, and everyone's gaze inevitably turned towards her. Zhu Zhiqing's cold face flickered with hues of blue and white, her delicate teeth biting her lip, yet she remained hesitant to take a step forward. Dean Flanders suddenly spoke, "Zhu Zhiqing, if you aspire to one day conquer Daimubai and trample him underfoot, now is not the time for hesitation." Zhu Zhiqing paused, glancing at Flanders. A rare smile graced his face, and he nodded at her with profound significance. Daimubai was initially taken aback, followed swiftly by a look of helplessness. while the chubby student beside him and Oscar could not suppress their laughter. Unexpectedly, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze sharpened with determination as she strode confidently towards Oscar, swiftly seizing the sausage and small sausage from his hands and consuming them with an alacrity that even surpassed Xiao Wu's. Dai Bai stared at her in a daze, wondering if she truly wished to defeat him. Zhu Zhuqing shot him a fierce glare but said nothing. Flander nodded in satisfaction and declared, "Good. All of you have passed today's lesson. Remember, when you are together, Oscar will serve as your logistical support. Disregard those meaningless soul spells. Preserving your lives and growing stronger to unleash your full potential, even surpassing your limits, is paramount. Now, each of you return to prepare. You have one day to adjust and rest. Tomorrow morning, you will depart." Led by teacher Zhao Wujie to the Star Dough Forest to assist Oscar in obtaining his third spirit ring. This endeavor is not solely for Oscar. It is a trial for all of you. Until you encounter the 1,000-year spirit beast, teacher Zhao will not intervene easily. Everything depends on your own capabilities. Now, disperse. Through the 2 days of lessons, Tang San realized that the teaching methods at Shrek Academy were remarkably unique, lacking the rigid regulations of the previous Nodding Academy, which mandated attendance. Instead, they employed special approaches to enhance their application of martial spirits through meaningful practical experience and trials, undoubtedly proving far more effective than merely imparting theoretical knowledge. He could also sense that Dean Flander was not only teaching them how to become outstanding spirit masters, but also imparting valuable life lessons. Oscar's excitement was palpable as he reached level 30. When a spirit master's soul power ascends to an integer level, it no longer requires self-cultivation. The energy accompanying the spirit ring will directly fill this level of soul power and propel them to the next stage. Tang San's own experience of rising to level 13 upon acquiring his first spirit ring was quite rare, attributed to his innate full soul power, or rather, the fact that his Xiantian skill had reached a bottleneck. Each person returned to their dormitory. Although they were all considered talented youths, including the proud Ning Rongrong, each understood the significance of cultivation. To become powerful, one required not just 1% talent, but also 99% effort. While that 1% was indeed crucial, how could one afford to overlook the remaining 99? Little San, we are heading to the Star Dough Forest tomorrow. What kind of spirit ring do you think would best enhance the auxiliary effects of the sausage? Oscar, no longer needing to cultivate, could hardly contain his excitement as he turned to Tang San the moment they returned to the dormitory. Tang San smiled and remarked, "This also depends on fate. The variety of soul beasts is incredibly diverse, and no one can predict what kind of soul beast one might encounter. Your first 2 soul rings provide restoration and detoxification. And for the third soul ring, it would be beneficial to either introduce another form of auxiliary effect or enhance the existing 2. Oscar, you must have visited the Star Dough Forest. Please share your insights about it." Chapter 26, The Star Dough Forest, Part 2. Oscar nodded and replied, "The Star Dough Forest is indeed a magnificent place, though it is also fraught with peril. It serves as the cradle of soul beasts and is a favored locale for powerful soul masters. However, it is also where soul masters face the highest rates of casualties." Tang San inquired, "Is that the forest where our Heaven Dough Empire raises soul beasts?" Oscar replied, "Certainly not. Those forests for captive soul beasts are utterly insignificant. Encountering even a Millennium soul beast there is quite rare. Only soul warriors and soul masters of a certain caliber venture into such places. The Star Dough Forest is renowned as one of the 3 most famous habitats for soul beasts on the Douluo Continent. Its vast expanse is nearly equivalent to the territory of the Barak Kingdom, spanning the borders of both the Heaven Dough Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Of this, 2/5 lies within our Heaven Dough Empire, while the remaining 3/5 is situated in the Star Luo Empire. It is an immense primordial forest characterized by complex terrains, including wetlands and swamps. The soul beasts residing there are exceedingly formidable. The closer one approaches the heart of the forest, the more powerful the soul beasts become. It is said that even 10,000-year soul beasts inhabit its depths. Any soul master, provided they possess sufficient strength and a stroke of good fortune, can find the most suitable soul ring for themselves within. My second soul ring was acquired in the Star Dough Forest." Tang San's eyes gleamed with understanding. "So that was the case. I hope you reap better rewards this time," he said. Oscar chuckled. "If that truly happens, there will be plenty of sausages for everyone to enjoy. After all, we are like brothers." With only a day to prepare, the group had little in the way of provisions. The following morning, after breakfast, as the crowd gathered on the playground, Zhao Wujie was already there awaiting them. Upon seeing Zhao Wujie, the students were momentarily taken aback. Caught between laughter and restraint, Zhao Wujie appeared somewhat disheveled, with at least 3 visible bruises on his face, particularly the dark circles around his left eye resembling that of a panda, which was indeed hard to suppress a chuckle over. However, alongside the amusement, the 7 students, including Tang San, were equally astonished at Zhao Wujia's transformation. How could he have ended up like this? Tang San recalled clearly that although he had caused Zhao Wujia some trouble that day, he had not left any marks on his face. The injuries on Zhao Wujia's face were evidently from blunt force. With his formidable strength as a level 76 soul sage and the robust defense of the great strength king bear, who could have possibly harmed him? Could it have been Dean Flender? Yet Flender, possessing the cat-eagle martial soul, was an agile attack soul master, making it seemingly impossible for him to inflict such injuries on Zhao Wujia. What are you staring at, you bunch of little rascals? Are you itching for a fight? Zhao Wujia barked. At the mention of little rascals, Xiao Wu visibly bristled and muttered, "Why not call us little bears?" Zhao Wujia's eyes narrowed. "Xiao Wu, what are you talking about?" Tang San instinctively took a step sideways, gesturing to Xiao Wu behind him while shielding her, his protective affection evident. Upon seeing Tang San, Zhao Wujia's expression revealed a hint of embarrassment, and he chose not to pursue the matter regarding Xiao Wu's teasing. With a grunt, he declared, "All right, everyone, let us set off. Mu Bai, you shall lead the way." Dai Mu Bai nodded, his demeanor instantly turning serious as he addressed the group. The Stardow Forest is not a place to be trifled with. It is rife with soul beasts that possess formidable aggression and harbor an aversion towards humans. Exercise utmost caution. He assigned positions. Tang San, you shall take the lead. Oscar and Ning Rongrong follow closely behind him. Fatty and Xiao Wu, you will flank the sides, while Zhu Zhuqing and I will bring up the rear. Once we enter the forest, it is imperative to maintain this formation and remain vigilant at all times. Let us depart. Tang San harbored a quiet admiration for Dai Mu Bai's arrangements. As the eldest and most powerful among them, his decisions were indeed astute. He positioned the 2 support-type soul masters centrally for protection, while Tang San, ranking just below him in strength, led the front. Dai Mu Bai, the strongest, assumed the rear guard, a role of greater significance than that of the vanguard, especially since Tang San had the flanking support of Fatty and Xiao Wu. Zhao Wujia, meanwhile, observed silently, not integrating himself into their formation, as the group of 7 students exited the academy. Lacking carriages, they commenced their journey on foot. Not long into their run, the students began to grasp the significance of the second lesson imparted by Dean Flander the previous day. Having experienced the events of yesterday and having faced Flander's reprimand, they no longer held a strong aversion to Oscar's sausages. As they continued their journey, even the most robust among them, Dai Mu Bai and Tang San, found their stamina waning. However, with Oscar's sausages as sustenance, they were astonished to discover that the fatigue from running was negligible. Consuming a sausage every hour conjured by Oscar's martial soul kept their energy levels high, allowing even Ning Rongrong to struggle to keep pace with the group. Without practical application, one could never truly comprehend the importance of support martial souls. Oscar, due to the remarkable effects of his sausages, garnered newfound respect from his peers and received preferential treatment. Since they had yet to enter the forest, Dai Mu Bai and Tang San took turns supporting Oscar's arm, alleviating some of his weight, thereby allowing him to more readily recover his soul power for continued assistance. Ning Rongrong, however, did not receive such treatment. She remained silent throughout the journey, refraining from utilizing her 7 treasures glazed tower to provide support. She seemed to isolate herself from the group, neither rejecting Oscar's sausages nor employing her martial soul. The Stardow Forest is situated to the southeast of the Barak Kingdom, with a small portion bordering it. Soto City, also located in the southeast of the Barak Kingdom, is less than 500 kilometers away from the Stardow Forest, making it an optimal location for the Shrek Academy students to acquire soul rings. With the aid of Oscar's sausages, the group covered over 400 kilometers by nightfall, drawing near to the Stardow Forest. Realizing they could not reach their destination that day, Zhao Wujia issued a command to rest, as they had arrived at a small town. Continuing forward without resupply could pose a risk. Upon entering the town, Tang San found it far more bustling than he had anticipated. The town scale was approximately 3 times that of the village where Shrek Academy was located, devoid of city walls. It resembled a small city with streets lined with various shops, offering an array of goods. Tang San meticulously observed that the shops in this area predominantly catered to the needs of soul masters. For instance, there were establishments specializing in weaponry, armor, antidotes, restorative potions, and even garments designed with numerous pockets to accommodate various items, perfectly suited for the adventures of soul masters. Oscar remarked, "The adage of relying on the mountains for sustenance and the waters for survival seems to hold true here." This small town evidently thrived on the resources provided by the Douluo forest, and it was likely that numerous similar towns existed around the periphery of this enchanting forest. Tang San expressed his surprise, saying, "However, we are nearly 100 kilometers away from the Douluo forest. Isn't that a bit far?" Oscar chuckled and replied, "You must be accustomed to the country's domesticated soul beast forests. Those captive soul beasts tend to be quite docile and rarely initiate attacks on humans. The Douluo forest, however, is a different realm entirely. The soul beasts there are significantly more ferocious, and some of those on the outskirts frequently venture beyond the forest's borders. If a town is situated too close to the Douluo forest, it could spell trouble." Tang San smiled and nodded, secretly reflecting that reading a myriad of books pales in comparison to traversing 1,000 miles. Indeed, the adage holds true. Stepping out into the world allows for a wealth of learning experiences. At that moment, Zhao Wujin gestured towards a seemingly ordinary hotel ahead and said, "Let us stay here. We shall rest for the night and depart at dawn tomorrow. The costs for lodging and meals will be borne by you." Shrek Academy was not affluent, and individuals like Zhao Wujin and Flander had no income, making their financial situation rather dire. Conversely, Tang San and his companions received subsidies from the Spirit Hall, ensuring their daily expenses were adequately covered. The hotel was a quaint two-story building. The ground floor featured a simple dining area, while the upstairs provided accommodations. Zhao Wujin secured a single room for himself and ascended directly. After a brief discussion, Dai Mubai and the others decided on a quadruple room for the 4 boys and a triple room for the 3 girls. "Let us dine first before ascending. After a day of sausages, I feel queasy," Ma Hongjun voiced the collective sentiment, prompting even Zhu Zhuqing to nod in agreement. The 7 gathered in a corner and found a table to settle down. Tang San inquired of Dai Mubai whether they should invite teacher Zhao to join them for a meal. Dai Mubai shook his head, replying, "There's no need. Although our teacher wouldn't cover any expenses, he also wouldn't accept any favors from us. This is a rule set by Dean Flander." The rotund fatty chuckled. "Isn't that quite delightful? Everything is clear-cut, and I truly appreciate the unpretentious atmosphere of the academy." In the 26th chapter, Douluo Forest, Part 2, Dai Mubai retorted with annoyance, "You glutton, stop babbling and order. You are the best at eating." Ma Hongjun readily chimed in, "So does that mean you're treating us today? You're the one with the deepest pockets." Dai Mubai smiled slightly, saying, "I don't mind treating. It's a stroke of fortune for us to study together at Shrek. Since I'm the eldest, let this meal be a welcome for Tang San and the others." Fatty burst into laughter, his chubby round face quivering with glee. "All right, splendid. You can count on me, Boss Dai. I won't skimp on you." Soon, Fatty showcased Dai Mubai's assertion about his eating prowess by swiftly summoning the waiter and ordering a dozen dishes. Many of the dish names were unfamiliar to Tang San, yet Fatty appeared ecstatic. "Indeed, this place may be small, but it offers a complete selection. I hope the flavors meet some standard." Dai Mubai remarked helplessly, "This glutton spends all his funds on food, aside from women. I genuinely suspect that if you weren't a soul master, you would make a fine chef." Though the 7 of them were seated at a table, the atmosphere was anything but harmonious. Zhu Zhuqing wore a cold expression, and Ning Rongrong appeared lost in thought. Thankfully, Fatty's antics prevented the mood from becoming too tense. By now, the restaurant was bustling with 6 or 7 tables occupied. Suddenly, a group of 8 entered, somewhat reminiscent of Tang San's party. Leading them was a man in his 40s, handsome in appearance, with impeccably groomed hair and a moon-white soul master robe, intricately embroidered with silver thread that shimmered as he moved. Following him were 6 young men and 1 young woman, all clad in similar moon-white robes devoid of the silver embroidery, yet adorned with a cyan circular emblem on their left shoulders, embroidered with the words Tsanghui. Their attire clearly indicated that they were all soul masters, contrasting sharply with Tang San's group, who dressed quite casually, appearing no different from ordinary folk. While these newcomers exuded an air of ostentation, upon their entrance, the restaurant owner rushed to greet them, bowing and scraping in a show of utmost courtesy. As Oscar noted, this small town thrived on the patronage of the Douluo forest, essentially relying on the soul masters for sustenance. Being a soul master not only denotes a noble profession, but also a lucrative one, hence the owner's cautious demeanor. That young lady is rather appealing, Boss Dai. They must be from Songhui Academy, Fatty remarked, his eyes fixated on the only girl in the group of 8. It must be said that the girl possessed a fair degree of beauty, certainly above average. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, while lovely, were merely around 12 years old, appearing youthful compared to the fully developed young women. For a boy of Fatty's age, a more mature girl was evidently more alluring, compounded by his own exuberance, causing his eyes to gleam with desire as he stared unabashedly. Dai Mubai scoffed. They are just from Songhui Academy, nothing to boast about. Neither Fatty nor Dai Mubai had made an effort to lower their voices. Soul Masters naturally possess superior hearing. Despite the restaurant's din, the middle-aged leader of the group cast a glance their way, his brow furrowing. Upon noticing that the table occupied by Shrek Academy consisted solely of children, his expression darkened further. Oscar, seated beside Tang San, chuckled softly. Looks like we're in for some entertainment. Tang San glanced at him with a hint of confusion, inquiring about the nature of the spectacle. Oscar whispered, this is also a part of our cultivation. Dean Flanders once remarked that a spirit master who shies away from conflict is not a worthy spirit master. Indeed, avoiding trouble is a sign of mediocrity. Moreover, provoking individuals from the Spirit Master Academy is the safest endeavor. The worst that could happen is merely a brawl. Tang San could not help but chuckle. The collection of quotes from our esteemed dean could indeed form a monstrous anthology. Observing their ages, it was evident that the Songhui Academy must be a prestigious institution for soul masters. Meanwhile, the 8 individuals from Songhui Academy had settled down, separated from Shrek's table by 2 other tables. Out of the corner of his eye, Tang San noticed a middle-aged man, evidently a teacher, whispering to a young man beside him. Shortly thereafter, the young man stood up and approached Tang San's table, heading directly towards Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai's eyes glinted with disdain, which Tang San noticed, but Dai Mubai did not deign to acknowledge him. At that moment, the waiter arrived with the first dish for their table. Suddenly, the young man from Songhui Academy quickened his pace, colliding with the waiter amidst the latter's startled exclamations, sending the dish hurtling towards Dai Mubai's head. Do not waste food, Tang San remarked nonchalantly, extending his left hand to stabilize the waiter while his right hand deftly caught the dish, employing his skill to ensure not a morsel was spilled, gently placing it on the table. Simultaneously, he pulled the waiter aside. The young man from Songhui Academy hesitated, obscured by the waiter's body, and failed to discern Tang San's actions. However, a sly smile soon crept across his face. My apologies, he feigned, continuing forward, seemingly intending to pass by Dai Mubai. Yet, he subtly kicked the leg of the chair beneath Dai Mubai. That chair was merely a wooden one, and should its leg be broken, Dai Mubai would undoubtedly lose his balance. The young man's movement was exceedingly discreet. His upper body